Chapter 001. Journey through the desert. Kant gently shook the reins, guiding his weary steed forward. The early morning sun rose in the east of the Narain desert, suspended atop the endless dunes, unleashing its formidable power to dispel the chill of the night, bringing with it an oppressive wave of heat to this barren, ochre expanse. Apart from the uncivilized wolfmen, no civilized race dared to tread upon this desolate wasteland. Including Kant and his entourage, a troop of 20 cavalry clad in chainmail beneath their cloaks, 30 farmers serving as attendants, and 6 draft horses pulling laden carts followed Kant as they traversed the desert. With a heavy sigh, Kant furrowed his brow. Gazing ahead at the seemingly endless dunes, he lifted the linen hood attached to his cloak, golden strands of hair cascading down his neck, his youthful visage marred by layers of dust. His amber eyes squinted slightly as he sat atop his mount, wearing a serious expression. This was the Narain desert, a realm of gravel, a savage wilderness a decade ago, before the Kingdom of Lionheart had conquered it. No civilization existed within these sands. The wolfmen tribes were, in fact, still mired in a primitive state, their existence defined by raw instinct and the consumption of flesh. Yet, even now, the wolfmen remained unchanged. As the younger son of the Duke, Khan understood that this desert was not truly the territory of the Kingdom of Lionheart, even after the conquest, which saw the kingdom occupy the southern part of the Narain desert 10 years prior. The ownership of this expanse remained a mere verbal claim by the kingdom. In fact, most scholars within the realm did not recognize this newly acquired territory on maps. The borders of the Kingdom of Lionheart merely grazed the foothills of the Sangwaya Mountains, beyond which lay the vast, unclaimed desert, an expanse occupied by wolfmen tribes, devoid of pastoral or agricultural potential, utterly devoid of any value, even within the kingdom. It was a place that desperate fugitives and runaway slaves would avoid. What a pity, Kant muttered, shaking his head with a self-deprecating smile. How did I end up here? Were it not for lack of choice, he would never have set foot in this barren desert. Moreover, it was summer, and the June sun blazed fiercely, akin to a baker's oven, with the early morning rays already elevating the temperature to a sweltering 50 degrees Celsius. Kant looked up at the sky. The sun above the dunes was still slowly ascending. At this time of year, midday in the Narain desert could see temperatures soar to an unbearable 70 degrees Celsius. It's so hot. Swallowing a mouthful of thick saliva, Khan adjusted his breathable linen hood. Tightening his brow further, urging his horse forward, he turned to the weary caravan behind him and called, "Everyone, muster your strength. We must quicken our pace, if we wish to avoid being baked like bread under the midday sun. We need to set up camp before noon." "Understood," came the feeble response, as the farmers strained to push the carts along, attempting to hasten their progress. With their 2 legs and the burden of 3 heavily laden carts, they severely hindered the entire group's speed. The wooden wheels, crafted from solid timber, were more suited to the flat roads of the Kingdom of Lionheart, and as they rolled over the soft gravel of the desert, the stout draft horses pulled with labored breaths, each step sinking deeper into the sand, requiring the farmers to assist in pushing the wheels to gain any semblance of speed. Kant, observing the struggling caravan behind him, couldn't help but sigh. "This is truly dire," he muttered with a frown. "My lord Baron," came the voice of Rowan, the captain of the cavalry, who approached Khan on horseback. The normally composed middle-aged man now bore a hint of anxiety as he directly inquired, "I beg your pardon for my rudeness, but we truly wish to know, how much longer until we reach the green oasis?" "How long?" Kant replied, his expression calm as he gazed into the distance, teeth clenched in contemplation. "I am unsure." Hearing this answer, Rowan's anxiety deepened, clearly not the response he had hoped for. However, Kant's lips curled into a slight smirk, his face betraying no hint of emotional turmoil, as he stated matter-of-factly, "However, based on our estimates, we have been traveling for 6 days. If the map and route are accurate, we should be nearing our destination." Nearing it. Rowan swallowed hard, feeling a burn in his throat. 6 days of marching through the desert had pushed everyone to their psychological and physical limits. They had had enough. Particularly, their supply of fresh water had reached a critical low. After all, there were 51 people and 27 horses in the caravan. This was one of the reasons for Rowan's anxiety. He and the 20 cavalrymen serving as escorts could depart once they reached their destination, not needing to remain with Kant and the 30 farmers. The sooner they reached the green oasis, the sooner they could return and escape this brutal desert. Conversely, Kant was indifferent to the matter. Even upon reaching the green oasis, the ultimate destination of their journey, it would not be a cause for celebration. He would be left forever in this realm of endless yellow sands, recalling the honors bestowed upon him during his coming-of-age ceremony. A sardonic smile crept upon Kant's lips. The lands granted to a baron, oh, how laughable. Yet, his gaze remained cold and detached. As a baron of the Kingdom of Lionheart, he was entitled to his own domain. Conferred upon him by his father, Duke Cameron, the king of the kingdom, who had bestowed upon Kant the newly conquered Narain desert, making him the lord of this vast expanse and granting him all rights therein, including their destination, the Green Oasis, the sole oasis in the southern part of the Narain desert. In name, Kant was a baron, the lord of the Narain desert, but who was unaware that, in reality, this place served as a prison for Cameron's least favored son. Yet, even in the desert, I shall find my own way to survive. The sarcasm in Kant's eyes deepened. As a transmigrator from Earth, he possessed his own trump card, his golden finger that had brought him to this world. Perhaps this is for the best. Kant squinted, seemingly peering into the distance, yet his retina registered the system's dialogue box. Main quest, establish a village, reward, 1,000 dinars, status, incomplete, description. Only by possessing a village can one ascend to lordship. This is the foundational first step. Please proceed with caution. This was the main quest issued by the system, a task that must be accomplished as it pertained to subsequent system upgrades. Completing this primary quest was, in fact, quite simple. Once Kant reached the Green Oasis and sent the 20 cavalrymen back, he could harness the system's power to choose to construct a village, materializing the structures that existed solely within the system into this world. Initially, it would merely be a small village, but as it developed, it could evolve into a vast city or a towering, fortified castle. In the past, Kant had worried about finding a suitable place for his village. However, having traversed the Narain desert and the natural boundary of the Kingdom of Lionheart, the Sangwaya Mountains, Kant realized he no longer needed to live under constant surveillance. Fearing the exposure of his identity as a transmigrator and the existence of his golden finger, he also no longer had to ponder where to manifest the system's task of constructing a village. After all, the Kingdom of Lionheart belonged to a traditional medieval realm, predominantly flat lands, which had long ceased to contain any unclaimed territories. Be it hills, forests, or marshes, all were the domains and fiefs of the nobility. Having been established for nearly 3 centuries, the Kingdom of Lionheart's nobility and minor lords had occupied all available lands, solidifying the hierarchy of counts, viscounts, and barons throughout the realm. The sudden emergence of a new village would be akin to a dog barking at the moon. Establishing it was easy, but determining ownership was another matter entirely. And those nobles would never relinquish what they perceived as their rightful gains, regardless of Kant's father's status as a duke. My vassal's vassal is not my vassal. This phrase, famous in the Western world of Earth, held true in this realm as well. Thus, Kant approached his main quest with utmost caution, for if he were to lose his village, it would equate to losing everything. He dared not gamble, nor could he afford to be careless. Even as they headed towards the Green Oasis in the Narain desert, Kant understood that only what he controlled would truly belong to him. This was precisely why he consented to the grant of the Narain desert. Once we reach the Green Oasis, everything will improve. Clenching his fist slightly, Kant's breath grew heavier, yet his spirit remained invigorated. He turned to look behind him, at the 30 farmers clad in plain linen garments, each drenched in sweat from pushing the carts. Appearing no different from ordinary laborers, a group of subjects following their lord to his domain. Yet, in truth, they were far from ordinary. These 30 farmers were rewards from the system for Kant's temporary task upon arriving in this world. They were farmers from the Kingdom of Swadia. Though they appeared somewhat malnourished and slightly frail, each stood at an impressive height of 6 feet, robust and capable laborers, highly sought after in any workshop. However, as products of the system, they were not merely farmers. If Kant could provide the necessary training, along with the corresponding weaponry and equipment, they too would transform into exceptional soldiers. Much like the upgrade tree of troops in Mount Blade, they could rise to become the reliable mainstay infantry, the bastion-like Swadian soldiers. They could ascend to distinguished ranged combatants, the crossbow-wielding Swadian sharpshooters. Furthermore, they could elevate to knights, clad in double-layered armor, epitomizing the kings of the land, the Swadian knights. This is my assurance for the future, Kant murmured to himself. A spark of hope rekindling in his eyes. Seated upon his warhorse, he straightened his back, gazing into the distant dunes, rallying the cavalry and farmers behind him with fervor. Let us exert ourselves to that dune on the horizon. We can rest for 3 hours. Long live! The farmers cheered enthusiastically. Yes, long live! The cavalry from the Lion Duchy responded weakly, were it not for Captain Rowan informing them that they were nearing their destination. It is likely none would have felt inclined to speak. Meanwhile, the cavalry regarded the Swadian farmers with a sense of incredulity, unable to fathom why these humble, impoverished peasants had ventured into the desolate desert. Maintaining such spirited enthusiasm as if filled with hope for the future, they found it almost laughable. Hope, in the sweltering heat, the bitter cold, and all the harshness that could be depicted in that barren desert. How could such a thing possibly exist? Truly, an astonishing folly, Rowan thought disdainfully as he observed the farmers. They could not comprehend that these Swadian farmers essentially existed because of Kant's presence. Rowan lifted his gaze to Kant, feeling a similar contempt. Does this baron truly believe himself to be the lord of the desert, the master of the oasis at the outpost? With this thought, he couldn't help but snicker that it was of no concern to him. Upon reaching their destination, he would depart with his men without a moment's delay. In truth, this sentiment was shared among the nobility of the entire Lion Duchy. One believed that within the diminutive oasis, barely 300 meters in size, there was any potential for development. Moreover, in this desolate desert, the scorching sun by day and the frigid cold by night were not the only adversaries faced by humanity. Included among them were the Wolfmen tribes, those who had been driven out and slaughtered but had never truly departed from the barren expanse of the Nalan Desert. Chapter 2. The Wolfmen's Ambush. The Wolfmen are the most common humanoid race in the Nalan Desert. They once formed a significant force, traversing the Sangwaya Mountains and, taking advantage of the Lion Duchy's protracted war with other duchies, invaded the northern borders, wreaking havoc for nearly 3 years. Like a repugnant ulcer, they threatened to spread further into the heart of the land. This was why, after concluding their conflicts with other duchies, the Lion Duchy promptly commenced a purge against the Wolfmen. This campaign lasted a year. The Wolfmen, who had invaded the Lion Duchy as if entering paradise, were soon vanquished, lacking superior weaponry and fine armor. The Wolfmen tribes were no match for human forces on the battlefield. The cavalry, which the Lion Duchy took pride in, effortlessly decimated the Wolf-men. It is said that 10 years ago, the severed heads of the Wolfmen lined the roadsides. The brutal purging evolved into an outright slaughter from the northern borders of the Lion Duchy to the southern reaches of the Nalan Desert, where most of the major Wolfmen tribes were nearly annihilated. The surviving tribes, filled with dread, opted to migrate further north into the desert. Yet, scattered remnants of Wolfmen remained, and even within the Sangwaya Mountains, several tribes continued to pose a threat, occasionally launching attacks on the villages along the northern borders of the Lion Duchy. As for the southern Nalan Desert, after a decade of recuperation, it was likely that the number of Wolfmen tribes had increased. There's no turning back now. Kant pressed his cracked lips together, his face set with determination. Having arrived here, he was resolved to establish his own village, armed with the Swadian kingdom, function within the system. He was certainly not devoid of resources. The dune referenced earlier lay just ahead. It was their designated camping point. They intended to set up their tents in the shade of the dune. Boys, let us get to work. The command still lay with Rowan, who busily directed. Search the surrounding area thoroughly. I don't want to wake up to find my innards devoured by wolfmen or beasts. Following his orders, 20 cavalrymen immediately fanned out. However, some were unconcerned. After 6 days of travel, they had yet to encounter any wolfmen. Consequently, the search was rather superficial, and after confirming there was nothing amiss with the dune, they all returned, eager to set up tents and rest. Let us pitch the tents. Khan also set the farmers into motion. The 3 horse-drawn carts carried camping supplies, including several tents and supporting wooden poles, as well as linen ropes. Some farmers were already using long sickles to quickly dig into the sand, removing the top 30 centimeters of yellow sand to expose the cooler layers beneath. This was a small trick for surviving in the desert, allowing one to effectively evade the sweltering heat. The soldiers of the Lion Duchy had learned this technique from the Wolfmen a decade prior, and it had been documented by scholars in their written works after the war. Before his departure, Kant had specifically consulted various texts regarding the Nalan Desert. 20 tents were swiftly erected in the sand pit, structured with wooden poles and secured with long linen ropes, providing ample space for all 51 individuals to rest, including the 27 horses. I leave the rest to you, Rowan. Kant stood before his designated tent, sighing with relief. With most tasks completed, Rowan nodded in acknowledgement. At your command, my lord. The subsequent duties involved watering the horses while assigning personnel to prepare lunch and distribute drinking water for the remainder of the day. Although this was a lighter task, it was not to be taken lightly. Rowan, with his steady character, was the best choice for the job. The tents shielded them from the sun, and the shallow pit brought a refreshing coolness from the earth. Kant laid down a linen mat and sank into it, the hardships of the journey seemingly dissipating. Perhaps a light beer would be the perfect touch right now, Kant sighed, eyes closed. But who knows when I'll get to enjoy that again. He found himself starting from scratch. Light beer was a luxury, practically unattainable, as no trade caravans would venture to the Oasis at the outpost to supply him with what should have been inexpensive beverages. This was the Nalan Desert, a desolate expanse where no humans were meant to tread. Shaking his head, Kant tried not to dwell on it. However, his nose twitched slightly at the wafting aroma of food from outside the tent. It was time for lunch, yet just as Kant intended to doze off in the shallow pit, the familiar chime of the system notification jolted him awake. Simultaneously, a dialog box appeared on his retina. Ding, temporary mission issued. Temporary mission, Wolfmen's ambush. Reward, date palm 20, fruit bearing. Description, the aroma of cooking has attracted a pack of keen-scented wolfmen. You must repel them. Kant sprang to his feet in the shallow pit, his expression grave, for this was a spontaneous task from the system, issued at random intervals. Yet, this particular mission underscored a critical reality, a pack of wolfmen. The precise number unknown, lay in ambush around their campsite, having already discovered them and preparing to strike. Carelessness. Kant felt exasperated with the cavalryman, but lacking command authority, he was powerless to issue orders. He hastily exited the tent. Outside, a dozen farmers were still preparing lunch. Meanwhile, the cavalrymen dispatched by the Lion Duchy to protect them were all huddled in their tents and shallow pits, with no one on watch. Security was alarmingly lax. This thought furrowed Kant's brow. Were it not for the system notification, it was likely that the wolfmen's presence near the tents would have gone unnoticed. Without making a sound, Kant approached the cart. Retrieving his box, inside lay a secured light crossbow and a matching quiver, neatly arranged with 20 sturdy, short iron bolts. The wolfmen needed to be discovered by him personally, as Kant could not explain how he knew of their impending ambush. Though he considered himself somewhat of a scholar, he was certainly not a sorcerer endowed with mystical powers. Accompanied by 3 Swadian farmers, they swiftly made their way to the summit of the camping dune. Crouching cautiously, Kant scanned the surroundings. There, I see them, one farmer whispered, pointing towards the north. Look, wolfmen, in great numbers. Kant nodded. Just north of the dune, over 700 meters away, more than 50 wolfmen clad in tattered garments stealthily approached, hunched low as if on a hunt. And indeed, it was a hunt. These ferocious wolfmen had a taste for human flesh. Fall back, wake everyone, prepare for battle. Kant retreated, his countenance serious, though a sense of relief washed over him. It appears that the 50-odd werewolves seemed to be numerous, matching the size of their ranks. However, in reality, they do not pose a significant threat. Within the tents beneath the dunes, the 20 resting cavalrymen from the Lionheart Principality could easily dispatch all these werewolves. Suffering minimal losses themselves, well-trained cavalrymen find it exceedingly simple to deal with these primitive humanoid creatures. Swiftly descending the dune, Kant, holding his light crossbow, spoke in a deep voice, Captain Rowan, we have encountered trouble. It would be prudent to have everyone prepare for battle, as over 50 werewolves are about to launch a surprise attack on our camp. Werewolves. Captain Rowan's voice bore an edge of astonishment. Meanwhile, the 20 cavalrymen inside the tent quickly retrieved their weapons and rushed out, their expressions grave. However, upon scanning the surrounding dunes, they found no anomalies. Rowan did not question further, but instead asked Kant, My Lord Baron, where are they? Over there, they are approaching. Kant pointed towards the northern dune. Mount your horses and prepare for battle. Rowan gritted his teeth and glared at a few cavalrymen behind him, growling, Damn it! You four were supposed to polish everyone's boots at night and scout the area, yet you failed to notice such a horde of werewolves. The 4 cavalrymen's faces fell, yet they offered no rebuttal. Indeed, this was their oversight, as they were specifically responsible for scouting the northern front. My Lord Baron, we sincerely apologize for this oversight, but we will crush those werewolves. Rowan led all the cavalrymen onto their horses, gripping their spears and swords tightly, addressing Kant earnestly. We will all engage. It may be impossible to protect you here, so please exercise caution. Rest assured. Kant nodded. These cavalrymen were not intended for defense. They would proactively charge forth to decisively vanquish the werewolves. Once the ambush was discovered, it would lose all efficacy. Observing the 20 cavalrymen, led by Rowan, galloping swiftly around the dune towards the north, Kant commanded, "Everyone, prepare for battle and follow me." Understood. The 30 Swadian farmers responded in unison. Although their primary occupation lay in the fields, they were not strangers to combat. With specially modified sickle blades affixed to 2-meter-long poles, they had formed a long-handled sickle akin to a war spear. Capable of thrusting and slashing, while somewhat unwieldy, it remained a potent weapon for self-defense. Moreover, the 30 Swadian farmers, wielding their long-handled sickles, arranged themselves in 2 ranks resembling a phalanx. After this battle, some will surely gain levels. Kant led these Swadian farmers to the summit of the dune. Just over 200 meters away, the 20 cavalrymen of the Lionheart Principality, brandishing their long spears exceeding 2 meters in length, charged valiantly towards the disarrayed werewolves. "Long live the Lionheart Principality!" The cavalrymen shouted their battle cry, their steeds galloping at full speed. Although the gravel impeded their absolute velocity, the cavalry's charge left the werewolves in disarray in the Naland Desert. These werewolf tribes considered themselves the rulers, emboldened to stealthily approach this fragrant territory, unaware of the identity of their foes. However, upon sighting human cavalry descending the dune, all the werewolves began to flee in terror. The massacre from a decade ago still haunted their minds. Chapter 003. The new recruits of Swadia. The midday sun blazed fiercely. The gentle breeze felt like a wave of heat. This was the Naland Desert, where high temperatures intensified the scent of blood, and a massacre was underway. Over 50 werewolves, their elongated jaws adorned with sharp fangs and clad in gray fur, raised their animalistic heads, emitting piercing and desperate howls, brandishing their wolf clubs as they charged towards the 20 cavalrymen. The cavalrymen from the Lionheart Principality, hurtling down from the dune, similarly brandished their long spears and descended with ferocity. A direct confrontation ensued, a brutal clash. The werewolf tribe of the Naland Desert held a deep-seated enmity with the Lionheart Principality, both driven to madness by hatred. Yet, as sprays of blood erupted, the sounds of the werewolves were abruptly silenced as they were struck by the charging steeds. Their ribcages caving in, blood spilling from their toothy maws. Even their frenzied howls eventually transformed into agonized cries for mercy. "The great war god Edmund is watching over us." Captain Rowan impaled a werewolf, pinning it into the soft sand, yet did not pause, drawing his sword and bellowing with fervor, "For the Lionheart Principality, fight! Fight!" The remaining cavalrymen echoed in unison. The Lionheart Principality worships the war god, and this battle cry was the most common prayer of the war god church. With this utterance, the spirits of the other cavalrymen soared as they plunged into the throng of werewolves, continuing to swing their swords with fervor, spreading the scent of blood ever thicker. The battle was fierce yet brief. Moments later, the ground was strewn with corpses. Blood oozed from wounds, seeping into the sand and staining the earth crimson. The victorious cavalrymen of the Lionheart Principality did not cease their slaughter, dispersing to pursue the scattered fleeing werewolves, intent on rooting them out. Meanwhile, 4 or 5 werewolves, in a frantic bid for escape, dashed towards the Swadian farmers, seeking a breakthrough. Yet they were met with the long-handled sickles descending upon them, unable to come within striking distance. Although these Swadian farmers were primarily skilled in tilling the land, they possessed a fundamental understanding of combat. The war-torn lands of the Colradia continent had compelled these farmers to learn to transform their tools into weapons for self-defense. Moreover, with their long-handled sickles arranged tightly, even cavalrymen hesitated to charge head-on. The battle had concluded. Concurrently, a notification from the system echoed in Kant's mind. Ding! After a fierce struggle, the enemy has been routed. Temporary mission, werewolf ambush, completed. Reward, date palm tree 20, fruiting period. Evaluation. This was a thrilling battle. Although primarily fought by your allies, it was nonetheless a victory. With a resigned smile, Kant chose to disregard the system's evaluation. It was unavoidable. Had it not been for the 20 cavalrymen from the Lionheart Principality, it was likely that Kant's mere 30 Swadian farmers would have suffered significant casualties, perhaps not even managing to rout the werewolves. 20 date palm trees. The image of the date palm tree automatically appeared on Kant's retinas. The tree stood 10 meters tall, its trunk straight, lush green leaves cascading down, and beneath its crown hung clusters of sweet, substantial dates, enticingly packed together, sure to whet one's appetite. Traditional crops could not be cultivated in the desert. However, the date palm, renowned for its cold and drought resistance, served as the most reliable food source in arid regions. From October to February of the following year, the dates produced become the staple food of desert dwellers, often referred to as desert bread. As the lord of the Nayland Desert, Kant found himself in dire need of these date palms. Just as he reveled in this thought, another notification appeared. Ding! Someone in your troop can be promoted. Kant's eyes lit up. Someone can be promoted? He swiftly opened the system interface. On the system screen, symbols representing the 30 Swadian farmers displayed a sign, indicating their eligibility for promotion. This was not a system task description, but rather a reward for the battle. Upgradable unit. Swadian Farmer 10. Cost, 10 dinars per person. Can be upgraded to Swadian New Recruits. The system continued to pop up 2 dialog boxes. I can manage the cost of 100 dinars. Without hesitation, Khan affirmed, System, upgrade them directly. This was a necessary upgrade, for only the newly promoted Swadian soldiers could be relied upon in battle. Though they were the weakest type, they were significantly stronger than the current Swadian farmers. With Kant's affirmation, an arcane aura enveloped 10 of the Swadian farmers beside him. Subsequently, these 10 farmers underwent slight transformations. A data chain, visible only to Kant, entwined around them. Their height remained at 1.8 meters, yet their physiques became robust. Their attire transformed as well, from linen robes to more protective leather armor. Their hoods replaced by leather caps. The long-handled sickles they had once clutched were now standard long spears, standing at an impressive 2.3 meters, comparable to the cavalry's long spears. They also bore wide shields, crudely fashioned from wood, on their backs, with short axes sheathed at their waists. At last, these 10 Swadian new recruits shed their farmer appearances and emerged as true soldiers. Finally, I have my own armed force. Kant exhaled a sigh of relief. These 10 Swadian new recruits were merely the beginning. Higher-tiered units awaited him. Moreover, he no longer needed to rely entirely on the cavalry of the Lionheart Principality, as they would depart immediately after escorting him to the outpost Oasis, leaving no one behind. My Lord Baron, all has been resolved. After Khan upgraded the unit, Captain Rowan returned with his cavalry. He looked somewhat astonished at the 10 Swadian new recruits wielding long spears, his gaze sweeping over their wide shields and leather armor, instinctively inquiring, where did these men come from? With so many dangers in the desert, it is essential to procure some weapons and be prepared. Kant did not elaborate excessively. Rowan merely nodded in understanding. Refraining from further inquiries, he instinctively recognized that the soldiers brandishing long spears were none other than the farmers from before, albeit now adorned with leather armor, spears, and broad shields, which rendered them not significantly different from their fellow farmers wielding long-handled sickles. The other cavalrymen cast curious glances, but soon dismounted to begin their rest. This was entirely reasonable. It was implausible for the Baron heading to the Narain Desert to bring along merely 30 lowly farmers. Procuring some weaponry and armor to afford these farmers a semblance of combat capability for self-defense was a perfectly normal occurrence. In fact, these cavalrymen harbored a quiet disdain. Within the ranks of the Lion Duchy, these Swadian recruits were destined to become mere cannon fodder among the conscripted militia. Returned to camp, Kant seemed oblivious to the derision in the gazes of the cavalrymen. Continuing to issue his commands, the sun blazed fiercely, standing atop the sand dune. They all felt a slight dizziness and shortness of breath after the intense battle if they did not rest adequately. They risked succumbing to heatstroke. Even the war horses exhibited white foam at their mouths and anxiously tossed their heads. Form up, let us return and give our horses some water, Rowan instructed his subordinate cavalrymen. For the cavalry, their steeds were their companions. Everyone made their way down the hill towards the temporary camp, eager for a well-deserved rest after the battle. However, the last cavalryman, leading his war horse, halted at the summit of the dune, astonished as he pointed to the north, exclaiming, "By the god of war Edmund, look! Is that the outpost Oasis?" "What?" All heads turned in surprise to gaze at the cavalryman who appeared as if turned to stone atop the dune. Kant swallowed hard. Quickly regaining his composure, he ascended the dune with haste, following the direction indicated by the cavalryman, and peered toward the horizon. Amidst the expanse of earthen hues, specks of verdant greenery were faintly discernible. It was unmistakable that in the desert, the only possible appearance of greenery could only denote an oasis. "We have arrived," Kant could not suppress a murmur, his teeth clenched tightly. Outpost, Oasis. As all climbed to the crest of the dune, they gazed out towards the greenery, their faces blank, yet their eyes alight with unparalleled excitement. After a grueling 6-day trek, they had finally reached their destination, the outpost Oasis, the territory of Baron Kander in the southern Narain desert. Long live! The cavalrymen erupted in jubilant cheers. This signified that they could finally return home. Without the need to slow their pace for the carts and farmers, they could ride directly back. In just 3 days, they could reach the realm of the Lion Duchy, where they could once again indulge in the comforts of life they had previously taken for granted. All right. Kant's voice resonated, bringing the group's fervor back to focus. Hoisting his crossbow onto his shoulder, he addressed the cavalrymen of the Lion Duchy. Perhaps at this moment, we ought to stay in the tents and enjoy a hearty lunch. You are absolutely right, my lord, Rowan replied with a smile. And the other cavalrymen nodded in agreement as they led their steeds slowly down the dune. The outpost Oasis was within reach, and everyone's spirits were high. However, this did not extend to Kant. Chapter 004. The psychological game after the fierce combat. The cavalrymen, drenched in sweat, descended the dune. The Swadian farmers and new recruits also made their way towards the temporary camp below, where lunch awaited. Along with the myriad tasks yet to be completed, but atop the dune, Kant remained under the scorching sun that he gazed at the horizon where the outpost Oasis lay. It was the site of his domain. A place of fresh water. This is troublesome. Kant exhaled slowly, a grave expression in his eyes as he scanned the periphery of the dune, where the bodies of the wolfmen lay unabated. These despicable creatures, now lifeless, still cast a heavy psychological burden upon him. Discovering wolfmen so close to the outpost Oasis could only lead to dire consequences. Kant could not help but chuckle bitterly to himself. It's evident that the outpost Oasis could not remain desolate forever. The purges conducted by the Lion Duchy a decade ago had only been temporary. The wolfmen tribes had returned, reclaiming the outpost Oasis. Based on the more than 50 wolfmen they had dispatched, it was clear that the tribe reoccupying the outpost Oasis numbered no less than 300, potentially even more within the entire tribe. What to do? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Kant felt a throbbing pain in his head. Ding! Temporary mission released. Temporary mission. Eliminate the Wolfman tribe. Reward. Desert Bandit Stronghold X1. Description. The outpost Oasis is the jewel of the southern Narain desert. Yet it is currently inhabited by a tribe of wolfmen. These savage beings tarnish the beauty of the Oasis, the future lord of the Narain desert. You must eradicate them. Just as he pondered his course of action, the system notification chimed in. The dialog box appeared in his vision. It was a temporary mission issued by the system. Eliminate the Wolfman tribe. Kant muttered the mission requirements, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Even without the system's mandate, he would still need to vanquish the Wolfmen tribe that occupied the outpost Oasis. After all, in the southern Narain desert, the outpost Oasis was essentially the only oasis, the sole source of water. If he could not reclaim this area quickly, a grim retreat awaited Kant. Furthermore, with the dwindling reserves of fresh water nearing critical levels, whether he could return alive to the Lion Duchy was uncertain. In truth, even if he did return, the question remained whether he could continue to live securely. Given his precarious position as the exiled son of a baron, many would prefer to see him perish in the desert. Kant clenched his teeth, yet could only silently descend the dune that a tribe of at least 300 wolfmen posed a significant danger to their small contingent that a moment's lapse in vigilance could lead to their complete annihilation. The previous battle had seen 50 wolfmen fall, a feat made possible only because the system had alerted Kant first, allowing them to counter the ambush and catch the wolfmen off guard. Moreover, the 20 cavalrymen of the Lion Duchy were elite troops if they were to fight with all their might. Even a tribe of 300 wolfmen would suffer substantial losses before they could be extinguished. Perhaps it is worth a try. Kant lifted his gaze. Observing the indistinct silhouettes within the tent, his eyes narrowed slightly. The ability to seize the outpost Oasis did not solely rely on his freshly promoted, still inexperienced Swadian recruits. Rather, it hinged upon the 20 cavalrymen of the Lion Duchy. I know you will surely disagree, but I am afraid I have no other choice. Kant's expression remained calm, his mind already made up. Yes, these cavalrymen were loyal to Duke Cameron of the Lion Duchy, offering Kant only a bloodline respect. In terms of actual command in battle, the authority remained with them. However, Kant understood that if he could not compel these cavalrymen to fight with fervor, He must instead use reality to force their hand. In the Narain desert, the only motivation to fight fervently was water. Without it, they would have no choice but to fight. Do not hold it against me. Kant remained composed, yet a flicker of indifference crossed his eyes. Trust between individuals was inherently scarce. Instead of proceeding towards the tent, Kant took a detour toward the cart. Surrounding Swadian farmers were busy with their tasks. Inside the tent, the cavalrymen of the Lion Duchy were laughing merrily, apparently sharing some jest. None paid him any mind. Or rather, no outsider took notice of him. My lord, 2 Swadian farmers were guarding the cart supplies. Silence. Kant raised his hand, signaling for them to be quiet. He then proceeded to open the spigots at the bottoms of all the water barrels on the cart. Glug! Glug! Clear fresh water cascaded quickly onto the gravel-laden ground, and within minutes, all the barrels were left nearly empty, adding a touch of moisture to the barren desert. Our water has all been consumed, Kant remarked to the 2 stunned Swadian farmers. His tone indifferent. Do you understand? Yes, my lord. They responded in unison. Very well. Kant's face bore no expression as he returned to his tent. Along the way, apart from the Swadian farmers and new recruits, no cavalryman of the Lion Duchy noticed his approach to the cart. Yet, these cavalrymen would never suspect that the water which could have sustained them for 3 more days had now run completely dry. Without water, death awaited to survive. They would have to confront the wolfmen. This was Kant's strategy, to compel the cavalrymen of the Lion Duchy to heed his plans and fight with all their might. To be a true man, one must be ruthless. Arriving in this backward and mysterious world, Kant, as the Duke's younger son, had already learned to exploit others to the fullest extent. This was merely a commonplace affair for someone of the noble class if Kant did not leverage these cavalrymen. He doubted they would fight for him solely due to his status. No one would foolishly risk their lives for another, especially not for him, the exiled baron. My lord, just as Kant was lost in thought, a farmer responsible for cooking appeared at the tent flap, holding a wooden tray. Lunch is ready. Kant nodded and looked. On the wooden tray lay 3 slices of white bread, half a smoked chicken, and 3 spoonfuls of richly flavored black pepper stew with dried meat. This exquisite delicacy is reserved solely for the esteemed title of a baron. White bread and black pepper are considered luxuries, not only beyond the means of their attendants and cavalry, but also unaffordable for the lesser gentry of the Lion Duchy, who possess smaller territories and poorer holdings. They subsist on coarse black bread mixed with bran and simple stews of dried meat. Black pepper stewed dried meat, Kant remarked as he accepted the platter, inquiring, if memory serves, our fresh water supply is dwindling. Indeed, but we are nearing the oasis of the outpost, where fresh water is plentiful, the farmer replied. I see. Kant nodded and calmly instructed, please inform Captain Rowan to visit my tent after lunch. Yes, my lord, the farmer answered respectfully before departing the tent. Kant then took large bites of his meal with a wooden spoon. The white bread was soft and delectable, a fine provision arranged by the steward of the Lion Castle before his departure. The black pepper was similarly exquisite, a nobleman. Even in exile, Kant embodied the lineage and honor of Duke Cameron of the Lion Duchy. That a baron remains a baron, deserving of dignity, at least for now. Kant need not worry about the quality of his food. Compared to the cavalry and farmers, his meal was quite satisfactory. Alas, such luxuries will soon be beyond my reach. He wiped the last bit of broth with the bread, savoring it before swallowing. The lunch hour had barely elapsed by 10 minutes when he heard footsteps outside the tent, the sound of leather boots crunching the slightly hardened sand, muffled as they sank into the dunes. It was evident that Rowan had arrived. My lord Baron, I hear you seek me. Rowan's voice called from outside the tent, tinged with both respect and impatience. Come in, Kant replied, his tone serene, seemingly oblivious to the undercurrents. The tent flap was lifted, and Rowan bent to enter, regarding Kant with a forced smile. My lord Baron, we are nearing the oasis of the outpost. Do you have any further instructions? Yet before Kant could respond, Rowan continued, if there are no issues, we are prepared to depart. Depart? Kant inquired, a hint of confusion in his gaze as he looked at Rowan. Shouldn't we proceed to the oasis of the outpost? The prospect of their destination had made Rowan impatient to continue traversing this harsh desert, and equally impatient to accompany this exiled baron on his mission. Moreover, as the cavalry captain, having endured numerous battles, how could he fail to grasp the implications? My lord Baron, my cavalry can hardly wait, he said. Casting a deep glance at Kant, his tone matter-of-fact. They have requested, through me, a portion of drinking water, and we would like to commence our return journey now. This was a resolute demand rather than a request for discussion, bordering on rudeness, reflecting Rowan and his cavalry's current, nearly uncontrollable attitude. Certainly, if that is your wish. To Rowan's surprise, Kant readily nodded and expressed his gratitude. This journey has relied upon your protection, for which I am truly thankful. It is our duty, Rowan smiled and nodded. However, Kant's subsequent words caused Rowan's expression to darken significantly. Unfortunately, our water supply is quite limited. Chapter 005. The gamble begins. Kant observed Rowan's astonishment, a subtle smirk curling at the corner of his lips. A hint of mockery, yet his demeanor remained calm, though the slight furrow of his brow betrayed his inner anxiety. In truth, we have nearly exhausted our water reserves. How much remains? Rowan's countenance grew grim. Very little, Kant replied. Outside, the temperature had soared to 70 C, yet the atmosphere inside the tent was decidedly frigid. The two men faced each other in silence, devoid of any topics for further conversation, but Rowan's expression was thunderous, akin to the ominous clouds before a storm, for he understood all too well what a lack of water signified. Not merely thirst, but the impending struggle for survival. A seasoned warrior, he possessed an acute instinct. To encounter over 50 gnolls so close to the oasis of the outpost indicated that the oasis had already been seized by the gnoll tribe. I see, Rowan eventually nodded, his somber gaze fixed on Kant. My Lord Baron, this is indeed dire news. Dire, yes, Kant affirmed. The atmosphere remained tense. Rowan's fists clenched tightly, his teeth gritted. But my Lord Baron, are you not afraid? Afraid of what? Kant feigned ignorance. Why should I be afraid? Huh? Rowan chuckled softly, a bitter laugh born of frustration. A tempest of anger brewing within him. How could he not fathom the gravity of the situation? Yet he dared not take action. Although Kant was a baron in exile, a despised scion of the Duke. Even if it were justifiable for Kant to perish, it must occur under dignified circumstances, not at the hands of an ordinary cavalryman of the Lion Duchy, for Kant still represented the bloodline of Duke Cameron. A nobleman of the Lion Duchy, Kant was acutely aware of the rules that governed this world. However, we can proceed to the oasis of the outpost, Kant remarked casually. According to records, it contains drinkable springs. Pausing, he looked at Rowan. It is sweet, high-quality spring water, more than sufficient even for brewing. That is indeed splendid, Rowan thought to himself, dismissing Kant's words as mere platitudes. He had no intention of indulging in further pleasantries. His expression darkening as he questioned Kant. My Lord Baron, what must we do next? We shall head to the oasis of the outpost, Kant replied with a smile. But the oasis is currently occupied by a horde of gnolls. With our numbers, we stand no chance against them. Rowan, lacking patience, tore aside the veil of pretense. Kant feigned surprise. What, my Lord Baron? We are all aware that none among us is a fool. Rowan inhaled deeply. We must eliminate the gnoll tribe at the oasis, or we shall all perish from thirst in this desolate desert. None will survive. Indeed, it is quite serious, Kant murmured, appearing not to grasp the full weight of Rowan's words. Rowan continued, my men have families, loved ones, and children. They do not wish to remain here indefinitely. It is unjust to them. Fixing a penetrating gaze on Kant, he intoned, my Lord Baron, I hope you comprehend. The gnolls have seized the springs at the oasis, Kant seemingly echoed, nodding in understanding. We shall vanquish those gnolls, and then you may return home. What is the plan? Rowan gritted his teeth. Having reached this critical juncture, he would not be so naive as to believe Kant lacked a strategy. After all, it was this young baron who had orchestrated their current predicament. Of course, Kant indeed had a follow-up plan. Observing Rowan's barely contained fury, Kant stated, we shall launch a surprise attack while the gnolls remain unaware of our presence. After all, they have yet to perceive our approach, so we still possess a tactical advantage. A surprise attack. Rowan's voice rose slightly. But this will result in heavy losses for my men. Taking a deep breath, Rowan gritted his teeth, saying, please be mindful, my lord. We have only 20 cavalry. And my men, Kant replied calmly. If our ambush succeeds, the gnolls will be thrown into chaos, and before they can mount an effective counterattack, we shall eliminate them all. Your farmers. Rowan's face bore unmistakable scorn and ridicule. I concede, they are adept at farming. They can fight as well, Kant countered. My lord Baron, you are playing with fire. Rowan glared at Kant, anger simmering in his eyes. This is irresponsibility towards my subordinates. Kant met his gaze with equanimity. If we do not take this risk, we shall all perish in this barren desert. This is a gamble with our lives. Rowan's voice rose slightly. War is inherently perilous, Kant retorted, undeterred, as he reached into his pocket and produced a purse. Will this suffice? The purse, crafted from sturdy linen, rustled as Kant tossed it over. This, Rowan caught it, the metallic weight palpable in his hands. This is your reward, 20 silver coins. 20 silver coins. Rowan's breath quickened. It was no trifling sum. Their monthly wages amounted to merely 20 small silver coins per person, and the exchange rate was 1 large silver coin for 100 small ones, indicating that each of them would receive 5 months additional pay. I understand you are to escort us to the oasis of the outpost before departing. This is my remuneration for your services. Kant regarded Rowan earnestly. You must understand. If our ambush succeeds, perhaps no one will perish. Especially in the hands of cavalry units wielding tactical mobility to their advantage, the effects of a surprise raid can reach their zenith. This is precisely why Kant resorted to such methods. Even at the risk of offending Rowan and his ilk, to compel them to remain. Merely relying on 10 novice Swadians and 20 peasant warriors to launch an assault would hardly bear fruit. When shall we commence? Rowan inquired, his expression softening slightly as he accepted the silver coins. Casting a glance at Kant, he offered his perspective. We must await a favorable moment, perhaps at the break of dawn when the wolf men are at their most complacent. No, Kant promptly dismissed his suggestion. While dawn indeed presents a time of vulnerability for the wolf men, it leaves little time for them to wait. What? Rowan furrowed his brow, confident in his wartime experience. Kant elucidated. The slaughtered wolfmen at the dune's flank will surely raise alarms at the sentry oasis. For if, by evening, none return, that wolfman tribe will undoubtedly suspect the presence of enemies nearby. Rowan's breath quickened. What then can we do? At dusk, after a moment's contemplation, Kant spoke earnestly. We shall strike in the sun's fading light. Fading light, Rowan echoed. Indeed. The sun shall be our ally, shrouding our figures in its glow. Kant inhaled deeply. By that time, they will not be able to discern us swiftly, and what you must do is charge in rapidly, plunging that wolfman tribe into utter chaos. Pausing slightly, he continued, At that moment, my men and I shall follow suit. Silence enveloped the tent as Rowan finally raised his head. Very well. We shall prevail, Kant smiled, gazing at Rowan and softly asserted. Trust me, today's battle will be a source of pride for you when you recount it joyfully over pints of pale ale at the tavern in the days to come. Rowan chuckled softly, fixing a deep gaze on Kant. Let us hope. He then stood and made his way toward the tent's exit, remarking to Kant, I shall prepare them. Very well. Kant nodded, alone once more in the tent. Kant's expression turned grave that a brutal battle was imminent. Among the cavalry tasked solely with escorting, it was likely that some would perish, and a portion of the 30 Swadians he currently had, his mainstay for the territory's future development, would also be lost. In life, one must occasionally take a gamble. Kant drew a deep breath. Having chosen the sentry oasis, he had effectively stepped onto the gambling table. Without capital, if he wished to survive and thrive, he had no choice but to fight with all his might. Kant ran his fingers along the light crossbow at his side, allowing himself a self-deprecating smile. Moreover, victory is not guaranteed to elude us. After all the scheming, was not victory precisely what he sought? It was a victory that must be attained. Chapter 006. The crimson of the setting sun. The time was 5 p.m. Dusk had settled. The sun, slanting toward the west, cast a golden hue over the dunes. Kant stood atop a dune, bathed in the sunlight that surged like a tide, enveloping him completely. Within a distance of less than a kilometer lay the sentry oasis. He could discern the shimmering reflections of the evening light dancing upon the yellow sands. That was the water source of the sentry oasis, a pond formed by spring water gushing forth, yet in terms of area, it measured merely 25 by 6 meters. Calling it a pond would be more accurate. Truly beautiful, Kant could not help but exclaim. Surrounding this pond were numerous lush desert shrubs and 6 towering poplar trees. Under the dusky sunlight, these verdant plants proudly extended their branches and leaves, as if narrating how they resiliently resisted the encroaching sands. Captain Rowan stood beside him, his expression impassive as he nodded. Indeed, it is beautiful. Kant replied calmly, Thus, we cannot allow these wolfmen to seize this place. Of course, Rowan continued to nod indifferently, his gaze swept over the sentry oasis, where he had already spotted tents erected around the pond, tattered and made from various materials, linen, bark, and even hides from hunts. They stood in stark contrast to the tents they had previously constructed. For these were the tents of the wolfmen, the very sight of their tribe. Drawing a deep breath, Rowan inquired in a low voice, "My lord Baron, when shall we commence?" "Do not rush." Kant turned to observe the sun, still radiating its last vestiges of power. The dim yellow rays of sunlight passed over their figures, casting the evening's golden hue upon the sentry oasis below, and equally upon the wolfman tribe below. Should they gaze upward, the sunlight, parallel to the dunes, would blind them. Kant nodded. "Now is the time." "Very well," Rowan replied with a cold nod, gripping his spear tightly as he swiftly descended the dune to the dune's base. 20 fully armed cavalrymen of the Lion Duchy stood with their warhorses, entirely prepared for battle, awaiting Rowan's command. An inescapable conflict was about to unfold, their faces equally impassive, their eyes filled with rage. They all understood who was responsible for their plight. Kant, the Baron of the Lion Duchy. Having trekked 6 days across the desert to take up his post, they had learned at noon that their supply of fresh water had vanished. Thus, they were compelled to fight with fervor, and their anger was palpable. "The great war god Edmund is watching over us." Rowan approached them, taking the reins of his warhorse, his expression grave. "Let these wretched beings, the wolfmen who can only consume sand in the desert, witness the valor of the Lion Duchy." "Victory!" The cavalrymen responded in unison. The Lion Duchy was founded on martial prowess, and their deities were represented by the war god Edmund. Therefore, they felt no fear, channeling their rage into strength. "It begins." Kant watched as the 20 cavalrymen mounted their steeds and charged toward the sentry oasis. The sound of clattering hooves reverberated against the sandy terrain, raising a storm of sand and dust behind them, akin to a whirlwind. Before the wolfmen within the oasis could even react, the cavalrymen plunged in with their long spears. The spear tips pierced through the chests of the astonished wolfmen. Blood flowed forth, yet the 20 cavalrymen of the Lion Duchy showed no inclination to relinquish their weapons. Gritting their teeth, they pressed on, driving their spears into the throngs of wolfmen, plunging deeper into the heart of the tribe. They understood their purpose, to incite even greater chaos. "It is our turn," Kant shouted resolutely, brandishing his light crossbow as he strode forward. 10 novice Swadians followed closely behind him, armed with long spears. 20 peasant warriors wielded scythes, flanking them on either side. Their pace was brisk, almost a jog, and the murderous intent in their eyes was unmistakable. For the sentry oasis, their future home, they were resolute in their claim. For the Lion Duchy, Rowan and the 20 cavalrymen pressed onward into the depths of the tribe. Their long spears had splintered, but they drew their swords, hacking fiercely at the wolfmen who appeared in a panic. The surprise assault proved remarkably effective. The wolfmen were utterly unprepared for an enemy strike, even when chaos erupted around them. Most stood bewildered, their green eyes wide with confusion. Even if they sought the source of the attack, it was a challenging endeavor. Each time they looked toward the west, where the screams erupted, the blinding rays of the dim yellow sun struck down upon them, rendering them unable to see. Clop, 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 clop. The sound of hooves grew ever closer, and only then did they realize the presence of human cavalry. Yet by then, it was too late. Rowan, leading his cavalrymen, raised their swords to cleave through the bodies of the wolfmen. Blood splattered, and the wolfmen, with their elongated fangs and gray fur, began to crumble, fear etched across their lupin faces. "Maintain formation. Follow me." The light crossbow in Kant's hands emitted a soft hum as a wolfman fell to the ground, a bolt having pierced its back and entered its heart. Yet Kant remained unfazed, his expression steely as he surveyed the depths of the wolfman tribe. Rowan and the 19 cavalrymen continued their onslaught with swords, sowing further panic, scattering blood and death. "Press on." Kant unsheathed his short sword, leading the 30 combatants behind him forward. The wolfman tribe, now enveloped in chaos, could scarcely muster an effective counterattack, allowing for rapid advancement. Countless anguished wails echoed around them, the wolfmen scattered in flight, old, young, and those in their prime all fleeing in terror. Faced with the sudden appearance of cavalry and the Swadian novices wielding long spears, Memories of a massacre from a decade prior resurfaced in their minds that it was the slaughter by the Lion Duchy. And for these wolfmen, it remained their deepest nightmare. Even now, it rendered them incapable of resisting further. Leave no survivors. We require no prisoners. Kant's voice rang out across the sentry oasis, heralding the grim fate awaiting the wolfmen. The cavalrymen continued their pursuit of the fleeing wolfmen. The farmers and new recruits of Swadia began to dismantle the tents of the wolfmen tribe around the lakes of the outpost oasis. Celebrating their victory on the battlefield, the wolfmen, having lost their will to resist, became mere lambs to the slaughter. Moreover, these savage primitive races could not match humans in terms of tactics or armament when it came to warfare. The sun dipped below the dunes, signaling the end of the combat. In the dim sky, the sun's remnants struggled to release its last flicker of light, while a faint moon began to emerge above. The night sky, adorned with stars, appeared as the sweltering heat of the day swiftly dissipated, and even the winds blowing from the depths of the desert carried a chilling breeze. In a few hours, the Ron Desert would plunge into a frigid -20°C. However, it was not that cold just yet. The cavalry, having just fought fiercely, returned on horseback, feeling the refreshing coolness of the breeze. "My Lord Baron, your territory is secured," declared Captain Rowan as he dismounted, his expression still impassive. The chainmail of him and the cavalry behind him was stained with large patches of blood, as if dye had been splashed upon them, presenting a rather unsettling sight. 4 or 5 unfortunate souls among them bore visible wounds, limping or hanging their arms. Clearly, this battle had not been without its toll. Some wolfmen, driven by the threat of death, had still managed to inflict minor injuries on the cavalry at the forefront. "Perhaps we should clean the wounds first," suggested Kant, nodding towards the injured. "If you don't mind, I can personally tend to your bandages, as I have learned battlefield first aid from veterans." "No need," Rowan curtly rejected. They were veterans from the barracks themselves. Cleaning and bandaging wounds were tasks they could easily manage. Captain Rowan coldly informed Kant, "We will leave immediately." The cavalry behind him regarded Kant with indifference. Even his attempt to lower himself did not earn them the slightest hint of goodwill. Everyone understood the reasons behind this battle. "Leaving already?" Kant furrowed his brow, somewhat helplessly stating, "This is indeed unexpected. You should rest here for a few days. Furthermore, the nights in the Ron Desert are hardly hospitable at -20°C. Insufficient warmth could threaten their very lives. We do not require rest. We will leave as soon as we replenish our fresh water." Wiping the blood from his face, Rowan's tone was not one of negotiation, but of certainty. He turned to the cavalry and commanded, "Why are you all standing there dazed? Hurry to the cart and fetch some water skins and clothing. Once filled, we prepare for our return. Be swift." "Understood," the cavalry replied in unison. Moving quickly, their roles were clear, and they promptly gathered their tents and warm woolen garments from the cart, each taking 5 additional water skins filled from the pond. "Well then, I wish you a swift return." Enjoying the light beer at the tavern, Kant shrugged helplessly. "You will likely boast about me, recounting today's battle." Rowan narrowed his eyes. The cavalry behind him remained expressionless. They paid no mind to Kant's cold jest, focused solely on their own tasks. Once everything was ready, they mounted their horses and departed without any intention of bidding farewell to Kant. In their eyes, he was no different from a stranger. "Goodbye," Kant waved. His expression calmed. A nobleman, a respected baron. He had learned the art of maintaining composure when it mattered. This was the survival code of the aristocracy. Chapter 007. The establishment of Dehirim. Kant understood the sentiments of the cavalry. Thus, he felt no anger at their indifferent departure, even without a word of farewell. On the contrary, these battle-hardened cavalrymen bore no joy from their victory. Both Captain Rowan and his 19 subordinates harbored resentment towards Kant, a simmering anger within them akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. The wolfmen were the vanquished, yet they too shared in the defeat. The true victor was Kant, the baron who had seized control of the outpost oasis. "Goodbye." Kant watched them vanish into the dunes. The Swadian recruits on watch approached with spears in hand to report, "My lord, they have all departed." "Indeed, they moved swiftly." Kant nodded. This was to be expected. They were a highly mobile cavalry unit. Unhindered by carts or infantry, their marching speed significantly increased. It was likely they would cross the Sangwaya Mountains and return to the suitable Lion Kingdom within 3 days. However, it is for the best that they have left. Kant exhaled a sigh of relief. Knowing that the outpost Oasis was now firmly in his grasp, as for the cavalrymen of the Lion Kingdom, the natives of this world remaining behind posed a dilemma for Kant, especially with the upcoming territorial development relying on the system. He would need to find an excuse to send them away, as prompts from the system had already appeared on his retina. Beep. After engaging in fierce combat, the enemy has been defeated. Temporary task: eliminate the Wolfman tribe completed. Reward: Desert Bandit Stronghold X1. Evaluation: brilliant strategy, commendable tactics. This resounding victory deserves accolades. On his retina, the completion notification from the temporary system materialized, but it was not the only one. Beep. Some of your troops can be upgraded. During the extermination of the Wolfman tribe, Kant's soldiers had also fought valiantly and achieved significant results. The situation descended into chaos. The Wolfmen lost their fighting spirit and began to flee like headless flies, many falling to the Swadian soldiers charging in with spears and polearms. Consequently, the soldiers gained substantial experience. For these still in the early stages, upgrades were a natural progression. Upgradable unit: Swadian farmers X20. Cost: 10 dinars each, can be upgraded to Swadian recruits. The upgrade option surprised Kant. The remaining 20 Swadian farmers could all opt for an upgrade. Even more unexpectedly, the recently upgraded Swadian recruits could also continue to upgrade. Upgradable unit: Swadian recruits X10. Cost: 20 dinars each, can be upgraded to Swadian militia. These recruits, armed with spears and clad in leather armor, comprised Kant's main infantry force in this battle. Having dispatched the majority of wolfmen who dared approach them, compared to farmers, these Swadian recruits were more than capable of fulfilling the basic combat role. However, the expenditure of dinars is rather excessive, Kant remarked, his brow furrowing. Upgrading 20 Swadian farmers to recruits would cost 200 dinars, and upgrading 10 Swadian recruits to militia would similarly require another 200 dinars. Dinars were the currency of this realm, existing solely within the system for Kant's use. However, Kant felt anxious as the combined cost of 400 dinars would nearly deplete his entire savings. Despite his discreet efforts to accumulate wealth through various temporary tasks since arriving in this world, he had only managed to save 500 dinars, having already spent 100 dinars on prior upgrades. The impending cost for upgrading the Swadian soldiers would mean bidding farewell to his entire fortune. This is quite unfortunate, Kant sighed softly, shaking his head in resignation that he silently repeated to himself. System, upgrade all. In this situation, saving dinars was not an option. With the wisdom gained from 2 lifetimes, he understood the gravity of the circumstances, having arrived in the Ron Desert. Isolated from the Lion Kingdom, Kant had effectively lost everything he once had, including any support from the Lion Kingdom. His greatest reliance lay with himself and these Swadian soldiers from the system. The arcane data of the system enveloped the 20 Swadian farmers, who began to grow stronger. They donned spears, leather armor, leather helmets, and short-handled axes at their waists, along with broad shields upon their backs. Meanwhile, the 10 Swadian recruits upgraded to Swadian militia appeared even more formidable. They became more robust, their spears replaced with heavy iron-tipped long spears, and beneath their linen robes, they wore reinforced armor, equipped with battle hose capable of breaching armor. And sturdier, thicker shields, they had completely shed their former peasant appearance. Although designated as Swadian militia, they resembled regular soldiers. In Kant's view, these militia would be qualified to partake in genuine warfare even within the Lion Kingdom. Salutations, Lord Kant. The 20 Swadian recruits and 10 Swadian militia stood in formation, as if in a parade, heads held high. This brought a smile to Kant's face. Excellent. With these 30 combat-ready infantry, he could finally secure his hold on the outpost Oasis with confidence. Even those werewolves who were defeated and fled into the desert have reorganized for a counterattack. Kant is not without the strength to fight back. On the contrary, he will firmly seize the Oasis and thrive even further. The flowers of the desert require blood to nurture them. Kant took a deep breath. The rich scent of blood still lingering in his nostrils, he looked up at the sky. The last rays of the sun had already set, and the bright moon appeared in the heavens, casting its pure light, accompanied by a dazzling array of stars, bringing forth a tranquility that belonged to the night. However, within the Sentry Oasis, the ground was strewn with the corpses of werewolves and the intense stench of blood, marring the serene scene. Clean up the battlefield, Kant commanded, waving his hand to the soldiers. Gather all these werewolf corpses and burn them. Understood, the soldiers replied, springing into action. The incineration of these werewolf bodies was necessary to prevent decay from contaminating the water source. After all, in the desert, the water resources of an oasis are precious strategic assets. The putrid bodies, once decomposed, could harbor various pathogens, and if they seeped into the sand and tainted the water, it would be a regret too late to remedy. This was a crucial point to heed. The soldiers understood this as well, so they worked together to drag the werewolf corpses, piling them beneath sand dunes several hundred meters away. Meanwhile, Kant closed his eyes, communicating with the system in his mind. After a 16-year-long main quest, it could finally proceed. Now that Kant had taken control of the Sentry Oasis, with the system's assistance, he could establish a village, develop his own power, and eventually dominate the entire Narain desert, or even extend his reach back into the Lion Duchy. System, is it possible to establish a village here? Kant silently inquired. Affirmative, the system replied succinctly, simultaneously bringing up a dialog box. Ding! After your careful exploration, you have finally discovered this area. Main quest, establish a village completed. Reward, 1,000 dinars. Description, this is an oasis in the barren desert. How you develop your village is open to discussion. The dialog box vanished. Before Kant's eyes, data from the system began to swirl and coalesce, and a two-story building made of stone and wood materialized in this world. This was the traditional architecture of the Swadia kingdom within the system. Simultaneously, a new system dialog box appeared. Ding! Your village has been established. Please proceed to name it. Note: naming will unlock the Lord's interface. Name it. Kant paused slightly, gazing at the building before him, and blurted out, Drahim. Drahim, the most renowned city in the Swadia kingdom, is situated at the very center of the Colradia continent, known as the site of 4 battles and reputed to be the city with the strongest defenses in the Swadia kingdom. Ding! Village named Drahim. The village was officially named. With Kant's affirmation, the interface for Drahim appeared on his retina. Drahim. Lord. Kant. Category: Swadia village. Population: 50. Buildings: Governance Hall. Constructible: houses, walls, mills, watchtowers, wells. Current troops: Swadia new recruits, 20. Swadia militia, 10. Recruitable: Swadia new recruits. Evaluation: this inconspicuous village called Drahim is nestled within a small oasis. Its future is uncertain. The data stream before Kant completely dissipated. The village he named Drahim finally stood before him. To call it a village might be an overstatement. Currently, Drahim consisted solely of the governance hall, which typically serves as the residence of village elders, and within the system, it is where players receive quests from NPCs and background buildings. However, in this world, it is a tangible structure. Esteemed Lord, a voice laced with compliments emerged, startling Kant. Just beside the stone building, the heavy wooden door swung open, and a stream of Swadian farmers clad in linen robes filed out, bowing respectfully with their hands over their hearts, greeting Kant. Kant nodded. It was then he recalled that the village interface for Drahim indicated a population of 50. Not too many, not too few. Exactly 50 Swadian farmers stood orderly before him. Chapter 008. The Troubles After Dawn. These farmers stood spiritedly. Excellent. Kant nodded in satisfaction. These 50 Swadian farmers would serve as the foundational populace of the village of Drahim. Their future development would largely rely on them as the mainstay. This was not merely a game. Kant could not rely solely on soldiers for battle. He also needed a sufficient number of farmers to help manage the village, allowing this village with just a governance hall to grow increasingly robust. Moreover, these 50 Swadian farmers alleviated the current security concerns. The 20 cavalry from the Lion Duchy had already departed, leaving Kant with substantial worries regarding the safety of the Sentry Oasis. Those fleeing werewolves would undoubtedly seek revenge, potentially regrouping to return and seize the oasis they once inhabited, leading to a fierce military clash with Kant. After all, the Sentry Oasis remained perilously exposed, with only 10 Swadian militia and 20 Swadian new recruits. They were woefully outmatched. The addition of these farmers significantly mitigated such threats. At the very least, armed with long-handled sickles, they could form a tight formation, making it rather fanciful for those werewolves, who possessed little iron weaponry, to breach their defenses. Development is still necessary, Kant contemplated. According to the system interface, the village currently comprised only the governance hall, a rudimentary structure. Other buildings, such as houses, walls, mills, watchtowers, and wells, would require investment of funds and time for construction. akin to the complexities of real-world building. This left Kant feeling helpless. Funds and time were precisely what he needed most. After all, the werewolves would not grant him that luxury. Moreover, his resources currently amounted to just the 1,000 dinars he obtained after completing the main quest of establishing the village. One regret Kant felt was that the currency of this world, whether small silver coins, large silver coins, or the more expensive gold coins, could not be converted into the dinars required by the system. A heavy burden lies ahead. Kant couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. The silvery moonlight enveloped the earth in the desert. Devoid of vegetation to moderate the temperature, a chill began to manifest. The night grew deeper. Within the sentry oasis, the hustle and bustle continued. Accommodating 80 people in a camp was no small feat. The only existing governance hall, although a two-story stone structure, was not particularly spacious, measuring at most over 500 square meters. Akin to a single villa in the homeland, that it was evidently impossible to squeeze 80 individuals inside. Kant had other arrangements. 30 soldiers would enter the governance hall to rest, while 50 farmers would erect tents around it. Kant had brought a substantial amount of living supplies in 3 horse-drawn carts, including larger multi-person tents and warm woolen garments, more than sufficient for the 50 farmers to endure the night. This arrangement also reflected Kant's rationale, or rather, the principle of sacrifice and choice. Regardless, the 10 Swadian militia and 20 Swadian new recruits represented Kant's current main fighting force. Losing even one would cause him considerable distress. This pertained to the future construction of his forces and could not be treated as mere expendables. Furthermore, the night watch would primarily rely on these 30 soldiers. Thus, they needed to rest well to prepare for any potential crises. The 50 farmers stationed outside the governance hall, due to their numerical advantage, could swiftly gather and form a dense formation to protect themselves under the alert of the watching soldiers, minimizing casualties even in the face of danger. Reality is often harsh. The so-called protection can sometimes be mere benevolence. Kant was not naive, on the contrary. He understood the concept of value, knowing how to exchange minimal costs for greater returns. All right, let us hasten our movements, Kant urged, eager to have the tents erected swiftly to avoid prolonged uncertainties. Meanwhile, several bonfires were lit, fueled by the tents and wood from the werewolf tribe, blazing brightly and radiating warmth, dispelling some of the night's chill. The campsite beside the sentry oasis was nearly completed. A militia member hurried over to report to Kant. "My lord, your room has been prepared." "Understood," Kant nodded. His room was located on the 2nd floor of the governance hall, protected by 10 Swadian militia, while 20 Swadian new recruits below ensured his absolute safety. The system's inhabitants existed solely due to Kant's presence. Therefore, he could fully trust their loyalty. Gazing up at the brilliant stars, a shiver ran down Kant's spine. "Everyone, be cautious," he reminded, then proceeded into the governance hall. Ascending the stairs located in the corner of the living room to the 2nd floor, Kant's room was at the far end, already tidied by the militia. The room, adjacent to the window, overlooked a pond. Kant looked up, and the night cast a gentle glow over the pond, shimmering as the wind stirred the water's surface, creating a captivating scene that left him enchanted. Kant couldn't help but exclaim, "How beautiful!" This was the first time he had witnessed such a breathtaking sight since arriving in the Narain desert. Unlike the ruggedness of the desert, this was a beauty of softness. However, he quickly composed himself, surveying the confines of his room. Kant realized that he would likely be residing here for an extended period. The modest space, approximately 10 square meters, was furnished with a wooden bed and wardrobe crafted from timber, accompanied by similarly rudimentary tables and chairs. Overall, the arrangement was sparse and cramped, reflecting the decor of an ordinary commoner. The bed was a single frame, adorned with a linen mattress and a quilt stitched from wool and cotton, embodying the quintessential style of the Kingdom of Swadia. Despite its unpretentious appearance, the room was meticulously tidy and devoid of any unpleasant odors. Quite satisfactory, Kant mused, finding solace in the prospect of sleeping in a protected room on a sturdy wooden bed. A far cry from the hasty, grave-like pits outside. Although he was the Duke's younger son, he was no stranger to hardship. He carefully placed his crossbow and quiver on the table and removed his linen cloak, which had shielded him from the wind and sand, giving it a few light pats before hanging it in the wardrobe. Nevertheless, Kant chose to keep his shirt and trousers on, along with a short sword at his side. With 10 Swadian militiamen residing nearby, it was prudent to maintain a degree of vigilance. After all, it was better to be prepared for any unforeseen events than to find himself in a state of chaos. He unfurled the quilt and reclined on the bed, surrendering to slumber. Having endured a long journey and a fierce struggle, Kant soon fell into a deep and restful sleep. The melodious chirping of birds eventually stirred him from his dreams. Chirp, chirp. Kant slowly opened his eyes, feeling a bit dazed. Two unfamiliar little birds perched by the window, resembling sparrows yet adorned with a touch of earthy yellow. They flitted about, pecking at the wooden window sill with their delicate beaks. Morning light streamed through the window, illuminating the room. Daybreak had arrived. Kant tossed aside the quilt, feeling the lingering chill of the early morning in the Rancha desert. However, he knew that it would not be long before the temperature surged to an unbearable heat. He reclothed himself and stood by the bed, gazing outside. The vast expanse of the sandy sea stretched into the distance, its earthy hue resembling a ravenous maw that threatened to devour everything. With only a hint of sparse greenery nearby providing a semblance of comfort and ease, this was the Watchtower Oasis. The crystal-clear spring water shimmered faintly, and at half a meter deep, the gravel and stones at the bottom were clearly visible. Kant could not help but exclaim, "How beautiful this is!" Indeed, compared to the Rancha desert, this oasis was akin to paradise, a paradise that belonged to him. Furrowing his brow slightly, Kant also noticed the multitude of filth within this haven. The disheveled tents of the wolfmen lay scattered along the lakeside, alongside heaps of long-standing refuse and even excrement, carelessly piled together with no regard for cleanliness. It was a desecration of the oasis. However, he found some solace in the sight of Swadian farmers already tidying up the litter. After all, this would soon be their living area, and the unsightly heaps of garbage were intolerable to these cleanliness-loving farmers who cherished the beauty of pastoral landscapes, leading them to take the initiative in cleaning. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door, accompanied by a voice from outside. "My lord, breakfast is ready. Would you like to eat now?" It was the same Swadian militiaman from before. "I shall come down for breakfast now," Kant replied. After closing the window, he stepped outside, where a robust militiaman awaited him respectfully. Kant inquired, "What is for breakfast?" "Sliced bread, along with a hearty stew of dried meat and cabbage," the militiaman responded. "A stew of dried meat and cabbage?" Kant paused, descending the stairs with a furrowed brow. "I do not recall us having any cabbage." After a moment's thought, he seemed to remember. "Is it the cabbage from the governor's hall?" Indeed, the Swadian militiaman nodded. "The storeroom contains 500 loaves of bread, 250 portions of dried meat, and 100 heads of cabbage." "So much?" Kant raised an eyebrow. The quantities of bread, dried meat, and cabbage were indeed substantial, calculated in the hundreds. Yet the militiaman hesitated before adding, "But that is only enough for 10 days. Kant was taken aback. 10 days' worth. The militiaman confirmed, "Yes. My lord, we must procure more food. Otherwise, we will run out in 10 days. Even with rationing, it will last only about 15 days. Upon reaching the exterior of the governor's hall, the greenery of the shrubs and the sandy terrain was vibrant. Yet Kant found no pleasure in the sight, frowning as he remarked, "How could we consume so much?" Surrounding him, 50 Swadian farmers were leveling the oasis, clearing away the trampled tents of the wolfmen and the scattered refuse and excrement. 10 Swadian militiamen patrolled with their heavy spears, while 20 newly recruited Swadian soldiers had already spread out on the surrounding dunes to form a watchful guard. "Very well," Kant nodded, his expression grave. "The quantity of food for 80 individuals is indeed substantial." Chapter 009. The scarcity of food supplies. These individuals from the Kingdom of Swadia were not frail or elderly. They were robust men. To suggest they ate little was utterly preposterous. From this day forward, the food reserves in Durim could only sustain everyone for 10 days. This revelation sent shivers down Kant's spine. What a jest! In this desert oasis, the absence of food and water would undoubtedly lead to death. And perhaps the most pressing concern, the wolfmen's counterattack could commence at any moment. Durim remained in a state of crisis. And the inadequate food supplies within the fief were a torment, an unrelenting torment, for Kant, the newly appointed lord, who found himself utterly destitute. "This is indeed troublesome," Kant mused, lowering his gaze as he contemplated the gravity of the situation. The issue of food must be prioritized, he resolved firmly. At all times, in any world, the matter of sustenance is paramount, whether in reality or in a game, or even in this unfamiliar realm. It holds true. For Kant, this was especially critical. The inhabitants of the Watchtower Oasis, stationed in Durim, required sufficient nourishment to sustain themselves. Only by maintaining their strength could they withstand the onslaught of the wolfmen. After all, to be famished and weak would render it exceedingly difficult to wield a weapon, let alone face the potential onslaught of numerous wolfmen. Even these Swadian farmers needed the energy to wield their long-handled sickles and protect their villages. I must devise a strategy, Kant frowned, his mind racing with calculations. While reducing food rations might extend their supplies, for Durim at this moment, it would be akin to killing the hen that lays the golden eggs, a foolish act that would only harm themselves. Without strength, they would lack the capacity to resist. Let us inspect the storeroom, Kant declared, returning to the governor's hall, the militiamen following closely behind. The storeroom was located in a corner room on the first floor of the governor's hall. Approximately 30 square meters in size, filled with shelves stocked with bread, dried meat, and plump heads of cabbage. The aroma of food wafted through the air. Is this all we have? Kant furrowed his brow, his demeanor somewhat displeased. The militiaman responded, Yes, my lord, this is all that remains. Upon inspection, it appeared that the militiaman's report was largely accurate. There were indeed around 500 loaves of bread, 250 portions of dried meat, and 100 heads of cabbage. Of course, one had to account for breakfast today. 16 loaves of bread, 5 portions of dried meat, and 5 heads of cabbage. Thus, while the storeroom appeared abundantly stocked for the 80 adults, 3 meals a day, plus additional provisions for the soldiers on watch at night, would only suffice for 10 days. After all, these Swadians were robust men. Each meal required a significant amount of food. Not to mention the increased energy demands for future developments within the fief, which would necessitate even greater food intake. Therefore, it was imperative to not only secure adequate food supplies, but also to diversify the types of food available. By the way, Kant raised his gaze slightly. Addressing the militiamen, I recall that there should be a considerable amount of supplies in those 3 carts. These were provisions he had prepared in the Lion Duchy, including a substantial quantity of food. While some had been consumed during the journey to the Watchtower Oasis, and some taken by the departing cavalry, there should still be a surplus, including those specially purchased items that were heat-resistant and suitable for storage. Also, we checked last night. The militiaman quickly replied. Inside, there are loaves of bread, smoked meat, sausages, and a small amount of salt, sugar, and spices. Kant nodded. What is the quantity? In total, it should amount to 3 days' worth. The militiaman responded. What? A mere 3 days' worth? Kant was astonished, struggling to believe it. He had purchased an entire cartload of food. His considerations had extended beyond mere sustenance during the desert trek. He had also accounted for the additional food requirements for the development of the Watchtower Oasis, which would have sufficed for nearly half a month for the prior 30 Swadian farmers. After our inspection, we indeed found only 3 days' worth. The militiaman continued to report truthfully, yet Kant's brow furrowed deeply. Resembling the character 4, this was utterly unexpected. So that means 13 days in total? Kant frowned. The militiaman nodded. Yes. Reflecting on the consumption during the journey, Kant's frown deepened. He was certain that his own food intake had not been excessive. Yet memories of the departing cavalry flashed in his mind, leaving him somewhat dazed. Those fellows, Kant could not help but clench his teeth. This is undoubtedly an act of revenge. Those ruffians are retaliating against him, exploiting the lives of those who risked everything to eradicate the Knoll tribe that occupied the outpost Oasis. Indeed, they have triumphed. Kant pressed his fingers against his brow, letting out a light sigh. Yet, he chose not to dwell in his anger. The fault lay with him. Reflecting on the situation, he realized that having just embarked on the development of his fief, the disparity between reality and ideals was stark, and the obstacles he faced made it difficult for him to maintain composure. He could only wonder how many more challenges awaited him in the future. My lord, a militiaman interjected, offering counsel. Perhaps you should eat something first. Breakfast is ready. A Swadian farmer, acting as the cook, approached with a tray bearing a large wooden bowl filled with hearty stew, comprised of shredded dried meat and chopped cabbage, seasoned with fine salt and pepper. The tray also held 2 palm-sized slices of white bread, already toasted to a tempting golden hue. Breakfast looks quite appetizing, Kant remarked as he took the tray. He cast aside his worries, relishing the moment of breakfast. The rich broth, paired with the succulent meat and cabbage complemented by the toasted bread, was delightful. The aroma of food wafted throughout the oasis as the Swadian farmers indulged in the bread and stew, their faces aglow with excitement, occasionally engaging in hushed discussions, bursting into hearty laughter at joyful topics. This was his fief, Kant cherished the invigorating yet bustling atmosphere that allowed for moments of respite. It was a pleasure derived from being distanced from the Lion Duchy, that whirlpool of power. Especially since he held complete dominion here. The intoxicating feeling of having everything within his grasp. No one is devoid of a desire for power, nor is everyone willing to live as a recluse. Ambition, it seems, is a universal trait. This is quite good, delicious indeed. Please extend my gratitude to the chef, Kant declared, setting down his utensils, satisfaction evident on his face. After breakfast, the furrow in his brow eased, and his spirits lifted as he departed the governing hall to stroll towards the Oasis pond. Purely to admire his fief in the designated land usage. Splash. However, Kant failed to notice that he had stepped onto something as he approached the pond. Before he could look down, a foul odor assaulted his nostrils. Glancing downward, Kant's usually composed expression twisted in disgust. Damn it, this is revolting. He had stepped in a sticky, brown substance by the pond's edge, knoll excrement. His face, now contorted in a grimace, surveyed the area around the pond. Discovering at least 30 such landmines, transforming the area into a veritable minefield, the primitive gnolls evidently had no understanding of sanitation or hygiene. In truth, these primal creatures seemed immune to common ailments. Damn it, Kant muttered under his breath, hastily retreating to rub his foot in the sand, trying to rid himself of the repulsive residue. Just then, a notification from the system appeared in his field of vision. Ding, temporary task issued. Temporary task. Restore the Oasis. Reward, 20 bags of flour. Description, your fief is situated within the Oasis. Yet it is currently tainted by filthy gnolls. Cleanse your Oasis for the hope of the future. A system task. Kant was momentarily taken aback, but as he read the details, a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. The unpleasant sensation of stepping in excrement diminished significantly. This was a timely boon. At present, the outpost Oasis was in dire need of food. Completing this temporary task would yield the very sustenance Kant required, 20 bags of flour, which could be transformed into bread with water. Though 20 bags may not seem substantial, they would afford him several additional days of comfort at that time. Kant would have greater options available to him, whether to return to the Lion Duchy to procure supplies or to venture deeper into the desert in search of a way forward. He would have ample time to decide without the pressing worry of food shortages overwhelming his plans. Restoring the Oasis will be a simple task, Kant thought to himself. In truth, even without the system task, he would have instructed the Swadian farmers to prioritize the cleaning of this Oasis. After all, the aftermath of the gnoll presence had left it in utter disarray. Trees. Kant had just contemplated assigning the farmers to clean when his peripheral vision caught sight of several populous Euphratica trees standing tall to the north of the pond, swaying gracefully in the morning sun. Yet, another tree materialized in his mind, a date palm, the reward for the system's temporary task, 20 mature date palms. Previously, Kant had completed 2 tasks. One involved defeating a raiding gnoll party, and the other entailed exterminating the gnoll tribe, earning him 20 date palms and a desert bandit stronghold, respectively. These rewards could manifest in this world instantaneously, just as the governing hall had. Chapter 010. The value of date palms, indeed, date palms, Kant mused, a smile gracing his lips. It was an unexpected delight, in fertile plains suitable for human habitation and the proliferation of flora and fauna. The date palm's utility was relatively minimal, serving merely as an ornamental plant for gardens or as an exotic fruit tree to enhance the variety of produce. In other words, the presence of date palms was largely dispensable. However, for the desert-dwelling peoples facing harsh conditions, these majestic palm trees represented a vital source of sustenance, a magnificent gift born from the desert. Such is the nature of date palms. Kant also understood that the sweet fruits they bore, the dates, were their essence. Dates are often hailed as the most nutritious dried fruit, dubbed desert bread, with 2/3 of their composition being sugar. The ancient Egyptians regarded the production of dates as a harbinger of harvest, while the Romans and Greeks used dates to celebrate victories and welcome triumphant soldiers. A single date palm can yield up to 300 dates, each weighing approximately 20 grams. This fruit boasts an exceptionally high nutritional value, containing various vitamins and natural sugars beneficial to human health. Moreover, the sweet, nutrient-rich date flesh can be consumed as food or fruit and serves as a raw material for sugar and alcohol production. They can be transformed into various confections, high-grade syrups, cookies, and dishes, as well as vinegar and alcohol. The sugar and nutritional value inherent in dates means that adults can sustain themselves on merely 6 dates per meal, truly deserving of the title desert bread. Thus, for a prolonged period, dates have been a staple food for desert peoples, a crucial crop for their survival. Even within the system, dates are a specialty of the Sultanate of Saran, and one of the strategic resources sustaining this desert nation. The significance of date palms extends far beyond mere nutrition. Nearly every part of the tree is valuable and can be utilized by human society. The trunks can serve as building materials and water troughs, their aesthetic form often making them ornamental plants. The fronds can be fashioned into chairs, beds, or containers for transporting fruits, vegetables, poultry, fish, and more. The leaves can be woven into mats, broomsticks, and trays, or used as fuel. The trunks can be employed to construct cottages and bridges, while the pits can serve as animal feed, and inferior dates can be used as fertilizer or fodder. Even in weapon manufacturing, date palms have their applications. For instance, components for long pole weapons and siege engines can be crafted from the trunks of date palms. In fact, some commonly used weapons among desert peoples indeed derive from the date palm. We must proceed cautiously. Kant silently nodded, carefully observing the outpost oasis surrounding the pond formed by the spring. 50 hard-working Svadian farmers had commenced their diligent task of clearing the refuse and filth left behind by the Knoll tribe, gradually restoring the oasis to its former clean and tidy state. This was the directive he had previously issued in anticipation of the system's temporary task rewards. 20 bags of flour were of paramount importance. The Svadian farmers were industrious and reliable, which put Kant at ease. Now, he needed to contemplate how to allocate the already scarce land within this outpost oasis to ensure the reasonable development of the future fief village, currently only comprising the governing hall of Dehiram. The outpost oasis was his most vital territory, and he could not afford to be negligent. Residential, commercial, agricultural, and handicraft zones. These were the essential areas expected of a thriving town, and Dehiram should also delineate them promptly. Otherwise, as the village grew, the disarray of urban planning would be most displeasing. After all, with the system as his guiding hand, Kant did not believe he would remain trapped in the desert indefinitely. The desert is not the end. The oasis is my cornerstone to success, Kant murmured to himself. After a meticulous examination, he had also formulated some ideas. The spring water emerged from the crevices of the earth, coalescing to form a pond. Based on Kant's observations, the pond measured 25 meters from west to east, with a width of 6 meters from north to south and a depth of 1 meter at the spring's center, gradually shallowing as the sandy terrain spread outward. It was this scarce water resource in the desert that laid the foundation for the formation of the outpost oasis. Surrounding the spring on both the north and south sides, approximately 50 meters of land remained unclaimed by the encroaching sands, with numerous delicate green plants thriving and the occasional cluster of lush shrubs making their presence known. Additionally, to the north of the spring, 6 stout, twisted populous Euphratica trees took root at the juncture of the desert and oasis, their pale yellow leaves adorning the branches, swaying gently in the breeze, reminiscent of a finely dressed woman dancing, a sight most pleasing to behold. The populous Euphratica, known as the desert tree, holds a status comparable to that of the date palm, earning it the esteemed title of the guardian of the desert. This remarkable tree plays a crucial role in stabilizing the ecological balance of arid river regions, preventing wind erosion, regulating the climate of oases, and forming fertile forest soil. It serves as a natural barrier for the agricultural and pastoral development of desert areas. It seems that the area north of the spring could be developed into an agricultural zone, Kant resolved in his mind. He stepped around the spring and made his way towards the 5 populous Euphratica trees, arriving at the juncture of desert and oasis soil. It appeared as a distinctly marked line. To the north lay yellow sands, while to the south the soil was slightly darker, stubbornly nurturing clusters of unknown weeds, indicative of the moisture beneath the surface that could support crop cultivation. The 6 populous Euphratica trees stood resiliently in the sandy terrain. As Kant approached, he estimated these trees to be decades old. Their trunks, approximately 6 meters tall, bore a slight twist, yet the foliage at their tops flourished abundantly, casting a comforting shade that tempered the harsh sunlight above. So, it is thus, Kant mused, as he used his short sword to dig a few times at the base of the tree, realizing the roots extend deep into the sandy soil to absorb moisture. Close to the oasis and the spring, it is not as arid as one might think. The roots of the populous Euphratica can delve 10 meters into the earth to extract water. Therefore, the mere sight of these trees in the desert indicates the presence of precious water resources within 10 meters beneath them. However, this is the outpost oasis, adjacent to abundant and sweet spring water. 20 date palms can form a row of trees, Kant nodded. His gaze seriously sweeping over the boundary between desert and oasis. He was determined to plant all the date palms here, just as the populous Euphratica did, serving as a windbreak for the oasis, preventing the desert from encroaching further, fortifying the sandy soil in preparation for the future cultivation of genuine crops. Whether in reality or within the system, both the desert tribes and the Sultanate of Sarand employ this method of cultivation. Outside stand the date palms, while inside lie the crops. Under the protection of the date palms, as long as there is sufficient irrigation, the crops can thrive beautifully within the oasis, and even when the date palms and other trees form a larger forest, sweet fruits and vegetables can be cultivated. Currently, the outpost oasis lacks freshwater resources. Therefore, even when planted at the edges of the desert, the roots of these date palms can draw moisture from several meters deep in the ground. Emanating from the oasis system, can date palms be planted here? Having devised a plan, Kant connected with the system in his mind. Yes, the system replied instantaneously. Simultaneously, the card-like image of the date palm materialized in Kant's mind, spreading through reality along with the data stream. Precisely where Kant had previously intended to plant them, the data stream dissipated, and at the sandy edge of the outpost oasis, 20 date palms took shape in a mere 2 seconds. These palms, over 7 meters tall, resembled the coconut trees that thrive on coastal beaches, yet their fruits were not large coconuts but rather clusters of purplish-red dates, each the size of an egg, drying to a deep crimson hue capable of being stored for many months. How beautiful, Kant couldn't help but exclaim. The date palms stood tall and straight, forming a linear distribution along the boundary between the desert and oasis. A gentle heat wave, carried by a soft breeze, caused the slender, flat leaves characteristic of palm plants to sway gracefully, exuding a unique charm akin to a captivating beauty in the desert, amidst the vast sands. The verdant plants are irresistibly enchanting, symbolizing life itself. The emergence of these date palms also caught the attention of the Swadia farmers and the vigilant soldiers, who cast surprised glances their way. Many farmers gazed longingly at the clusters of dates beneath the tree canopies. The purplish-red skin indicated that these dates had ripened, offering a sweet delicacy that, despite the proximity of the Kingdom of Swadia to the Sultanate of Sarand, had become a rare and expensive treat due to the ongoing war and banditry. "I need 10 people to assist," Kant called out. "We are at your service, my lord," responded 10 nearby Swadian farmers, who were tidying up a dilapidated tent. Upon hearing his words, they immediately set aside their tasks and hurried to Kant's side, awaiting instructions. "I need you to harvest all these dates," Kant instructed. "At once, my lord," the farmers replied, looking up at the enticing clusters of dates hanging from the 7-meter-high canopies. However, due to the height, it was evident that effective harvesting could not be accomplished without tools. Yet this posed no challenge for them. One farmer remarked, "I recall there is a 6-meter ladder in the council hall." "Indeed, there are also wicker baskets on the roof," another farmer added. "Excellent," Kant nodded in satisfaction. "You can take on this task." Nevertheless, considering the current food crisis in Durham, Kant prudently reminded them, "However, please be cautious. These delightful little treasures must not be damaged, or they will not store well after drying." The Swadian farmers shrugged and nodded affirmatively. "Rest assured, my lord, while they may not excel in combat, they were undoubtedly skilled in agricultural and miscellaneous tasks." Chapter 011. The stronghold of desert bandits. The 10 Swadian farmers divided their tasks efficiently. Some went to the council hall to retrieve the wooden ladder, while others climbed onto the roof to fetch the wicker baskets and scissors to snip the clusters of dates, facilitating their harvesting and drying. The dates were still in their freshly ripened state and required careful handling. That, of course, these farmers understood this well, having come from the fields as adept agricultural laborers. As long as they approached the task with diligence and care, it posed no issue for them. Kant felt reassured in trusting this task to the farmers at present. He had other matters to attend to, such as the stronghold of the desert bandits. This task's reward stemmed from the perilous mission undertaken the previous evening, in which Kant and the cavalry of the Lion Kingdom risked their lives to eliminate the werewolf tribe situated in the outpost Oasis. According to the system's task assessment, rewards for such high-risk missions were classified as advanced level. "This is quite intriguing," Kant mused, his thoughts swiftly connecting with the system. The data card for the item appeared vividly in his mind's eye, revealing a sandstone-constructed dwelling, with a soldier in leather armor holding a spear and leading a horse passing by the entrance. Undoubtedly, this was what could be described as a desert bandit in the most literal sense. However, Kant paused slightly, a frown creasing his brow as a thought crossed his mind. In the previous system, within the territory of the Sultanate of Sarand, there existed a type of wild creature bearing this name, known for roaming the vast sands, plundering merchant caravans and villagers, embodying the essence of ruthless brigands. Even in the early stages of the game, prudent players seldom ventured into the territories infested by these desert bandits. Could it really be these ruffians? Kant swallowed hard, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. If indeed these were the very bandits that swept through the desert like a whirlwind, it would present a tremendous reward for the current outpost Oasis, even more valuable than those 20 date palms that could provide additional rations. Though his heart raced, Kant maintained a calm demeanor. His childhood experiences had taught him the art of concealing his true emotions beneath a facade of composure. He hastened towards the southern side of the outpost Oasis. After circling the spring, the area where the council hall was located would become the future residential and handicraft zone of Durem, a section he had delineated. Should trade flourish in the future, a commercial district might even emerge. The northern area, home to the 6 populous Euphratica trees and the 20 date palms, was designated purely for agriculture, although the cultivable land in the outpost Oasis barely exceeded half an acre. Considering the future growth of the territory, lacking a personal food supply would mean being at the mercy of others. Kant naturally would not abandon agriculture, even if the yield was minimal. In fact, he contemplated the possibility of dispatching personnel to the Lion Kingdom across the Sangwaya Mountains to excavate substantial amounts of soil to enhance the cultivable area of the outpost Oasis using this rudimentary method. After all, the distance between the outpost Oasis and the Sangwaya Mountains was approximately a 3-day journey for cavalry, and merely 7 days for carts and foot soldiers. That a week's distance was manageable for Kant's urgent aspirations to develop the Oasis. My lord, 10 Swadian militiamen were on standby near the council hall. Upon seeing Kant approach, they respectfully bowed their heads in greeting as a show of their deference. Kant acknowledged with a nod, offering no further instructions, simply responding, "Stay vigilant." The threat of the werewolves still loomed in the shadows. Not only the 10 awaiting Swadian militiamen but also the 20 fresh Swadian recruits patrolled the surrounding dunes, ready to swiftly return to the vicinity of the council hall should any situation arise, uniting with the 50 Swadian farmers to resist any foes. Although their numbers totaled only 80, as long as they maintained the courage to fight for their homeland. With each armed with polearms, they could form a tight formation capable of fending off even 200 werewolves. Furthermore, Kant was about to welcome a new type of soldier, the desert bandit. Arriving at the site of the council hall, Kant meticulously examined the terrain. As long as the construction of this desert bandit stronghold is confirmed, a second edifice will emerge within the oasis of watchtowers. Moreover, this structure pertains to the combat units currently at Kant's disposal. System, establish it on the eastern side of the governing hall, Kant decisively declared. As his words resonated, a torrent of data streams instantaneously materialized upon his retina. Adjacent to the governing hall, a building hastily took shape, constructed simply from stone and timber. In less than 2 seconds, the structure, which had previously existed only as a data card, was rendered tangible in this world. It was the desert bandit stronghold, as dictated by the system. Kant scrutinized the building. It was a single-story house with a stone foundation and wooden framework, measuring approximately 100 square meters and standing about 3 meters tall. Compared to the 6-meter-tall governing hall nearby, it appeared rather diminutive. However, alongside it stood a stable, constructed from wood and measuring over 20 square meters. A few soft snorts echoed from within, causing Kant to pause momentarily. Is there truly someone there? His gaze sharpened, for he was certain he had not misheard. The unmistakable sound of snorting was characteristic of horses, indicating their presence in the stable, and suggesting that indeed, there were individuals within this structure. The narrow wooden door was pushed open from inside, revealing 5 robust men clad in linen robes and wielding long spears, who stepped out with haste. Their sun-kissed faces bore the marks of coarse muscle, yet their demeanor exuded utmost respect. "We humbly salute you, esteemed lord." The 5 men greeted him with a bow. "Very well," Kant replied with a slight nod. A smile gracing his lips, the delight in his eyes was unmistakable, for he had surmised correctly. These 5 formidable men were none other than the desert bandits who had once roamed the Sultanate of Sarland like a tempest. Beneath their seemingly rudimentary linen robes, they donned finely crafted leather armor. Armed with 2-meter-long spears, they had round shields and blunt hammers strapped to their waists, while their bulging leather bags were neatly packed with 4 short javelins. Together with the desert horses in the stable, they were a force to be reckoned with. Whether charging on horseback or hurling their lethal javelins, they were adept at wreaking havoc in close combat. Their round shields could withstand enemy assaults, while the blunt hammers, designed to breach armor, posed a dire threat to even the most well-equipped foes. Excellent, truly excellent, Kant remarked with a smile, then inquired, is this stronghold currently manned by only the 5 of you? Indeed. My lord, the 5 bandits affirmed, with one adding, if you are willing to pay 30 dinars per person, we can provide 1 bandit to accompany you each week, and thereafter, the maintenance cost will be merely 12 dinars weekly. Sounds agreeable, Kant nodded. Although the recruitment fee of 30 dinars was steep, and the weekly maintenance cost of 12 dinars was not insignificant, Kant deemed these expenses acceptable due to the intrinsic value of these fierce brigands. They were exceptional amongst second-tier troops. For instance, the 10 Swadian militia he currently commanded paled in comparison. Indeed, if tactically deployed, these 5 desert bandits could eliminate all 10 Swadian militia without suffering a single loss. Even if the militia were equipped with heavy iron-tipped spears, their brutal skills honed in the harsh desert spoke volumes. Khan inquired, are they currently available for recruitment? The bandits fell silent after their explanation, as the system took over to respond to Kant's question. Recruitment is possible. The system's prompt echoed in Kant's ears. Would you like to proceed with recruitment? Recruit, Kant affirmed with a nod. Recruitment, Desert Bandit 1. Cost, 30 dinars, a prompt box appeared. And shortly thereafter, the wooden door of the stronghold was pushed open once more and a similarly attired desert bandit emerged, swiftly joining the other 5 comrades, exuding an air of formidable prowess, though he bore a look of deference towards Kant. His eyes still scanned the surroundings with a bandit's scrutinizing gaze, as if ready to plunder at any moment. With these 6 desert bandits, our safety is significantly enhanced, Kant mused, feeling remarkably satisfied. These 6 brigands were no ordinary infantry. They were bona fide cavalry, equipped with spears, capable of serving as ferocious shock troops that could tear through enemy lines and shatter opposing forces in a charge. Dealing with those primitive tribal wolfmen would be a trivial matter. My lord, came an urgent call from behind him just as Kant reveled in his satisfaction. Turning slightly, he saw a Swadian farmer hurrying towards him, clutching a worn ceramic jar, shouting, we seem to have discovered something. Chapter 012. Coarse salt in the jar. The jar was a dull yellow, roughly the size of an adult's head, and showed significant wear from prolonged use. The patterns that should have adorned its surface were now faint and indistinct. My lord, I believe this discovery warrants your attention, the farmer said, approaching quickly while cradling the jar with caution. Wait a moment, Kant interrupted, furrowing his brow. Especially upon seeing the weathered jar, he remarked, if what you speak of is this dilapidated jar that ought to be buried, I believe it unnecessary to bring it forth. This world lacked porcelain technology, yet it did not imply an absence of advanced pottery-making skills. Exquisite ceramics held substantial value, and to Kant's noble eyes, this shabby jar was of no interest to anyone but the destitute. Even if discarded in a street corner, it would likely remain untouched for ages without a cleaner's intervention. The Lion Duchy was rich in clay. Thus, high-quality pottery was far from scarce. No, it is not this jar, the farmer clarified, shaking his head. What is it then? Kant inquired with a hint of curiosity. It is this. The farmer approached Kant, still carefully holding the jar, which seemed to contain something inside that shimmered white under the sunlight. The Kant's eyes widened slightly, for it appeared somewhat familiar. As he scrutinized the jar, he discerned that the white substance within was a pile of solid powder. A sudden realization struck him. Salt. His pupils dilated in surprise. The farmer nodded affirmatively. Yes, my lord, it is salt. Joy flickered in Kant's eyes that in this underdeveloped world, both salt and sugar were scarce commodities, even as the son of a duke and a baron of the Lion Duchy. The supplies he brought to his fief comprised merely 2 baskets, 10 pounds of salt, 10 pounds of sugar, and 5 pounds of black pepper. Where did this jar of salt come from? Kant swallowed hard. His spirit invigorated as he gazed at the farmer. Inside one of the larger tents belonging to the wolfmen, we found this jar while clearing the area, the farmer replied, pointing to the grass nearby. Wolfmen. Kant licked his lips, his brow furrowing slightly. As he glanced over at the still partially dismantled tent made of animal hides and linen, which appeared larger than the usual wolfmen tints. A realization dawned upon him. It was likely the tint of the wolfmen's leader. Though primitive, there existed a hierarchy, and the leader possessed a significant portion of the tribe's wealth. However, Kant was curious as to why salt would be found in this wolfmen tribe, even in relatively affluent Lion Duchy. Most small landowners would likely not possess such a quantity of salt. This salt must originate from the desert salt mines. One of the desert bandits interjected, speaking with certainty, as they clearly recognized the substance. Their eyes scanned the white salt powder within the jar, its slightly grayish hue further affirming their claim. Moreover, it is coarse salt collected from open-air salt flats. Coarse salt from the salt flats. Kant turned. Raising an eyebrow, the bandits nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it is similar to the salt produced by the salt mines in the Sultanate of Saarland. They further elaborated, however, this salt is likely raw and simply cleaned, meaning it contains traces of grit, resulting in a rather poor taste. Typically, artisans from Saarland would filter this coarse salt through water, then boil it down to produce finer table salt. I see, Kant nodded thoughtfully. Yet, as he gazed at the coarse salt in the jar, his mind began to ponder. If this is the case, then we can surmise there may be a salt flat hidden deep within the Luan Desert. Kant maintained a calm demeanor. Though his voice betrayed a hint of excitement, the desert bandit nodded affirmatively. Indeed, barring any unforeseen circumstances, that is the case. A look of joy illuminated Kant's face, despite his efforts to maintain a composed demeanor. The exhilaration within him made it somewhat difficult to contain. This is truly splendid news. Kant swallowed hard, his fists clenched tightly. In the modern era of Earth, salt may seem trivial, yet throughout history, this seasoning, which imparts a salty flavor, has represented luxury and opulence, a commodity reserved solely for the affluent, both in the East and the West. In this realm of swords and sorcery, reminiscent of the medieval ages. The same holds true. Salt is an expensive condiment and a frequently utilized material for spell casting by sorcerers. Thus, possessing such a precious resource essentially equates to wielding wealth. Now, in the desolate depths of the Nalan Desert, the existence of salt-rich saline land was indeed exhilarating for Kant. This is an opportunity. He swallowed again, his eyes gleaming with ecstatic seriousness, for as a time traveler, he understood well the significance of controlling a salt production site. Wealth, prospects, and intrigue awaited him. Casting a glance around, Kant licked his lips, and his heart settled. The Sentry Oasis housed only his village, and within Dehiram, there were no outsiders present. Thus, this secret was known solely to him. Ding! After considerable effort, the Oasis has been cleared. Temporary task. Reorganize the Oasis. Completed. Reward. 20 bags of flour. Evaluation. Merely a simple physical task, easily accomplished. Wouldn't you agree? Just as Kant reveled in his joy, a notification chimed from the system. On his retina, a dialog box appeared, confirming the completion of the temporary task he had undertaken that morning. Simultaneously, in a mysterious space within his mind, 20 bags of barley flour were ready, materializable at his will. A double delight, Kant smiled, looking down at the jar of salt at his feet, which brought him even greater joy. As long as Dehiram flourished and he possessed sufficient means for self-defense, this salt could significantly aid him in establishing trade routes with the Lion Duchy, amassing even greater wealth. Salt was tantamount to hard currency. His eyes sparkled as a new temporary task was issued by the system. Ding! Temporary task released. Temporary task, the origin of salt. Reward, 5 standard Swadia houses. Description, what does this salt come from? This is a question worth exploring the depths of the desert. Perhaps you may uncover unique resources, such as this precious salt. Gazing at the dialog box on his retina, Kant chuckled softly, shaking his head. Even without this task from the system, he would undoubtedly arrange for someone to investigate the origins of this salt. The saline land. That belongs to me. Kant's expression bore a resolute determination that it would be a pity for such a valuable resource to fall into the hands of those primitive wolfmen. This salt mine must be under Kant's control. There would be no pretense of compassion or excuses. To put it plainly, Kant aimed to monopolize this resource to facilitate his development, even if it meant inciting conflict with the Wolfman tribe. The Swadians fear nothing. Deep within Kant's eyes lay pride and authority. In the Colradia continent, the Swadian kingdom was renowned for its battlefield prowess. Thus, slaughtering some primitive tribes of wolfmen would be exceedingly simple. Moreover, with the system, Kant could sustain his forces through warfare. Even if it cost the lives of 10 Swadian farmers to elevate one to the rank of Swadian knight, it would be a worthwhile exchange. We shall deliberate further. Yet, Kant restrained his emotions. Quickly regaining composure, the salt mine must be sought after, but venturing deep into the vast Nalan desert warranted caution. He could not recklessly charge into the desert based solely on a system task, for that would be akin to the foolishness of a headstrong youth. However, observing the 6 desert bandits nearby, Kant's smile broadened. Fortunately, I have desert experts. Chapter 013. The wisdom of the Sarandians. These desert bandits were Kant's source of confidence. He was certain that he could accomplish this temporary task from the system. Hailing from the Sarandian Sultanate, these bandits had long since adapted to the harsh desert environment, honing their skills amidst the endless sands. Making them quintessential experts in desert survival, their assistance would be invaluable as they ventured into the Nalan Desert. As for the saline land rich in natural salt, Kant had already made up his mind. It was a goal he would not abandon. Kant, the youngest son of the powerful Duke Cameron of the Lion Duchy, though not favored due to his deceased mother, had received a noble education and ample training, being a time traveler with 2 lives' worth of experience. His learning ability was exceptional, granting him extensive knowledge. Now, having acquired intelligence regarding the salt resource, he fully recognized that he could stir up a tempest within the Lion Duchy, a land dominated by plains and hills. For it did not produce salt. Moreover, the neighboring duchies, all human territories, lacked salt mines to savor the delightful essence of salt. One would need to import it. According to the tomes he had perused within the castle's mage tower, merchants had to journey to the distant western mountains, territories not belonging to human nations, but instead the realm of stout dwarves skilled in tunneling and metallurgy. It was these dwarfs, standing around 1 4 meters tall, from whom the salt was procured, then transported over long distances for sale. These dwarves operated a salt mine reaching 300 meters underground, extracting day and night to meet the salt demands of numerous nations, rendering them the continent's largest salt exporters. Consequently, within human territories, salt commanded a high price, unaffordable for the average citizen. 1 pound of fine white salt could be exchanged for a robust horse, illustrating the exorbitant value of this seasoning. Even more precious were spices. For instance, the finest black pepper could, in years of scarcity or warfare disrupting trade routes, fetch a price equivalent to that of gold, a luxury esteemed by the high nobility. Kant was acutely aware of this, having attended numerous banquets over the past 16 years in this world, yet he had never indulged in a lavish feast enriched with a variety of spices. Though this world brimmed with swords and sorcery, wondrous artifacts and fantastical races, it fundamentally resembled Earth's medieval Europe, characterized by scarcity and simplicity, an era of feudalism that could be quite disheartening. Kant took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumult within his heart to regain his composure. The reality remained. Without sufficient strength, he would not dare to approach the Lion Duchy. Those were ravenous wolves, insatiable beasts. The principle of having wealth brings peril had been starkly revealed in his past life, should the barren image of the Nalan Desert be shattered by the revelation of a lucrative salt mine. It could attract the attention of the nobility within the Lion Duchy, potentially leading to an untimely demise for him, the Baron of the Century Oasis, at the hands of unknown bandits. Kant had never held a high opinion of the security environment in this world. Power was paramount. When a child clutched gold amidst a pack of marauders, the outcome was all too predictable. I must possess strength, Kant mused, shaking his head slightly, yet a smile graced his lips. He was confident, for the essence of the Swadian kingdom resided within the system that was innately his golden finger. Let us continue our work, Kant instructed the awaiting Swadian farmer. Yes, my lord, the farmer replied respectfully, nodding. However, just as the farmer turned to leave, seemingly recalling something, he clutched his worn ceramic jar and inquired of Kant, My lord, what should we do with the coarse salt in this jar? This salt was unrefined, containing not only grit, but also various harmful substances, directly scraped from the saline land. It posed no issue for the ravenous wolfmen, but for humans with more discerning palates, it was a challenge. Consuming this coarse salt could lead to severe gastrointestinal distress, and, in extreme cases, could even be life-threatening. Kant pondered, his gaze shifting to the 6 desert bandits. My lord, we shall boil the salt to transform this coarse salt into edible salt, one of the bandits assured him. Nodding confidently, that is quite simple. Excellent, Kant replied, satisfied with their assurance. The Sarandian Sultanate's desert also contained saline land, and those who made their living in the desert had long utilized certain principles to convert inedible coarse salt into a consumable seasoning. All that was required was a stove, 2 large pots, and ample charcoal, resources readily available in the governing hall. Kant watched with curiosity as the desert bandits prepared to transform this raw and harmful coarse salt into edible salt. Will you filter the impurities using charcoal? Kant mused. His basic education from his previous life not having gone to waste, the flames danced to life in the stove. The spring water in the large cauldron quickly reached a boiling point. While the desert bandits poured all the coarse salt from the dilapidated clay pot into it's steam rose, the crystalline salt gradually dissolved in the boiling water. However, the once clear spring water now exhibited a murky hue, with countless tiny particles becoming visible to the naked eye amidst the bubbling liquid. These were grains of silt. Reduce the heat. We shall use a gentle flame, one of the desert bandits instructed. Another companion, waiting nearby, promptly diminished the fire's intensity. The boiling salt water gradually subsided, revealing a thin layer of sediment at the bottom of the cauldron. While salt dissolves in water, the solid remnants would settle. Quite fascinating, Kant nodded, recognizing it as a practical application of knowledge. After some time, the salt water became clearer, yet the sediment at the bottom had accumulated significantly, making it hard to believe that the previously pristine-looking coarse salt could be so filthy. Prepare, commanded the desert bandit overseeing the operation. The others swiftly brought over another large cauldron, filled to the brim with charcoal. This was the key to filtering out impurities. The bandit retrieved a large wooden ladle and began pouring the salt water into the charcoal-filled cauldron, moving quickly and with practiced ease, until only a thin layer of brine and a layer of dirty sediment remained in the iron pot. We are nearly done, he instructed a nearby companion. Dispose of this refuse and cleanse the iron pot. At the same time, he wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to Kant with a smile. My lord, after letting it sit for an hour, we will switch pots and charcoal, repeating this filtration process 4 times. Finally, we will reduce the remaining water to extract fine edible salt. Excellent, Kant nodded. Gazing at the steaming iron pot, with salt water mingling amongst the charcoal, he realized that these natural filters would eliminate most impurities. After several cycles, only the final brine would remain. Continuing to heat the iron pot would yield the edible salt. My lord, affirmed the desert bandit, this will result in superior white salt. Very good, indeed, Kant replied, his face beaming with joy. A truly delightful prospect. He fully understood the significance of white salt and its value. This pristine, snow-white fine salt commanded a high price in the Lion Duchy, accessible only to the affluent nobility and wealthy merchants. Never falling below 50 large silver coins per pound at it was a luxury reserved for the elite, starkly contrasting with the coarse well salt consumed by prosperous peasants and lesser landowners. Not only was it costly, but it also symbolized status. I can hardly contain my excitement, Kant beamed, envisioning how, in merely half a day's time, he could transform inedible coarse salt from the saline lands into precious fine white salt. As long as Kant controlled this natural salt deposit, it would be a monopolistic windfall. Although he could not yet openly form a trading caravan to flood the Lion Duchy with salt, he could discreetly sell small quantities of fine white salt on the black market, certain it would attract eager buyers. This fine salt represented more than just a seasoning. It was a vital component for the mages at the wizard's tower and a mark of dignity for the nobility. In short, Kant had no worries about demand. Chapter 014. A lavish dinner time passed swiftly. The sun dipped beneath the western sand dunes, casting a dusk-like curtain across the horizon. Nightfall approached. The brilliant Milky Way subtly emerged in the sky, accompanied by a crescent moon casting its silvery glow. Here lay the Lunsa Desert, the guard oasis of Dehiram. Farmers from the Kingdom of Swadia continued their toil, wielding tools as they carefully cultivated the sandy land to the north of the oasis, clearing away useless weeds and shaping the contours of arable land, while simultaneously excavating irrigation channels to direct the spring water effectively. This newly cultivated land constituted the agricultural area of Dehiram. Though presently barren, lacking any crops, it was prudent to prepare ahead. The primary aim of the irrigation channels was to nourish the date palms. Currently, 20 mature date palms were the only crop yielding sustenance for Dehiram, while they were trees producing clusters of dates. They nonetheless offered a means to stave off hunger and alleviate food shortages. Furthermore, these date palms served as a robust defense against desert encroachment. As long as the root systems of the trees thrived and spread widely, The underlying sand would be anchored, thus maintaining the stability of the oasis. Rather than diminishing due to desert erosion, the oasis would gradually expand, aided by the accumulation of fallen leaves that would eventually form a layer of soil. Coupled with ample water resources, certainly, this beneficial cycle of oasis growth would occur over centuries through natural evolution. Prepare dinner. Tonight we shall have an extra meal, Kant remarked, observing the weary farmers with a smile. Add more dried meat. After such laborious work, they need ample nourishment. 3 farmers designated as cooks nodded, quickly gathering their cooking utensils. They had been prearranged by Kant and had not engaged in digging irrigation channels or meticulously maintaining the oasis. Instead, they began dinner preparations in the afternoon, for Kant had instructed that the evening meal should be more substantial. Though their culinary skills were modest, the presence of meat alone sufficed to ensure an excellent dinner. Moreover, the morning's harvest of dates yielded an impressive 40 baskets. Even if everyone consumed only bread and dates, washing it down with the oasis spring water, it could sustain them for 15 days. Not to mention the 20 additional bags of flour recently added to the storeroom, which could ensure food for all for at least 30 days, while they still lacked reliable food sources. They were momentarily free from worries about sustenance. The kitchen in the governing hall soon blazed with fire. Before long, the aroma of food began to waft through the oasis, carried by the winds far and wide. The farmers, having eaten only bread and dates at midday, were now ravenous and salivating at the mouth-watering scent, eagerly gazing toward the kitchen. The wait before the meal was torturous for their growling stomachs. Yet, even more discomforting were the Swadian recruits, armed with spears, maintaining vigilance throughout the oasis. They too had yet to eat, but for the safety of the entire village, sacrifices were necessary. 20 men were divided into 2 small squads. Stationed on either side of the dunes. As darkness enveloped the sky, aided by the twinkling stars and bright moonlight, they could still barely discern scenes 100 meters away. They remained ever watchful for the lurking wolfmen. Likewise, the 10 Swadian militia in Dehirim maintained a cautious watch. Thankfully, thus far, all remained safe. Yet, such fortune should not lull them into complacency. No one knew when those vicious wolfmen might strike. Dinner is ready, called the 3 farmers from the kitchen, bringing forth a large pot filled with golden brown bread, dried meat, cabbage, and a thick vegetable soup made with flour. Of course, fresh dates were also not forgotten. Thank you, my lord, for providing us with food, murmured the farmers in gratitude as they sat down to eat. Kant nodded in response, raising his hand. It is the fruit of our labor. This was a simple ritual, for Kant was their lord, as well as the owner of the system, akin to the supreme ruler of these Swadians. Deserving of their respect and heartfelt reverence, the Kant's dinner was also prepared, enhanced with black pepper, sugar, and the fine white salt derived from the desert bandits' filtration process. The flavor is quite delightful, Kant remarked approvingly. The dried meat had been pre-roasted and sprinkled with crushed black pepper, emanating a rich, enticing aroma. Dipping it in the pure white salt served in a wooden dish, Kant savored it, transported back to the lavish feast of Duke Cameron. Relishing the succulent noble roast, upon swallowing, Kant's eyes narrowed in delight as he smiled, reminiscing, simply splendid. The dinner was thoroughly satisfying. Not only Kant, but also the farmers, weary from a day's labor, felt the same. Even the soldiers, who had rotated their shifts for dinner, expressed their genuine satisfaction with the evening's meal. In this desolate desert, it was a rare occasion to enjoy such delectable food, coupled with the sweet dates and refreshing spring water. The experience was truly delightful. Many farmers mused how wonderful it would be to lie in a bed rather than a sandpit. Alas, at present, Dehirim comprised only the governing hall and the bandit stronghold. To acquire more housing, they needed to complete the new temporary task of discovering the source of the salt, after which the system would reward them with 5 standard Swadian brick and wood houses. For now, most could only sleep in tents or sand pits. Remain vigilant tonight, Kant advised before retiring. The soldiers assured him, my lord, rest assured. Everyone was weary from the day's exertions, so an early rest was welcome. The soldiers would take turns on watch, ensuring everyone's safety throughout the night. Soon, all had settled down. As the Swadian farmers returned to their sand pits, the sounds of snoring echoed through the oasis, resonating like a jarring alarm. The night deepened, and darkness enveloped the realm, leaving only the farmers' snores and the 5 Swadian militiamen stationed on watch to keep vigil over the slumbering oasis. Oh, this snoring is truly unbearable. One of the militia members shook his head helplessly and sighed, I am utterly devoid of sleepiness. Persevere, it is nothing of great consequence, replied his companion, clutching a hefty spear in his arms. His tone lacking any reproach. You have no idea what it's like to sleep beside you. Your snoring is equally thunderous at night. Really? The first militia member rolled his eyes in exasperation. How could I be unaware? You were fast asleep, his comrade jested, like a dead pig, just as he was about to retort. The corner of his eye caught sight of some dark shapes on a nearby sand dune, causing his heart to skip a beat. Hey, what is that over there? He remained cautious and nudged his companion with his elbow. Huh. The other militia member frowned and glanced in the indicated direction. It was the eastern dune of the outpost Oasis, bathed in the ethereal glow of moonlight and starlight. Beneath the deep, dark sky, the expanse of tawny sand bore the marks of wind's caress, appearing rather peculiar. However, the expression on the militia member's face grew grave. Something is amiss. Indeed, I just saw a shadow. The other militia member gulped. An ominous premonition surged within him, prompting him to mutter, "Could it be those damned werewolves are attempting to ambush us under the cover of night? Go awaken the others." His companion did not respond but spoke with a serious tone. "Move swiftly." Understood. The militia member, equally solemn, dashed towards the rooftop. For just beyond the horizon of their sight, atop that dune, shadows were slowly emerging, illuminated by the moonlight. They bore an unmistakable resemblance to upright beasts rather than humans. They were aware that the defeated werewolves had indeed come to launch a night raid. Chapter 015. The pervasive stench of blood. News of the impending attack spread swiftly across the outpost Oasis. Those who had been soundly asleep were now wide awake, their bleary eyes filled with a fierce determination for battle. They yearned for a resounding victory to affirm their valor. The Swadians never feared war. 10 militia members and 20 new recruits assembled within the council hall, each wielding their spears with resolve. Outside, within the seemingly unremarkable tents, 50 Swadian farmers gripped their scythes, prepared for the confrontation. They all awaited the command from Kant. Remain silent. Yet, Kant's order did not call for everyone to exit the buildings and tents. Instead, he instructed them to continue waiting. He crouched atop the council hall's roof, squinting at the distant dune, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Perhaps these grotesque beings are familiar with this particular tactic. On the dune, scattered shadows shifted. The resplendent moonlight illuminated the ground, revealing the beast-like heads and bodies. They were werewolves. "My lord, we should mount our horses," urged 6 desert bandits crouching behind Kant. However, as the werewolves drew nearer, the bandits' expressions grew grave. "Be cautious not to be detected." Kant nodded, granting them permission to leave. His demeanor mirrored their seriousness, his eyes reflecting a solemnity that hinted even he had not anticipated the severity of tonight's battle. He sensed that the scales of victory were not tilted in his favor, for the werewolves were far more numerous than expected. This situation does not bode well, Kant thought, breathing steadily as he scrutinized the distant dune. While moonlight may not provide the clarity of daylight, it was sufficient to discern distances of 100 meters. Kant estimated that the number of werewolves had surpassed 300, and he could faintly detect even more lurking beyond the dune's crest. The situation was not merely unfavorable, it had escalated to a critical level. Behind him, a militia member asked solemnly, "My lord, what should we do?" "Wait," Kant replied, his tone resolute. Based on his estimation, the approaching werewolves numbered at least 500, outnumbering them by 5 times. With merely 87 Swadians, 50 of whom were farmers more adept at tilling the soil, conventional tactics would not suffice to secure victory in this battle. To march out and form ranks for a direct confrontation would be tantamount to courting death. Kant was no fool. Thus, he had instructed his soldiers to remain concealed, as if they had not noticed the impending threat. If only they were here, Kant mused bitterly, releasing a resigned sigh. He referred, of course, to Rowan and his companions. The 20 cavalry from the Lionheart Duchy, alongside 6 desert bandits and 80 infantrymen, could have decisively routed the gathering werewolves with a surprise assault. After all, cavalry possessed a formidable mobility that translated into devastating power. Alas, they are not present. Wiping his face, Kant's expression regained its gravity. Even in the absence of reliable reinforcements, he and the Swadian newcomers were determined to defend this oasis. This was Hiram, their village, just as Kant raised his hand to issue commands. A flickering dialogue box appeared before his eyes, accompanied by a system notification echoing in his ears. Ding! Main quest issued. Temporary quest. Defeat the night raid enemy. Reward. Swadian militia equipment. Crossbow. Description. As night approaches. With cold winds sweeping across the dunes, a large enemy force is gathering. They harbor deep-seated hatred, seeking to reclaim their tribal oasis. For you, this is a battle for survival. Another quest from the system. Kant blinked in surprise, but his gaze narrowed in realization. This was no ordinary temporary quest. That it was a main quest. The second main quest he had encountered thus far. The first one, naturally, was to establish the village, which he had just completed last night. Now, confronted with a formidable werewolf night raid, the system had presented him with a main quest prompt. Cornered, indeed, Kant licked his lips, a sense of helplessness welling up within him. The issuance of a main quest implied that he had no choice but to complete it. Only by fulfilling this main quest would the next one be revealed, a continuous chain of tasks. Failure in this main quest would yield unpredictable consequences, severing the chain and jeopardizing subsequent tasks. Most critically, should Kant fail to withstand the werewolf's night assault, it would mean utter annihilation for his forces. Every member would perish, and the oasis would fall back into the hands of the werewolf tribe, leading to the destruction of Dehiram. Even if a main quest remained, it would hold no relevance for Kant. If everyone were dead, everything would fade away like whispers in the wind. In a few years, perhaps someone in the Lionheart Duchy would hear of this tragedy, shedding a sympathetic tear. Yet, more would regard it as mere gossip. A fleeting excitement before sinking back into obscurity, forgotten. This cannot stand. Kant clenched his fists, his expression turning fierce. This was a battle that he absolutely could not afford to lose, even at the cost of great sacrifice. He must emerge victorious. Prepare to move. Kant retreated, leaving the rooftop to return to the first-floor hall of the council. 10 Swadian militia members and 20 new recruits stood ready, spears in hand, awaiting his command. These were his principal soldiers, the key to securing victory in this battle. My lord, the soldiers' faces were resolute, prepared for the ultimate sacrifice. Very well, Kant affirmed, sensing their morale was high. He inquired, what is the situation outside? A militia member responsible for reconnaissance promptly reported, the werewolves are gathering on the dunes. Current estimates suggest their numbers approach 500. Kant furrowed his brow. The report did not surprise him, yet it felt like a heavy burden, weighing heavily upon him. 500 werewolves equaled the total population of the tribe that had previously occupied this oasis. But why are there so many? Kant pondered, bewildered. Earlier, 20 cavalry had launched a surprise attack on the tribe, with 30 Swadians in tow, severely crippling the werewolf clan that had seized the outpost oasis. Approximately 300 werewolves had been slain on the spot, and merely 100 had managed to flee. Yet now, the werewolves had reappeared in such vast numbers. This revelation left Kant perplexed and incensed, indicating that there must be another werewolf tribe lurking nearby. They are attacking. Just as Kant was deep in thought, a militia member at the entrance spoke, instantly thickening the atmosphere within the council hall. The sounds of swallowed saliva and clenched teeth echoed. The Swadian soldiers tightened their grips on their spears, inhaling deeply, ready to charge out of the council hall at Kant's command and form a tight formation to assault the approaching enemy. Silence. Maintain silence. Yet Kant remained calm, his voice steady as he encouraged, do not be anxious. Victory will be ours. He quickly approached the wooden door. Peering through the crack, Kant clearly saw the mass of werewolves stealthily advancing over the dune. Evidently, these werewolves remained oblivious to the fact that their intended target had already detected them. They continued to creep forward, similar to a pack of wolves stalking their prey, spreading out and crawling until they were sufficiently close before springing into action, aiming to kill their quarry swiftly and feast upon their prize. However, if the prey were to discover them beforehand and retaliate, the outcome would be drastically different. The infantry within the governing hall, the farmers nestled in their tents, and the cavalry, equally prepared in the desert outposts, all awaited the imminent clash. Once the ambushers were uncovered, it ceased to be a stealthy attack and transformed into a rapid counterstrike, or rather, a counter-ambush. Bang! Kant forcefully kicked open the wooden door, brandishing his light crossbow as he charged out of the governing hall. The wolfmen, nearly 500 strong and hunched over in their approach, found themselves taken aback, astonishment painted across their faces as they never anticipated a sudden assault. Buzz! The crossbow was released, and the sharp, hefty iron bolt soared through the air, piercing the wolfmen's ranks 30 meters away. The arrowhead effortlessly tore through fur and sank into the abdomen, shredding vital organs and causing catastrophic arterial bleeding. The wolfman's eyes turned crimson as he clutched his wound and collapsed to the ground. "For Swadia, we fight." Kant's voice roared amidst the sentry oasis. Though not thunderous, it resonated like the prelude to a mighty storm. "Long live Swadia." A more robust response erupted as 30 soldiers wielding spears surged forth from the governing hall, brandishing their 2-meter-long weapons in a precise formation, advancing toward the astonished wolfmen. Alongside them, 50 Swadian farmers raised their long-handled sickles, flanking the infantry. Step by step, nearly at a jog, they sought to catch the ambushers off guard. "Kill!" Kant slung the crossbow behind him, raising his short sword to join the infantry's advance. The 30-meter distance closed quickly, leaving no time to knock another bolt. The sharp sword was far more straightforward, as the wolfmen bore no armor to withstand the onslaught of metal. The scent of blood thickened in the air as the Swadians engaged the wolfmen in close combat. Chapter 016. Irreconcilable contradictions. This battle was brutally savage, a desperate struggle between races vying for survival. The nearly 500 wolfmen drew closer, their beastly heads adorned with a grotesque, anthropomorphic malice. This sentry oasis had been their ancestral home for generations, now claimed by humans, effectively snatching away their homeland and usurping their territory. It was a contradiction that could not be reconciled. Any race seeking to survive in this desert must eradicate and slaughter those who previously occupied the verdant oases. Kant sought to live. Thus he must annihilate the wolfmen. Hiram aspired to progress, necessitating the death of these wolfmen. It was that simple. The law of the forest dictated annexation, while the law of the desert demanded extinction. Look at the Middle East, surrounded by desert. No matter how many splendid civilizations arose in the Fertile Crescent, once they faltered and were overtaken by other peoples and cultures, they vanished from the annals of history, severing the thread of civilization and heritage, leaving behind only a few historical relics as proof of their existence. Therefore, Kant felt no compassion. In essence, he was an invader. Having reached this point, he would not retreat. The wolfmen continued their stealthy advance, their massive numbers casting a dark shadow, instilling a fervent confidence in these ignorant and cruel primitive beings. Their numerical superiority bred confidence, along with a smugness born from their undetected approach. Yet, these wolfmen never realized they remained exposed. The humans, previously seemingly asleep, were now poised and ready, waiting for them to draw near before tearing off their disguises and launching a fierce counterattack. This counterattack proved highly effective, catching the wolfmen nearly unawares. The foremost wolfmen warriors stared in shock with their green eyes as a line of sharp spears thrust toward them, only to feel excruciating pain in their abdomens before collapsing to the ground. They widened their eyes in futile disbelief, mouths agape with jagged teeth as they emitted low, mournful howls filled with despair, succumbing to the earth and losing all vitality. The 2-meter-long spears had inflicted irreparable damage deep within them. While the wolfmen's clubs could do nothing against the humans wielding spears, under the luminous moonlight, the spearheads shimmered ominously, now stained crimson. The 30 Swadian infantrymen, armed with spears, constituted the backbone of this battle. The iron spearheads, expertly forged by skilled blacksmiths, easily penetrated the wolfmen's bodies. With a slight twist of their hands, they caused internal ruptures and severe hemorrhaging before quickly withdrawing, only to stab again with ferocity. Blood splattered, and the pungent scent of gore began to permeate the cold desert air. The spear phalanx was, after all, the infantry tactic of the Swadian kingdom, one of the oldest and mightiest kingdoms of the Coradia continent. Even after the Southwestern Mountains Rebellion, those mountain folk from the Rhodoc region had been ideal candidates for maintaining the spear line. Yet, even without those steadfast Rhodoc warriors, the Swadians could still form their spear phalanx. Utilizing their well-honed skills, they pierced the wolfmen's insides with ruthless efficiency. "Long live Swadia!" Kant shouted, simultaneously slicing open the throat of a wolfman still breathing on the ground. He aimed to bolster the morale of all present. For in battle, no sound could rival the encouragement of a lord, signifying that they were still fighting alongside their leader, with ample comrades at their side. This proved they had not been defeated. Long live! The Swadian farmers echoed the battle cry. Tightly flanking the infantry, their improvised long-handled sickles slashing through the air like blades of war, leaving gruesome wounds upon the unarmored wolfmen. In that instant of close-quarters combat, at least 30 wolfmen fell. Yet Kant and his infantry did not bask in self-satisfaction. They remained resolute in their advance, though they too suffered casualties. "No, save me." "Ugh," Cries of despair erupted from the Swadian farmers on either side. Some were caught too close by the wolfmen, who brought down their spiked clubs with crushing force. These unarmored farmers could only withstand the blows with their flesh, and the consequences were dire. Ugh! Save me! Another farmer succumbed to a wolfman-esque club, his injuries leaving him bloodied and mangled. Yet more suffered blunt trauma from the sheer weight of the clubs, injuring their bones. However, they need not worry about subsequent injuries. For the next wolfman had already torn their throats with its fangs. 7 Swadian farmers fell, utterly lifeless. Hold on. Kant's eyes burned with urgency. These farmers were his assets, and it would be a tremendous loss to expend them all. Yet he could endure these losses. Gritting his teeth, Kant shouted, "Maintain tight formation, press forward." Yes, the infantrymen replied with vigor. Despite the farmers' losses, the main force of the battle remained firmly in control. They had yet to sustain injuries. On the contrary, as the spear phalanx advanced, the wolfmen, after leaving behind 20 more corpses, began to scatter to the sides, realizing that without armor or shields, they could not breach the spear wall, even as they veered to the flanks. The farmers gritted their teeth, brandishing their long sickles in fierce strikes. For their homeland, for their village, for their kingdom, these Swadian farmers fought with all their might. They had no choice but to fight desperately. The ferocious counterattack would bewilder these wolfmen. This was the opportunity Kant had anticipated. Only by inflicting massive casualties in a short span could they instill dread and weaken the wolfmen's fighting spirit. The key to their victory that a person's courage is not constant. These flesh-and-blood wolfmen were not devoid of fear. They, too, could be frightened. The sudden counterattack left the astonished wolfmen reeling, gazing at their fallen comrades. While those fortunate enough to have fled the tribe seemed to recall the terror of the previous night, the sound of hooves, the cries, the clash of battle, the cutting of throats, and the gushing of blood, all of it radiated immense dread. Clop, 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 clop. The wolfmen retreated in terror, their crude clubs made of wood and iron nails dropping instinctively to the ground. Yet they remained oblivious, as if about to confront their greatest fear. Indeed, it was the sound of hooves, the very sound they had dreaded while fleeing through the desert. Kill! Shouts erupted as 6 cavalrymen, howling through the night, emerged seemingly from nowhere. Alongside them came heavy throwing spears. Whoosh! 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 The air was torn asunder as the sharp, throwing spears soared over several meters, impaling 6 wolfmen who failed to evade. The 6 riders, wielding their long spears, crashed into the disarrayed ranks of the wolfmen like a celestial force. Their tremendous momentum sending several unfortunate souls sprawling, while the sharp spears brutally pierced through others, pinning them to the sandy ground, writhing in agony yet powerless to escape. They were the only cavalry Khan had. The desert raiders had arrived. Long live Swadia. The appearance of these 6 desert raiders invigorated the infantry surrounding Kant, who erupted into jubilant cheers. Their spears were now drenched in blood, and the ground before them was strewn with the corpses of wolfmen. Now is the time to strike. Kant gazed at the wavering jackals. A grave expression etched upon his face. He understood that these jackals, upon the appearance of cavalry, were reminded of yesterday's ambush and the tragic demise of their comrades, leading to a decline in morale and even thoughts of retreat. Troops that have suffered significant losses, when faced with a similar catastrophe in a short span of time, experience a rapid collapse in spirit. The jackals at present were no exception. Over 100 jackals, filled with terror, began to retreat hastily, uncertain if other cavalry lay hidden in the night. They fled with such urgency that they discarded their wolf-toothed clubs without a second thought, wholly consumed by panic. Devoid of the courage to continue fighting, the panic and low morale were contagious, spreading among the others, who too retreated in fear. Hundreds of jackal corpses lay scattered across the desert, yet many more chose to flee in disarray. The battle concluded swiftly. Cease the pursuit and return, Kant commanded, denying the desert bandits' request to chase after the retreating foes. He had only 6 desert bandits at his disposal. The loss of even one would be considerable, especially since these bandits were merely light cavalry, lacking the defensive capabilities of the seasoned knights of the Lion Duchy clad in chainmail. Standing at the edge of the oasis, Kant watched the jackals disappear among the dunes, and the gravity on his face lightened somewhat. He had emerged victorious. Shaking his head, he spoke, "Clear the battlefield." Simultaneously, Kant turned to the farmers nearby, each bearing a sorrowful countenance, and exhaled heavily, saying, "Remember to tally the casualties and present the results to me afterward." "Understood," One of the desert bandits nodded, signifying his acceptance of the task. Kant remained in place as a data frame appeared on his retina. Yet, his expression turned sour, and he could not help but clench his fists, murmuring, a victory by mere chance. Chapter 017. Post-battle unit upgrade. It nearly came to an end. Kant exhaled softly, his visage grim. This victory was indeed a stroke of luck, and he was acutely aware of his fortunate circumstances. Had it not been for the favor of fate, he might have been forced to withdraw from this oasis. Or rather, had fortune been unkind, Kant and his Dihilum would have been driven from the Sentinel Oasis by those jackals, forced to wander in the merciless desert, expending every ounce of strength just to return to the Lion Duchy. Living in abject misery, ultimately fading into obscurity, the force of 500 jackals could be deemed a small contingent, deserving of serious attention from the local lords, even within the territory of the Lion Duchy. Although these jackals had yet to evolve beyond their primitive tribal state, lacking civilization and iron tools, their beastly nature and bloodthirsty instincts posed a considerable threat. They were not much different from wild beasts. Fortunately, their primal instincts outweighed their rationality. Beasts devoid of thought are destined to amount to nothing. Kant shook his head, a sense of relief shimmering in his gaze. The reason his forces managed to rout the jackals was not solely due to the heavy casualties inflicted upon them in a short time, but also because of the bloody massacre from the previous day, which had instilled fear in those fortunate enough to escape. This was a psychological onslaught. The jackals, already psychologically traumatized, retreated in fear and fled. Consequently, more jackals followed their companions in a panicked retreat, ultimately leading to a complete collapse of their ranks. At that moment, even if someone had attempted to organize a defense to prevent a total rout and stabilize the anxious jackals, it would have likely been Kant and his men who faced total disintegration. Alas, no such organization existed among the jackals. They lacked military structure, oversight, or reserves. Thus, the scales of victory tipped in Kant's favor, and that was why he felt fortunate. Comparatively, he was severely outnumbered, and in many respects, the quality of his troops was lacking. His primary force, composed of Swadian men, was woefully inadequate in terms of combat effectiveness. For instance, among the ranks were 10 Swadian militia and 20 Swadian recruits, all donned in leather armor, wielding standard-issue military weapons, and having undergone rigorous training to master battlefield combat skills. These individuals could be relied upon for their combat prowess. However, amongst Kant's defensive forces, there were merely 30 such infantry. The majority of his ranks, consisting of 50 Swadian farmers, understood farming and various other skills, yet lacked armor and had minimal combat experience, armed only with makeshift long-handled sickles. Compared to the jackals, they were neither strong nor agile, and their instinct for combat was equally poor. Their sole advantage lay in their metal sickles, which could inflict direct damage on the unarmored jackals. Yet, despite wielding metal weapons, the casualties among the Swadian farmers remained high. Damn it, Kant muttered through clenched teeth, the acrid scent of blood still lingering in his nostrils, causing his head to throb. He turned to survey the battlefield, where the bodies lay scattered, most of them jackals. The blood-stained gray fur and beast-like heads were unmistakable, despite their tattered linen garments. They appeared less human and more akin to beasts. Among the corpses, there were also several Swadians clad in linen robes and hoods, who evidently had sacrificed their lives for Dihilum during the fierce battle. My lord, the tally is complete. One of the desert bandits approached briskly, his expression grave. Clearly, the results were not favorable. Speak, Kant replied. There were no fatalities among the infantry, but 6 were lightly wounded. The desert bandit hesitated briefly before continuing. As for the farmers, there were 36 light injuries. His tone trailed off, leaving the implication hanging. Kant furrowed his brow and urged, continue. He was prepared for the forthcoming figures concerning fatalities. Yes, my lord. The desert bandit swallowed hard, then solemnly stated, among the farmers, there were 36 lightly injured, and 15 fatalities. 15 farmers lost. Kant's tone rose slightly, caught off guard yet somewhat prepared for the news. Huh. He clenched his fists, bowing his head in contemplation for a moment before nodding. Provide them with a proper burial. Understood, the desert bandit affirmed. As was proper, for they had fallen in service to Kant's domain, and as their lord, he owed them a respectful send-off, regardless of the nature of their existence. Everyone, clear the battlefield. Once arrangements were made, Kant turned towards the governing hall, instructing, you manage the remainder. Rest assured, my lord, the desert bandit nodded, Kant then returned, finding solace in this bandit's perceptiveness. Though he lacked the prowess of a tavern hero who could resolve numerous troubles, he still managed to alleviate some burdens through straightforward tasks in the real world. For Kant, this was a moment to savor the fruits of victory. From the system came the rewards. Ding! After a fierce struggle, the enemy was routed. Main quest: defeat the night raid enemies completed. Reward: crossbow allocation, limited to Swadian militia. Evaluation: a thrilling battle, marked by courageous resolve, a victory worthy of commendation. With the main quest completed, the rewards swiftly followed. Lying on the bed on the second floor of the governing hall, Kant could not help but furrow his brow slightly. Crossbow allocation, what does that mean? Kant silently inquired of the system. This reward permits your Swadian militia to equip crossbows, and in future promotions, they will receive a crossbow along with a quiver of bolts. The system replied promptly. This revelation momentarily stunned Kant. Is this the reward? Indeed. The system's voice remained devoid of fluctuation. The rewards you receive for completing tasks are not limited to tangible items, but also include upgrades for troop equipment. Kant nodded. This is quite beneficial. The Swadian militia, currently his only main infantry, would certainly see an enhancement in combat capability that he recalled that in a previous game, the Swadian militia, as a Tier 3 unit, would have some members equipped with crossbows. Though these crossbows were primarily designed for hunting, they still served as effective ranged weapons in warfare, allowing for an initial volley to weaken the enemy's combat effectiveness before close-quarters engagement. Ding! There are individuals in your troops eligible for upgrade. Multiple system notifications appeared. Kant focused on the important dialog box regarding troop upgrades. Eligible for upgrade: Swadian farmers, 35, cost, 10 dinars per person, upgrade to Swadian recruits. Kant was momentarily taken aback. This battle allowed all the farmers to upgrade. Excluding the 15 who had perished, all 35 remaining Swadian farmers could be promoted to level 1 units, the Swadian recruits. Though they appeared weak, the transformation was practically a qualitative leap, from mere farmers to trained recruits, marking a significant step towards becoming a formal army. Yet, this was not the end. The system dialog box continued to display. Upgradable unit: Swadia recruit 20. Cost: 10 dinar per individual, can be upgraded to Swadia militia, just like the previous farmers. These Swadia recruits can all be promoted to militia. Kant swallowed hard. Without hastily concluding, he continued to look further. Upgradable unit: Swadia militia 10, cost, 20 dinar per individual, can be upgraded to Swadia light infantry Swadia skirmisher. This is the crux. Level 3 units are the true backbone of the army within the system. They represent two of the three pillars of the Swadia kingdom. The first is the Swadia light infantry, symbolizing melee infantry. The second is the Swadia skirmisher, representing ranged units. Naturally, after upgrading the Swadia light infantry, one can further choose to upgrade to heavy infantry or shift to cavalry, all arranged within the system's upgrade pathways. This is excellent. Truly excellent. Kant swallowed again. Even if he could not currently upgrade to heavy infantry or cavalry, the existing level 3 units were already sufficient for his needs, with level 0 farmers supplemented by a handful of level 1 and 2 units. He could contend against the dire wolves. Now, with the acquisition of level 3 primary units, alongside a substantial number of level 1 and 2 auxiliary units, his strength had dramatically surged, achieving a monumental leap. Chapter 018. Selection of buildings. The dire wolves fled in panic. This campaign, centered around the outpost Oasis, had likewise reached a temporary conclusion. The victor was Kant, the baron bestowed by the Lion Duchy, lord of the Narain Desert, and proprietor of the outpost Oasis. Of course, these titles and identities were only recognized within the Lion Duchy. The dire wolf tribes that thrived in the Narain Desert largely remained oblivious to Kant's status. Nor would they acknowledge it, for in their eyes, Kant was an invader. In truth, Kant did not deny this. The essence of this world is that those with might can possess everything. The weak are unworthy of survival rights, including myself. Kant remained indifferent, revealing the most genuine values after stripping away the veneer of civilization. Men devour men, races extinguish races. There is no compassion, since he had arrived in the Narain Desert to vie for its ownership against these ruthless direwolves. To seize the water resources of the outpost Oasis, it was for this purpose, to survive and thrive in this desert. Furthermore, Kant was the victor of this campaign, that he embodied justice. Winning this battle signified not merely a victory, But a turning point. A transition from weakness to strength. 35 farmers can be upgraded. 20 new recruits can be upgraded. 10 militia can be upgraded. This means all 65 troops currently under Khan's command can advance to higher units. All can be deployed as infantry on lower intensity battlefields. Although the casualty rate had led to a decline in troop numbers, the qualitative improvement brought by the upgrades was evident, nearly explosive, just like the previous 50 Swadia farmers. After 15 perished, the remaining 35 could all be upgraded, transforming into Swadia recruits. Armed with spears, donning leather-armored in melee, they wield short-handled axes, with broad wooden shields for defense, standard equipment of the Swadia kingdom. Moreover, they included basic tactical training. This warrants upgrading. Kant nodded silently. He had already made a decision in his heart. The ambush from the dire wolves that night was a profound lesson. After all, this was the Narain desert. The threat from the dire wolf tribes was omnipresent. And the appearance of nearly 500 dire wolves that night suggested that there might be other dire wolf tribes lurking nearby. The Lion Duchy itself was not well acquainted with the Narain desert. The conquest from a decade ago had essentially concluded upon reaching the outpost Oasis. As for the deeper parts of the Narain desert, or to the north of the outpost Oasis, whether there existed other dire wolf tribes, other oases, or sources of water, there was no recollection whatsoever, completely blank. Now, facing these pressing concerns, Kant knew he must be prepared. Upgrading was imperative. Only Kant and Dehirim, possessing sufficient self-defense capabilities, could allow the outpost Oasis to develop. Otherwise, even if he painstakingly cultivated prosperity here, lacking a formidable army for protection would likely result in merely providing a new territory for greedy opportunists. Thus, for Kant, upgrading was essential. Even if it required a considerable expenditure of dinar, he would proceed. As long as it did not impede the normal development of the village, upgrading 35 Swadia farmers to Swadia recruits would cost 350 dinar. Upgrading 20 Swadia recruits to Swadia militia would cost 200 dinar. As basic troops, their individual upgrade costs were all 10 dinar. So, that totals 550 dinar. Kant furrowed his brow slightly at this figure. Yet he still resolutely declared, "Confirm upgrade." On his retina, the numeral representing dinar plummeted rapidly. Initially, after completing the main quest, Establish Village, and acquiring 1,000 dinar, the figure dwindled to just 420 dinar, essentially reducing Kant's savings by more than half. Next, Kant frowned slightly. The 10 Swadia militia could also be upgraded. The upgrade cost was 20 dinar per individual, with options to upgrade to the melee-focused Swadia light infantry or the ranged-oriented Swadia skirmisher. Both of these units constituted level 3 troops of the Swadia kingdom. Once upgraded again to level 4, they would be considered the main force on the battlefield, second only to the top-tier level 5 units. Not upgrading. However, Kant chose to decline the upgrade for these 10 Swadia militia. This was a decision made after careful consideration. Although the total upgrade cost of 200 dinar was not excessive, it would impact the forthcoming village construction. Currently, Dehirim remained in its initial village stage. Significant dinar would be required to construct other buildings, such as the houses, walls, mill, watchtower, and wells that could be built but had yet to be constructed, all fundamental facilities of the village. The only building the village possessed was the governance hall. The other structures were merely outposts for recruiting desert bandits, existing independently of the Swadia kingdom's system. Therefore, the construction of the village should be expedited. As for the dire wolves, the current infantry are sufficient to handle them. Kant's expression was calm. The 35 Swadia recruits and 30 Swadia militia, totaling 65 troops, would undoubtedly be capable of defending the outpost Oasis. Even against an equal number of dire wolves, Kant felt assured of victory. Compared to the farmers, these were genuine infantry, though still classified as low-level units. Armed with the standard equipment of Swadia, these primitive dire wolf tribes, lacking even metal weapons, could not hope to compete. Moreover, these Swadia militia were already equipped with ranged weaponry, hunting crossbows. This was the most basic type of crossbow in the system, with the least power. Generally, these hunting crossbows were tools used by hunters in the mountains for capturing game, and their role on the battlefield, providing ranged fire against enemies, was secondary. Yet, no matter how weak a crossbow may be, it is still a crossbow. Capable of hunting beasts, it can equally slay foes, especially against dire wolves, who possess no armor and can only rely on their flesh to withstand attacks. The 30 Swadia militia equate to 30 crossbowmen, and their performance in close combat is commendable as well. Paired with the 35 Swadia recruits, they would manage the situation adeptly. So be it. Kant confirmed his choice, and the dialogue box on his retina gradually faded. Meanwhile, outside the window, soldiers still clearing the battlefield in the sandy terrain and Oasis were enveloped in a stream of data, and within mere seconds, they reappeared in this world, their transformation significant. Their physiques grew robust. Their weaponry and equipment were entirely replaced. The change among the 30 Swadia militia was the most pronounced, as each now sported a hunting crossbow slung beside their fan-shaped shields. Their quivers, containing 20 crossbow bolts, were neatly arranged at their waists. They had completed their upgrades. The cold wind howled, stirring up fine sands. Yet, on the eastern horizon of the Narain desert, a hint of dawn was visible. Morning was approaching. Kant, lying in bed, found sleep elusive. The threat from the dire wolves had momentarily subsided, and the upgraded units were fully capable of addressing the current defensive shortcomings. However, village construction must also commence on his retina. The dialogue box reappeared, presenting a list of buildings that could be constructed in Dehiram. Buildable list: houses, walls, mill, watchtower. While based on the illustrated descriptions, they closely resembled the buildings within the game. Kant scrutinized them carefully. Houses, civilian structures, built of stone and wood, can increase population. When the village population is low, it can actively attract migrants. Construction cost: 100 dinar. Time required: 7 days. Mill, agricultural building, can be either wind-powered or water-powered. Capable of grinding barley and other grains into flour. Construction cost: 200 dinar. Time required: 14 days. Walls, military structures, built of stacked stones, half a meter high, encircling the village. Their purpose is to prevent poultry from wandering into the wild, rather than for defense against enemies. Construction cost: 100 dinar. Time required: 7 days. Watchtower, military structure, constructed of stone and wood. Personnel can be arranged to be stationed, enabling early detection of surrounding dynamics to ensure the safety of the village. The construction cost is 100 dinars, and it takes 7 days. Well, a civilian structure, excavated from the ground, it requires an underground water vein. Otherwise, the well will yield no water. The construction cost is 100 dinars, and it takes 7 days. These are the 5 buildings that Kant can currently construct. However, he furrows his brow slightly. It seems that some buildings are utterly useless. Kant scans the dialogue box, glancing at the descriptions above, feeling a chill in his heart. This is the Nayland Desert, and at least 2 of these 5 buildings do not correspond to the current Dehiram. The well, there is Oasis spring water here, so it is unnecessary. Kant furrows his brows and selects. The wheat field is superfluous. The mill is not needed. But as he continues to look at the dialogue box, his brows deepen further. The house is unnecessary. There will be task rewards next. The wall is not needed either. At just half a meter high, it cannot possibly defend against the onslaught of werewolves. His expression becomes grave. Kant states, only the watchtower seems acceptable. The watchtower, capable of detecting surrounding conditions in advance and promptly notifying the village, should be deemed the most suitable structure among the 5 given the current situation. After all, the threat of werewolves could re-emerge at any moment. With a watchtower, early detection leads to early preparation, and consequently, an early victory. Chapter 019. The Funeral Beneath the Dunes. System: construct the watchtower. Kant's heart stirs as he connects with the system in his mind that he designates the construction site to the east of the governing hall, should any situation arise. The personnel stationed above can promptly report intelligence to Kant for timely decision-making. Cost: 100 dinars. Watchtower, under construction, completion date: in 7 days. The system's dialogue box appears, clear and straightforward. Meanwhile, Kant hears a cacophony of noises. It seems many are transporting items, shouting commands, but the voices do not resemble those of his Swadian infantry. They sound more like the previous farmers. What is happening? Kant frowns. He turns to glance outside. Sunlight streams in, dispelling the darkness of the night. In a brief span of time, day is already broken. I might as well get up. This night passed remarkably quickly. Exhaling, Kant rises from his bed, his sleepiness entirely dissipated. In truth, after enduring such a bloody battle, Kant feels quite invigorated and has little inclination to sleep. He pushes open the door and descends the stairs. My lord, good morning. As he steps out of the governing hall, a hearty voice greets him. Kant turns to see a robust farmer, dressed in a neat linen garment, respectfully bowing. We are the construction team from Palawan, here to build your watchtower. Oh, splendid. Kant replies, slightly taken aback, nodding in acknowledgement. They are likely the construction team arranged by the system. He turns his gaze to the side of the governing hall, where piles of stones and timber are stacked. Before he exited the governing hall, he confirmed that area was still vacant. However, as the workers transport stones and begin to clang the timber together with hammers, he understands these materials also come from the system. There are 15 construction workers, all sturdy middle-aged men, their expressions silent, speaking little, except for the team leader. My lord, I have a few points to clarify. He speaks with an unexpectedly shrewd tone, bowing and scraping. We will serve you here for 7 days, ensuring the watchtower is completed, but during this time, you must guarantee our food and water, as well as adequate rest. Kant nods. That is only right. However, the team leader still awkwardly smiles and adds, we will not participate in combat. You will not be required to. Kant shakes his head, finding his timidity and attentiveness somewhat amusing. That is good. That is good. The team leader quickly nods, relief evident on his face. Kant understands his explanation. This is likely a rule of the system. As the construction of buildings is indeed the workers' task, as for combat, that falls to Kant. You may continue your work. Kant casually tells the team leader before walking ahead towards the battlefield from last night, where the thick scent of blood still lingers, and on the sandy ground, numerous dark red stains remain. These are the remnants of a bloody struggle. The Swadian infantry have gathered all the bodies strewn about. The werewolf corpses are being burned in the sand pits that were dug last night. Not far away, at the base of a dune, several new large pits have been excavated, where 2 desert bandits are holding torches, igniting the clothing beneath the bodies. As the flames consume the sand pit, the acrid scent of charred flesh wafts through the air. Burning is also a means of disposing of corpses. Once the werewolf bodies turn to ashes and are buried under the sand of the dune, there will be virtually no traces left. However, the deceased 15 Swadian farmers ought not to be treated in such a manner. They died valiantly for Kant. May they rest in peace. Kant arrives at another dune where 15 grave pits have already been dug. The new Swadian recruits, militia, and the 6 desert bandits gather, their faces solemn and grave. Though they are strangers, having only known each other for 2 days, they maintain a heartfelt respect for the fallen, united by their shared identity as Swadians. This is a funeral. While not grand, it is the best that can be done under the present circumstances. Such a pity. A hint of regret graces Kant's face. Even with his relatively calm demeanor, he feels a surge of emotion. Although he knows that in future battles, more soldiers will be lost, this being the first instance of casualties among his troops serves as a warning for Kant. Without progress, one can only fade away in obscurity. Amid the solemn faces of many, the funeral concludes swiftly to avoid contaminating the groundwater. Kant insists on cremation. However, these fallen farmers receive individual graves and wooden headstones crafted from timber, which are placed beneath this dune, gazing towards the western watchtower Oasis and the Dehirim they fought for. If there are spirits beneath, may they bless us. Kant gazes at the flames in the grave pit, unable to suppress a quiet sigh. Having arrived at the watchtower Oasis just 2 days ago, the brutality of the Nalan Desert, experienced through 3 bloody battles, starkly contrasts with the peace of the Lionheart Kingdom. The number of humans and werewolves that have perished in these 2 days could rival the total of criminals executed in the Lionheart Kingdom over 5 years. Yet, life must continue forward. After the funeral concludes, Kant heads back towards the governing hall. The Swadian recruits and militia disperse, spontaneously forming patrols and sentries to guard the village and Oasis. You 6, come with me. Kant gestures to the 6 desert bandits, signaling them to join him in the governing hall. He has tasks to assign. My lord. The 6 desert bandits hastily enter, standing respectfully before Kant. It is like this. Kant extends a hand, indicating they need not be so formal. He sits on a wooden chair in the hall, resting his hands on the table, and gently nods. I intend to send you into the depths of the Nalan Desert to scout for potential saline alkali lands, or to ascertain whether there are other werewolf tribes nearby. There are certainly saline alkali lands. One desert bandit nods. We will find them. However, another scrunches his brows, saying, as for werewolf tribes, there must be some nearby. Perhaps the 2 are even connected. Connected to the saline alkali lands? Kant raises an eyebrow. Indeed, the desert bandit replies solemnly. During the night raid, over 500 werewolf warriors appeared, indicating not only the presence of their tribe nearby, but also that their tribe is stronger than the werewolf tribe that previously occupied the watchtower Oasis. I suspected as much. Kant nods. Harboring similar suspicions, After a moment of contemplation, he furrows his brow and states, "This is also why I want you to delve deeper into the desert to scout the northern region." The 6 desert bandits stand solemnly, awaiting further instructions. Kant's gaze darkens slightly as he continues, "We are in the open, while those werewolves hide in the shadows. We do not know where their tribe lies, nor do we know if there are any oases deeper in the desert. The situation is excessively disadvantageous for us." The disparity in information. The 6 desert bandits nod in understanding. Accustomed to extorting and robbing in the dunes, they inherently grasp the significance of intelligence. "No, I should accompany you," Kant suddenly interjects. This disrupts the desert bandits' thoughts. But they still urge, "My lord, the unknown desert is fraught with dangers. It is far too perilous for you to accompany us." Kant shakes his head, his expression resolute. "I have made up my mind." There are his battle steeds in the stables. Chosen mounts from the knights of the Lionheart Kingdom, they are not inferior to the desert horses ridden by these bandits, nearly equivalent to a level 3 horse in the system, indeed, a fine specimen among level 3 horses. Even when encountering werewolves, they would leave them eating sand. The mobility of cavalry surpasses that of infantry by several fold. Seeing the determination in their lord's eyes, the 6 desert bandits can only nod in agreement. "We will protect you." "Very well. Prepare water and food." Kant nods, solemnly stating, "We depart now." The desert bandit nodded, then turned away to prepare the supplies necessary for traversing the arid landscape, particularly fresh water. He filled over a dozen water skins, ensuring that the 7 of them would have enough to drink for 2 days. During last night's nocturnal raid, more than 500 wolfmen had attacked, but they had fled, along with nearly 400 others. By following their tracks, Kander and the desert bandits would be able to locate the tribe from which these wolfmen had come. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. At that point, whether Kander arranged defenses and vigilance or took the initiative to launch a surprise attack, there would be a clear target. At the very least, there would be no feeling of the enemy lurking in the shadows while they remained exposed. As long as Kander and his forces grew stronger, they could directly annihilate that wolfman tribe and seize the verdant oasis they inhabited, rich in fresh water resources. In the desert, an oasis capable of sustaining crops was a coveted prize. It is only polite to reciprocate. Once the location of those wolfman tribes was confirmed, Kander's forces could mobilize entirely, striking at a chosen moment, such as the darkest hour before dawn, when weariness was at its peak, delivering a devastating blow to the wolfmen, an ambush from which they could not recover. Chapter 20. The great tribe in the desert. In the early morning of the Narain desert, the sun blazed fiercely. Kander shook the reins and urged his steed forward. Behind him rode 6 fully armed desert bandits, their eyes alert and cautious, showing no signs of complacency, as if enemies could spring from the sands at any moment. They were heading deeper into the desert, scouting the territory of the wolfman tribe that had attacked the outpost Oasis last night. "Look over there," Kander said, halting his mount and squinting at the sand dunes ahead. There lay numerous sand pits. Exhaling slowly, Kander turned to his companions. "It seems our path is correct. The traces they left are quite evident," one of the desert bandits remarked, his tone dripping with evident scorn. "I truly wonder how these mere curs managed to survive in the desert. If these curs were in the Saharan desert, they would likely be devoured without a trace," chimed in another bandit. Echoing the derision, the conflicts across the continent of Caladia had made them seasoned experts of the desert. The conspicuous evidence on the dunes seemed to loudly proclaim, "Hey, I'm here. Follow these tracks to find our home. Come along, we can hardly wait to be slaughtered by you." "How absurd." Kander nodded in agreement, a smirk of derision gracing his lips. Giving a light kick to his horse's belly, he urged, "Let us continue." "Remain vigilant." "Understood." The desert bandits replied in unison. As cavalry, their mobility in a short span surpassed that of the wolfman infantry. Following the obvious chaotic footprints on the sand, they ventured further into the desert. Provided there were no sandstorms, they were not concerned about their route or direction, for behind them lay the distinct traces of their own passage, unique markers of the Narain desert. The wolfmen had no horses and lacked any concept of domestication. These creatures, which could be tamed to form cavalry, were in the eyes of the wolfmen no different from prey. Moreover, in this thirst-inducing desert, there were no horses, only an endless sea of sand, an expanse that was visually striking yet symbolized extreme barrenness. In Kander's view, the desolation of the Narain desert was more severe and brutal than any desert he had known in his previous life, nearly rendering it inhospitable to all forms of life. As they journeyed further, the starkness left a deeper impression on him. Even the drought-resistant shrubs commonly found in deserts were few and far between, aside from a few visible near the dunes close to the oasis. Not a hint of greenery could be seen in the arid depths, only the vast, seemingly insatiable yellow sands, cruel as a purgatory. Kanda's expression darkened as they delved deeper into the Narain desert. The desolation emanating from this barren land filled his heart with melancholy. Who could possibly live in such a place? Kanda swallowed hard, his throat parched as if it could ignite with flames. The 6 desert bandits behind him shared his plight. One promptly removed a water skin from his saddle and, displaying keen insight, offered it to Kanda. "My lord, please have a drink." "Thank you," Kanda replied. Accepting the water skin, it still bore a hint of coolness, drawn from the pond at the outpost oasis. He took a generous swig, the refreshing liquid tinged with a hint of sweetness quenching the heat within. Yet Kanda's spirits remained heavy. Their mission was to scout the location of the Wolfman tribe and to explore potential saline areas, but they had already squandered an entire morning without any results. Causing him considerable anxiety, he was determined not to return empty-handed. "Let us proceed swiftly. Noon approaches," Kanda urged, resuming his journey and quickening the pace. The 6 desert bandits nodded in agreement, wiping the remnants of water from their lips and hastening to keep up. As cavalry, they moved at least 10 times faster than when Kanda first departed from the Sangwaya Mountains towards the outpost oasis. With a clear route ahead, the entire 7-member team advanced rapidly. At noon, after a brief respite, they set forth again as the sun began to wane and the temperature dropped. Finally, as the sun dipped low in the sky and dusk began to settle, Kanda and his companions halted their advance. Following the chaotic tracks beneath their feet, they soon spotted a gathering of numerous tents just 100 meters ahead. It was the Wolfman tribe. Kanda's eyes narrowed slightly. Without needing further instruction, the desert bandits dismounted swiftly, leading their steeds to conceal themselves behind the dunes, avoiding detection by the numerous wolfmen to prevent unnecessary complications. Kanda too dismounted, handing the reins to one of the bandits before cautiously ascending to the top of the dune to observe. "This Wolfman tribe appears to be significantly larger than the one at the outpost oasis," he noted, pausing to add, "at least 3 times larger, perhaps even more." 2 other desert bandits echoed, their expressions grave. As they observed, it became evident that this Wolfman tribe was indeed substantial. Tents made from various materials lay strewn chaotically across the sandy expanse, lacking any semblance of order, as the wolfmen, with their elongated fangs and grayish fur, roamed freely around the encampment, resembling a slum. The ground was littered with refuse, remnants of meals, and excrement, nearly covering the entirety of the tribe's sandy domain. Many young wolfmen frolicked amidst the filth, chasing each other as if it were clean and sanitary play, entirely devoid of any concept of dirt. "How disgusting," Kanda spat, turning aside. He now understood why the wolfmen always bore an odd stench. The cause was painfully cleared. "My lord, I have unfortunate news." One of the desert bandits spoke gravely. "By rough estimation, there are nearly 2,000 adult wolfmen and around 200 juveniles that if nothing unusual occurs. This appears to be a well-established wolfman tribe." "That is indeed unfortunate," Kanda replied, a shadow crossing his eyes. Lowering his gaze, he stared ahead, contemplating a wolfman tribe of nearly 2,500, situated less than a day's journey from our outpost oasis. "Poses a significant threat. It seems they also have a source of food for hunting," the desert bandit continued, his tone growing graver. Kanda squinted, following the direction indicated by the bandit, his expression turning even darker. At the edges of the disordered tents, many slaughtered livestock lay strewn across the sandy ground, and a quick glance revealed over 300 skinned desert antelopes. They appeared to have been drying for some time, shriveled into jerky. These were among the few animals capable of surviving in the Narain desert, drought-resistant and adaptable to the desert environment, with remarkable vitality. Kanda was well aware that numerous desert antelopes thrived in the imposing Sangwaya Mountains, which formed the natural boundary between the Narain desert and the Kingdom of the Lion. Even hunters from the southern villages of the Lion Kingdom ventured into the mountains to hunt these antelopes. However, his brow furrowed. While he knew there were many desert antelopes near the mountains, he had not realized that this deep desert region also harbored them, and that they had become prey for this wolfman tribe. "My lord, there is something you may not have noticed," another desert bandit interjected, his face betraying a hint of horror. Kanda frowned. "What is it?" The bandit, though possessing a steady demeanor, now wore a look of surprise that caught Kanda off guard. Yet, as the bandit continued, Kanda's own expression shifted to one of shock that he realized what the bandit referred to, exclaiming, "This cannot be." "Yes, it truly exists," the bandit replied, swallowing hard, his voice slow and deliberate. "My lord, I cannot comprehend how this is possible, but it is the reality before us." After a brief pause, he continued, "This Wolfman tribe has no spring water, no lakes, no soil. It is not an oasis at all. Yet they thrive here." Their faces paled at the revelation. Just 100 meters away, within the chaotic encampment of the Knoll tribe, one could indeed observe a disarray of tents scattered about. Knolls clad in rudimentary linen garments roamed the area, alongside juvenile Knolls who exhibited a complete disregard for hygiene, including the examination of excrement and refuse. Yet, no matter how meticulously Khan observed, the flat expanse of sand before him bore no semblance of an oasis. Truly, as the desert marauders had claimed, there was neither spring water, nor lakes, nor fertile soil, nor any hint of greenery that in this desolate desert, the absence of an oasis and water resources equated to certain death. How could it be that this Knoll tribe flourished so remarkably? With a population nearing 500, this tribe could be classified as a substantial one, yet here it thrived in a barren stretch of desert devoid of oases or water, which was deeply unsettling. Kant could not help but murmur to himself, "This defies logic." Chapter 21. Water in the Great Tent. Even in this world, fundamental scientific principles remained. Eating, drinking, sleeping, exercising, laboring, and resting continued to persist. Yet, right before Kant, a perplexing and astonishing phenomenon unfolded. This large-scale Knoll tribe was situated not beside a verdant oasis rich in water resources, but rather directly within the heart of the desert, managing to thrive and reproduce over an extended period, which left Kant wide-eyed in disbelief. He pursed his lips, whispering, "Perhaps there is water nearby." "No, there is no water at all," the desert marauder replied, shaking his head in disagreement with Kant's assertion. Casting a solemn gaze over the surrounding dunes, he added, "If there were abundant underground water, certain drought-resistant plants would undoubtedly flourish here, yet a careful inspection reveals nothing, only barren sand, an endless sea of sand." Kant squinted slightly. "But how do these Knolls survive?" he inquired. His tone tinged with gravity. The desert marauder shook his head. "I do not know. They cannot possibly be subsisting on sand alone to replenish their freshwater needs, can they?" Kant's expression darkened as he surveyed the multitude of disheveled tents before him, along with the throngs of Knolls, causing his countenance to reflect profound concern. This was a force capable of easily dismantling his still nascent Dahiram. Taking a deep breath, Kant forcibly quelled his emotions. They must have a water source. Indeed, there must be a water source, Kant was certain. Without one, these Knolls would never have established a tribe here. No-one willingly embraces death, even if these Knolls still existed in a primitive tribal stage. "Look, they are starting to cook," the desert marauder remarked, capturing Kant's attention. It was dusk, the time for dinner, and these Knolls were no exception. Numerous elderly Knolls emerged from the tents, and under the coordination of female Knolls, they distributed pieces of shredded dried meat to the others, clearly indicative of communal ownership, as even food was allocated by the tribe. This included the most precious resource in the desert, freshwater. However, this particular freshwater was drawn from the very heart of the tribe. A massive tent, 5 times larger than the other Knoll tents, stood there, reminiscent of traditional dwellings, supported and bound by various wooden materials, exuding a rugged beauty. The tent of the Knoll chieftain. Kant squinted slightly, having recognized the significance of that central, oversized tent. This only deepened the intrigue swirling in his mind. Then he noticed an aged Knoll, leaning on a wooden staff, emerging from the tent. Despite the several hundred meters separating him from the Knoll tribe's center, a palpable sense of trepidation surged within his chest. "That old Knoll appears quite dangerous," the desert marauder admitted, echoing Kant's sentiments with a hint of fear. "Indeed," Kant nodded, furrowing his brows. "Let us remain silent. They must not discover us." It seemed the elderly Knoll uttered something at the central tent, prompting the Knolls throughout the tribe to gather, forming a serpentine line. Some Knolls, driven by their savage nature, even engaged in biting and fighting amongst themselves. Soon after, more robust Knolls emerged from the large tent. The Knoll chieftain, Kant, well-versed in scholarly works, immediately recognized the identity of this formidable Knoll. Dressed in ill-fitting chainmail armor that appeared to have been stripped from humans, it barely covered his upper body, while the lower half was cobbled together from two other sets of chainmail. Over this, a coarse linen robe concealed the armor's traces, lending the Gnoll chieftain an imposing aura of strength. In his hand, he wielded a two-handed axe, distinct from those used by other Gnolls 10 years prior. During the conquests of the Lionheart Principality, several powerful Gnoll tribes had been vanquished, and the leading Gnoll chieftain bore a striking resemblance to this one, a detail Kant recalled vividly. However, as he contemplated the books he had read, Kant's thoughts faltered. He remembered a particular account. That old Gnoll. Could it be that he is a shaman capable of wielding sorcery? Kant's eyes widened slightly. The old Gnoll leaning on the staff indeed aligned perfectly with the description he had encountered in his readings, as it was all too vivid in his mind. Moreover, only a shaman with the ability to cast spells would be deemed worthy of sharing a tent with the Gnoll chieftain. This complicates matters further, Kant muttered through clenched teeth. A bitter smile creeping onto his lips. In this world, spellcasters, though few in number, were undeniably formidable. For instance, the scholars of the Lionheart Principality had documented their encounters with Gnoll shamans a decade ago, explicitly noting, target this entity for priority attack, ensure it is eliminated in the shortest time possible. Such Gnoll shamans possessed genuine spells at their command, including the ability to invoke bloodlust that made one forget pain and solely crave slaughter, or to incite rage that heightened murderous intent, even granting skin the resilience of stone. These were the hallmark abilities of Gnoll shamans. In fact, during the Lionheart Principality's campaigns, any time they encountered a tribe with a Gnoll shaman, they invariably suffered casualties before subduing that tribe, regardless of whether their forces comprised infantry, cavalry, archers, or even accompanying mages. If Kant's current forces were to assault this tribe, even if the number of Gnolls was comparable to his troops, the addition of a Gnoll shaman would lead to dire consequences. Such was the advantage of spellcasters. They are bringing out the water, the desert marauder exclaimed, breaking Kant's reverie. Kant frowned as he focused on the scene unfolding before the grand tent, where a Gnoll was holding a worn ceramic jar, taking large gulps of clear water before passing it to the next. The process continued seamlessly, and soon the entire Gnoll tribe began to replenish its freshwater supply. That large tent contains a well. The desert marauders exchanged glances. Seeing the conviction reflected in each other's eyes, Kant nodded in agreement, furrowing his brow. Indeed, there is a well. I never anticipated they would find a water source in this desert. No wonder they have thrived so well. If there is a well, it suggests plentiful underground water, the desert marauder remarked, his face etched with skepticism. But why is the surrounding vegetation so sparse? Sparse was an understatement. There was none at all. Kant's brow furrowed as he grappled with this perplexing issue. Slowly exhaling, he instructed the desert marauders behind him. We can return now. The reconnaissance mission had reached its conclusion, albeit with results that were difficult to digest. Kant had initially believed this Gnoll tribe to be no different from the one at the previous outpost Oasis. However, gazing at the staggering number of at least 2,500 Gnolls now, his spirits sank. This was an insurmountable force. We must plan carefully. Kant gritted his teeth, attempting to reassure himself that at the very least, he still had time to reorganize. If it truly proved impossible to contend with such a multitude of Gnolls, then decisively abandoning the outpost Oasis and retreating to the Sangwaya Mountains could be a viable option, especially since Kant still had 65 Swardian infantrymen capable of navigating the challenging mountainous terrain. Yet, the thought of leaving this desert weighed heavily on his heart, for it was a place he had intended to develop earnestly. My lord, perhaps we could venture deeper into the heart of the desert, suggested one of the desert marauders, his expression solemn as he gazed into the depths of the Naran desert. It seems there may be something further in. Look at the tracks these Gnolls have left in the sand. They must lead to something deeper. Chapter 22. The enemies in the night. The twilight struggled to maintain its light, barely illuminating the surroundings. Kant frowned slightly, his heart racing in tandem with his rising emotions. This is quite intriguing, he remarked, a glimmer of coldness in his eyes. In the chaotic Gnoll camp to the north, the flat sandy ground unmistakably displayed long, serpentine traces, winding and twisting along the dunes as they extended deeper into the desert. This elongated, snake-like pattern was vividly discernible, its darker hue indicating that the sand had compacted from prolonged trampling. It was the path forged by the jackals, spoke the desert bandit, his brow furrowed in contemplation. In the primordial era of tribal existence, the jackals possessed no concept of roads. Yet, remarkably, they had managed to carve out a winding path through this arid expanse, evidently compelled by some reason to do so. repeatedly trampling the earth until this primitive trail emerged. But why would they venture northward? This was Kant's perplexity. The desert bandit pondered, then solemnly replied, "It signifies their routine undertaking." Routine undertaking. Kant frowned, the term reminiscent of the tasks issued by the system. Much like daily hunting, the desert bandit elucidated, though his expression grew increasingly grave. Moreover, I suspect that may very well be the salt mine we seek, occupied by this pack of jackals who extract coarse salt daily. That is merely your conjecture, Kant frowned, and it seems rather absurd. The jackals were but a primitive tribal race. Mining salt held no benefit for them. Salt served as a seasoning, yet also constituted a commodity, akin to a luxury in the Lion Kingdom. Kant could hardly accept the desert bandit's assertions. For him, even if these jackals were to extract coarse salt, the nearest Lion Kingdom merchants would not come to procure it, and he had never heard of salt from the Nalu Desert reaching the Lion Kingdom. If the nobles of the Lion Kingdom truly knew of a salt mine here, they would undoubtedly rally an elite force to slaughter the Nalu Desert entirely. Kant was well aware of their insatiable greed. Thus, with furrowed brows, he expressed his disbelief to the desert bandit. Surely these savage and primitive jackals cannot extract vast quantities of coarse salt and trade it as goods? Who could deny the ferocious nature of the jackals? Devoid of rationality, resembling beasts, such speculation struck Kant as ludicrous. My lord, there is a significant possibility. The desert bandit maintained his stoic demeanor, his countenance unwavering. This serious demeanor intensified Kant's frown. The system's troops would not betray him. Taking a deep breath, Kant demanded, "Justify your claim." The desert bandit promptly responded, "It is quite simple, my lord. Over there are the clay pots the jackals use for drinking water, if I am not mistaken. You will find them familiar." Kant squinted, nodding slightly. Even from a distance, he could discern the clay pots utilized by the jackals for water. Their blackened exteriors bore signs of severe wear, as if they had been abandoned in the desert for an extended period, with the rims showing signs of damage, rendering them worthless refuse in the pottery-rich Lion Kingdom, not even worth collecting by commoners. Such clay pots can be found abundantly throughout the jackal tribes, the desert bandit continued, his tone increasingly solemn. Around the hastily erected tents, there are always numerous such pots, which I do not believe serve the purpose of holding water or any other materials for these jackals. Kant fell silent. His gaze heavy. He fixed his eyes on this large jackal tribe, his mind no longer at ease. Is this truly the case? Kant inquired slowly. It was as if he sought confirmation, yet he already grasped the truth of the matter. Indeed. It is, the desert bandit affirmed. He then continued, and the jackals from the outpost Oasis are undoubtedly connected to this place. His tone was resolute. Indeed, Kant replied, a hint of bitterness crossing his face as he nodded. That is certainly the case. The nocturnal raid had made it evident. These jackals were seeking reinforcements from this large tribe. If there were no connections between these two jackal tribes, then undoubtedly, the jackals from this large tribe would not have organized a formidable force to brazenly assault the outpost Oasis. Closing his eyes briefly, Kant bowed his head in contemplation, his thoughts racing. The situation was deteriorating rapidly. For him, it had reached a perilous juncture. Even the development of the outpost Oasis and the establishment of a true Dahiri had begun to seem uncertain. His resolve was wavering. A flourishing jackal tribe, that a salt mine occupied by this large jackal tribe. Kant found himself at a loss as to how to proceed. He possessed only a small force of over 60 individuals. How could they possibly withstand this jackal tribe? It was akin to a mantis attempting to halt a chariot. But what can we do? Kant opened his eyes, a bitter smile gracing his lips. The desert bandit remained silent, unsure of how to respond to their lord's question. Their strength was woefully inadequate. Kant nodded slowly, his expression darkening. We must confront this matter earnestly. If we wish to avoid a tragic demise in this Nalu Desert, necessary preparations must be undertaken. He did not come to the Nalu Desert to meet his end. Clenching his fist, Kant's mindset was restored. Let us proceed, following that path to investigate. Kant turned to the desert bandits and instructed, at the very least, I wish to ascertain whether there truly lies a salt mine. Understood, the desert bandits nodded. The number of jackals was indeed considerable, yet the recent nocturnal raid had not obliterated Kant. Instead, it had left behind hundreds of corpses, retreating in disarray from the outpost Oasis, even pursued back to their lair by his cavalry. Upon reflection, Kant could surmise that the combat prowess of these jackals was not particularly formidable. Although they were ferocious and physically superior to ordinary humans, They lacked effective tactics and weaponry capable of harming foes. Including armor to protect themselves, the level 0 units from Swadia could contend with them. When level 1 and level 2 units gathered, they could easily overpower an equal number of jackals. Why should Kant harbor fear? Let us move. He spurred his horse. Galloping swiftly across the dunes, the 6 desert bandits similarly shook their reins, riding closely behind him. Complete the system's tasks to acquire higher-level units. Kant silently resolved within himself that he was confident that if he possessed 100 fully equipped Swadian knights, a unit deemed the king of land by the system, he would dare to launch an offensive against this large jackal tribe. Furthermore, victory would ultimately belong to him. Following the path trodden by the jackals, their pace quickened. The twilight light eventually vanished, giving way to the luminous moon and the resplendent starry sky. The arid air's temperature began to plummet sharply, sending a chill through Kant and his companions as they rode forth. Donning the woolen garments they had prepared, they pressed onward in the desert. Embarking on a journey at night could sometimes be the wisest choice, for compared to the brutal temperatures of the day and the significant water depletion, the cold of the night could be effectively managed with proper warmth. It was for this reason that Kant and his companions decided to continue their advance under the cloak of night. Time passed. The moon had now reached its zenith, its bright, silvery disk appearing enchanting. The chill intensified, causing Kant's face to feel somewhat stiff. Everyone, he exhaled a breath of warmth, grasping the reins firmly, and raised his right hand. Halt our advance. The 6 desert bandits immediately reined in their desert steeds. My lord, is something amiss? They inquired, their breath forming mist in the frigid air. Yet they soon discerned the reason for Kant's command to stop. With stiffened movements, they extracted the long spears strapped to their backs. Their expressions solemn, an enemy was near. Chapter 023. The punishment of sudden death. Indeed, an enemy. The 6 desert bandits felt a chill run down their spines as they gripped their standard spears tightly. Just ahead on the sandy path, illuminated by the moonlight, 7 or 8 shadowy figures stood motionless on the dunes, seemingly fixated on them. Prepare for battle, Kant's voice rang out, as he too unslung his light crossbow from his back. Drawing the bowstring with force, a sharp iron bolt was knocked and aimed at the distant figures on the dune, his finger poised on the trigger. The desert bandits loosened the pouches on their backs, revealing the sturdy shafts of their short javelins. These desert marauders excelled in mounted throwing. They were ready for combat. Be cautious, Kant cautioned. While slowly advancing on horseback, they remained at a safe distance, emboldened by their cavalry status. Should they sense an overwhelming enemy force, they would retreat immediately, swift as the wind. Their mobility was their strength. This was the essence of cavalry. However, their caution was disregarded by the shadowy figures on the dune, who remained still and silent, merely watching Kant and his party, showing no signs of movement or awareness of the impending confrontation. My lord, this feels amiss, one of the desert bandits remarked, gazing at the dune. These bandits, adept in desert warfare, were not so frozen by the cold that their minds dulled. Their thoughts remained sharp. Observing the shadows above, they instinctively sensed something was off. Let us approach and investigate. Kant nodded, having also perceived this point, but still whispered a caution. If there is any situation, retreat immediately. Understood, responded the desert bandits in unison. They proceeded slowly along the sandy path. Advancing further as they drew closer, Kant's brow furrowed, his gaze fixed intently on the distant shadows. It soon became evident that he had not erred. Despite the obscured visibility of the night, he was absolutely certain that the 7 or 8 silhouettes standing there were indeed werewolves. With their beast-like heads and fur-covered bodies, these were unmistakable traits of the werewolves, and having engaged in fierce conflict with them, Kant could not be mistaken. However, at that moment, his brow knitted tighter. Why do those werewolves atop the dunes appear somewhat peculiar? He inquired. Indeed, the desert bandits nodded solemnly, their expressions grave. In their eyes, the approaching werewolves looked utterly unnatural, their posture slumped and drooping, as if bound to something. The silvery moonlight illuminated the dunes, rendering the scene even clearer. Kant's eyes narrowed slightly. That is, he involuntarily exclaimed, his emotions surging within him. My lord, be cautious. One of the desert bandits spurred his horse, and the 6 of them swiftly advanced, their spears firmly gripped, their eyes warily scanning their surroundings. Fortunately, there were no anomalies, nor any enemies in sight. They all exhaled in relief, but their gazes returned to the top of the dune, still filled with horror, for there, atop the dune, indeed stood 7 werewolves. Their lower jaws lined with sharp teeth, their bodies covered in gray fur, with heads resembling wolves and bodies akin to those of humans. Yet, they were truly bound to wooden posts. Thick, coarse ropes bound these werewolves from their thighs to their chests, securing them tightly. What on earth is happening? Kant maintained a firm grip on his crossbow, but gently nudged his horse forward. The steed, attuned to his intent, slowed its pace. The desert bandits behind him bore equally serious expressions, their gazes fixed on the 7 werewolves, and one spoke up. They are merely corpses. Given the temperature of the Lewin Desert, they must have been bound there for at least a week. A week? Kant squinted. Is this punishment? It is likely execution, replied the desert bandit. If it were not execution, then these werewolves would not have been left to desiccate into mummies. The sight of them tied to wooden posts and cruelly left to die under the blazing sun of the Lewin Desert was akin to the most brutal of tortures. But why were they executed? Kant's brow furrowed ever tighter. Yet, he felt no fear. Rather, he cast a vigilant glance at the dune ahead and instructed the desert bandits behind him. Stay alert. Let us proceed to investigate. After all, they were cavalry, unafraid of any threat. With those werewolves constrained to their 2 legs, they could not possibly catch up to them. Moreover, Kant did not believe that these werewolves would anticipate their arrival if they had intended to ambush them. They would have set up a more conspicuous trap. Clearly, if that were the case, those werewolves could simply attack the outpost Oasis, which, compared to their faster-moving cavalry, would present a far larger target with greater rewards. Onward, Kant urged. Shaking the reins, his legs securely gripping the horse, the crossbow was aimed forward, yet upon reaching the top of the dune, they encountered no adversaries whatsoever. Kant gazed at the skeletal, grotesque forms of the werewolves now reduced to lifeless husks and could not help but frown. Their demise was indeed tragic. They were literally baked alive. The desert bandit nodded. Not a drop of water to drink. Such punishments had been employed by various tribes and nations in desert regions. The Sultanate of Saran had also resorted to such methods, but only against the most heinous of enemies or those who had committed unforgivable crimes. Truly lamentable. Kant shifted his gaze elsewhere. The purpose of these mummified corpses was to instill dread. Their tragic end in life was now utilized even in death. Yet, he felt no sorrow, for they were werewolves, his enemies by nature, that if possible, Kant would even wish for all werewolves to suffer the same fate, thus alleviating him of a significant complication. That is, he surveyed his surroundings, but when he turned his gaze northward toward the horizon of the dunes, his eyes widened in astonishment. It is a saline alkali land. Kant could not suppress his exclamation. Just beyond the northern dune, under the brilliant moonlight, stretches of white seemed to expand like a sea, as if it were about to surge forth and engulf the entire desert. This was precisely the saline alkali land they had sought. Furthermore, it corroborated the desert bandits' claims. Indeed, there lay a natural open salt mine. This is genuine. Kant swallowed hard, his grip on the crossbow tightening. Perhaps to modern eyes, it appeared merely a heap of worthless saline alkali land, composed of substandard coarse salt, which would scarcely enter the lives of common folk except for industrial use. However, in this medieval era, it was a luxury that in a past life in Poland, there existed an underground salt mine that, over centuries, produced the entirety of Europe's table salt, yielding an annual tax revenue of 30 for Poland, illustrating the immense profits of the salt industry. My lord, over there are the tents, a desert bandit interjected. Having noticed something unusual, near the edge of the saline alkali land, about 40 or 50 tattered tents were hastily erected. It appeared that they belonged to those werewolves. Chapter 024. Return to the outpost Oasis. The silvery moonlight bathed the saline alkali land, its pristine whiteness entrancing. This was a remnant of a lake that had been surrounded by desert, subsequently dried up and evaporated by the scorching sun, leaving behind this unique area rich in salt. It looks quite beautiful, Kant sighed softly. Yet his crossbow remained steadfastly aimed ahead, for he had already seen, at the edge of the saline alkali land, the disheveled tents scattered about, their filthy conditions severely dampening his spirits. Most importantly, this beautiful, wealth-representing saline alkali land had an owner, the werewolves, the greatest adversary of Dehiram. This does not bode well. A nearby desert bandit frowned slightly, turning to Kant with a serious expression. Based on the size of the tents, there are likely around 300 werewolves here. If I am not mistaken, these werewolves have a direct connection to that large tribe. They must have been dispatched here to exploit the salt mine. It certainly appears so. Kant nodded. The large werewolf tribe had evidently taken complete control of this open salt mine. As evidenced by the compacted sandy ground from years of passage. In truth, it was more accurate to say they were gathering rather than mining. This was, after all, an open saline alkali land, where one could easily collect raw salt. For Kant, who possessed purification techniques, he could, if he wished, refine the coarse salt to the fine white salt that adorned the tables of nobles in the Lion Principality, selling it at an exorbitant price. At that moment, the system notification chimed in his ear. Ding. After arduous travels, you seem to have discovered something. Temporary quest, the origin of salt, completed. Reward, standard Swadia houses 5. Evaluation, within this seemingly barren desert lies abundant resources, including these open salt mines. The system's prompt appeared on his retina. Yet, Kant did not express joy. Having come to understand the depths of the desert, he was far more aware of the dire situation he faced, which weighed heavily on his heart. At least it represents a minor improvement, he mused, glancing over the images of the houses on his retina, shaking his head inwardly. However, this improvement was still too meager at this point. Pulling on the reins, Kant guided his horse down the dune, turning to the 6 desert bandits. We shall depart. It is time to return. The system mission had been accomplished. The objectives of their journey had been established. Now, Kant saw no need to risk venturing deeper into the Lune Desert for further reconnaissance. Rather, he needed to return to the outpost Oasis, allowing his Dehirim ample development to contend with the threat posed by the werewolves. The 7 of them swiftly rode back. Compared to their initial journey, hampered by unfamiliar terrain, the return path was significantly clearer, thus increasing their speed to preserve their strength. After midnight, Kant and the 6 desert bandits found a dune, dug a pit, and lit a campfire for a brief rest. Only after regaining considerable stamina the following morning did they continue their journey. The traces of their passage remained distinctly visible. After all, this was the desert. Unless a sandstorm or strong wind swept through, the footprints left in the sand would take months to be naturally erased. My lord, ahead lies the werewolf tribe. Be cautious. The desert bandit leading the way slowed down slightly, turning to say, we should circumvent it. Then let us do so. Kant agreed. Ahead lay the large werewolf tribe. With the dawn breaking, to avoid alarming them and exposing their presence, they could not afford to brazenly appear before the werewolves. Thus, they took a clever detour, successfully bypassing the werewolf tribe without attracting their attention, and continued galloping toward the outpost Oasis. Returning to the traces leading to the outpost Oasis, their pace quickened. Following the path they had previously traversed was undoubtedly the safest course of action. After a midday respite as dusk approached, the silhouette of the outpost Oasis finally came into view. My lord, it is the council hall. The desert brigands ahead, though somewhat fatigued, breathed a sigh of relief upon sighting the council hall and the stronghold. Turning to Kant with expressions of joy, exclaiming, we have finally returned. Indeed, Kant nodded wearily in agreement. After an extended journey, even mounted on horseback, he felt his body had reached its limit. The steeds beneath him, both the war horse and the desert horse, were now plodding along, their energy waning. They lacked the vigor for a gallop. As these horses too required rest in this reconnaissance mission, the horses they rode were undoubtedly the mainstay. As Kant and his companions advanced, the Swadia soldiers stationed at the outpost Oasis soon spotted them. 5 militia members, armed with crossbows, stood vigil on the dunes. Upon recognizing Kant and the desert brigands, they hurried down to greet him with utmost respect, saying, my lord. Kant acknowledged, lifting the hood from his head and inquiring, how have things been in the past 2 days? All is well, my lord. The Swadia militia responded respectfully. During Kant's brief absence of just over a day, the outpost Oasis had not faced another assault from the wolfmen, appearing rather tranquil. However, this peace was merely the calm before the storm, which was why militia had been stationed as sentinels. It was better to trust in the peril of the desert sands than to believe the wolfmen would not attack. Kant cautioned, be vigilant, before continuing at a leisurely pace towards the outpost Oasis. A smile gradually spreading across his face. The council hall and the brigand stronghold were established on the southern side of a pond, and the outline of the watchtower had already risen to 1/3 of its height. Numerous armed Swadia soldiers were diligently training, indicating that the village's defenses were becoming well-structured. Even the war horses beneath them seemed to quicken their pace, evidently aware that they had returned home and could finally rest. Welcome back. My lord. Esteemed lord, it is a pleasure to see you. Upon Kant's return to the council hall, the new Swadia recruits and militia greeted him with reverence and delight. For them, Kant embodied everything. Excellent, Kant replied. However, feeling mentally and physically drained, he dismounted, yearning for a proper rest. Provide these horses with fodder, and be sure to groom them thoroughly. Observing the new recruits approaching to tend to the war horses, Kant added, once that is done, let these horses rest in the stronghold's stables. Yes, my lord. The recruits nodded, leading Kant's war horse and the desert brigands' mounts. The troughs were filled with fodder, complemented by some dried meat and dates, a nourishing treat for the weary horses after their long journey. Confident in the new recruits' abilities, Kant felt reassured. Exhaustion had begun to weigh heavily upon him, making it difficult to keep his eyes open as he swiftly made his way to his room on the second floor. At this moment, he needed a good rest. After all, he had not slept well the previous night and had spent the entire return journey on horseback, leaving him utterly depleted. Even the 6 desert brigands swiftly returned to their stronghold, collapsing onto their beds and falling into a deep slumber. Chapter 025. The refugees of Swadia traveling day and night. Upon returning to the outpost Oasis, Kant was utterly exhausted. He required a restful sleep to replenish his spirit and strength before seriously contemplating the upcoming arrangements, including the construction of 5 standard Swadia houses as rewards from the system, which required careful planning. The outpost Oasis was not an expansive green oasis. In fact, the entire area measured a pitifully small size, insufficient even to reach 1,000 square meters. Among this was a pond measuring 25 by 6 meters, fed by a spring. Each Swadia house, predominantly built from stone and timber, occupied at least 150 square meters, meaning that without careful planning, 5 houses would completely fill the southern side of the outpost Oasis. Kant would, of course, approach the arrangement of these buildings with great care. He did not sleep for long. Opening his eyes, he noticed the brightening sky through the window. Rubbing his face to regain his composure, he dressed and descended the stairs. Several new Swadia recruits were emerging from the storeroom. Upon seeing Kant, they bowed respectfully. Good afternoon, my lord. Good afternoon, Kant nodded, his eyes scanning the cabbage and dried meat they were preparing. One of them confirmed. My lord, it is almost noon. We are preparing lunch. Is it already noon? Kant rubbed his brow, gesturing to the respectful recruits. Continue with your tasks. The recruits nodded dutifully. Yes, my lord. Before heading towards the kitchen in the Swadia kingdom, hierarchy was distinctly observed. Stepping outside the council hall, the scorching sun enveloped him, the unbearable heat washing over him. My lord. The Swadia militia stationed at the entrance greeted him respectfully. That a group of builders, dressed in long robes and hoods, carefully transported supplies, patting their hammers with cloth to avoid disturbing the tranquility of the council hall. Kant turned to observe. The watchtower had taken shape. The foundation and platform were constructed of stone, with sturdy timber forming the walls and stairs. Although still unfinished, the overall structure was evident, and it was expected to be completed within 7 days, a certainty. My lord. You have returned. The foreman of the builders approached, his honest face beaming with a smile. Kant acknowledged, merely nodding at the seemingly simple yet cunning foreman, stating plainly, ensure the progress is maintained. Timely completion is crucial. Rest assured. My lord, it will be completed on schedule, the foreman replied sheepishly. Kant nodded. That is for the best. I will go urge them to work faster. The foreman understood that his intentions had been perceived by Kant. Having failed to curry favor, he felt a twinge of fear towards Kant, the esteemed lord, and after a few forced pleasantries, hurriedly departed, unwilling to linger in Kant's presence. Cunning merchant, Kant mused, shaking his head lightly at the foreman's retreating figure. The characters materialized from the system possessed their own personalities and consciousness, not merely rigid NPCs. Yet, precisely because of this, such traits included flattery, rivalry, jealousy, and even ruthlessness. Though these had not entirely manifested before Kant, it was uncertain whether this was advantageous or detrimental. Nevertheless, as long as loyalty to Kant was maintained, he had no desire to interfere excessively. Currently, the primary task remained constructing the 5 standard Swadia houses. As Kant strolled along the southern side of the spring, he found himself compelled to turn back. It is too small, he mused, furrowing his brow. The outpost Oasis was indeed too diminutive, requiring extreme caution in the current planning stages. He needed to think ahead for the future. After a moment of contemplation, Kant's gaze sharpened as he scanned the sandy terrain beyond the oasis. A sudden idea sparking in his mind, he promptly contacted the system within his thoughts. Silently inquiring, "System, is it possible to construct buildings on the sand?" He had undoubtedly erred in his empirical reasoning. With the assistance of the system, Kant could indeed erect sturdy structures even on sandy ground. The system promptly replied, "Construction is possible." A smile graced Kant's lips. Indeed, it was feasible, aligning the council hall, watchtower, and brigand stronghold along a horizontal line. Kant walked 10 meters southward, his feet sinking slightly into the soft sand. "Good," he nodded slightly. "This is it." With the system's confirmation, the 5 standard Swadia houses materialized in the world, a multitude of data intertwining and enveloping them, visibly taking shape within mere seconds. The foundations and walls were constructed of neatly arranged stones, approximately 30 centimeters thick, exuding sturdiness and solidity, instilling a sense of security. The roofs were slanted, crafted from orderly, dry timber, and to shield against rain, a layer of tiles was placed atop, though in the desert, concerns about rainfall were moot, as it hardly ever rained. With that worry alleviated, the 5 houses were positioned in a straight line, facing south towards the north, their entrances aligned with the spring, harmonizing perfectly with the council hall and the brigand stronghold. The 10-meter path Kant had traversed now formed a street, and there were no gaps between the 5 houses. The walls connected seamlessly, almost resembling a single continuous structure. If one were to ascend to the rooftops, they could easily traverse from one end to the other. This arrangement was intentionally designed for safety. Kant contemplated that should a large enemy force launch an assault, the troops within the houses could swiftly emerge onto the 10-meter wide street, forming a formidable line of defense alongside the buildings, effectively securing the thoroughfare. The Swadia infantry, armed with polearms, positioned at both ends of the street, would be able to establish a reliable defense with a minimal number of troops. As for the others, they could effortlessly position themselves atop the rooftop, utilizing the 3-meter-high wall as a vantage point, wielding crossbows to target the enemies advancing from both flanks, thereby providing support to their comrades who were valiantly holding the fort at either end of the street. Even if foes were to ascend the rooftop to engage them in close combat, those who had secured the advantageous terrain would easily repel the attackers. This arrangement bore the semblance of a nascent fortress. In truth, this was precisely Kant's intention. The threat posed by the wolfmen loomed perilously close, creating an overwhelming situation for the outpost Oasis. Peaceful development was a notion foreign to the current heir. Kant's ultimate demand for heir was not merely the construction of a village resembling a fortress, but rather the establishment of castles within the system, tall, robust structures capable of firmly controlling the region. This oasis, located at the southernmost tip of the Nalu Desert, was the sole source of water and a vital transportation hub. Whether one sought to penetrate the Nalu Desert from the Sangwaya Mountains or traverse the desert to enter human society, this small oasis was an indispensable passageway. Kant's heir was akin to a nail firmly driven into the ground. Moreover, Kant faced the most immediate threat from the wolfmen. With these rudimentary defensive measures in place, and bolstered by 30 new Swadia recruits and 35 Swadia militia, they could mount a fierce resistance against yet another night raid by over 500 wolfmen. As long as there were no extraordinary forces, they were more than capable of withstanding the assault. At the very least, we have the means for self-preservation. Kant nodded inwardly. Although the threat from the wolfmen tribe persisted, Kant's development surged forward at a remarkable pace. The situation was evolving. In that moment, a system dialog box abruptly appeared on Kant's retina. Ding. Event triggered. The refugees of Swadia, a group of Swadia people, rendered homeless by the ravages of war, have arrived. Upon seeing the vacant houses in your village, they, weary of their plight, seem to have found hope and request to join your village. Swadia refugees 50. Do you wish to accept them? Chapter 026. New system function. Kant was momentarily taken aback. Refugees. He was somewhat bewildered. Yet, a flash of insight regarding the houses crossed his mind, and he quickly grasped the situation. House. A civilian structure. A combination of stone and timbered. It can increase the population. When the village's population is low, it actively attracts refugees to join. Construction cost. 100 dinars. Duration. 7 days. This was the characteristic of the building. The 5 vacant houses were the very reason for attracting the refugees, prompting this event. For heir, it was akin to a timely assist. Except, Kant affirmed with unwavering conviction, without a hint of hesitation, you have graciously chosen to accept these homeless Swadia people. Acquired. Swadia farmers 50. The system chimed once more. However, Before Kant could examine the details closely, another system prompt appeared. Among the Swadia people, tales of your deeds are spreading. Reputation 100 points. Glory 1 point. Reputation system activated. Honor system activated. Current reputation 10 points. Current glory 1 point. Reputation can be consumed to accelerate construction speed. Glory can be consumed to randomly draw from a gift package. Kant's expression shifted slightly that he found himself somewhat perplexed. Accepting these Swadia refugees unexpectedly unveiled new system functionalities, reputation, honor. Kant understood that these two elements were significant metrics in the games of his past life, influencing the nobility's assessment and relationships with players, determining the number of troops a player could command, and even affecting a player's prospects of marriage or ascendance to kingship. Is it somewhat different? Kant discerned that. In this tangible world, the system had modified the implications of these two metrics. This was neither the land of Colradia nor a whimsical game realm. There were no concrete statistics to constrain the number of troops one could command. Nor was there a need for evaluations or relationships. There was no requirement to increase command capacity, nor to engage with noble women or become a king. System, clarify the functions of the two metrics. Unfamiliar with the intricacies, Kant opted to inquire, knowing the system would elucidate everything. Reputation, acquired through combat and living conditions. Specific reputation values depend on the host. For every 100 points of reputation consumed, construction speed can be expedited by 1 day. Kant was taken aback once more, unable to suppress a frown as he remarked, "It can function this way?" In the past, in the context of gaming, lacking a high-level engineering skill made enduring lengthy construction times utterly frustrating. Fast-paced games were not particularly accommodating of such sluggish building rhythms. Even upon arriving in this world, Kant still had minor grievances regarding construction times, although he was aware that they had been significantly reduced compared to reality. No one wished to wait an inordinate amount of time. Everyone preferred expedience. However, what captured Kant's attention most was the honor system. The system provided a clear introduction through a dialogue box. Honor, acquired through epic victories and legendary evaluations. For every point of honor consumed, one can enter the store for a chance to win a mysterious gift package. Note, mysterious gift packages are divided into 5 categories: unit packages, equipment packages, item packages, building packages, and hero packages, with specifics to be explored. A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Kant's eyes, and a contemplative expression crossed his face. Compared to the reputation system, the honor system was, in fact, far more formidable. The methods for acquiring honor alone were indicative of this. Epic victories, legendary evaluations. Just the mention of these terms seemed exceptionally challenging. At least after Kant's 3 victorious encounters with the Wolfmen upon entering the Nalu Desert, none of the battle evaluations had bestowed an epic or legendary designation. It seems exceedingly difficult to attain honor. Kant shook his head. In his previous gaming experience, acquiring honor was indeed more arduous than gaining reputation. Yet, he could not suppress a flicker of ambition. Upon activating the honor system, it appeared he had already obtained 1 point of honor. Observing that the system store lottery required merely this single point, Kant felt a surge of eagerness. Perhaps I should give it a try, he contemplated internally. In truth, Kant genuinely intended to experiment, although honor was challenging to acquire. Its utility was restricted to the system store, rendering the timing of its use inconsequential. My lord. Just as Kant was lost in thought regarding the store, a voice called out to him. The system interface on his retina vanished, and upon turning, he discovered it was a Swadia militia member. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is it?" The Swadia militia member reported, "My lord, we have noticed a considerable number of individuals making their way toward us." Indeed, Kant nodded. Surmising it was the 50 Swadia refugees arriving, he turned to gaze in the direction indicated by the militia, and there, on the horizon, figures laden with bundles were struggling across the desert. "Shall we do something?" the militia member asked. Kant gently shook his head. "No, they are merely unfortunate refugees from Swadia." Swadia people? The militia member was momentarily taken aback. Around him, the 35 Swadia militia members, armed with crossbows, gathered, eager to form a defensive line. However, upon hearing Kant's words, they gradually lowered their weapons and one wished to engage against their own kin. "Yes, they are all from Swadia," Kant affirmed, simultaneously instructing, "Prepare food and water. They appear quite fatigued." "Understood." The militia members nodded, and a few departed the ranks. Nevertheless, These Swadia militia members did not disperse. They remained lined up, crossbows at the ready, squinting at the increasingly near refugees, though aware of their shared heritage. Their primary duty was to safeguard their lord and the village. After all, even among Swadia people, conflicts could arise. Kant remained composed. The 50 Swadia refugees soon approached him. Their linen garments were tattered like those of beggars, their faces grimy, as if they had not bathed in a long time. And an unpleasant odor clung to them, prompting involuntary grimaces. "Welcome to Dehiram." Kant stepped forward and nodded. "You shall receive food, water, and the promise of a brighter future." "Thank you, benevolent lord." The refugees halted, gazing at Kant with hopeful eyes. Upon hearing his welcoming words, they erupted in cheers, tears streaming down many faces. The land of Colradia was far from peaceful. 5 nations waged war upon one another, and it was the common folk, not the nobility, who bore the brunt of the suffering. Banditry ran rampant, and the plundering by enemy forces threatened their very existence. Take them to bathe, and then provide them with sustenance. Kant turned to the militia, saying, "It is your responsibility. Once they have rested, it would be best to assign them some simple tasks to help them acclimate. In the outpost Oasis, everyone must contribute." "Understood." The militia members nodded in agreement. They beckoned to the refugees and began guiding them toward the governance hall and the houses. Food was already prepared. The infantry of the outpost Oasis had their midday meal ready. System store. Yet. Kant remained in place, his gaze once again drawn to the dialogue box. This time, it depicted the image of a treasure chest. Kant understood the implication. If it was a lottery, it was likely associated with this chest. And the drawing would undoubtedly be random. "System, initiate the store lottery," Kant silently commanded. "Beep, the system marketplace is now open." As this is the host's first utilization of the system marketplace, an additional lottery draw chance has been awarded one. Before his eyes, a dialogue box appeared on his retina, bringing a pleasant surprise to Kong. "D-N extra draw chance 1. Did this not imply that he could draw twice? Commence the lottery." Konda did not hesitate. Before him, the image of a treasure chest slowly began to unveil. Cloaked in an air of mystery, the chest gradually opened, and at that moment, the system's notification echoed in Kongda's ears. "Beep. You have obtained a unit package. Your unit package has attracted a small group of desert bandits to pledge allegiance to you. Acquired 10 desert bandits." The system notification emerged, leaving Kongda momentarily stunned. Such a bountiful reward. He swallowed hard, his eyes glimmering with astonishment. Just from one draw, he had obtained 10 desert bandits. This was a feat that would typically require at least 7 weeks of recruitment from the bandit stronghold, a minimum of 2 months to gather these 10 desert bandits. Yet here they were, appearing effortlessly through a lottery draw. Chapter 027, Special System Rewards. Gaining 10 desert bandits without any cost naturally filled Kongda with joy, coupled with the 6 desert bandits who were still resting within the stronghold. Along with the building's characteristic that allowed for the recruitment of 1 bandit per week, he anticipated that after a month, he would have a complete force of 20, enabling him to form a cavalry unit comprised of these fierce marauders. Armed with spears and short javelins, this cavalry could act as shock troops, brazenly breaking through enemy lines, or serve as auxiliary cavalry, adept at harassing enemy formations, for these bandits who thrived in the desert. This was merely business as usual. Excellent. A slight smile curled at the corners of Kongda's mouth, though his eyes shimmered with even greater anticipation. The first draw's generous reward left him eager to discover what the second draw might yield. He silently recited, "Continue the lottery." The system confirmed. The dialogue box refreshed on his retina, revealing a new treasure chest that began to open slowly. The kaleidoscope of colors ultimately coalesced into gold. "Beep. You have obtained a item package." Upon opening the item package, you discover Intimidating Presence, flag. Acquired. Intimidating Presence, flag. Simultaneously, a card depicting a flag materialized in the dialogue box on Kongda's retina. His eyes narrowed slightly. This, Kongda murmured, but then suddenly recalled something, hastening to say, "System. Open item description. Intimidating Presence, flag. Characteristics. 1. Enemy morale within a 500-yard radius will be diminished. 2. Killing an enemy leader will cause chaos among the enemy ranks. 3. The enemy will be more prone to rout out of fear. 4. Fallen enemies on the battlefield will further boost the morale of your forces. Description. This is a legendary flag. Possessing it is tantamount to securing victory. Stunned. Yes, utterly stunned. Kongda's thoughts nearly ground to a halt. If the first lottery drew a sense of delight, This second draw sent shockwaves through him, for he had drawn this item. Reducing enemy morale equated to severing their will to fight, turning even the most valiant warriors into timid recruits, who could crumble under fear and flee the battlefield at any moment. Moreover, when enemies fell, this flag would additionally bolster the morale of his own troops. It was nothing short of a battlefield artifact. This meant that even the most cowardly individual could, under the flag's influence, roar and charge at the enemy. Intimidating presence. He swallowed again, his eyes narrowing. Yet he gradually regained composure from the shock. The card depicting the flag remained visible on his retina. Kander felt parched. He had already recognized the origin of this item. In fact, it was closely tied to the system. Light and darkness. Kander spoke softly, his eyes brightening. The title from the mod. Intimidating presence. Now, this flag, intimidating presence, was essentially a tangible manifestation of a special title one could acquire in the system mod Light and Darkness by fulfilling certain stringent conditions. The effects were not far removed. Yet it had transformed from an ethereal title into a flag of palpable presence. Its influence range had shifted from the entire battlefield to a radius defined by the flag itself. Materialize. Kander connected his thoughts to the system, and data began to flow. As the data dispersed, the flag appeared in his hand. Intimidating presence. The 3-meter-long wooden pole, carved from purple sandalwood, was of suitable thickness, perfect for an adult to grip with one hand. Atop the pole, a flag made from the finest linen hung, dyed in a vivid red that resembled fresh blood, with a majestic lion intricately embroidered in gold thread at its center, even without a breeze. The flag swayed gently, as if to intimidate any ill-intentioned onlookers. Is this intimidating presence? Kander's throat felt dry, yet his eyes sparkled with growing enthusiasm, and JOY.IT was not merely due to this artifact-like item. Kander contemplated further, especially in relation to the system he had traversed into. He discovered that it was not merely the conventional original version, but included those possessing wondrous items and formidable units from various mods. Just like the Light and Darkness mod, which encompassed not only intimidating presence, but also commanding authority and leadership power, along with various true artifacts. In that case, Kander tightened his grip on the pole and earnestly inquired of the system, if my honor is sufficient, can I summon these artifacts from the mods through lottery draws in the system marketplace? Indeed, the system responded succinctly and clearly. Truly splendid. Kander nodded slowly, his eyes alight with excitement. Having spent 16 years in this world, he understood well that this realm of swords and magic was far from simple. Mysterious wizards, ferocious races. These were characteristics that set it apart from his previous life on Earth. And the system, based purely on cold weaponry troops, sometimes seemed ill-equipped to confront those extraordinary powers. But now, that issue was resolved. Lottery draws could yield artifacts with unique attributes, rivaling those extraordinary forces, just as Kander understood. The war god Edmund, revered in the Lionheart Principality, could bestow divine arts related to warfare upon his followers. However, techniques akin to intimidating presence were only wielded by the most elite war priests. Now, Kander effortlessly possessed an item akin to high-level divine arts. I am filled with anticipation for the future. He chuckled softly to himself. What could the wolfmen do? A mere combination of level 0 farmers and a handful of level 1 and level 2 low-tier troops could suffice. Now, having acquired the artifact-like, intimidating presence, why should he fear the threats posed by these primitive races? The power he wielded was far more refined. With the flag in hand, Kander turned toward the sentinel Oasis. A faint aroma wafted through the air. It was lunchtime in Dehiram. The refugees, freshly bathed and donning neatly arranged garments from their packs, gathered together to share a simple meal, smiles adorning their faces. They had become Kander's subjects, the Swadian farmers intending to settle down and live well here. The construction workers had also paused, sitting around the partially constructed watchtower, engrossed in their meals. They reveled in their protection. On both sides of the street and atop the rooftops, Swadian recruits and militia were taking turns eating and standing guard. Atop the northern and eastern dune crests, militiamen armed with crossbows stood as sentinels, vigilantly watching the desert ahead, ever wary of the potential emergence of wolfmen forces. Meanwhile, from the desert bandit stronghold, many figures emerged. 16 desert bandits, their faces rugged and battle-hardened, stepped forth, fully armed, epitomizing ferocity. They were true fugitives. This is my village, my Dehiram. Kander smiled. Many stood up, respectfully bowing to him in greeting. This was the customary homage to a lord. Kangda nodded in acknowledgement, his demeanor neither haughty nor dismissive, remaining calm and composed that a militiaman kindly took the flag from his hands. Kangda arranged for the intimidating presence to be planted at the entrance of the governing hall, ensuring that its effect radius of 500 yards would envelop the entire Sentinel Oasis and could be relocated at any time. The aroma of the meal grew more enticing. The food specially prepared for Kangda was now served. He inhaled deeply, a look of rapture crossing his face. Time to eat. Chapter 028. A new beginning of the week. The sun rose over the eastern desert, gradually intensifying the temperature, though the chill of dawn lingered. The morning light brought a hint of warmth. It was a new day. Likewise, it marked a new week at the Sentinel Oasis. Sunlight streamed through the wooden windows of the governing hall, accompanied by the chirping of unknown birds, their fluttering wings seeming to celebrate the arrival of dawn. It was a scene of tranquility. Is it dawn? Kangda awoke, rubbing his face to shake off the drowsiness that was slowly dissipating. He tossed aside the woolen blanket, grabbed his clothes from the bedside, and realized there was no chance of further slumber, as system notifications had already appeared. Beep. With the rising sun, a new week has commenced. Income. You have collected 50 dinars in taxes from Hiram village. Expenditure. You have disbursed wages totaling 360 dinars to your troops. The remnants of sleep vanished completely. What a rude awakening. Kangda stared in disbelief. The system settles accounts once a week. In the past, Kant had neither villages nor regular troops, which meant there were no taxes to collect or salaries to pay. Consequently, he had almost forgotten about this matter. However, upon glancing at the expenditure column, the staggering figure of 360 dinars caused Kant's brow to furrow. This was not simply excessive spending. It was overwhelming. With a troubled expression, he couldn't help but mutter, "It's rather disheartening." Yet, he felt powerless to change the situation. Given the current size of the troops, this was indeed a significant weekly expense, far surpassing the costs associated with constructing village buildings. The new recruits from Swadia received 1 dinar each per week. The Swadian militia 4 dinars each, and the desert bandits 12 dinars each. When calculated, 30 recruits amounted to 30 dinars, 35 militia to 140 dinars, and 16 desert bandits to 192 dinars, totaling 360 dinars. This weekly payroll left Kant feeling a sense of dread, almost terror. System, Kant sighed lightly. Display the balance. Funds, 20 dinars. The system presented a separate data frame. Kant could only nod and force a bitter smile, as expected. Just a week ago. Upon arriving at the outpost Oasis, he had received a reward of 1,000 dinars. Yet, in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed, leaving him with a mere 20 dinars. This paltry sum was akin to bankruptcy in the games of his previous life. And now, in this real world, lacking the dinars recognized by the system made progress nearly impossible. Not only was developing a village a challenge, but maintaining the troops was also proving difficult. He certainly could not afford the upcoming week's troop maintenance cost of 360 dinars. Dissolving the troops was not an option. That would be tantamount to courting disaster. The threat of the wolfmen loomed like the sword of Damocles overhead. If he disbanded the troops, it was likely that the next time this savage, primitive tribe attacked, the outpost Oasis would be reduced to rubble. I'm utterly exhausted. Kant shook his head, suddenly overwhelmed by fatigue. He stepped out of his room and descended the stairs to the outside of the council hall. Many farmers were busy by the spring, using tools to dig out the accumulated sand and silt from the pond. Good morning, my lord. Good morning, esteemed lord. Good morning, my lord. Upon seeing Kant emerge, they all bowed and greeted him. Kant nodded in acknowledgement. Morning. Turning his gaze to the side of the council hall, he noted that the 8-meter-high watchtower had been completed. This was a recent development, as the builders from Suno had already departed the outpost Oasis via the system. However, their construction skills were indeed commendable. The stone base, the wooden frame, and the cottage-like tower top exuded sturdiness and reliability, surpassing the craftsmanship of the watchtowers typically found in ordinary villages. Currently stationed atop the tower was a single Swadian militia member, alertly holding a hunting crossbow. Meanwhile, Swadian recruits armed with long spears awaited on the stone base of the watchtower, serving as messengers to relay any messages promptly to various points within the oasis. The 8-meter-high watchtower provided an excellent vantage point, even if the wolfmen gathered their forces for another assault, as long as visibility permitted. The vigilant militia member stationed at the top could spot them from a considerable distance, allowing ample time to prepare defenses and inflict significant losses on the approaching attackers. Good morning, my lord. The desert bandits returned on horseback. Currently, they were acting as reconnaissance cavalry, having scouted the perimeter of the outpost Oasis without encountering any anomalies. This was undoubtedly good news. However, the leader of the desert bandits furrowed his brow and asked Kant, "My lord, please forgive my impertinence, but I sense that you appear somewhat displeased." It was more than mere displeasure. The entire Oasis was aware of Kant's somber expression. Stemming from financial woes, Kant nodded slightly, not denying it. Indeed, my mood is rather poor. Yet, this was a problem the desert bandits could not resolve. In this world, solutions were scarce. Kant still had no idea how to exchange the currency of this realm for the dinars required by the system. As for the large silver coins and gold coins, the system had shown no response whatsoever. During his time in the Lion Duchy, Kant had previously attempted to inquire if these could be exchanged, to which the system had simply replied, "Cannot." To obtain dinars, one could only rely on system tasks. However, Kant sighed, system tasks aren't available every day. As if in response to Kant's thoughts, a dialog box suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Beep. Main quest released. Main quest. The value of dinars. Reward. 1 grocery store. Description. Dinars are the sole currency, yet they are not irredeemable. Locate a specific area, spend all your current dinars, and you will receive a unique structure to assist you in resolving your current predicament. Kant gazed at the information on the retinal display, unable to suppress a frown. This main quest seemed deceptively simple. No, not merely simple. It was practically a gift. A grocery store? Kant swallowed hard as memories of the 4 types of shops in town markets from his previous life came flooding back. A grocery store was one of them. His gaze swept over the council hall. To the east stood the watchtower and the desert bandit stronghold, while the west lay barren and empty. System constructed there. Kant's thoughts shifted slightly. Data streams surged forth, and within seconds, a typical Swadian building made of stone and wood materialized at the location he indicated, to the west of the council hall. Chapter 029. The caravan of Jawad in the new building appeared just west of the council hall, covering an area of over 200 square meters, aligning perfectly with the 5 Swadian houses. It resembled 2 parallel lines. This was Kant's pre-designed structure and street layout. However, upon closer inspection, Kant noted that the grocery store appeared slightly rough compared to the other meticulously crafted buildings. The stone base was constructed from stone blocks, while the main structure was bound with wooden beams and ropes, featuring open counters as windows, composed of thick wooden planks nailed together, with windows raised from the bottom to provide shade. Yet, the counter was currently empty, and the entire grocery store was devoid of any merchandise. The system provided a notification. Beep. Through your efforts, the brand new building has been completed. Main quest. The value of dinars completed. Reward. 1 grocery store. Description. You now possess a grocery store that can exchange dinars. Of course, the prerequisite is that you must have items deemed to have value by the system in order to exchange for dinars. Kant furrowed his brow, his eyes scanning the empty store while taking note of the highlighted words in the dialog box. He slowly repeated, "Items of value." The phrase was straightforward and easily comprehensible. Yet, Kant could not grasp what constituted valuable items. Large silver coins, precious gold and silver ornaments. These were items he had previously attempted to exchange with the system during his time in the Lion Castle. Yet none were accepted. System, I don't understand. Kant frowned. Not understanding compelled him to inquire, so he mentally urged, "What do you mean by value?" The system fell into a brief silence. After a few moments, it responded, "Items with magical powers." Items with magical powers? Kant's brow furrowed even more. This term was somewhat complex. Indeed, the system replied succinctly. Effects akin to intimidating presence and similar artifacts can be exchanged for dinars. At this moment, Kant fell into contemplation. Turning his gaze, he noticed the banner of intimidating presence still fluttering in front of the council hall. Despite the lack of wind, the red background, embroidered with a golden lion, exuded a menacing aura, as if it were poised to devour anyone who dared approach. Artifacts. Kant spoke softly, having realized what the system was seeking, something worthy of being called valuable. After a moment of reflection, he gradually articulated, magical items. Indeed, the system confirmed succinctly. Kant smiled wryly, as expected. In this world, a realm of swords and sorcery, where wolfmen, dwarves, elves, and orcs coexisted alongside mages and clerics, there undoubtedly existed certain items imbued with magical powers. For instance, magical artifacts. However, Such items, possessing extraordinary powers, were exceedingly rare. Khan had learned about many from the scholars' writings, but he had only ever glimpsed one in the possession of his late father, Duke Cameron of the Lion Duchy. It was a suit of armor crafted from 2 layers of the finest chainmail, covered by a layer of scale armor. Enchanted by the court's mages with a mysterious magical force, it could lighten its weight, enhance its defense, and remain impervious to rust indefinitely, making it one of the most treasured possessions of the Duke. Even Kant, as the Duke's second son, had never been deemed worthy to touch it. This exemplified just how precious magical items were. Acquiring one, in Kant's recollection, was akin to reaching for the stars. What difference does this make? With a bitter smile, Kant couldn't help but grumble at the system. Such items, which could serve as a family's legacy, were rarely, if ever, sold by noble families. Even though these noble families have fallen into decline, it is exceedingly rare throughout history for them to part with such artifacts that bear the essence of their lineage. After all, retaining such magical items could revitalize the family. Once sold, however, the family's fate is irrevocably sealed. Furthermore, even if someone were willing to sell, Kant simply lacks the funds to purchase them. System, could you possibly provide a more reasonable suggestion? Kant shook his head in resignation, a bitter smile gracing his lips. There is. To his surprise, the system actually responded. This left Kant momentarily taken aback, prompting him to inquire, "What is it?" The system remained silent, yet it presented him with a system task. Ding! Special task issued. Special task. Explore the mysterious. Reward, 5,000 dinars. Description: in the depths of the desert, there seems to be a hidden source of mysterious power within a certain werewolf tribe. Perhaps you should investigate and uncover the origin of this enigmatic force. Upon reading the description, the task appeared straightforward, merely reconnaissance. However, Kant's brow furrowed deeply. Explore the mysterious? Being naturally contemplative, he swiftly discerned the underlying implications. Indeed, this was reconnaissance. Yet, the essence of the system's description implied that unless the so-called source of mysterious power was thoroughly investigated, the task would be deemed impossible to complete. This was a special task. The previous special task had required Kant to investigate the military system of this world, with the reward being the crossbow currently at his back. Yet this time, it poses quite a challenge. He exhaled slowly. It was not merely difficult, it was exceedingly arduous. Investigating the werewolf tribe deep within the desert, currently known to be a large tribe with a population exceeding 2500, would TO undertake such an investigation? It would be tantamount to courting death. The surging werewolves could easily devour his entire garrison Oasis, with a meager force of fewer than 80 men. Standing against 2,500 enemies would be an exercise in folly. The sheer numbers utterly eclipsed any quality advantage. Moreover, the quality of Kant's troops did not even reach a 1-to-10 ratio. The special task has no completion date. The system interjected at that moment. Moreover, it does not conflict with other tasks, allowing for independent consideration. Kant nodded. That is somewhat better. If it truly conflicted with other tasks or was mandatory, Kant would find himself utterly powerless. At present, he had no means to procure any dinars. Even if such a route presented itself, it would be of little help in the immediate crisis. The emptiness of his financial balance already indicated that he would be unable to pay his troops' wages next week. Additionally, funds for development had dwindled to nothing. Ding! A caravan from Jawadin has arrived. Suddenly, the system chimed in. Kant raised an eyebrow. Jawadin's caravan. He was momentarily taken aback. Just then, a Swadian militia member hurried down from a nearby sand dune, waving his hand and calling out, "Unidentified personnel approaching. Unidentified personnel approaching." Have they arrived? Kant frowned, contemplating the so-called caravan. Nevertheless, he turned to the desert bandits waiting nearby and instructed, "Go and take a look." Understood. The 16 desert bandits nodded, swiftly mounting their horses and galloping towards the northern sand dune. After all, they were in the Lewin Desert, where vigilance was paramount. Soon enough, the desert bandits returned, accompanied by 3 wagons, along with several riders and foot attendants, moving at a leisurely pace while engaging in jovial conversation. Clearly, they were not enemies. As they drew nearer, the militia members stationed atop the roof of Dehirim kept a watchful eye, crossbows at the ready. "My lord, they have arrived." The desert bandits rode forth, respectfully reporting to Kant. "It is the caravan from Jawadin." Kant nodded, appraising the caravan composed of 3 wagons, 1 caravan leader, 6 guards, and 12 hired sentinels, feeling a measure of calm. Even though the individuals bore conspicuous weapons, he understood that these were indeed merchants from within the game. The caravan leader, displaying remarkable acumen, recognized the respect the desert bandits showed Kant and promptly signaled to the 6 mounted guards behind him. They dismounted in unison, bowing deeply and collectively stating, "Esteemed Lord of Swadia, the caravan from Jawadin and Vikia extends to you its highest regards." Chapter 030. Trading dates for wheat-facing Kant. The members of the caravan were exceedingly respectful, displaying no hint of rudeness that in their subconscious. Kant represented the high nobility of the Colradian continent. Even as Swadians, they were compelled to treat the nobles of the Vikian kingdom with the utmost decorum, especially considering their status as commoners. Kant merely nodded, his expression unchanged. This was the noble identity bestowed by the system. His gaze shifted to the 3 wagons of the caravan, where the bundles appeared neatly tied and bulging with goods. What a pity, Kant sighed inwardly. He had no dinars to purchase these wares. "My lord, these are all specialties we brought from Jawadin," the caravan leader explained, smiling. "Our caravan offers wool at very reasonable prices, as well as tools, wrought iron, linen cloth, dried meat, smoked fish, and food items such as wheat." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Of course, we also purchase specialties." "Purchase specialties?" Kant furrowed his brow. "How do you intend to do that?" This piqued his curiosity. Before the caravan's arrival, he had no idea that he could sell them anything. "Indeed, we also buy certain items." The caravan leader glanced at the governance hall of Dehirim, his eyes lingering on the general store. And with a hint of eagerness, he remarked, "I see there is an available shop. My lord, if you do not mind, I would like my men to move the goods there. We could remain here for a week." Kant nodded. "You may arrange yourselves as you see fit during this week." He responded readily. After all, he lacked the funds to purchase anything at present. "Thank you very much, my lord." The caravan leader expressed his gratitude, bowing deeply. Meanwhile, the hired sentinels began urging the wagons forward, leaving deep tracks in the sand, indicating that their 3 wagons were heavily laden. Kant understood that the caravans on the Colradian continent generally followed established trade routes. In cities along these routes, they would buy low and sell high or stockpile goods to return to their own cities. "Unfortunately, there isn't much I can offer them here." Kant chuckled bitterly to himself. Though named Dehirim, it could not compare to the true Dehirim of the Colradian continent. This mere village could not even achieve self-sufficiency in food, let alone develop a thriving commerce. It was a rather fanciful notion, even with the system's assistance. Nonetheless, Kant allowed them to proceed. For the current garrison Oasis, adding a bit of liveliness was certainly beneficial. Shrugging, Kant self-deprecatingly remarked, "At least it doesn't feel like being abandoned by the world." Resuming his routine, Kant made his way toward the governance hall, contemplating the special task that awaited him. Upon returning to the hall and taking his seat, the Swadian militia member stationed at the entrance approached, brandishing a polearm and respectfully reporting, "My lord, the caravan leader wishes to see you." The governance hall was not easily accessible to just anyone. "Let him in." Kant nodded, having noted the caravan leader waiting outside. The caravan leader appeared to be in his 40s, with a few strands of gray at his temples, yet he retained a vigorous demeanor, clearly not an ordinary individual capable of leading a city's caravan. In fact, these caravan leaders were often top-tier soldiers turned merchants. Though equipped with iron-studded armor and a Germanic sword, their proficiency with weapons and horsemanship rivaled that of Swadian knights. Yet, before Kant, he displayed utmost deference, bowing his head and saying, "My lord, I apologize for the intrusion. It's quite all right. I am not busy at present." Kant observed the caravan leader and calmly inquired, "What brings you here?" The caravan leader respectfully replied, "My lord, I noticed that your village seems to cultivate date palms. That if your yield is substantial, we would like to purchase some dates." "Purchase dates?" Kant was taken aback. The caravan leader nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, my lord, dates are a specialty of the Sultanate of Saran, renowned for their sweetness, and they sell quite well in other nations." "Certainly, that can be arranged." Kant promptly agreed. He had collected several baskets of dates the previous week, although he had consumed some. Gathering 10 baskets would be no challenge. However, Kant's brow slightly furrowed as he countered, "Will it be in dinars?" The currency he referred to was undoubtedly the dinar, the only form of currency recognized by the system. "Of course." The caravan leader nodded, a hint of curiosity flickering across his face. "My lord, would you prefer to exchange dates for goods? We can also barter, although the prices will need to be equivalent to the value of the items." Khan appeared momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure, stating, No need for that. Let's settle in dinars directly. As you wish. The caravan leader seemed somewhat perplexed. He was certainly unaware that Kant was now contemplating the dates, his mind somewhat dizzy with thoughts of directly confronting the savage denizens of the Wolfmen's tribe. Without dates, one could hardly make any progress. Come in, Kant instructed the militia waiting at the door. Take our friend to the warehouse to inspect the dried dates we have prepared. The militia nodded, understood. The leader of the caravan also offered an apology and followed the militia toward the storeroom beside the governing hall, where several baskets of dates were piled up, having been dried in the favorable weather prior. The dates they often referred to were, in fact, the finished products of this drying process. Fresh dates do not store well, while dried dates are far more convenient for storage and transport in the desert climate. Moreover, the dried dates are sweeter to the taste. Soon, the caravan leader emerged, a date in hand, chewing with a look of delight. My lord, the quality of these dates is truly exceptional. Top quality dates, Khan acknowledged, a smile tugging at his lips. He was meticulous. The dates produced by the system were undoubtedly of premium quality. Indeed, they are quite remarkable. As the caravan leader swallowed his date, he respectfully addressed Kant. If you are willing, I can purchase these dates at the price of 50 dinars per basket. 50 dinars? Kant's brow furrowed slightly. 10 baskets of dates would amount to merely 500 dinars. This represented the majority yield from 20 date palm trees, weighing several thousand pounds. The caravan leader shrugged helplessly, saying, My lord, while the dates are delicious, they are not a necessity. In fact, many people treat them as a dessert, which is why the price is somewhat elevated. After a brief pause, the caravan leader continued, If they were of inferior quality, we wouldn't even offer 50 dinars. Very well, we shall proceed with your stated price. Kant's expression remained calm, seemingly unperturbed. However, within, he felt a profound bitterness. Indeed, this merchant was cunning. Were it not for his lack of options, Kant would have preferred not to sell his dates at all, as they could serve as food reserves. You have made a wise decision, the caravan leader flattered. Kant smiled faintly. Perhaps the insufficiency of dinars was his greatest dilemma at present. To sustain his troops, he had no choice but to sell these dates, for compared to bread, the dates offered little satiation, despite their nutritional value. Yet, Kant seemed to have an epiphany and inquired of the caravan leader, Do you have barley among your goods? Indeed, my lord, we have wheat, the caravan leader replied. 50 dinars per bag. You may choose to sow or mill it into flour. Bring me a bag, Kant nodded, adding, I intend to sow it. In that case, I can select the finest bag for you. The caravan leader smiled. However, while sowing wheat in the desert oasis, you must ensure timely irrigation, lest the sweltering heat scorch your tender seedlings. Thank you for the reminder, Kant smiled. The farmers of Swadia were indeed knowledgeable. Moreover, the muck cleared from the previously dug pond could serve as fertilizer for the wheat. 2 benefits in 1. Chapter 031. The scholar Hank's investigation. The Lund Desert blazed under the scorching sun. Captain Rowan sat atop his steed, his weary face marked by frustration and resignation. After enduring the trials of a long journey, he had finally returned to the Lion Fortress, yet scarcely had he rested for a day before being assigned a new task. This time to protect and guide a certain renowned scholar into the sandy expanse once again. Great war god Edmund, please bless your loyal follower, Rowan muttered, gazing upward at the sun, whose heat felt akin to that of a bakery's oven. Rendering him nearly unable to bear it, he was at his wit's end. He had yet to savor the light ale at the tavern, nor had he been comforted by his lovely wife. And he had not even enjoyed a proper dinner before being urgently summoned to escort a scholar for an expedition into the Lund Desert. What could possibly be found in this cursed place? Rowan lamented inwardly, his tongue licking at his cracked lips, tasting the familiar grit of the wind and sand. He felt like weeping without tears. In his mind, those scholars, who enjoyed generous stipends, should remain in their offices diligently pursuing knowledge, rather than suffering in the desert, baked like bread. Turning slightly, Rowan felt even more helpless. Though he harbored grievances, he dared not voice them, for he could not afford to offend those behind him. The scholar traveled in the soul carriage, while the accompanying guards were no longer Rowan's subordinates, but rather 50 knights clad in double-layered chainmail, draped in linen robes, wielding cavalry lances, and hailing from the Lion Fortress. Their distinguished status was evident. In truth, had he not been assigned as a guide, Rowan would scarcely qualify to join this party. Yet, he had no desire to be part of it. How pitiful, Rowan sighed, turning back to gaze at the endless sea of sand. Filled with deep regret, yet now that he had arrived in the Lund Desert, re-experiencing the harsh heat and unbearable ordeal, it was futile to dwell too long on such thoughts. All he could do was hasten to lead these individuals to the outpost Oasis. With a heavy sigh, Rowan recalled the seemingly youthful yet cold-hearted young Baron. As darkness descended, the expedition in the Lund Desert prepared to camp. The aged scholar lifted the curtain of the carriage and stepped out. Leaning on his staff, observing the gradually darkening dunes with a tranquil expression, this is the second day. Behind him, the burly Hobson approached, clad in double-layered chainmail with a long sword at his waist. He bore a weary countenance, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. He was the true leader of this journey, a knight bestowed by the Duchy of Lyon. Esteemed Scholar Hank, perhaps there is no need for concern. Hobson's voice resonated, rich and magnetic, as he continued the scholar's thoughts. According to our guide, we shall reach the outpost Oasis by tomorrow evening. That is splendid news. Scholar Hank nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your efforts, Knight Hobson. Hobson chuckled lightly. This is the arrangement of Duke Cameron. I am merely following orders. Turning slightly, he gazed into the depths of the Lund Desert, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Scholar Hank, I am genuinely intrigued. Does the legendary lost city truly exist? Scholar Hank fell silent, similarly turning to gaze into the desert's depths. At the undulating dunes, he softly replied, Not entirely certain. Not entirely certain. A flicker of disappointment crossed Hobson's eyes. The two fell into silence. Among the folk tales of the Duchy of Lyon, there were whispers of the lost city. No. It should be said that this folk legend had circulated long before the establishment of the duchy itself, speaking of a grand city forged of gold and gems, rivaling the divine realms. Mysteriously vanished from history. By the way, it seems the outpost Oasis has acquired a lord. Scholar Hank recalled something and inquired. I remember one of my colleagues mentioning this on our way to the Lund Desert. Hobson nodded. Indeed. It has. Oh. Scholar Hank raised an eyebrow, a hint of incredulity in his gaze. Who could accept lordship over this territory? I had always believed those avaricious nobles possessed some degree of rationality. Hobson chose to overlook the sarcasm, responding, Kant. Kantum. Scholar Hank paused, his wrinkled face displaying surprise. That diligent young man. You know him? Hobson inquired with curiosity. Indeed, I am acquainted with him. He is quite a commendable lad. Scholar Hank nodded, frowning slightly as he added, He once studied at our academy. And to my recollection, he came from a reasonably well-off family, though certainly not affluent. After a moment's pause, he countered, Why then would he become the lord of the outpost Oasis? Hobson shrugged. He is the youngest son of Duke Cameron. The youngest son of Duke Cameron? Scholar Hank's expression was one of considerable astonishment. Indeed, Hobson affirmed. Scholar Hank offered a wry smile, perplexed. If he is indeed the Duke's son, why was this not disclosed? I have always held high hopes for this young man. His academic diligence is commendable. Scholars engrossed in academia are sometimes not well informed of such matters. A fact Hobson Knight was well aware of. Observing the busy retainers around him, Hobson felt a tinge of sentimentality and remarked, Kant's mother is a princess of the Silver Plate Kingdom. Scholar Hank's expression stiffened. It took him a moment to respond, looking at Hobson earnestly. Is that truly the case? Hobson nodded. Of course, it is true. The two fell silent once more. Scholar Hank exhaled a deep breath, leaning on his staff, nodding despondently. No wonder he has been exiled here to serve as a lord. He sighed somewhat regretfully. He truly is a diligent and studious young man. A pity, Hobson echoed with a sighed, in the Lion Fortress. He too had come to appreciate this young baron who understood the value of respect. Turning to look at Rowan, who was mounted on his steed, Hobson shook his head, regaining his previous solemnity, and declared, Scholar Hank, you should rest early. We shall set forth at dawn. You all rest well. I shall remain in the carriage. Scholar Hank nodded with a light smile, however, leaning on his cane. His expression slightly grave. He could not help but let out a soft sigh as he recalled the faint traces he had once discovered in books. The legendary lost city. I refuse to believe it is merely a tale. Remembering the ridicule from his colleagues before his departure, Scholar Hank lightly tapped the ground with his cane, declaring, I shall prove all of this. Chapter 032. The cultivation of Oasis land. On the early morning of the second day, the Sentry Oasis remained bustling with activity. The Swadian farmers, who had emerged from the hardships of being refugees, displayed immense enthusiasm for the village that sustained them, dedicating all their energy to labor. Having endured the pain of wanderings, they did not wish to continue as dispossessed refugees. Their diligence was commendable. After 3 days of toil, the spring pond was finally cleared. The dark, foul-smelling sludge at the bottom was excavated and spread across the pre-designated agricultural area to the north. Repurposed as waste, this was far from mere useless mud. It was, in fact, high-quality fertilizer indispensable for agricultural development. This sludge, which emitted a putrid odor under the sun, had been evenly spread across the pre-reserved land, where the farmers mixed it with the soil using hoes, simultaneously loosening the earth. The time for sowing was approaching. The wheat exchanged for 50 dinars yesterday was not for consumption, it was seed. The foundation of agriculture in the Sentry Oasis would rely on it. However, the scale of the agricultural area, based on the arable land available, was evidently inadequate in the northern part of the oasis. From the pond to the date palms at the desert's edge, only a cultivable area of 100 meters long and 50 meters wide had been reclaimed, translating to 5,000 square meters, or a mere 7.5 mu of land. This was a pitiful amount for cultivation. In the Lion Kingdom, where Khan had resided, families of freeholders owning land typically possessed 5 mu. The most commonplace villages were often measured in hundreds of mu, while the wealthier ones could have 500 mu, or even more. Baron Khan's cultivable area was a meager 7.5 mu. The thought of it left him feeling helpless. Even more disheartening was the fact that not all of this 7.5 mu was suitable for sowing. The 3 mu of land at the junction of the oasis and the desert was predominantly sandy. The land's slightly whitish hue was indicative of its dryness and high sand content. Although it could be cultivated, its yield would be quite disappointing. What barren land this is, Kant sighed softly. Yet, this was the land he had to cultivate. Without these 7.5 mu, Hiram would have no source of food. Naturally, he could not afford to abandon it. Observing the dark, foul-smelling sludge being mixed by the farmers with the sandy soil, a thought sparked in Kant's mind. The Sentry Oasis in the Nalawan Desert was indeed lacking in soil. This seemingly ubiquitous element in other environments was, in fact, a crucial component for desert oases, serving as an essential platform for plant growth aside from water resources. Yet, some places did not lack such soil resources. Indeed, Kant's eyes brightened. Instinctively, his gaze turned towards the horizon to the south. A long, dark serpent was subtly undulating along the horizon. It was the majestic Swadia mountain range, the formidable barrier that protected the Lion Kingdom from sandstorms and desert encroachment. Yes, Kant's idea revolved around this mountain range. For within this mountain range, and even across the plains on its opposite side, there lay an astonishing quantity of soil that if transported by cart, it could transform the Sentry Oasis. A somewhat clumsy yet entirely feasible plan. I just wonder how much time it would take. Kant exhaled softly. Regaining his composure, in his mind, he calculated the time this cumbersome method would require, measured in months. It would likely need to be estimated in years to be truly viable. But I certainly want to give it a try. Watching the farmers diligently tilling the soil before him, Kant felt a stirring within. This was the only means to change the fate of the Sentry Oasis. Kant fell into contemplation, while the farmers continued their work, dividing tasks efficiently. They soon finished loosening the primitive sandy soil, mixing in the dark sludge, which brought forth nutrients accumulated in the pond for an unknown duration. They also rebuilt several of the pre-dug irrigation ditches, channeling the spring water from the pond. As the clear liquid began to flow through the ditches, the sandy soil received its much-needed irrigation. The agricultural area was taking shape. That a farmer approached, bowing slightly and respectfully inquiring, "My lord, the fields have been cultivated. Shall we begin sowing the wheat now?" "This matter is in your hands," Kant replied. He was not well versed in agriculture and would not speak carelessly. Whoever was skilled would take charge. This was Kant's management principle. The Swadian farmers were evidently the most adept at tilling the land. He affirmed, "I believe it is time to sow. By autumn, we shall reap our wheat." He added, "Of course, the irrigation ditches must be well maintained, as these arid sandy lands cannot retain moisture well. Timely irrigation is essential to ensure the seedlings have access to water at all times." Kant nodded. "That is excellent." Just then, a system notification chimed in Kant's ear. A data box instantly popped up on his retina. Ding! Main quest released. Main quest. Sowing. Reward. 50 Swadian farmers. Description. Agriculture is the foundation of the territory. Cultivating farmland from primitive land and sowing crop seeds signifies the flourishing of the territory and is a symbol of development. Kant was momentarily taken aback. Another main quest had been released. This struck him as peculiar. Since arriving at the Sentry Oasis and acquiring his own territory, the frequency of system tasks had noticeably increased. Previously, in the Lion Kingdom, there were times when several months would pass without a single temporary task, yet in just over a week here, he had received 7 or 8 various tasks. Fortunately, these tasks were also easy to complete. Sowing, Kant instructed casually. His expression tinged with a sense of reflection. The Swadian farmers under his command were, in fact, already preparing to sow wheat. The tilled land was once again dug into shallow pits, into which the golden, plump grains were tossed. The farmers smoothed the pits where the grains were dropped, while others carried clay pots to water them. The 7.5 mu of farmland was swiftly sown. The system dialog box appeared. Ding! After a flurry of activity, you find that the farmland has been sown. Main quest: sowing completed. Reward: 50 Swadian farmers. Evaluation: how could farmland be without farmers? These experienced farmers can accomplish the vast majority of agricultural tasks. Moreover, their strong emotional attachment to their homeland means they would also take up arms to defend it. Effortlessly, 50 Swadian farmers were secured. This, Kant shook his head in amazement, was quite easy. Truly, it was effortless. Akin to receiving a gift. Looking up at the sun, which had just reached a slanting position, he estimated it to be around 10:30 a.m. Check the irrigation ditches. If all is well, you may all return to rest, Kant casually instructed. However, before resting, remember to water the farmland we cultivated this morning. I do not wish to wake up tomorrow morning to find our grains scorched by the heat. Rest assured, my lord, the farmers replied confidently. They were experts in this regard. Kant trusted them, nodded, and turned to return to the governing hall, as he needed to arrange for lunch. The midday heat of the Nalawan desert was evidently not conducive to labor. After a restful lunch, followed by a refreshing nap, they could resume work with vitality after 2 p.m. This was the survival strategy in the desert. Although Kant had not been here long, he had already adapted to its rhythms. At noon, lunch commenced. The usual fare of roasted dried meat and bread, cabbage soup, and a few olives was served out. Of course, the new 50 Swadian farmers joined in, resulting in a more generous portion for this meal. Chapter 033. The sound of the horn during lunch. The daily rations included slices of dark bread, oil-dripping hand-pulled dried meat, a bowl of cabbage soup mixed with flour, and 2 dates each as a sweet treat. As a dignified and noble lord, Kant's meal was enhanced with spices. The food appeared quite splendid. There was meat and vegetables, rich soup, staple food, and dessert. For ordinary folk, this would be akin to a feast. Kant was acutely aware of this in the Lion Kingdom. Only citizens with respectable jobs in towns or freeholders with their own farmland in the countryside could afford such delicacies. The underdeveloped productivity could not sustain a populace where everyone could indulge in fine food. Yet Kant, with the system, was an exception. I am full, he said, setting down his knife and fork and calmly wiping his mouth with a napkin. However, a hint of helplessness flickered in his brow. He had grown weary of this food. It was not that it was unappetizing. Rather, having eaten it for 8 days, he found it somewhat monotonous. Even though his meals were meticulously prepared and flavored with spices, the familiarity of the taste over consecutive days had caused his palate to protest. Yearning for variety or a change in food types, bread, dried meat, cabbage, and of course, sun-dried dates. Placing the sun-dried, soft dates in his mouth, the alluring sweetness instantly enveloped his palate. However, Kant subtly shook his head. No matter how exquisite the delicacy, frequent indulgence leads to monotony. He set down his handkerchief and ascended towards the second floor of the governing hall, turning momentarily to remind the Swadians still enjoying their lunch within. Remember to remain vigilant during your break. Understood, the militia replied in unison. Although it was lunchtime, the vigilance at the outpost Oasis had not faltered. Particularly, the watchtower adjacent to the governing hall had been completed, standing a towering 8 meters high, allowing for easy observation of the surroundings for over 1,000 meters. Greatly facilitating their watch duty, the flat terrain of the Lorne Desert was far from the complexities of mountainous landscapes. Kant nodded, returning to his room on the second floor with a sense of reassurance. He had faith in their sense of duty at the very least. These Swadian soldiers had never caused any trouble, and Khan had never witnessed any signs of their laxity. After all, they hailed from the war-torn Colradia, a land marred by strife. Any careless individual would likely have long since been buried under the sands, becoming a relic of history's progression. Reclining on his bed, Kant closed his eyes to feign sleep. Despite the absence of pressing tasks, contemplation remained an exhausting endeavor. The sunlight outside blazed fiercely, and the temperature began to rise. The outpost Oasis, sweltering at 50 C, fell into a tranquil silence as lunch concluded. All were resting. This precious midday respite was hard-earned, for many tasks awaited them in the afternoon, including military training and tactical exercises with the Swadian militia, new recruits, and farmers. The threat of the wolfmen had never dissipated. And Kant remained ever vigilant, constantly envisioning potential adversaries. Thus, last week, he had organized training sessions for all. The training within the system could enhance experience, thereby allowing for the upgrading of troop types. However, it necessitated a training ground or a leader possessing training skills. This was the tangible world. Kant, lacking any data-driven skills, could not elevate troop levels during routine drills. Currently, Dehiram remained a village, devoid of any training grounds that could augment experience during training. Yet, this did not hinder their preparations. Although they could not increase experience nor upgrade the level 0 farmers to level 1 recruits, they could still drill formations and tactical arrangements that in this real world, where blood and flesh clashed, the demands for tactical formations were far greater. As battles were not resolved through chaotic rushes typical of games that present, Kant commanded a force nearing 200 individuals, 100 Swadian farmers, 30 Swadian recruits, 35 Swadian militia, 17 desert bandits. One could be recruited this week. And himself, totaling 183 warriors, all willing to fight fiercely to protect their homeland. Among them were 10 exceptional Swadian militia. The previous engagements had endowed these militia with ample experience, as long as Kant paid the requisite dinars for their upgrades. They could readily evolve into higher-tier units, such as Swadian light infantry or Swadian skirmishers. However, for Kant at this moment, hasty upgrades were not prudent due to potential damage overflow, but in other words, the current level 2 Swadian militia could adequately contend with the primitive wolfmen, achieving commendable results on the battlefield at a high cost-performance ratio. They were equipped with iron-reinforced armor and helmets, wielding heavy spears with iron tips, one-handed melee axes capable of penetrating armor, and sturdy kite shields, alongside crossbows. Though these hunting crossbows had lesser power compared to the light crossbow in Kant's possession, with a range of only 80 meters, they still represented a viable means of ranged attack, thus affirming their utility as weapons. Hence, it was said that the Swadian militia offered exceptional value. These versatile units could even serve as a frontline defense, holding their ground against relentless enemy assaults, especially when facing the wolfmen. Their true worth would be magnified. Kant had pondered deeply as long as they could triumph over the anticipated second wave of the wolfmen tribe. The forces of Dehiram would undergo a significant transformation. More farmers would rise to become Swadian recruits, and subsequently, more recruits would evolve into Swadian militia, eventually advancing to the formidable Swadian light infantry. The war that others dreaded, in Kant's view, represented an alternative path of development. The system inherently thrived on warfare, and the notion of peaceful advancement was merely a pretext before success, a facade to lull the enemy into complacency. Had Kant possessed 100 Swadian knights, he would have unhesitatingly declared war on the wolfmen tribe, utilizing the cavalry's superior mobility and the terrifying prowess of the Swadian knights to cleave through the ranks of the wolfmen in the flat desert, slaughtering them amidst the dunes. Alas, he lacked 100 Swadian knights. Just as Kant's thoughts meandered, a deep, resounding horn abruptly pierced the air, seemingly capable of shaking one's very soul. What is happening? Kant's eyes flew open. Fully alert, he recognized that this was the sound of a sentinel's horn from the watchtower, and such a noise signified only one possibility. An anomalous situation had arisen. Perhaps the wolfmen were approaching, or there were suspicious forces at hand. In any case, it meant that defensive postures were required. He swiftly exited his room and stepped outside the governing hall. The new recruits and militia, armed with spears, had already assembled. Meanwhile, to the side of the street, 100 farmers wielding long-handled sickles stood ready, their spirits high. What transpired? Kant's expression was stern as he brandished his light crossbow, striding forth from the governing hall. A militia member from the watchtower raced down to explain to Kant. My lord, I have spotted an unfamiliar cavalry force approaching from the south, heading towards our oasis. An unfamiliar cavalry force. Kant's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze sharpening. Turning to the south, he could only survey the seemingly endless sand dunes, and he inquired softly, "How many are there?" The militia member replied, 50 cavalrymen and 1 cart. Kant nodded, but his furrowed brow deepened. The wolfmen certainly did not possess cavalry units, and even if they did, they would not appear from the south, which belonged to the Lionheart Duchy, Kant's homeland, renowned as the martial kingdom and the strongest human realm for cavalry. Everyone, he gestured, issuing a command. Prepare for battle. Understood. The troops responded with enthusiasm. Kant would not let his guard down simply because the cavalry hailed from the Lionheart Duchy. One must remember that even within the duchy's nobility, fierce conflicts could arise over territories and wealth. Small-scale wars among the various nobles were commonplace. Therefore, he directly instructed the 17 desert bandits waiting at the street corner, mounted on their desert horses. You shall conduct reconnaissance now. Engage only if necessary, and return immediately after your observations. Yes, my lord. The bandits nodded. Reconnaissance was indeed their forte. With a kick to their horses' flanks, the 17 riders galloped off, dispersing across the vast sandy expanse. Chapter 034. Hobson's embarrassment in the southern Lorne Desert. Robust warhorses galloped swiftly. The expedition from the Lionheart Duchy traversed the dunes at a brisk pace. It should be just ahead. Rowan, riding at the forefront, focused intently on the horizon, feeling a slight sense of relief. If all goes as expected, we should reach the outpost Oasis in about half an hour. As the guide, he had finally completed his preliminary task. Rowan let out a sigh, wiping the sweat from his brow, a hint of helplessness evident in his expression. Reaching the outpost Oasis was merely the first step of the mission. There were subsequent phases. Further explorations into the unknown territories of the Lorne Desert, even investigating areas that the Lionheart Duchy's expeditionary forces had never penetrated a decade ago. Oh, this is just damned ridiculous, Rowan rolled his eyes, feeling quite unlucky. However, upon glancing at the stoic, formidable figures of the attendant knights, he wisely concealed any negative expressions from his face. He could not afford to offend these individuals. Rowan was merely a squad leader in the cavalry. While the attendant knights were members of a distinguished cavalry regiment, their ranks were not comparable, especially the knight Hobson, who rode alongside the cart. A genuine knight, one of fewer than 300 in the entire Lionheart Duchy. The mere presence of such an individual left him somewhat dry-mouthed. Yet, that was of little concern to him. As the guide, Rowan knew that his only duty was to ensure a correct route. Just as he was lost in thought, an attendant knight approached him on horseback, speaking coldly. Lord Hobson wishes to see you. He hopes to discuss route matters. The knight's demeanor was rather brusque, but Rowan was accustomed to it, cursing inwardly. Damn it, he maintained a smile and nodded. Understood. Turning to glance back, he noticed Knight Hobson looking over, nodding in acknowledgement. Rowan tightened the reins, redirected his horse, and respectfully inquired, My lord, how may I serve you? How much longer until we reach the outpost Oasis? Hobson inquired in a neutral tone, devoid of arrogance. He is, after all, a knight, a cornerstone of the noble class, possessing his own distinguished demeanor. This should take about half an hour, Rowan quickly replied. We will arrive shortly. Half an hour. Hobson nodded, gazing ahead, his expression betraying a hint of relaxation. Even he, amidst the treacherous expanse of the Lunan Desert, had grown quite fatigued. Sir Hobson, take it easy. If we truly uncover something during this expedition, the rewards upon our return will be substantial. A voice, slightly hoarse with age, resonated from within the carriage. Scholar Hank lifted the carriage curtain, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. Trust me. Of course, Scholar Hank, your erudition shines like pearls in the Lion Duchy, Sir Hobson acknowledged. Which was precisely why he had chosen to accompany Scholar Hank to this place, the Lost City. This term signified boundless wealth. In truth, his journey here also bore the shadow of the Lion Duchy. For he was indeed a member of the noble class. Wait. However, a grave expression crossed Hobson's face as he raised his right hand. Something's amiss. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of swords being drawn filled the air. Rowan instinctively unsheathed his own sword, swallowing hard as the surroundings glimmered ominously with cold steel. The accompanying knights promptly drew their swords, halting their steeds, vigilance etched on their faces. The Lunan Desert was fraught with peril. and they were acutely aware of this. Hobson surveyed the horizon, his expression serious, and slowly commanded, "First and second squads, spread out and scout the flanks." "Understood." The 20 accompanying knights promptly responded, then galloped off, swiftly dispersing into pairs towards the sand dunes. Forming an efficient reconnaissance unit, they were, after all, a standard cavalry regiment. "Sir Hobson," Scholar Hank inquired, his expression weighted with concern, "have you discerned anything?" Rowan, swallowing again, remained silent, listening intently. "I heard the sound of hooves, few in number, yet remarkably agile." Hobson nodded, his eyes reflecting solemnity as he scanned the surrounding dunes, frowning as he explained, "They are maneuvering between these dunes. They must be light cavalry." "Light cavalry?" Scholar Hank frowned, incredulous as he surveyed the area. "How could there be light cavalry here?" Hobson's brow furrowed slightly. "That is precisely my curiosity and concern. The Lunan Desert was a desolate wasteland. Cavalry, that was implausible. In this barren land, sustaining humans was already a challenge, let alone the more delicate war horses. One must understand, not just any horse could serve as a war steed." Clip-clop, just as they pondered. The urgent sound of hooves echoed from beyond the dune. The 10 knights accompanying Hobson immediately drew their swords and advanced, their faces grave, yet trained from a young age as proper knights. They displayed no trace of fear. From behind the dune, a single light cavalryman burst forth on horseback, pursued closely by 6 accompanying knights. It appeared that the frantic escape of this light cavalryman had led him into their path. Hobson frowned slightly. He observed that this light cavalryman wore tattered armor and wielded worn weaponry, yet his lightweight attire afforded him remarkable speed, leaving the accompanying knights struggling to keep up, with the distance between them widening. Had they not been present, this light cavalryman would likely have escaped using the dunes as cover. "My lord, be careful." The accompanying knights unsheathed their swords, spurring their horses forward, their faces stern, clearly ready for battle. Yet Hobson raised a hand, frowning. "Wait." He then addressed the light cavalryman. "Stranger, we hail from the Lion Duchy and bear no ill intent." Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he blurted out, "We are acquainted with Baron Kander." This statement seemed to bridge the gap between them. The pursuing knights, who had been hot on the heels of the cavalrymen, began to slow their pace. Nevertheless, they maintained their encirclement, effectively trapping this nimble light cavalryman in the center. Escape would be nearly impossible. The light cavalryman, clearly aware of this, reined in his steed, frowning at the authoritative figure of Sir Hobson, and finally spoke. "What is your relationship with Lord Kander?" "Baron Kander is the son of the Duke of the Lion, and I am a knight sworn to the Duke," Sir Hobson replied, voluntarily disclosing his identity. However, this esteemed title, respected within the Lion Duchy, failed to elicit any response from the light cavalryman, who did not even bow his head in salute. This light cavalryman, hailing from the Sultanate of Sarandis, pledged allegiance solely to Kander. He was, in fact, a desert bandit. "Why are you here?" the desert bandit inquired, his tone accusatory. "This is Lord Kander's territory, and you are currently infringing upon his sovereignty. I expect a reasonable explanation." Hobson was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating such a tone from the light cavalryman. Yet, as he turned to survey the vast sandy expanse, a wry smile crept across his lips. He could not deny the truth. The Lion Duchy had long since granted the southern part of the Lunan Desert to Kander as a baronial domain. Bringing such a large contingent into the Lunan Desert without informing Kander could indeed provoke war back in the Lion Duchy. This was a matter of honor, and no noble would remain indifferent to foreign troops trampling through their territory. Yet, this predicament was all the more embarrassing for Hobson. But where were they? The Lunan Desert. A realm devoid of civilization, a barren wasteland. No one would venture here without necessity. However, observing the light cavalryman's earnest demeanor, he reluctantly shook his head and refrained from offering an explanation. "Take us to the outpost Oasis." Both I and the elder scholar in the carriage are acquainted with Baron Kander. Chapter 035. Ambiguous Introductions. Kander wore a grave expression. Perched upon his warhorse, his grip on the menace of the enemy was slick with perspiration. The desert bandits dispatched for reconnaissance had begun to trickle back, and one had gone missing. His absence was anything but a good sign, signifying potential casualties. This was already bad news. The intelligence brought back by the desert bandits was even more troubling. The infantry, having assembled and taken their positions on the streets, began to murmur amongst themselves, a hint of panic evident. "Calm yourselves," Kanda's voice suddenly rang out. His eyes, sharp as an eagle's, swept over the agitated troops. And he raised his voice to reprimand. "Only cowards flee in the face of danger. Swadians fear nothing." The news of the arrival of 50 accompanying knights had spread throughout the Oasis. Upon hearing this, the infantry at Kanda's side turned pale. They were not mere NPC data. They were flesh and blood, capable of feeling fear, excitement, eagerness for battle, and sheer terror. Moreover, they realized they were facing 50 fully armed heavy cavalrymen. Their legs felt weak at the thought, for they understood the terror that heavy cavalry could invoke. The Swadian kingdom was founded upon its cavalry. The heavy cavalry, charging recklessly across the battlefield, was the foundation upon which the Swadian kingdom asserted its dominance, serving as a deterrent to foreign nations against encroaching upon their borders. Against 50 heavy cavalrymen, they were merely fodder, regardless of their long weapons such as spears or polearms. Even the Rhodoc kingdom, whose forces were equipped with shields and pikes, had hesitated to confront these fully armed cavalry in open plains after suffering several defeats in mountainous terrain. 50 Swadian heavy cavalrymen could effortlessly pierce through a battalion of 200 infantry. Absent long-range weapons, even 500 men would stand no chance against these heavy cavalry, crumbling under their relentless advance. Kanda's 165 infantry were merely low-tier troops. The 50 heavy cavalrymen represented a psychological battering ram capable of shattering their morale. Moreover, it was not merely the 50 heavy cavalrymen. Even 50 ordinary cavalrymen, such as light cavalry akin to the desert bandits, could easily annihilate them with the right tactics. Kanda understood this all too well. Furrowing his brow, he inquired solemnly, "Are they from the Lion Duchy?" "Indeed," the scout bandit replied. After all, the only neighbor to the Lunan Desert was the Lion Duchy. Taking a deep breath, Kanda's expression grew grave. Shadows flickering in his eyes, he contemplated several dire scenarios. Given his awkward standing within the Lion Duchy, Kanda could not help but grit his teeth. "Have I chosen this land as my domain? Only for these scoundrels to persist in their pursuit of me?" Certain nobles within his homeland would not wish for Kanda, the duke's son, to survive. "My lord, what shall we do?" The Swadian infantry turned their anxious eyes upon Kanda, their faces etched with trepidation. Unlike the savage and primitive beastmen, these men were not without the capacity to fight. Yet, the 50 heavy cavalrymen, though seemingly few in number, constituted a true military force, fully armed, well-trained, and exceptionally equipped, capable of obliterating Dehirium. They could not hope to contend with such might. "Remember, Swadians have never been cowards." Kanda's voice resonated heavily in the ears of all, that he knew that while anyone could succumb to panic, as the Lord, he must embody the resolve of the Swadian kingdom in this world and remain unshaken. That he needed to stabilize the spirits of his troops. New recruits and farmers lined the streets on either side. Kant raised high the banner of intimidation, emblazoned with a golden lion on a red field, fluttering magnificently in the wind. His orders swiftly cascaded down. "All militia, take positions on the rooftops, employing crossbows to snipe the enemy." "Understood." The infantry responded vociferously to Kant's command. Though their faces were still marked by confusion, a modicum of morale had been restored by Kant's directives. When constructing Dehirium, the arrangement of buildings had fortuitously formed streets, and the densely packed structures now conferred a fortress-like stature, allowing them to defend from a position of advantage. At the very least, they would not have to confront the cavalry on open ground. With preparations complete, the streets flanking either side of the square were densely populated with infantry. A mere 10 meters wide, at the forefront stood the newly recruited Swadians, their 2-meter-long pikes laid flat, complemented by the long-handled scythes wielded by the farmers behind them, forming a primitive yet formidable pike square. Meanwhile, militia armed with crossbows perched on the rooftops, ready to both disrupt the enemy's advance and leap down to bolster their defenses should the need arise. The turmoil of war across the Coradia continent had rendered these infantrymen well acquainted with battle. All was in readiness. Even the merchants from the Jividan caravan, who had lingered within the general store, had arrived. The caravan leader, clad in chainmail and wielding a flanged mace, bore a grave expression as he stood behind Kant with his 6 guards and 12 sentinels. "Awaiting orders, Lord Kant. The Jividan caravan is willing to join this fight and will heed your command," the leader declared with great enthusiasm. Kant nodded, a faint smile gracing his features. I am most grateful, though the caravan guards and sentinels were only level 2 and 1 soldiers. They nonetheless constituted a fresh force, and in this moment of peril, their presence was indeed most welcome. Time trickled by. The sun dipped below the horizon. The twilight struggled to hold its ground as faint stars began to emerge in the sky. Familiar scenes, Kant mused, narrowing his eyes as memories of 8 days prior surfaced. That it was at this very hour that he, alongside Rowan and the cavalry, had vanquished the Wolfman tribe that had besieged the Oasis outpost. That had been a thrilling battle. Yet now he found himself as a pitiful figure, entrenched at the Oasis outpost, awaiting the assault of others. This feeling is most unwelcome. Kant clenched his fists as he awaited the final showdown in silence. A shout from the watchtower broke the stillness. The Swadian militiaman peered down from the tower, brow furrowed in alarm. "My lord," he exclaimed, pointing southward. "They are coming." A ripple of unease swept through the troops lining the streets. For it was evident to all that the enemy had arrived. They referred, of course, to the 50 heavy cavalrymen. Yet, contrary to the palpable tension, an unusual calm descended upon the faces of the soldiers, even the Swadian farmers. Deep within their eyes bore an unwavering resolve to fight to the death to protect their homeland. Should they fail, their very right to exist would be extinguished. At that moment, a notification from the system abruptly appeared in Kant's vision. Ding! Temporary mission released. Temporary mission. Form an alliance. Reward. Arrow rain coverage. 500 Vikia archers. 3 waves. Description. In the dimming light, danger looms. Fortunately, an elite unit is arriving. You may choose to ally with them to overcome this peril. Kant quickly perused the mission details, his expression stiffening. Form an alliance? He pondered, a mix of confusion and apprehension surfacing. The system's vague wording hinted at an underlying threat. In the dim light, danger looms. Kant whispered the phrase, his gaze shifting to the next line. An elite unit is arriving. His eyes narrowed slightly. Choose to ally. These pivotal statements quickened the beat of Kant's heart as realization dawned upon him. At that precise moment, a commotion erupted at the street's entrance, accompanied by the sound of hurried hooves, signaling the return of someone. Kant turned to see the previously missing desert bandit approaching. Chapter 36. Misunderstandings upon reunion. The newcomer was indeed the desert bandit who had vanished. Yet the infantry stationed at the street's entrance did not part to clear the way. Instead, they tightened their grips on their weapons, leveling their pikes and scythes toward the bandit, their eyes blazing with fury. Even within the street, the other 16 desert bandits mirrored this sentiment, their anger palpable. For just beyond, on a nearby sand dune, 50 knights clad in chainmail and draped in linen cloaks awaited, clearly guided by a familiar face. This very desert bandit. This traitor. Wait, hear me out, the desert bandit urged, desperation lacing his voice. I am not a traitor. He was acutely aware of the source of the infantry's ire. Silence. That does not excuse your bringing the enemy here, came the furious retort from the street's entrance. Inciting a chorus of agreement from the infantry. Even the militia on the rooftops trained their crossbows on him, ready to unleash bolts that could easily breach leather armor within a 30-meter range. I need to speak with Lord Kant. The desert bandit was slick with cold sweat. Recognizing the folly of having led these strangers, especially the formidable heavy cavalry, to the Oasis outpost, he had no assurance that these newcomers were truly acquainted with Kant. Impossible. The infantry's collective roar echoed defiantly, their eyes burning with resentment toward the bandit, whom they deemed a traitor. Let him through. Kant's steady voice rang out from behind, calm and authoritative, infused with the weight of a leader. I trust my men. The soldiers recruited by the system would never betray him. Lord Kant. The infantry turned in astonishment to see Kant, proudly brandishing the red and gold lion banner, flanked by the 16 stoic desert bandits, coldly regarding their former comrade, their short spears gripped tightly in hand. Should they wish, they could hurl those lethal weapons in a heartbeat. Lord Kant. I assure you, I am not a traitor. The desert bandit gulped, his eyes reflecting a blend of trust and gratitude toward Kant as he hurriedly reported. The approaching force belongs to the Lion's Duchy, led by a captain named Hobson, tasked with escorting a scholar named Hank to the Narain Desert in search of the fabled lost city. And there is a cavalryman named Rowan. They claim to know you, in a desperate bid to clear his name. The desert bandit divulged all he knew. Kant paused, momentarily taken aback. He instinctively looked up, brow furrowing as he gazed at the well-equipped cavalry on the dune. Indeed, Their attire was unmistakably that of the Lion's Duchy. As he focused, his expression shifted to one of recognition. Sir Hobson, Scholar Hank, and the cavalry Captain Rowan. Kant nodded, his countenance easing slightly. This was, indeed, a misunderstanding. Yet even with the recognition of these three familiar faces, Kant did not instruct the infantry to lower their guard. The system's warning lingered ominously in his mind. Danger looms in the dimming light. What this danger entailed, and whether it stemmed from the knights before him, remained unconfirmed. Confirmation was straightforward for Kant. Stand aside, he commanded, leading the 16 desert bandits forward. My lord, be cautious. Though the infantry parted to allow passage, their eyes remained fixed with suspicion upon the desert bandit. Their mistrust palpable. Even the bandit himself felt a twinge of awkwardness. He had indeed brought these knights, yet he could not discern the true nature of their relationship with Kant, if they were friends or mere acquaintances. All would be well. However, had they come as enemies seeking to annihilate the vulnerable Dehiram, he would undoubtedly be branded a traitor. My lord, he stammered, attempting to explain but ultimately lowering his head in defeat. There was little to justify. Rest assured, they are indeed my allies, Kant replied with a reassuring smile. His demeanor tranquil, he gestured for the desert bandits to advance, instructing, rejoin your ranks, and do not dwell on unfounded fears. This statement unequivocally conveyed Kant's intent. Thank you, benevolent Lord Kant, the desert bandit exclaimed, elation lighting his features as he nodded and galloped back to rejoin his comrades. The infantry at the street's entrance ceased their hostile glares, their expressions softening into calm. An older desert bandit shot him a sidelong glance, murmuring a reprimand. Use your head next time. If you had brought enemies this time, you would have been a traitor. I will be more cautious, the desert bandit replied. Shame coloring his face, Kant chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further as they pressed onward, while atop the dune, 3 cavalrymen similarly descended on horseback. Esteemed Baron Kant, encountering you here, far from the Lion's castle, truly evokes a sense of warmth. It was none other than Sir Hobson who spoke, a knight personally bestowed by Duke Cameron of the Lion, with his fief located not far from the castle. Naturally, the two were well acquainted. Sir Hobson, Kant replied with a smile, his tone poised yet infectious. Casting a glance at the reticent Captain Rowan beside him, Kant nodded and added, Captain Rowan, it is a pleasure to see you again. Your assistance last time proved invaluable, for which I am deeply grateful. The assistance he referred to was, of course, their support during his offensive against the wargs at the outpost Oasis. Rowan certainly recalled it, as well as his own earlier show of disdain when he had taken his subordinates away. Is that so? Rowan swallowed hard, his voice laced with humility and respect. It is my honor to serve you, esteemed Baron Kant. He had shed his former arrogance, especially in the presence of the knights of the Lion Principality and the distinguished scholar. Kant merely smiled. He held no grudge against Rowan, recognizing it as merely human nature. However, when Kant turned to regard the elder beside him, his expression became notably complex, and he could not suppress a soft sigh as he bowed in respect. Professor Hank, I truly did not expect to meet you again in the Lund Desert. He addressed him with honorifics, his tone imbued with respect. Scholar Hank sighed lightly. Baron Kant, life is indeed full of surprises. Indeed, Kant nodded gently, both reflecting on their shared sentiments. Just a month prior, they had been within the academy, engrossed in the study of the vast collection of tomes. Hank was a scholar, while Kant was among his most diligent and favored apprentices. I never would have anticipated this, Hank lamented, surveying their surroundings. The conditions here are truly dire. Indeed, Kant concurred. Nevertheless, he turned to Professor Hank and remarked, I must admit, I find it rather puzzling that you have ventured here. The harsh environment of the Lund Desert poses a severe burden on your health. The Lost City, Professor Hank interjected, his voice tinged with fervor. I am here to seek it. The Lost City. Kant furrowed his brow slightly. As the Academy's most devoted apprentice, he had perused numerous texts on similar subjects, ultimately concluding that the so-called Lost City was nothing more than a ludicrous myth. Entirely fictional. Shaking his head, Kant shrugged and said, There is nothing here but sand. There will be, Professor Hank insisted, undeterred, a hint of determination etched on his aged face. I am 67 years old. If I do not find a way to prove myself soon, I may never have the chance to explore this place in person. Such spirit is commendable, Kant said, bowing his head slightly in respect. This was a gesture of reverence from a junior to a senior. Yet Kant did not share such convictions, believing the tales to be absurd and devoid of any truth. Chapter 037. Perseverance in Adversity. Sir Hobson chuckled lightly. This is an expedition funded by Duke Cameron. He sensed Kant's thoughts and elaborated. Professor Hank is one of the esteemed scholars of the Lion Principality. He has drawn certain conclusions regarding the lost city, which is why Duke Cameron is willing to support Professor Hank in this field investigation. This expedition is bound to yield results, Professor Hank affirmed gravely. I once acquired an ancient manuscript linked to the lost city. Kant was momentarily taken aback. He recalled the ancient manuscript he had been responsible for 6 months prior to leaving the academy. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, "Are you referring to that manuscript?" "Precisely," Professor Hank nodded. "That very manuscript." After a brief pause, his aged visage lit up with joy. "I owe my ability to decipher its contents to your meticulous organization of the materials, which revealed the most crucial phrase regarding the lost city." "Is that so?" Kant regarded Professor Hank with a serious expression. Even Sir Hobson and the reticent Captain Rowan instinctively turned their attention to the esteemed scholar of the Lion Principality. "When the sun rises again, the golden holy city will blossom anew." With a solemn demeanor, Professor Hank spoke slowly, ensuring all could hear. His words resonated profoundly, akin to a prophetic declaration. After a moment's pause, he added, "This is recorded in the ancient manuscript I deciphered, and I am quite certain that the golden holy city referred to therein represents the lost city." "Truly astonishing," Sir Hobson sighed. Recognizing the grandeur contained within those words that as for Captain Rowan, he remained silent, acutely aware that his status paled in comparison to the 3 prominent figures before him. "Indeed, it is quite shocking," Kant nodded. Feeling a tremor of awe at the revelation, gazing at the aged Professor Hank, he sighed softly. "Professor Hank, perhaps you may indeed uncover something." "I will." Professor Hank beamed, fully aware of Kant's sigh, but choosing not to elaborate. For him, now in the twilight of his life, discovering something was secondary. What mattered most was the opportunity to witness it firsthand, even at the risk of his life and the scorn of his peers. Alas, but at that moment, a long horn echoed suddenly from the outpost Oasis behind them, causing the 17 desert bandits to turn abruptly. Kant's expression stiffened, and he instinctively said, "This is not good." "Baron Kant, are you in trouble?" Sir Hobson inquired, frowning at Kant's distressed countenance. The urgency of that horn seemed significant. The horn was, of course, a means of communication, universally understood within the Lion Principality. "Indeed," Kant affirmed, his demeanor grave. "We face enemies in considerable numbers." His words were succinct. In truth, even Kant was unsure of the exact number of foes approaching. However, based on the system's description and the urgency of the horn from the watchtower, he knew it could not be negligible. "Wargs," Captain Rowan could not help but blurt out. Having fought alongside Kant before, he was aware that the transformed outpost Oasis before them was, in fact, a stronghold they had seized from a warg tribe. "That seems likely," Professor Hank nodded. "Wargs have inhabited the Lund Desert since time immemorial." Sir Hobson smiled. "If they are indeed wargs, I believe I may be able to assist." Behind him trailed 50 heavily armored knights, a formidable force even within the combat ranks of the Lion Principality, more than sufficient to deal with primitive wargs. "I cannot express my gratitude enough." Sir Hobson, Kant felt a surge of hope. The system's mission required them to form an allied force. They had now reached a verbal agreement. In the eyes of the system, the temporary mission had been accomplished. "Ding, your relentless efforts have completed the temporary mission." Temporary mission. Form an alliance, completed. Reward, rain of arrows, 500 Vikian marksmen, 3 waves. Description, you have forged an alliance with an elite unit, increasing the chances of overcoming this crisis. However, remember that alliances are never reliable. One can only trust oneself. A dialogue box appeared in his vision. In Kant's mind, a golden card hovered, seemingly awaiting activation. It depicted numerous figures drawing bows and arrows, poised to unleash a volley, corresponding to the description of rain of arrows. Kant grasped the essence of the message. 3 volleys of 500 Vikian marksmen. He licked his lips, determination gleaming in his eyes. This is quite promising. The Vikian marksmen were one of the 2 most formidable troop types within the system, the other being the Rodok snipers, renowned for their long range and devastating power. Vikian marksmen, on the other hand, were characterized by their rapid fire and considerable range, akin to a machine gun in a siege, capable of inflicting brutal devastation upon foes when adequately supplied with arrows. Even the Swadian knights, who were formidable in their own right, would have to pay a price to eradicate them in close combat. "Let us retreat to my fief village," Kant addressed Sir Hobson and Professor Hank. "Though modest, it offers some semblance of defense." "Very well," Sir Hobson nodded. His 50 accompanying knights had already gathered closely. These were reserve knights, and should they achieve military merit or demonstrate extraordinary prowess, they would ascend to the ranks of coveted knights. Forming the very foundation of the noble class, the group departed the dunes, returning to the outpost Oasis, where the infantry remained somewhat bewildered. The enemies, who had been on high alert just moments before, had now transformed into allies. However, upon reflection, they could not help but chuckle at the irony, recognizing it as a mere misunderstanding of intelligence. Yet, the true enemy was indeed approaching. The militiamen from the watchtower hurried down, their faces etched with concern. With swift strides, he approached Kant and reported, "My Lord Kant, a massive horde of wargs has been discovered in the northeastern region, with an initial estimate of their numbers reaching up to 2,000. They are advancing rapidly and are predicted to arrive at the outpost Oasis in approximately 20 minutes. 2,000 wargs." Kant furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. This figure was astonishing. Even Hobson, the knight, and Hank, the scholar leaning on his staff, bore expressions of grave concern. Such a multitude of wargs had crossed the threshold of mere quantity into an alarming quality. Even the 50 heavy cavalrymen could scarcely penetrate the formation of these wargs at this moment. The most prudent tactic would be to evade. Yet for Kant, the wargs directly advancing toward the outpost Oasis rendered avoidance a non-issue. Choosing to retreat would signify surrendering the Oasis to the wargs. And his Dehiram, this fief of his, represented loss. He would be left with nothing. Beep. Temporary mission issued. Temporary mission. Perseverance in adversity. Reward: 1,000 dinars, 500 reputation, 1 honor. Description: in the dimming twilight. Amidst a fierce battle, whether you can defend your village hinges on your steadfastness, trust in yourself. The most arduous perseverance can create miracles. At that moment, a dialogue box reappeared in Kant's vision, indicating a new temporary mission. Chapter 038. The Golden Lion on a red field. Kant's countenance grew grave, but Hobson, who had just arrived, appeared even more solemn. 2,000 wargs. He frowned slightly, his eyes reflecting a sense of somberness. The discrepancy in their numbers is staggering. This was not a mere 20 or 200 wargs. It was a terrifying force of 2,000 that could easily overwhelm and consume his 50 heavy cavalrymen. Given the situation, a direct confrontation would surely lead to defeat, and optimism was unwarranted. "Is this from a large warg tribe?" Hank, the scholar, inquired, leaning on his staff. 2,000 wargs cannot simply be mustered by an insignificant tribe, though lacking military expertise. The scholar possessed a keen analytical mind. "Indeed," Kant acknowledged, not concealing the truth. His thoughts raced as he continued. "To the north of the outpost Oasis lies a large warg tribe, home to at least 2,500 wargs. If my deductions are correct, this must be their vile host." It was undoubtedly them. The direction and the numbers corroborated the existence of this formidable warg tribe, which had mobilized entirely to eradicate the human presence in the outpost Oasis. Driven by vengeance and hatred, we require a cautious strategy, Hobson Knight mused after a moment of silence. We must strive to defeat these wargs with minimal cost, reducing our casualties. Exercise caution. Hank nodded in agreement. "Thank you very much," Kant replied earnestly, bowing slightly. Their conversation signified their genuine involvement in this matter. In truth, faced with an assault from 2,000 wargs, they could have chosen to withdraw without consideration for Kant's opinion, as they bore no responsibility for defending his fief. Their task was merely to escort Hank during his expedition in the Nayland Desert. If the outpost Oasis is overtaken, I suspect my research will come to an abrupt end. Hank sighed lightly, a bittersweet smile forming. Observing Kant's youthful yet resolute face evoked a sense of pity within him. Yet I cannot bear the thought of my most esteemed apprentice losing his territory so easily. Hobson nodded in agreement. "And we are not without a chance for victory. Only through our utmost efforts," Kant affirmed with a determined nod. Though he spoke little more, having committed the significance of this to memory, This was a timely intervention. Seeing Kant's demeanor, Hank and Hobson silently acknowledged their mutual regard for him. "Let us arrange a battle plan," Hobson declared, addressing Kant and Hank. "This is a battle we cannot afford to lose." They were filled with confidence. After all, 50 heavy cavalrymen equated to 50 formidable knights, well-trained, exquisitely equipped, and brimming with fighting spirit, coupled with the nearly 200 soldiers stationed at the outpost Oasis. They stood a considerable chance of vanquishing these primitive and brutish Wurg forces. History had proven their prowess. A decade prior, around 2,000 troops from the Lion Kingdom had swept through the southern Nalan Desert. The records clearly indicated that in the southern Nalan Desert, within the Sangwaya mountain range, there were dozens of large Wurg tribes numbering in the thousands, not to mention scattered smaller tribes of hundreds. Yet ultimately, they had been thoroughly eradicated. Of course, for those currently at a numerical disadvantage, devising a strategy to secure victory required meticulous deliberation. Tactical reasoning was essential. However, as the enemy approached, their discussions were swift. They ultimately reached a consensus. "Given the circumstances, Baron Kander, your forces shall defend the Oasis," Hobson stated. "I will lead the heavy cavalrymen to conceal ourselves behind the dunes, launching a charge when the battle becomes entangled, aiming to plunge the enemy into disarray as quickly as possible." "Indeed, that is an excellent strategy," Kant nodded in agreement, confident that his Swadia infantry could hold the village's street entrances without issue. This was also his assurance to Hobson. "I shall remain here," Hank added with a gentle nod, tapping his staff against the sandy ground. "Though I am advanced in age, I believe I can still contribute in some measure to the war effort." Kant nodded in response. "Professor Hank, it is best for you to stay." Outside, the battlefield was rife with the clashing of blades and the scent of blood. At 61 years of age, Hank would likely find it daunting to withstand such intense combat, which could very well claim his life. Out of respect for him, Kant gestured towards his governing hall. "Professor Hank, that building is relatively safe. You may rest there and alleviate the fatigue from your prolonged journey." In response to Kant's caution, Hobson chuckled lightly. "You truly underestimate Professor Hank." "Do not worry about me," Hank replied with a smile, shaking his head, gripping his staff tightly. A glint of vitality sparkled in his seemingly dull eyes. "Kant, when I followed Duke Cameron onto the battlefield, you had yet to be born. Is that so?" Kant wished to offer further reassurances, as Hank's frail appearance suggested that a strong gust of wind could easily sweep him away. Just then, a message arrived from the watchtower. "My Lord Kant, the enemy approaches." A militiaman stationed atop the tower called out urgently. "They are regrouping behind the dunes, organizing their assault formation, and may strike at any moment. Please prepare your tactical response." The enemy was upon them, an army of 2,000 Wurgs. "Let us move," Hobson commanded. Leading the way, the 50 knights clad in double-layered chainmail, draped in linen cloaks, followed swiftly behind. The stars shimmered brilliantly, and the silvery moonlight cascaded down to eye in the eyes of the militia atop the watchtower. The Wurgs amassed thickly behind the dunes in the northeastern direction, their howls and roars echoing across the desert, audible even within the outpost Oasis. "They are coming," Hank observed, furrowing his brow as he gazed toward the dunes. Acquainted with various texts, he whispered to Kant, "If we can withstand the initial onslaught of these Wurgs, we can claim victory." "I understand," Kant nodded. The primitive Wurg tribes lacked any tactical acumen, charging chaotically only to retreat in disarray. As long as the first wave of attacks was repelled by the infantry of Dehiram, they could create a momentary stalemate. Hobson and the 50 heavy cavalrymen could then seize the opportunity to open the gates to victory. The charge of heavy cavalry had always been devastatingly effective, just as Kant had previously outmaneuvered the Wurgs, leading them into chaos and securing a decisive victory. This time would be no different. The phenomenon of mass panic was formidable. Should a rout occur, these Wurgs, untrained in tactics, would flee en masse. A woo! A raspy howl suddenly pierced the air. On the dunes, a robust Wurg stood, raising a battle axe high. "The Wurg chieftain," Kant spoke slowly. Feeling parched the chieftain lifted his axe. The Wurgs behind him similarly brandished their crude clubs and charged forth, their distinctive, piercing howls resonating incessantly. Pairs of green eyes glimmered with bloodthirsty desire in the shadowy night. "Raise your weapons and prepare to face our foes." Kant inhaled deeply. His expression grave, he raised the flag high, its crimson background flapping in the wind, the golden lion proudly displayed, a symbol to instill fear in the enemy. This was Kant's strongest trump card, the source of his confidence in winning this battle. How is this possible? Hank's face betrayed a look of incredulity as he stared at the red flag bearing the golden lion, murmuring, "This banner is a miraculous artifact." As the words surged forward, upon reaching a certain distance, an arcane aura enveloped them. In contrast, the Swadian infantry stationed on either side of the streets of Dehirim felt a surge of spirit. The war has commenced. Chapter 039. The terrifying first assault. The war has begun. The crimson banner waved, prominently displaying the golden lion, claws bared. This was the banner of Kant, the intimidating presence. His trump card. Within a radius of 500 meters from the intimidating presence, the special effect would activate, diminishing the enemy's morale and instilling a sense of dread towards Kant. The Knoll, the current enemy of Kant, would undoubtedly be affected by this effect. A woo, a woo, a woo. The howls, akin to those of wild beasts, echoed with a chilling resonance from their toothy maws. This was a language known only to the Knolls. Accompanied by these howls, the multitude of Knolls charged frantically towards the buildings lining the streets of the Sentry Oasis, launching a ferocious assault. The night was deep and dark, yet these nocturnal creatures, possessing night vision, had already spotted the human infantry at the street corner. The fresh enmity from 8 days prior at the Sentry Oasis, combined with the old grievances from a decade ago with the Lion Kingdom, propelled these already irrational Knolls to run faster, wielding their spiked clubs with a more savage ferocity. Roar! The Knoll chieftain bellowed as he led the charge, the clinking of his chainmail resonating with each vigorous stride. He was eager to savor the taste of blood, as were the Knolls trailing behind him. There was no strategy, nor any semblance of formation. They were still entrenched in an age of primal ignorance, knowing only the thrill of slaughter. However, as they continued their relentless sprint, drawing ever closer to the Sentry Oasis, a tremor of apprehension flickered within their hearts. The Knoll chieftain, too, felt this unease. His green eyes glinted with malice and brutality, tinged with a hint of fear towards the human soldiers ahead. The distance to the Sentry Oasis was precisely 500 meters. The intimidating presence activated. The Knolls, who had been charging at full speed, abruptly halted as they neared the 500-meter range of the banner. Though they resumed their run, the earlier fury and rage dissipated. Their morale had been instantaneously diminished. In warfare, morale is often the driving force, and once depleted, the consequences can be dire. The Knolls were no exception. For Swadia, the synchronized and invigorating battle cry resounded through the eastern street corner. The infantry had long been prepared, their faces resolute as they gazed upon the approaching horde of Knolls, their eyes betraying a flicker of panic and a grim resolve about the uncertain future. If survival was unattainable, they would fight to the death. This was the eastern street corner, the primary assault direction for 2,000 Knolls, destined for a brutal and bloody confrontation. Only 30 Swadian recruits stood at the forefront of the street, shields raised, with only their spears thrusting through the gaps. The spearheads glimmered ominously. Behind them, 60 Swadian farmers formed a densely packed line, utilizing their long-handled sickles to create a defensive formation, forming a steel hedgehog capable of inflicting severe harm upon the enemy. This was not the sole arrangement. 35 of Kant's finest Tier 2 soldiers were stationed atop the rooftops at the street corner. Their crossbows were primed, ready to unleash death upon their foes. Additionally, they had prepared fan-shaped shields and heavy spears at their sides, along with combat hose more suited for close-quarters melee, all to thwart any Knolls attempting to scale the rooftops. These were traditional Swadian homes, approximately 3 meters high, and even with the triangular roofs, they barely reached 3.5 meters, a height not imposing enough to deter the Knolls. "They are coming." Scholar Hank spoke gravely, drawing Kant's attention forward. Kant squinted slightly, his light crossbow already poised in hand, detecting the unmistakable stench in the air, the unmistakable odor of Knolls. The 500 meters vanished in an instant as the Knolls sprinted forth. A dark mass gathered, their thundering footsteps resembling a flood breaching a dam, surging with terror towards the Sentry Oasis, poised to crash violently upon the infantry at the street corner. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. But the sound of bowstrings snapping and arrows piercing the air was incessant. The triggers were pulled. Both Kant and the militia atop the rooftops instinctively chose to shoot. The iron crossbow bolts flew forth, bursting forth in a shower of crimson before the advancing Knolls. The iron tips easily piercing through fur, penetrating the fat layer, and severing arteries, leaving deep wounds in their wake. A woo! A chilling howl erupted as the foremost gnoll, struck by an arrow, glared with bloodshot fury. The crossbow fire did not deliver fatal blows to these gnolls, but there were exceptions. 4 gnolls were hit in vital areas, their speed faltering as they collapsed, only to be mercilessly trampled by those behind them. Emitting muffled howls before succumbing to silence, the first battle was a success. For the 2,000-strong gnoll horde, these losses were negligible. Yet for Kant's forces, it was akin to oil poured into a raging flame. Igniting their spirits, the banner of the red background with the golden lion swayed gently, and the Swadian recruits, who had been locked in a stare with the gnolls, now displayed a flicker of exhilaration in their eyes. Effect 4 activated. The fallen enemies on the battlefield would further bolster the morale of their own side. Long live Swadia! The recruits shouted, their determined faces reflecting a fierce resolve to fight to the death. But soon after, the gnolls crashed into the spear wall at the street corner. Bang, 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 bang. It was as if something were heavily pounding against wooden planks. Yet in reality, it was the gnolls, using their bodies and spiked clubs, violently assaulting the spear wall and the seemingly sturdy shields. The ferocity of the gnoll charge was truly frenzied, even with spears and sickles before them. They pressed on without hesitation. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of splintering wood echoed. The foremost Swadian recruits emitted muffled groans of pain. The tightly packed formation at the street corner, in Kant's eyes, suddenly staggered back 4 or 5 steps before finally halting. While the 12 Swadian recruits at the front line had all fallen, even with their left shoulders braced against their shields and their right hands thrusting spears through the gaps, the farmers behind them struggled to assist in stabilizing the force upon contact with the enemy. Yet they suffered immense losses under the terrifying onslaught of the gnolls. Shields shattered, spears splintered, and while over 20 gnolls were impaled by the spears and sickles, the spear wall began to appear perilously unstable. The numerical advantage had thoroughly overwhelmed the quality advantage. If it weren't for the intimidating presence still fluttering in the wind, bolstering the morale of the Swadian infantry, the soldiers at the street corner would likely have seen their spirits plummet under such a terrifying assault. These were all living, breathing beings. In the name of Swadia, withstand the enemy's assault. Kant shouted through the street, yet his voice was drowned out by the frenzied shouts of the remaining recruits and farmers. Along with the gnolls' howls, the Swadian recruits struggled to hold their ground, neglecting to thrust their spears, instead raising their shields to protect the farmers behind them. The long-handled sickles swung downwards or thrust forward from the rear. But this defense would not hold for long. Gnoll corpses littered the ground, yet Swadians too fell victim to the blows of the spiked clubs. In the cacophony of battle cries, casualties occurred every second. Even atop the rooftops, gnolls finally appeared before the militia. The militia had no choice but to abandon their crossbows, engaging in close-quarters combat with their fan-shaped shields and combat hoes, yet they were steadily pushed back. Scholar Hank. We must retreat. Kant gritted his teeth, witnessing his infantry falling in droves. The gnolls' initial assault threatened to shatter his defenses entirely. He knew it would not be long before, perhaps within mere minutes, his inadequate defenses at Dehiram would be completely breached. As the terrifying horde of gnolls forced their way through with the blood and flesh of their comrades. Chapter 040. The mysterious transcendent power retreat. No, we do not need to retreat. Scholar Hank leaned on his staff. A calm demeanor etched upon his wrinkled face. His expression was impassive. Age did not merely reflect years lived, but rather an experience far beyond the ordinary. Such a brutal battlefield was not a novel experience for him. As a senior scholar of the Lion Kingdom, Hank had not only delved into ancient texts but had also acquired knowledge of the necessary transcendent powers, such as spells. Stone skin. The staff lightly tapped the ground, and a brown light rapidly spread forth before Scholar Hank. The Swadian infantry, who had been struggling to resist, became enveloped in this brown glow, their bodies seemingly solidifying into stone. Although it was merely a thin layer, when woven together, it rendered them as unyielding as rock. Even if struck by a gnoll's spiked club, while the stone layer shattered, they gritted their teeth and endured, rather than collapsing to the ground in a bloody heap as before. Clearly, the spell cast by Scholar Hank had taken effect. What is this? Kant's expression froze, his instinct to grasp Hank and pull him away faltered. This is a level 1 earth magic, stone skin. The Scholar Hank smiled faintly, a glimmer of self-satisfaction in his eyes. I have perfected this spell to an expert level, capable of withstanding 5 powerful blows from a werewolf. akin to each warrior donning exquisite scale armor. That is truly quite impressive. Kant could not help but swallow hard. The Swadian infantry ahead had ceased to retreat under the ferocious onslaught of the werewolves. They had steadied themselves, reformed their defensive lines, and continued to thrust and slash with their spears and polearms. The infantry, having stabilized their formation, had entered a brief stalemate with the werewolves. That it was a war of attrition, a gruesome mill of flesh, a slaughterhouse of life. The night sky seemed shrouded in the bloodiness of the conflict. Should either side falter under the brutal strain, succumbing to fear, this temporary impasse would shatter, and the fearful would be mercilessly slaughtered by the victors. The brutality of combat on the battlefield was indeed merciless. I never anticipated. Kant shook his head with a wry smile. Professor Hank, you truly are a mysterious mage. In his interactions with Hank at the academy, Kant had perceived him merely as a highly skilled scholar, never suspecting he was, in fact, a mage. Hank chuckled lightly. Although I am a senior scholar at the academy, I am also an honorary mage of the Mage Association. I do not comprehend. To me, it feels as if two worlds are colliding, Kant replied with a pained smile. I am astonished. While he was aware of the Mage Tower and the so-called Mage Association, they existed only in the annals of various texts. The actual Mage Tower, situated adjacent to the Lion's Castle, was akin to a forbidden zone for Kant. Even as a duke's son, he lacked the privilege to enter or even gain profound insight into it. This was precisely why he had opted for the academy instead. The Mage Association is quite stringent in its selection of mages. This is no secret. Hank discerned the disappointment in Kant's words. After a moment of contemplation, he offered consolation. Though mages wield extraordinary powers, such abilities are the result of years of rigorous study and experimentation, and to become a formidable mage requires, at the very least, 30 years. 30 years, a hefty price indeed. Kant sighed. Though he yearned for that extraordinary power, the cost was beyond his means. Moreover, possessing a golden finger, he doubted he would be outmatched by those extraordinary abilities. Just as he held aloft the banner of intimidating presence, the stalemate in battle saw more and more werewolves fall to the thrusts of polearms and scythes, and the crimson background of the banner grew ever more vibrant, the golden lion upon it appearing increasingly majestic. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Yet on the battlefield, a distant rumble of thunder began to resonate. The werewolf chieftain, commanding the fray, with a glint of savagery in his eyes, also bore a look of astonishment. Not only he, but the werewolves behind him also raised their heads. The sound of thunder grew louder, yet the starry sky above bore no clouds, leaving all the werewolves perplexed as to the source of the thunderous roar reverberating in their ears. Oh, some werewolves howled in terror, their primal language echoing through the air. The werewolves in the rear began to stir, and even those in the front, who were still furiously battling the human forces with bloodshot eyes, began to retreat. Their ferocity and brutality waning, an expanding sense of awe and fear gradually appeared in the eyes of these werewolves. They had discerned the source of the sound. 50 heavy cavalry knights, akin to a tide, surged forth with their lances raised. It is Sir Hobson. Hank, with a touch of relief on his aged visage, turned to Kant with a smile, raising his staff. Since the plan is in motion, Baron Kander, I shall cast a second-level spell shortly, and thereafter, your part will come. Of course, Kant nodded. This had been prearranged, albeit without the casting of the spell by Hank. Undoubtedly, it was Hank's magic that had enabled Kant's lower-tier forces to withstand the ferocious, overwhelming werewolf army, thus turning the tide of battle. Venomous spray. With his staff raised, Hank's eyes flickered momentarily. A mysterious connection was established, and a stream of earthy yellow light coalesced into a green liquid, which, by Hank's intent, coursed over the struggling Swadian infantry and crashed heavily into the midst of the werewolves, splattering everywhere. Hiss, 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 hiss. A woo, a woo, a woo. The green liquid splashed upon the werewolves, instantly exhibiting a potent corrosive effect. Smoke billowed, and a foul stench pervaded the air, a result of the chemical reaction between the green liquid and their flesh and fur, eliciting chilling howls from the werewolves it contaminated. However, this lamentation was short-lived. Mere seconds later, the intensely corrosive liquid penetrated their skin, fur, and even their blood vessels. Despite the werewolves' tenacity, they coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, convulsing in their death throes. Instantly, a radius of several meters within the densely packed werewolf ranks was cleared of their presence. Baron Kander, do not hesitate, Hank urged, placing a hand on Kant's back, his tone grave. "This is a prime opportunity, do not squander it." "Right." Kant snapped back to attention. With intimidating presence held high, he drew the short sword from his waist and shouted to the front, "Swadian warriors, advance and slay the enemy! Slay the enemy!" The few remaining Swadian recruits roared. The heavily burdened farmers echoed in kind, brandishing their long scythes and charging forth with fervor. A surge of courage erupted within them. Even those on rooftops, brandishing their fighting hoes and buckler shields, engaged the werewolves, their cries of rage fueled by the loss of their comrades. With fewer than 100 soldiers remaining, they seemed to have forgotten death entirely. Under Kant's command, they surged forward, weapons raised, driving the werewolves that had entered the street into disarray, even causing these primal beings to flee in terror. The effects of intimidating presence activated simultaneously. Effect: the enemy will find it easier to scatter due to fear. Effect: fallen enemies on the battlefield will further elevate the morale of their own side. As morale surged, and the tide of battle turned in their favor, even cowards could transform into roaring butchers. Ordinary farmers became bold Swadian warriors willing to charge forth. Long live Swadia! Long live Lord Kant! The 8 remaining Swadian recruits brandished their short axes. The 19 surviving militia swung their fighting hoes. And the remaining 53 farmers raised their long scythes to strike. They seemed almost mad, fiercely charging forward, determined to eradicate every werewolf at the street's entrance, even at the cost of their own lives. To purge their village of these beasts. Awu, the werewolf chieftain, clad in chainmail, emitted an enraged howl. Yet the authority it once wielded now failed to restrain the growing panic spreading through its ranks. As the forces began to crumble, most notably, the front line engaging with the human troops began to retreat in disarray. To the side, hundreds of werewolves stared wide-eyed in terror, fixated on the approaching heavy cavalry charging from 100 meters away. Their target set upon them. In the darkness, the rising dust seemed to obscure the sky. The thunderous pounding of hooves against the ground reverberated, the intense vibrations and the roar of sound nearly unsteadying the werewolves. 10 years prior, the dread of human heavy cavalry surged within them. A mass rout commenced. Chapter 041. The victory of forged success, intimidating presence, was indeed an extraordinary artifact of the system, directly affecting the morale of the enemy, and these werewolves were no exception. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Sir Hobson led his 50 knights, piercing through the ranks of werewolves from the side. The charge of a handful of heavy cavalry was as devastating as that of hundreds or thousands of infantry. 40 to 50 werewolves were sent flying by the might of the formidable steeds. Their finely crafted lances easily pierced the bodies of the werewolves. Following this, the drawn swords of the knights, in their reckless assault, felled those werewolves who could not evade, or who bore expressions of fear. Cavalry always had the upper hand against infantry. In the age of cold weapons, heavy cavalry were the sovereigns of ground combat, capable of annihilating any living enemy. Thus, the werewolves were in retreat, especially after suffering immediate losses, caught between the dual assault of the human infantry in front and the heavy cavalry on the side. The werewolves had no will to resist and began to panic, scattering in retreat. For Swadia, at the street corner, the enraged infantry, their eyes ablaze, continued to pursue the fleeing werewolves. There were also Kant's cavalry. 17 desert raiders charged forth, each wielding lances, piercing into the bodies of werewolves caught off guard, refusing to withdraw, instead using the blunt ends of their weapons to smash down upon the beasts' heads. Skull fragments flew, crimson blood mingling with grayish brain matter. In terms of cruelty and brutality, humanity sometimes proved no less savage than beasts, and there was no mercy to be found. This is a battle of life and death between races. As the desert marauders charge forth on horseback with reckless abandon, oblivious to their own safety, solely for the purpose of ensuring that the infantry behind them can keep pace, plunging directly into the depths of the warg's ranks. The 50 knights, resembling deities descended from the heavens, are equally relentless in their assault. They cleave through the already chaotic formation of the wargs, as though slaughtering hapless chicks, leaving these once ferocious primal beings consumed by thoughts of retreat and panic. Awu, the word chieftain, in a fit of rage, swings his dual axes, brutally slaying his fellow wargs beside him. That he seeks to stem the tide of his army's complete collapse. Yet despite the fury of his bellowing roar, the wargs, now filled with terror, have no intention of staying. Such is the nature of a primitive force devoid of strategy. Once faced with a devastating blow, they descend into utter chaos. Moreover, in the hands of Kant, The golden lion on a crimson background stirs without wind, emanating invisible waves in the depths of the night. The effects are in full swing. The morale of the wargs has plummeted to a terrifying degree, and their retreat accelerates. Even though these wargs possess a numerical advantage, they find themselves in disarray, gripped by fear, only knowing to flee alongside their panicking companions. Witnessing others fleeing only spurs further flight, leading to a complete collapse of the warg offensive. Kant, brandishing a short sword and raising a flag, follows in the wake of the desert marauders. Amidst the distant sounds of battle, the knights clad in crimson linen robes have already been stained by blood. Their garments transformed into a vivid shade of red. It is in the crucible of war that their true worth is revealed. Even Kant cannot help but envy these rampaging knights. Were he to possess even 10 Swadian heavy cavalry, he would feel immensely satisfied, capable of leading these lower-tier troops to wreak havoc among the fleeing wargs. A woo! An enraged howl resonates ahead. Kant squints into the distance, gripping his intimidating presence tightly, his expression grave. That is the warg chieftain, brandishing his dual axes, heedless of the wargs around him, mercilessly cleaving down 2 knights from their steeds. The bloodstains on the axe blades reveal the grim fate awaiting those knights. The chieftain, being the strongest of the wargs, is equipped with chainmail and dual axes, making him a formidable opponent. For a moment, even the knights dare not approach. Yet this chieftain, with eyes ablaze, roars as he seeks out the knights, swinging his axes with abandon, toppling several knights as if he were a windmill. This scene seems to invigorate the morale of the surrounding wargs. This is bad. Kant furrows his brow. Should the morale of the wargs be restored, the chaos before him will undoubtedly subside. Once they realize the human forces pursuing them are woefully outnumbered, these ferocious wargs will surely retaliate, using their savagery and cruelty to teach Kant and the knights the meaning of overwhelming numerical superiority. Lord Kant, shall we eliminate that one? The desert marauders, still engaged in battle atop their mounts, have noticed Kant's furrowed brow. They thrust their spears and swing their flanged maces, dispatching the wargs around them, fearing the might of their 17. The wargs scatter in terror, with no thought of resistance. Indeed, they remain ensnared in chaos and flight. Yes, do you have a plan? Kant nods, his demeanor serious. Of course, the desert marauders respond affirmatively, drawing forth their short javelins. Crafted from high-quality wood, these javelins are of arm's length, with sharp tips and reinforced ends, exuding a chilling intent. The desert marauders are adept at wielding short javelins. Kant speaks with conviction. Then let us bring him down. The desert marauders do not respond verbally. Instead, they raise their short javelins and kick their mounts into a fierce charge. The desert horses, stung by the pain, surge forward violently, forming a wall of steeds that trample the wargs beneath them. They rapidly close in on the warg chieftain, and with their javelins raised high, they hurl them forward with great force. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of projectiles slicing through the air fills the atmosphere a few meters away. The warg chieftain continues to swing his axes wildly, but as he regains his senses, he feels a tremendous force strike his back. A woo! Pain floods his vision with crimson. The poorly fastened chainmail on his back has been pierced by 11 short javelins, their bloodied tips embedding deeply into his muscular flesh, transforming the once formidable warg chieftain into a veritable pincushion. His right arm, grasping an axe, is struck by 2 javelins, the agony rendering him incapable of maintaining his grip on the weapon. With a wolf-like head raised, he howls in anguish, his eyes flashing with fury, as he spots Kant and the marauders behind him, including those who have rearmed with spears and flanged maces. They are the assailants who launched the javelins. Yet he can only grasp this moment in his fading consciousness. Swish! A gleam of cold steel appears beneath the warg chieftain's throat. Sir Hobson gallops past, his knightly sword firmly in hand, the sharp blade effortlessly slicing through the throat of the once mighty chieftain, who instinctively clutches his neck as he slowly collapses to the ground. The intimidating presence sways, the golden lion growing ever more ferocious. Effect activates. Upon slaying an enemy leader, the opposing forces descend into chaos. It is utter disarray. Within the ranks of the wargs, chaos equates to complete defeat. As each warg watches their chieftain fall, they wail and discard their weapons, their minds devoid of any thought other than flee. The farther the better. For Swadia, kill them. The demise of the warg chieftain proves pivotal in determining the outcome of this battle. The infantry cries out fervently, charging with renewed ferocity at the remaining wargs. Seemingly undeterred by fear, the knights also urge their steeds to gallop swiftly, pursuing the scattered wargs, ensuring that these primitive beings are plunged into utter disarray, rendering them incapable of regrouping. The mountains and plains are littered with wargs. Even with their numbers still around 500, they have lost their will to fight. They resemble lambs awaiting slaughter. For Kant, the warg tribe in the Ransha Desert, once the gravest threat to him, has now, like the resplendent starry river above, lost all power to contend with him, becoming but stepping stones beneath his feet, mere dust in the annals of history. Chapter 042. Overflowing experience points. The moonlight casts a serene glow. Imbued with a chilling essence, the Ransha Desert, the sentinel oasis. The fierce battle of dusk has concluded with the complete retreat of the wargs. The scent of blood lingers thickly, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. This battlefield, after all, has been a site of intense conflict, strewn with corpses and drenched in blood, even the sand stained crimson, leaving behind the lifeless bodies with unblinking eyes, harboring a hidden yearning for life. Yet on the battlefield, no one can afford to show mercy, nor is there compassion to be found. Only the victors have the privilege to lament the brutality of war. The vanquished are destined to be buried, becoming mere dust of history. Kant feels this acutely. Had he been the one to suffer defeat in this battle, the corpses would likely remain unburied. The wargs do not disdain the bodies of humans. For these primitive beings, the tender flesh of humans is, in many ways, the most delectable of meats. Wargs and humans are fundamentally disparate races. Only the victor may claim the spoils. Kant silently muses, devoid of pity for this grim battlefield. The number of wargs lost matters little to him. Rather, he mourns the Swadian soldiers who fell in this conflict, for it equates to a significant loss of military strength. The caravan leader, serving as the statistician, has already calculated the battle losses. The Swadian farmers originally numbered 100, with 58 slain, leaving 42. The Swadian recruits started with 30, 24 perished, leaving 6. The Swadian militia began with 35, 16 lost, resulting in 19 remaining. The losses are devastating. The results indicate that Kant's forces have suffered a severe blow, one from which they will take time to recover. Observing these figures, Kant's brow furrows deeply. He inhales sharply, attempting to quell the turmoil within, bitterly stating, 92 fallen. This cost is truly exorbitant. The cost is not merely high. The loss of Tier 0 troops exceeds 50%. The first and second tier troops have nearly been obliterated. This represents a significant setback for the future development of Dehiram. Without troops, Kant cannot organize a defense. Without farmers, he cannot foster the growth of his village. Yet, there is a silver lining. Kant sighs softly, a trace of relief in his eyes. Although the losses are grievous, he still possesses the system, which can help mitigate some of the damage. Ding, through your valiant struggle, the enemy has been utterly vanquished. Temporary task, perseverance in adversity, completed reward, 1,000 dinars. 500 prestige, 1 honor description. On this brutal battlefield, your valor has inspired your troops, steadfastly holding on to their beliefs, thus vanquishing a multitude of fierce and savage enemies. The system dialog box presented Kant with his rewards. Yet, before the box could fade away, a new dialog box reappeared. Ding! Due to your overwhelming victory in this battle, you have achieved remarkable results. Assessment: Epic victory. Gained prestige, 100 points. Gained honor, 1 point. The system's evaluation of this battle was astonishing. Epic victory? Kant clenched his fists, his heart racing with excitement. This was an unexpected delight, particularly the 2 points of honor. Despite the heavy losses on the battlefield, this honor could potentially redeem everything through the lottery in the shop, and perhaps even yield a surplus. After all, for Kant, the legendary item, Intimidation of the Enemy, was acquired through a lottery.at. That moment, another system dialog box appeared, this time regarding troop upgrades. Ding! There are individuals in your army eligible for upgrades. The battle had concluded. After the fierce combat, the soldiers were now ready to advance to stronger units. Open the troop upgrade interface. Kant took a deep breath, his heart heavy with the significance of this decision for his army's strength. The system dialog box unfolded, densely populated with options. Upgradable troops. Swadian farmers 42, cost 10 dinars each, can upgrade to Swadian recruits. Ding! Current experience overflow. All can be upgraded continuously. Upgradable troops. Swadian recruits 6, cost 20 dinars each. Can upgrade to Swadian militia, ding. Current experience overflow. All can be upgraded continuously. Upgradable troops. Swadian militia 19, cost 30 dinars each. Can upgrade to Swadian light infantry, Swadian skirmishers, ding. Current experience overflow. All can be upgraded continuously. Upgradable troops. Desert bandits 17, cost 25 dinars each. Can upgrade to elite desert bandits, ding. Current experience overflow. All can be upgraded continuously. As expected, after experiencing this epic victory, all surviving troops were eligible for upgrades. Moreover, the experience had overflowed. According to the system, they could even continue to a second tier of upgrades. This demonstrated the incredible rewards Kant had reaped from this battle. Achieving such a decisive victory against 2,000 ferocious wolfmen was no small feat. A single misstep could have led to their complete annihilation. He swallowed hard. Kant scanned the troop upgrade interface. However, the cost of upgrading seems rather staggering. Calculating the current troop upgrades, it would amount to a total of 1367 dinars. Excluding the subsequent tier upgrade costs, Kant was uncertain how much the overflowed experience would allow the remaining troops to upgrade. Yet, he need not worry. Even the current sum of 1367 dinars felt like a monumental figure to Kant. Selling dates had yielded him 500 dinars. Recruiting a single desert bandit cost 30 dinars. Completing the temporary task, Perseverance in Adversity, had granted him 1,000 dinars. His current balance stood at 1470 dinars if he upgraded all the troops. Kant would find himself back in a state of financial ruin, unable to even cover the maintenance costs for his soldiers for the following week, placing him in an exceedingly awkward predicament. Naturally, he would not take such a course of action. This is quite troublesome. He pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a sense of mental and physical fatigue despite the recent victory, as if he had been completely drained. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from behind. The cavalry captain, Rowan, who had fought alongside the retinue of knights, approached, bloodied, and with a complex expression, stating, "My lord Baron, Sir Hobson and Scholar Hank request your presence for a discussion." "Very well," Kant nodded. Now reinstated in his role as Baron, Rowan's tone was respectful, devoid of any impatience. For Hobson and Hank were Kant's credentials. For Rowan, a mere cavalry captain, there was no room for error in front of Kant. Kant hastened to the governor's hall, where the retinue knights were regrouping. In the previous charge and combat, these valiant knights had inflicted significant damage upon the wolfmen, though many had suffered injuries, and several had even perished in the process. "Sir Hobson, what is the casualty report?" Kant approached, his tone grave. 6 severely wounded, 7 killed in action, Sir Hobson replied. Kant's brow furrowed deeper, his voice laced with regret as he said, "I am sorry, Sir Hobson. I have burdened you with this." Indeed, it was a burden. Had it not been for Kant, these knights would have had no need to come to the outpost Oasis and confront the numerous wolfmen. "It is the fate of a knight to die gloriously in battle," Sir Hobson shook his head, taking a deep breath. "Compared to dying in obscurity, to die in battle is always worth remembering." Pausing briefly, he turned to Kant, speaking in a hushed tone. "In truth, our presence here should also serve to alleviate your troubles. This is another unspoken task of ours." "I do not quite understand," Kant frowned. "After all, you are of the bloodline of the Lion Duke." Scholar Hank emerged from within the hall, leaning on his staff. "I do not believe that my status alone could warrant the protection of 50 knights exclusive to Lion Castle. This is merely a routine inspection." "My apologies," Sir Hobson expressed to Scholar Hank. "No need. I can surmise the situation," Hank replied with a wry smile, his tone heavy. "You nobles are always like this, which is why I prefer not to engage with you." The topic concluded. Both men understood the implications. Kant's brow furrowed as memories of his adoptive father, Cameron, resurfaced in his mind. "It is you?" he murmured to himself. If that were the case, perhaps everything would make sense. "Baron Kant," Scholar Hank interrupted his reverie. "What is it, Professor Hank?" Kant replied, regaining focus. "The wolfmen have been defeated, barring any unforeseen events. They are unlikely to mount another offensive for quite some time, so I intend to depart." "Depart?" Kant blinked in surprise. "Indeed, I plan to leave," Hank stated, gazing nostalgically at the distant dunes. "The lost city is ultimately but a legend. I had originally thought that Duke Cameron was moved by my findings, which led to his support for my expedition. Now, reflecting on it, to conclude the lost city's existence based solely on a single statement was rather presumptuous. This." Kant opened his mouth, but found no words. Hank shook his head with a bitter smile. I intend to return. This expedition has fulfilled my dream. He sighed softly. The lost city, after all, remains a mere legend. This famous tale of the Lion Duchy had, in fact, been sought after by countless individuals throughout history. Were there truly any traces of it, they would likely have been discovered by now. Chapter 043. The part-time slave trader. The sky was still dimly lit. The outpost Oasis was bustling with activity. The Swadians were diligently cleaning the battlefield, tirelessly striving to rid the village of its remnants. Particularly, the gruesome bodies of the wolfmen were the first priority, given the high temperatures of the desert. If the corpses were to rot and seep into the soil, it could severely contaminate the underground water supply. As dawn broke, the battlefield had been cleared, with over 400 wolfman corpses stacked high like dunes. This was one of the spoils of last night's victory. Additionally, behind the houses, over 100 wolfmen were bound with their hands tied, dejectedly huddled in the corners. These too were a result of the battle, the captured wolfmen. The surviving 19 Swadian militia stood vigilant with their crossbows, scanning the captives for any signs of movement. The taut bowstrings were poised to unleash their bolts at the slightest provocation. Meanwhile, they wielded their combat hoes, ready to shatter skulls. However, at present, no one paid heed to these wolfman captives. The allies who had aided Khan in achieving victory were preparing to depart with the dawn. Now is the time. Baron Kander. Sir Hobson extended his hand, shaking Kant's firmly. Thank you for the breakfast and fresh water. May the great war god Edmund bless you and your territory. I feel the same. Kant nodded, his eyes reflecting gratitude. He then turned to Scholar Hank, apologetically stating, Professor Hank, I hope this expedition into the Norn Desert has not left you feeling regretful. Not at all. Hank shook his head, smiling softly. The exploration of the lost city should be left to the younger generation. With a faint sigh, he felt a twinge of reluctance as he reached into his bosom and produced a scroll, handing it to Kant. This is my research on the lost city from my time at the academy. I may never return to the Lunsha Desert again. Since you are the lord here, it would be splendid if you could uncover any relics or artifacts related to the lost city. Thank you, Professor Hank. Kant replied solemnly as he accepted the scroll. He was well aware that this represented a lifetime of dedication from the scholar. Gently placing it back into his own embrace, Kant declared earnestly, I shall cherish it with utmost seriousness. I hope you can fulfill my regrets, Professor Hank said with a smile, his eyes reflecting a hint of relief. After exchanging a few more words with Kant, he turned and returned to his carriage. Farewell, Baron Kander. Sir Hobson nodded, mounting his horse and leading his retinue away. The injured were supported by others, while the bodies of fallen knights were secured to their steeds. They were a unified whole, even in death, destined to be brought back, a true honor. Captain Rowan was among them, aiding the wounded. Having endured this battle, he might garner Sir Hobson's favor upon his return, potentially leading to a promotion. Yet, none of this concerned Kant. He had already departed from the Lion Duchy, now merely a minor lord within the Lunsha Desert. However, the silhouette of his adoptive father lingered in his mind, prompting a soft sigh. He truly could not comprehend what his father was thinking. Since I have been exiled here, lowering his gaze slightly, Kant felt a swirl of emotions. Then why send someone to support me? This was the confusion that lingered in his heart. After all, having lived in this world for 16 years, he had formed attachments even to the most mundane of creatures. How much more so to the father who had raised him? Good morning, Lord Kant. You appear to be in low spirits, a respectful voice called from behind. Turning, Kant was greeted by the leader of the caravan from Jawadin. Nodding, he managed a smile. Good morning. His demeanor was notably warmer, especially after the previous day's fierce battle where this stranger had bravely led his caravan guards and sentries into the fray, altering Kant's perception of him. My lord, I hope I am not intruding. The caravan leader maintained his respectful tone, just as before he had not allowed his assistants to Kant to inflate his ego. A seasoned merchant knew the value of humility. Is there something you wish to discuss? Kant detected the hesitation in the leader's words. The caravan leader swallowed nervously and nodded. Lord Kant, it appears that after yesterday's battle, you captured quite a number of wargs. Do you have something in mind? Kant inquired, slightly taken aback. The caravan leader nodded, not shying away, and stated directly, these wargs seem robust, and many appear to possess intelligence. I believe they could be tamed and serve as excellent laborers in mines or forests. And then, Kant pondered thoughtfully. This was a feature of the game. Captured units represented valuable resources akin to dinar, which could be sold to slavers for a handsome profit, one of the primary means for players to acquire wealth. I wish to purchase these captured wargs. The caravan leader revealed his intention. Oh, Kant observed the slight awkwardness of the caravan leader with a smile, then turned his gaze towards the distant sand dunes. I do not recall that a caravan solely engaged in trade could also partake in the acquisition of captives. Occasionally, I dabble in other pursuits, the caravan leader admitted sheepishly. The reputation of slave traders was far from commendable, notorious throughout the Colradia continent. Yet for Kant, who was in desperate need of funds, it was an unexpected boon, a stroke of fortune that if he could sell. Why would he not? Thus, without hesitation, Kant asked, then how much dinar would you offer for these warg captives? Well, I could offer 30 dinar per warg, the caravan leader gulped, casting a wary glance at Kant. But spoke truthfully. I am not a professional slaver, so I can only appraise them at 30 dinar, though I suspect their actual value is higher. 30 dinar? Kant mused for a moment, then nodded decisively. Deal. Although the game's pricing suggested even the lowest tier of bandits could fetch 35 dinar. Kant refrained from raising any objections, considering the system was the sole buyer. After all, it was profit, a windfall of dinar. Even if he received only 10 dinar per warg, he would sell without hesitation. The captured wargs, after all, posed no viable solution for him. Without the caravan leader's offer, his only recourse would have been a swift execution and disposal in the cremation pit. He had no need for warg slaves. The current number of warg captives stands at 142. With Kant's confirmation, the caravan leader smiled broadly and quickly calculated. At 30 dinar each, the total amounts to 4,260 dinar. Kant's heart raced with excitement. How much? 4,260 dinar. The caravan leader bowed respectfully. If there were slavers, they might offer a higher price. And for that, I apologize, Lord Kant. No, this is quite satisfactory, Kant replied, swallowing hard as he struggled to contain his emotions. The mere 142 warg captives had netted him over 4,000 dinar, a staggering profit. This would allow him to upgrade his units, continue developing his village, construct buildings, and cover his troops' weekly wages, all neatly arranged. As a spark of inspiration ignited in Kant's eyes, he suddenly recognized a promising avenue for wealth creation. Licking his lips, he inquired of the caravan leader, "Are you prepared to purchase captives on a long-term basis? I will come here once a month. If you have captives, I will appraise them," the caravan leader affirmed confidently. "Of course, I prefer goods as merchandise, but should you lack various goods, I will still acquire these captives." "Excellent," Kant nodded, his eyes glimmering. "These warg captives are now yours." The caravan leader inclined his head and gestured behind him. 6 prepared caravan guards and 12 sentries immediately grinned wickedly as they approached the bound warg captives, seizing the hemp ropes securing them and leading them towards the general store. They had their methods for turning these wargs into their own slaves. In Kant's mind, the 4,260 dinar was swiftly deposited. His current balance stood at 5,743 dinar. It is time to upgrade my units. With such a substantial sum at his disposal, Kant felt emboldened. Chapter 044. The surge in troop quality with 5,743 dinar in hand. He was indeed brimming with confidence. Even in the context of the previous game, this amount would be considered a fortune. Now, with a mere thought, Kant connected with the system. Open the unit upgrade interface. A dialog box promptly appeared on his retina, displaying the troops he currently commanded, each accompanied by a sign, indicating that with the requisite dinar, they could be upgraded to higher, more formidable units. Now that he had the funds, upgradable units. Swadian peasants 42. Cost, 10 dinar per unit. Can upgrade to Swadian recruits. Notification. Currently experiencing overflow of experience. All can be upgraded in succession. Upgradable units. Swadian recruits 6. Cost, 20 dinar per unit. Can upgrade to Swadian militia. Notification. Currently experiencing overflow of experience. All can be upgraded in succession. Upgradable units. Swadian militia 19. Cost, 30 dinar per unit. Can upgrade to Swadian light infantry Swadian skirmishers. Notification. Currently experiencing overflow of experience. All can be upgraded in succession. Upgradable units. Desert bandits 17. Cost, 25 dinar per unit. Can upgrade to elite desert bandits. Notification. Currently experiencing overflow of experience. All can be upgraded in succession. These were the units Kant had the opportunity to upgrade. The total cost for upgrading amounted to 1367 dinar. Upgrade all. Kant confirmed with a flourished to him. This 1367 dinar was a trifling sum, a necessary expenditure for reinforcing his steel blades as long as his troop strength was sufficient. He could acquire as much dinar as he desired. The Luncia desert lacked for wargs. Unit upgrade in progress. The system proceeded with the soldiers' upgrades. The 42 Swadian peasants were directly upgraded to 42 Swadian recruits. The 6 Swadian recruits were then upgraded to 6 Swadian militia. However, the upgrades of the 19 Swadian militia diverged, as this represented a critical upgrade threshold. Notification: Swadian militia can choose to upgrade. Swadian light infantry, Swadian skirmishers. A dialog box appeared from the system, presenting two distinctly different paths: melee combatants and ranged skirmishers. Khan had long been prepared for this moment and made his choice without hesitation. Upgrade all the Swadian light infantry. These troops would serve as the backbone of the battlefield. Stockier and more robust, their equipment was completely renewed. From head to toe, they were no longer clad in the leather garb of lower-tier units, but were fully outfitted in iron armor, akin to elite warriors. They bore heavy pikes, Germanic swords, broad kite shields, infantry chainmail, standard iron helmets, and sturdy leather boots, all complemented by chainmail surcoats. Truly a quintessential Swadian ensemble. The Swadian light infantry, too, was a key force on the battlefield. With their upgrade paths divided into two options: Swadian infantry, Swadian heavy cavalry. Once this threshold was crossed, the king of land warfare in the Swadian kingdom would arise, whether in defense or siege, or as cavalry in open combat, instilling fear in any adversary with the might of the strongest kingdom on the Colradia continent. However, the more significant transformation was not solely among these Swadian units, but also among the 17 desert bandits. These marauders from the Sultanate of Saran had accrued substantial experience and were now poised for promotion. They could ascend to elite desert bandits. Upon upgrading, their primary weapon would remain the spear, while their melee weapon would be enhanced to a heavy flanged mace, delivering more devastating blunt force and superior armor penetration. The common round shield made of hide would remain unchanged, yet the previously 4-pronged short javelins would now be augmented to 6. Their leather armor was replaced with reinforced iron-studded leather, offering greater protection. These bandits represented the pinnacle of Saran's desert outlaws, often leading their respective factions, and even the regular troops of the Sultanate found themselves wary when confronting these more ferocious adversaries. With the future recruitment of more desert bandits, Khan had begun to assemble his own elite cavalry unit. Although they could not rival the Swadian heavy cavalry or the Saran riders, classified as Tier 4 cavalry. Compared to the mercenary cavalry available in taverns, these elite desert bandits were certainly on par, if not slightly superior. The system notification was far from over. Ding! Experience overflow detected. Further upgrades may continue. Yes, no. Proceed with upgrades. This was the system's inquiry. Kant had no objections. With his wealth, he nodded decisively. Continue upgrading. Ding! Due to experience overflow, units will continue to upgrade. All 42 Swadian recruits can be upgraded. All 6 Swadian militia can be upgraded. However, this time the dialog box presented by the system caused Kant to furrow his brow slightly. There were only 2 upgrade options: Swadian recruits and Swadian militia. The more formidable Swadian light infantry had no symbol indicating the possibility of upgrade. This was a crucial symbol related to promotion to heavy cavalry. System: can only these 2 units be upgraded? Khan inquired, frowning at the system in his mind. Can't the light infantry be upgraded? No. The system replied as succinctly as ever. The surplus experience can only upgrade lower-tier units to upgrade mid-tier units. Please acquire more experience points. Very well. Kant nodded in resignation. The system's words were indeed the truth. Rebutting would be futile. Upgrade cost: 540 dinars. Yes, no? Choose to upgrade. Upgrade the Swadian light infantry. Kant naturally opted for the melee combat upgrade path, as he needed his light infantry to form a cohesive unit swiftly. Now, the 25 Swadian light infantry donned chainmail, wore iron helmets, and wielded heavy pikes and kite shields, with Germanic swords sheathed at their sides, presenting a formidable appearance akin to that of mounted knights. Their elite nature was unmistakable. Behind them, 42 Swadian militia appeared, stout and fully equipped, their demeanor serious. The Swadian militia, being Tier 2 units, served as a reliable mainstay among lower-tier forces. Especially for Kant's militia, each possessed a crossbow, allowing him to temporarily forego the upgrade of ranged units and focus purely on melee combat forces. After a volley of crossbow bolts, they would charge with pikes. Their might still formidable, at least against an equal number of wargs. The Swadian militia's assault would be unstoppable. Moreover, with the presence of Swadian light infantry, the front lines were becoming increasingly solidified. However, Kant's dinar balance plummeted from 5,743 dinars to 3,836 dinars, having spent nearly one-third of his reserve. Yet this expenditure was undeniably worthwhile, directly enhancing the quality of Kant's current forces. Although they were still unable to contend with 2,000 wargs, the enemy would no longer dare to approach. It was no longer Kant who felt trepidation, but rather the warg tribe. After all, the 2,000 wargs had been utterly defeated, with even their chieftain slain on the battlefield, leaving only a ragtag remnant. How could they dare to continue troubling the oasis of the outpost? It was likely that the warg tribe was now organizing their defenses, anxiously speculating on the strength of the human forces at the oasis. A force capable of easily vanquishing 2,000 wargs could not be small. Their minds would never conceive that Kant, Sir Hobson, and Scholar Hank had achieved their victory through a strategic advantage of numbers. At the very least, they were thoroughly intimidated. Meanwhile, Kant felt elated to him. These wargs were treasures, valuable commodities that could be exchanged for dinars. Most importantly, it was a risk-free venture. As long as Kant's forces were sufficiently strong, he could effortlessly capture these beast-like humanoids and sell them to the merchant caravans within the system, thereby acquiring the dinars he urgently needed. System, open the lottery store. A smile graced Kant's lips as he reconnected with the system in his mind. He still had 2 points of honor remaining. Ding, the system store has been opened. Each lottery draw will consume 1 point of honor. The system presented a dialogue box with a closed treasure chest, symbolizing countless hidden treasures within the system. Chapter 045, A Grove with Its Own Land Draw. Kant said with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The prizes obtainable from the system lottery were far superior to those received from temporary quests. The chest opened, revealing a kaleidoscope of colors. Ding! You have received a gift package. Upon opening the gift package, you discover a thriving date palm grove. Acquired, date palm grove, 2 acres, mature trees. A card appeared in the system's dialog box, displaying an aerial view of a lush grove growing on sandy soil, with clusters of dates visible beneath the leaves, clearly ripe and ready for harvest. Date palms, the most practical tree species for desert environments, were not unfamiliar to Kant. During his journey to the Talon Desert, he had once received a reward of 20 date palms from a temporary task, yet it could not compare to the terrifying scale of 2 acres of date palms. How could such a reward appear? Even with Kant's calm demeanor, he found himself both amused and bewildered. 2 acres of date palms seemed simple to plant, yet the oasis of the outpost only comprised 7.5 acres of sandy land, already sown with barley. Where would he find the spare space to plant these date palms? This reward was utterly useless to him at present. Ding! System notification. Items obtained from the lottery will fully materialize based on the card. Seemingly sensing Kant's doubts, the system's dialog box appeared in his mind. This only deepened his frown. Fully materialize. Kant pondered this phrase, fully aware that the system's prompts were never baseless. With a flicker of thought, the card he had just obtained reappeared in his mind's eye. The 2 acres of date palms could not be entirely depicted on this small card. It merely presented an outline from above, encompassing the entire grove, including the sandy land where the date palms would be planted. Upon seeing this, Kant's heart raced. Combining the special prompt from the system, a realization dawned upon him. Could it be? Without hesitation, he strode toward the northern part of the oasis, where the agricultural zone of Darim lay, coincidentally where the previous 20 date palms had been planted, if the card could fully materialize as suggested. Then a new dawn awaited him, one that could rival the initial moment he had received the governing hall and truly established Darim. This is it. Kant quickly arrived at the northern edge of the oasis. The rudimentary network of irrigation canals had been completed, with spring water flowing through them, moistening the sandy soil rich in nutrients and providing precious freshwater resources to this barren land. The 7.5 acres of land had been divided into 14 plots for cultivation. After all, this was a desert region. Even the oasis had predominantly sandy soil. The excavation of so many canals was to ensure irrigation, as long as the barley sprouts emerged. It would signify that the irrigation canals prearranged by Kant and the farmers were effective. However, Kant's gaze was now fixed on the 2 rows of date palms. The 20 date palms stood perfectly aligned at the juncture of the oasis and desert, their lush branches and vibrant green leaves adding a splash of color to the otherwise monotonous yellow-orange environment. Kant hesitated momentarily, but swallowed hard and took a deep breath. "System, can I plant the date palm grove?" "Yes," the system replied. Kant's eyes sparkled with determination as he directly communicated with the card in his mind that a mysterious aura enveloped the surroundings in an instant, and an immeasurable data chain manifested within the depths of Kant's eyes, swiftly spreading forth like a whirlwind racing towards the desert before him, cloaking an expanse of exactly 2 acres in mere seconds. The data chain began to dissipate, yet what appeared before Kant was an imposing and upright grove of trees, a vast expanse of date palms. "Just as I suspected," Kant murmured, swallowing hard. His hands clenched tightly in exhilaration. He lowered his gaze, sweeping over the towering trunks, and observed that the base of this date palm grove was not a soft, yellow-orange sandy layer, but rather a hardened, yellow-brown sandy soil. The phrase "transforming the world" was the only expression that could encapsulate the shock he felt in that moment. It was then that Kant truly comprehended the might of the system. It had indeed transformed the layer of sand into fertile soil suitable for cultivation. Such power transcended the realm of ordinary understanding. It could easily be deemed miraculous, and indeed, it was a miracle, a sandy terrain fashioned solely by the arcane might of divine forces. "This is my golden finger." Kant forcibly calmed the tumult within himself. Striving to regain his composure, the gaming system belonged to him, and this power was equally his. He had no reason to be inexplicably agitated. With a tranquil heart, all of this would soon become second nature. As he gazed at the densely packed date palms before him, he could not help but exclaim, "Truly magnificent." The lush date palms were planted in orderly rows, a result of meticulous planning executed long ago when the saplings were first sown, rendering the current site remarkably neat. The tall, straight trunks bore elongated fronds, and clusters of plump, purplish-red dates hung down, indicating their ripeness and readiness for harvest. All these trees were in their fruit-bearing prime. As he looked around, the date palm grove, towering over 7 meters, completely concealed the northern desert from view. Kant was unaware of how many date palms thrived within the 2 acres. Ding, system notification. 50 date palms are planted per acre, currently. There are 100 date palms across 2 acres. The system also presented a dialog box, resolving Kant's query. "Excellent, truly excellent." A smile brightened Kant's face, radiating joy at the system's thoughtfulness. The abundance of date palms had entirely resolved his current food supply dilemma, ensuring that his troops could subsist for at least half a year on meals of dates and the oasis's spring water. With careful irrigation and maintenance, a new batch of dates would be ready for harvest in 6 months. At that moment, Kant finally understood why the desert peoples in the Middle Eastern deserts cultivated so few crops, yet planted a considerable number of date palms. Known as the bread of the desert, dates held the same significance for these desert tribes as barley or rice did for others. Now, Kant estimated that summoning everyone to harvest the dates would likely fill the entire storage room to capacity, for these 100 date palms equated to the total yield of an entire village, capable of sustaining at least 300 individuals for several months until the next harvest. Although it would take 6 months, the moment the dates were picked, the trees would rapidly continue to bear fruit. The period of 6 months signified the maturation of the dates, making them ready for consumption. These trees, thriving in a desert climate, were immune to the disruptions of the seasons, yielding fruit year-round, unlike those fruit trees subjected to climatic fluctuations in plains and mountainous regions. This was precisely why they became an alternative crop. However, the date palm grove offers far more than mere sustenance, Kant mused, his tongue brushing against his lips. Kant, with memories from his previous life on Earth, was acutely aware that once a significant number of trees flourished in an oasis, it signified that the oasis had matured, capable of forming its own ecological chain. The tree's photosynthesis and moisture evaporation would stabilize the oasis's temperature, preventing excessive heat during the day and chilling winds at night. Between the trees, further land could be cultivated to plant more drought-resistant crops, provided there was adequate irrigation and fertilization. Growing vegetables and fruit-bearing shrubs would pose no issue. This was the very agricultural method devised by the desert peoples. They could even raise small animals, such as breeds of chickens, sheep, or desert horses. The emergence of this date palm grove has truly set the village on the path to prosperity, Kant reflected. Although his heart brimmed with excitement, the system's offerings were indeed of exceptional quality, devoid of any defects. Considering he still possessed 1 point of honor, he could continue to draw from the lottery. And Kant's eyes sparkled with anticipation. System, conduct the lottery once more. Chapter 046. The wandering knight fathized on his retina. The treasure chest reappeared. With Kant's affirmation, 1 point of honor vanished, yet the chest slowly opened, releasing a gentle, multicolored glow. Ding! You have received the heroic gift pack. Upon opening the heroic gift pack, you discover the wandering knight Fathiz from Swadia. Acquired. Wandering knight Fathiz, unique hero. On his retina, a card materialized. The illustration depicted not a building or an item, but a young knight gazing upwards, as if peering into the distance. However, the melancholy in his eyes suggested a sense of wandering and anticipation that Kant's expression faltered momentarily before a smile graced his lips. How could he not recognize the wandering knight Fathiz? Manifest, as he communicated his intent to the system. The card in Kant's mind transformed into golden light and vanished. Not far away, atop a sand dune, a rider clad in chainmail and a linen cloak, astride a chestnut warhorse, appeared, reining in at the summit of the dune. Seemingly surveying the sentry oasis, he resembled a weary traveler who had discovered a village, slowly descending the dune on horseback. Fathiz, a noble of Swadia. Kant's smile radiated brightly as he observed the knight approaching him. Regarding this so-called wandering knight, he felt a profound admiration. A true knight steadfast in his beliefs even amidst chaos. Kant was well acquainted with him in the game. Fathiz was a paragon of righteousness, unwavering in his knightly code. His character was benevolent, imbued with compassion for the weak. Hailing from a military noble lineage in Swadia, Fathiz excelled in combat and commanding troops, embodying the spirit of chivalry and delighting in vanquishing crime and repelling evil. He would never rob the common folk nor impose taxes on villages. Even after assisting villagers in fending off marauders, he would refuse any gifts offered in gratitude, should players engage in such unsavory actions. Fathiz would undoubtedly depart from their ranks, for he was a beacon of light in tumultuous times, holding fast to his ideals. Personal issues would never lead to his departure, such as unpaid wages or food shortages. Fathiz was indifferent to these realities and would remain in the ranks awaiting orders. This was precisely why Kant held him in such high regard. Fathiz was the epitome of a true knight, incapable of treachery or cowardice, and possessed a sense of responsibility, making him an invaluable asset to any nascent team. Greetings, Lord Kant. Fathiz approached Kant, expertly bringing his steed to a halt. With a swift dismount, he regarded Kant with a glimmer in his eyes, then unexpectedly knelt respectfully. Though we have never met, your compassionate heart in sheltering the refugees has already earned my deep admiration. Welcome to our ranks. Fathiz. Kant was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. This was a consequence of his earlier decision to shelter the refugees. Although his intention was to increase the population, in Fathiz's eyes, it was a commendable act of kindness and assistance to the vulnerable. To pledge my loyalty to you is my honor, Fathiz replied, bowing his head. Kant assisted him to his feet, for he was indeed his first hero commander. And moreover, one of the most formidable fighters in the game, filling Kant with immense joy. Fathiz was a noble by birth, a knight skilled in combat, capable of commanding troops, as well as engaging in battle solo. For the increasingly expanding forces of Dehiram, Fathiz's arrival undoubtedly alleviated Kant's command pressures while simultaneously enhancing the efficiency of the troops during combat. Engaging in pleasant conversation with Fathiz, Kant felt a deep sense of satisfaction. In his homeland, Kant had come from a noble family and had relied primarily on self-study for military strategy. Fathiz, on the other hand, provided systematic guidance on the deployment of Swadian troops, being a true Swadian and a knight of military nobility. He articulated the tactics and formations necessary for leading Swadian forces with remarkable clarity. Kant understood that Fathiz was not merely a theorist, he possessed practical insights as well. Having a commander to assist in leading the troops has significantly eased my burden, Kant sighed. Yet his expression bore signs of relief. Previously, in battles against the Wolfmen, he had personally directed the engagements. While victories were achieved, Kant recognized that they were primarily due to the advantages of troop types rather than any intricate tactical maneuvers. The details of true battlefield strategy had been rather mundane, or perhaps non-existent. The portrayals of war in games, films, and novels could not be equated with actual battlefield experience. Kant was acutely aware that he was merely a theorist. There was much he needed to learn from Fathies. By the way, Lord Kant, Fathies interjected, his tone tinged with hesitation, piquing Kant's curiosity. What is it, Fathies? It is this, Lord Kant. First, please forgive my impudence. Fathies lowered his head and sighed softly. On my journey here, I encountered a group of homeless refugees, and I spoke to them of a benevolent lord and the glimmer of hope for survival. Just as Fathies finished speaking, a sudden system notification appeared. Ding, temporary quest issued. Temporary quest. Fathies' refugees. Reward. 28 Swadian militia. Description. Fathies has led a group of homeless refugees to this place, hoping that your kindness will provide them shelter. A dialogue box materialized clearly on the retina. Kant's eyes sparkled with excitement, his smile blossoming into a radiant laugh. Shelter them? Why not? Looking at Fathies, Kant felt a surge of joy. I shall always welcome any refugees into my village if they trust in me. I will bestow upon them new hope. Your kindness is truly admirable, Fathies replied sincerely, bowing in respect. Ding, your compassionate heart has chosen to shelter the group of refugees. Temporary quest. Fathies' refugees completed. Reward. 28 Swadian militia. Description. Absorbing refugees to increase population is a wise choice. However, it is worth noting that an excess of refugees may burden the village and affect the morale of the farmers. The system promptly displayed the dialogue box. The issuance and completion of the temporary quest occurred in nearly 2 minutes, which felt like a windfall to Kant. Whether it be the imminent arrival of the refugees or the acquisition of the 28 Swadian militia, both were vital resources for the current outpost Oasis. At least, as far as the introduction indicated regarding excessive population, Kant had yet to encounter that issue. War is indeed the most effective means of population depletion. Presently, Durham lacked farmers, soldiers, and even defensive structures and civilian buildings. It was in dire need of everything. The addition of these refugees was akin to a timely gift. It is noteworthy that the 100 date palm trees in that 2 acres could yield over 2,000 pounds of dates. And Kant was already pondering how to allocate the troops for the harvest. Now, a multitude of laborers had arrived. The rough-handed soldiers were more adept at combat than agricultural tasks. The farmers were far more suited for the latter. They are coming, Fathies said, raising his gaze towards the dunes from whence he had come. That a ragged band of refugees was making their way towards him, supporting one another, while 28 Swadian militia flanked them for protection. They appeared weary, yet upon discovering Durham before them, they erupted into cheers, quickening their pace. This was all thanks to Kant's quest and its reward. 200 Swadian farmers and 28 Swadian militia. Arrange food and water, Kant instructed, nodding towards several new recruits nearby. Ensure there is plenty. Yes, my lord. The recruits promptly acknowledged and swiftly made their way towards the southern side of the spring. The kitchen in the hall soon filled with fragrant smoke as the aroma of cooked food wafted through the air. The long-traveling refugees needed ample rest. Kant would not treat them as mere NPCs, for they were living beings deserving of compassion. He would at least ensure their bellies were filled. Chapter 047. Current overall data time passed, and with the dawn, a new week commenced. However, the first system message that appeared concerned the payment of troop wages. 1384 dinars vanished instantly. Kant's current savings stood at 2,452 dinars. A stark contrast to the nearly 6,000 dinars he had just days prior. The expenses of maintaining the troops were indeed staggering at present. The outpost Oasis housed merely 300 men, with weekly expenditures reaching 1,500 dinars. The wages for the troops were certainly the primary expense, but the cost of food consumed over 100 dinars each week as well. Within the hall, Kant was equally troubled by these trivial matters. As the dialogue box faded from his retina, he couldn't help but rub his temples. The threat of the wolfmen had temporarily dissipated. With the absence of enemies, the development of the outpost Oasis needed to be prioritized. After all, Durham remained in its most rudimentary form, with many potential buildings yet to be constructed, and most farmers and soldiers spent their nights in makeshift tents and sand pits. Open the data list, Kant thought, reaching out to the system within his mind. Instantly, the system displayed the current data list on his retina. Durham. Lord. Kant. Savings. 2,452 dinars. Commander, Fathis. Category, Swadian village. Current population, 200. Buildings, hall. Houses, 5. Watchtower, desert bandit hideout, general store. Constructible, houses, walls, mill, well. Resources, date palm grove, 2 acres. Wheat field, 7.5 acres. Troop overview. Infantry 95, cavalry 17. Current troops, Swadian militia, 70. Swadian light infantry, 25. Elite desert bandits, 17. Recruitable, Swadian new recruits, hall. Desert bandits, desert bandit hideout. Evaluation, Durem, appears to be in decent condition. Clear, cool spring water flows through rough channels, nourishing the arid and barren land. Energetic farmers busily tend to the date palm grove and fields. However, due to a lack of structures, the village still appears rudimentary. Notably, there are no women in the village. This was the current overall data of Durem. Kant's expression grew somber. His village indeed seemed rather inadequate. It was far too simplistic, in recent days, to counter the threat of the wolfmen. Kant had devoted all his energy to troop construction, essentially neglecting territorial development, which had delayed the progress of Durem. There was little choice in the matter. The threat posed by the wolfmen was too formidable. Had it not been for the assistance of Sir Hobson from the Lion Principality and Scholar Hank, Kant would likely have been unable to withstand the onslaught. 2,000 robust wolfmen were beyond his capacity to repel. At least everything is still manageable, Kant sighed. A plan for territorial development forming in his mind, as the system's evaluation accurately reflected, Durem severely lacked buildings. At the very least, he needed to ensure everyone had proper shelter rather than residing in tents and sand pits. Resolute in his decision, Kant communicated with the system, construct houses. Ding, system notification. Building houses will cost 100 dinars and take 7 days. Do you wish to proceed with the construction? The system dialog box popped up. Following the routine inquiry. Yes. Kant chose without hesitation. As he confirmed, the metallic clink of coins echoed, a pleasing sound. Yet 100 dinars vanished from his savings, representing the cost of constructing the houses. Cost, 100 dinars. Houses, under construction. Completion date. In 7 days, the selection concluded. And the system dialog box refreshed its content. Not far behind the dunes, a convoy of 5 carts pulled by 10 draft horses approached, accompanied by over 30 sturdy workers assisting in navigating the carts through the soft sands. The sight of the abundant timber and stone materials indicated they were delivering construction supplies. Leading the group was a rotund man, whose amiable face belied a shrewdness in his gaze typical of a merchant. Soon, they reached the outpost Oasis, where 10 Swadian militia stood armed with long spears, diligently inspecting their cargo. The construction workers were accustomed to such scrutiny. There were many rules in noble territories. Construction foreman. Lord Kant requests your presence in the hall. A Swadian light infantryman approached briskly, scanning the construction team and fixing his gaze on the prominent rotund man, his tone decidedly brusque. Follow me. Yes, yes, the foreman replied without a hint of displeasure. Nodding repeatedly and following with a flattering smile. Surviving in the tumultuous lands of Koradia while earning dinars often necessitated sacrificing certain things, such as dignity and pride. What value did those hold? The foreman entered the hall with enthusiasm, familiar with the surroundings. Kant was seated in the grand hall, examining a parchment filled with various items, supplies from the Jawadan caravan he intended to procure before their departure. Good morning, esteemed Lord Kant. The foreman greeted with a deep bow, his voice laced with joy. Your loyal servant extends his greetings. Ah, it's you. Good to see you again, Kant replied, setting down the parchment and nodding in acknowledgement. However, he could not resist pointing out a flaw in the foreman's statement, speaking coolly. Bear in mind, I am merely your employer. You are not my servant. In my eyes, you are a noble far exceeding King Harless, the foreman responded without a hint of concern, further ingratiating himself by declaring, You are the dawn of Koradia. Ha ha. Kant chuckled lightly. He held no regard for such typical flattery. Moreover, Kant was acutely aware that the construction foreman was rather cunning. Though he managed to complete building tasks punctually during the daily free meals, this fellow would stealthily stash away a few loaves of bread as late-night snacks, exhibiting an undeniable greed reminiscent of a miser. With a somewhat stern expression, Kant reminded him, this housing construction must be approached with the utmost seriousness. Rest assured, My team and I rely on our good reputation to secure jobs, the foreman replied. Bowing repeatedly, clearly realizing that his flattery had missed the mark, satisfied with the foreman's demeanor, Kant engaged him in a brief conversation to demonstrate his concern for the building project before waving him off. After all, the development of the territory was of paramount importance, and the foreman understood the priorities. Kant had other matters to attend to. He turned to the light infantryman stationed at the door and instructed, "Please bring the caravan leader here." Understood. The Swadian light infantryman nodded and quickly departed from the council chamber. Shortly thereafter, the caravan leader entered briskly. "My lord Kant, you summon me?" he inquired, maintaining a respectful demeanor. "Indeed," Kant replied, producing a parchment scroll and pointing to the supplies listed therein. "Before your departure, I intend to purchase these goods." The Jawadan caravan was scheduled to stay for only 7 days, and today was the day of their departure. They had gathered their belongings, including over 100 captured wolfmen, who were bound hand and foot, too famished to resist, and were pitifully tethered to the rear of the carts. 2 barrels of oil, 10 tools. The caravan leader read softly from the marked items. 5 bolts of linen. "Is there a problem?" Kant inquired. This was a strategic purchase for future development, a prudent measure. However, he felt somewhat resigned regarding the prices. As the cost of goods in Colradia was notoriously high, approximately 30 inflated compared to this reality. Considering that only his system could sell him goods, Kant had no choice but to grit his teeth and accept the prices. After all, one must pay the piper. The allure of the slave trade was undeniable. "There is no issue, my lord Kant." The caravan leader set down the parchment scroll, his tone hesitant. "We have oil, tools, and linen in stock. But the prices are somewhat steep." "What is the total?" Kant asked nonchalantly. 2 barrels of oil for 1,000 dinars, 10 tools for 2,000 dinars, and 5 bolts of linen for 1,000 dinars, the caravan leader concluded, looking at Kant with uncertainty. "In total, that amounts to 4,000 dinars, but I can offer a discount. You would only need to pay 3,800 dinars for these goods." 3,800 dinars? Kant stroked his chin, acknowledging that it was indeed a substantial sum. However, he smiled lightly and proposed, "What if I offer dates in exchange?" Of course, the caravan leader seemed momentarily taken aback, but nodded, calculating. "However, we require the same quality of dates as before, totaling 76 baskets. 1 date palm yields 2 baskets of dates, and since Kant possessed 120 date palms, that equated to 240 baskets of dates, a valuation of 50 dinars per basket, that amounted to 12,000 dinars. Which explained Kant's confidence in making such a substantial purchase. If the Jawadan caravan had sufficient dinars, he would have dared to convert everything into cash. Unfortunately, this caravan's funds barely reached 3,000 dinars, necessitating a barter system. 76 baskets of dates is perfectly manageable, Kant agreed with a smile, recalling that the previous week, 200 farmers had labored for 2 days to harvest all 100 date palms. The 200 baskets of dates were now drying on linen, transforming from fresh dates into dried ones. Clearly, they could not consume all of them. Thus, bartering these dates for the currently scarce resources at the garrison Oasis was of utmost importance. Having finalized the arrangements, Kant instructed that the needed goods be brought from the carts. The 76 baskets of dates were stacked at the entrance of the general store, nearly obstructing the path. As the soldiers, acting as laborers, swiftly loaded the dates onto the carts, one basket after another was stacked onto the carts, which efficiently consumed all 76 baskets. In reality, this would have been impossible, observing the seemingly unchanged arrangement of goods. Kant pondered. It was undoubtedly due to the system's spatial folding technology. Otherwise, 76 baskets would have required 5 carts to transport. "Then, I bid you farewell," the caravan leader said respectfully before departing. "Thank you for your generous hospitality this week. My lord Kant. If all goes well, we shall meet again next month, and I will bring more goods that you require." "Until next month," Kant nodded. The 2 parties exchanged farewells, and the Jawadan caravan set off once more. The 3 carts slowly making their way beyond the sand dunes. It was the same caravan leader, accompanied by 6 guards and 12 sentinels, who vanished like phantoms as they circled the dunes. Returning to Colradia and heading toward the town of Jawadan in Vikia, Kant was unfazed by this. The system behaved in such a manner consistently. "Gather a few men," Kant called out, and 10 Swadian militia members approached swiftly. He pointed to the supplies on the street and instructed them, "Please transport these goods back to the storage room in the council hall. and be careful not to break any fragile items. Understood, the 10 Swadian militia members nodded, working together to carefully transport the supplies left by the caravan. The fragile items Kant referred to were, of course, the oil contained in clay jars, a luxury item priced at 500 dinars each. Made from high-quality animal fats that could be used not only for consumption, but also for weapon maintenance or as kindling. Such items were beyond the means of common folk and were strategic resources that every lord should accumulate. For Kant, they held additional utility. Since my father still harbors some affection for me, perhaps I could tentatively reach out to the Lionheart Duchy. Kant pondered, furrowing his brow, while fortifying the Lorne Desert and developing in secrecy remained the crux of his plans. It was unfeasible to completely sever ties with the Lionheart Duchy while exclusively residing in this desolate expanse. At the very least, the salt mines he intended to occupy would require a market for their output, and the only viable market was precisely the Lionheart Duchy. Furthermore, in the production of white salt, charcoal served as both fuel and a filtering agent, playing an essential role, apart from the junction between the Lorne Desert and the Lionheart Duchy. The Swadia Mountains were the only location abundant with timber, and Kant could not identify any other sources for such materials. The 10 iron tools he had purchased were essentially 10 high-quality iron axes for lumberjacking. Kant had plans for them. He would send Swadian farmers to a more concealed area of the Swadia Mountains to establish a lumber yard. Simultaneously, he would dispatch elite desert bandits to raid the salt flats for raw coarse salt. Although this two-way venture would incur significant costs, once scaled up, producing the finest white salt for transport to the Lionheart Duchy would ultimately yield a highly profitable cycle. The sound of urgent hoofbeats reached Kant's ears. He looked up to see a dozen cavalrymen approaching from the northeast sand dunes. His expression remained unchanged. They were not foes, but rather Fardas returning with 17 elite desert bandits after scouting the surrounding area. Daily patrols occurred 3 times, morning, noon, and evening. Although the garrison Oasis had watchtowers, visibility was inherently limited. Deploying these light cavalrymen to delve deeper into the desert for reconnaissance allowed them to investigate any unusual footprints in the sand, facilitating swift responses to any anomalies. Whoa! Fardas reined in his steed, slowing down as he dismounted and respectfully saluted Kant. "Good morning, my lord Kant." "Good morning, Fardas." Kant nodded, scanning the 17 fierce desert bandits. "Did you encounter anything unusual?" "Nothing at all. Everything is secure," Fardas replied with a smile. Visibly relieved. "That is the best news." "Of course," Kant concurred. This was a period of development, and if the wolfmen continued to be a nuisance, it would be quite distressing for him. As the victor, Kant temporarily held the initiative. And one of the fruits of victory was time. As long as he could rapidly advance him within this brief window, acquiring the strength to confront that wolfman tribe, everything would ultimately align favorably. Kant had no doubt that victory would ultimately be his. Besides, I still have 3 volleys of arrows left unused. Kant exhaled deeply, filled with confidence. The 3 volleys from 500 Vikia archers would unleash a veritable storm of arrows. After all, they were the finest archers employing the best conical arrows for those wolfmen who lacked armor or shields. Facing such a deluge of arrows would surely result in catastrophic losses. If Kant utilized these 3 volleys judiciously, they could equate to the charge of 50 mounted knights. Fardas, Kant thought, feeling a surge of ambition. "Please speak, Lord Kant." Fardas responded immediately. However, Kant remained silent for several seconds before finally lifting his gaze to Fardas, asking in a grave tone, "Considering our current troop strength, what do you believe are the odds of successfully launching a full-scale assault on the Wolfman tribe?" Fardas paused, clearly taken aback. It was evident that he had not entertained such a fantastical notion from Kant, or rather, Fardas understood that their forces comprised less than 100 combatants, supplemented by nearly 300 farmers. Making a direct attack on a tribe of over 2,000 wolfmen seemed utterly preposterous. Yet at that moment, a system notification abruptly appeared in Kant's field of vision. Ding! Main quest released. Main quest. The first strong enemy. Quest reward. 10,000 dinars. 1,000 reputation. 10 honor. Description. In the long journey of life, the first strong enemy is always unforgettable. It represents strength and invincibility, much like a giant, leaving an indelible impression on your youthful heart. However, once defeated, you will realize that it is merely the first stumbling block in life. a profound memory that symbolizes the fear of being weak. Just to clarify, I have changed barley to wheat. I hope no one minds. However, I did some research, and the yield of dates is indeed remarkable. No wonder they are called the bread of the desert. Chapter 049, Fathys' Tactics Sting. Main quest released. Main quest. The first strong enemy. Quest reward. 10,000 dinars. 1,000 reputation. 10 honor. Description. In the long journey of life, the first strong enemy is always unforgettable. It represents strength and invincibility. Much like a giant, leaving an indelible impression on your youthful heart. However, once defeated, you will realize that it is merely the first stumbling block in life, a profound memory that symbolizes the fear of being weak. The system dialog box was clearly visible. Kant's eyes narrowed as he carefully scanned the content, his expression one of astonishment. Forcing himself to regain composure, Kant could not help but smile wryly. It feels a bit like being ensnared in one's own web. He had merely inquired of Fathys whether they could eliminate the Wolfman tribe. And in truth, he harbored little hope of victory himself. It was a casual question. Yet unexpectedly, the system quest was directly issued in response to that inquiry. How could Kant remain calm? He understood well that even if their forces managed to defeat the Wolfman tribe, inflicting losses of nearly 800 Wolfmen, they would still maintain an overwhelming numerical advantage, far beyond the capabilities of Kant's mere 300 men. Moreover, of those 300,200 were farmers, the most basic of zero-level troops. This is nerve-wracking. Kant exhaled deeply, feeling genuinely unsettled. Turning to Fathys, he steadied his emotions and asked, if we had 500 Vikia sharpshooters assisting us, would victory be attainable? Kant was, of course, referring to the 3 volleys of coordinated fire. Well, that would certainly be possible, Fathys replied, momentarily stunned, then quickly added, indeed, Lord Kant, if we had 500 Vikia sharpshooters, annihilating those savage wolfmen would be a walk in the park. Being of noble descent from Sunno, Fathys fully understood the might of the Vikia sharpshooters. The Swadian kingdom and the Vikia kingdom were not on amicable terms. In fact, they had engaged in several large-scale battles over the northern tundra, had it not been for the treachery of the Rodok kingdom and the invasion of the Nord kingdom. Coupled with the incursions of the Kyrgyz Khanate, the fighting would likely have persisted. Vikia sharpshooters can unleash a continuous rain of arrows on the battlefield, Fathys stated gravely. Combined with our infantry, we could undoubtedly crush the Wolfman tribe head-on. Kant nodded. However, his expression grew somewhat awkward. He realized that Fathys had evidently misunderstood his implication. After a brief pause, Kant sighed. The Vikia sharpshooters can only execute 3 volleys. This caused Fathys to furrow his brow in concern. Only 3 volleys. Indeed. Kant nodded with resignation. After all, the Vikia sharpshooters were elite level, 5 troops from the original system, and gathering 500 of them was impossible without cheats. Even the Vikia kingdom within the system did not possess that many top-tier archers. After all, such masters of archery, when assembled in numbers, could unleash devastating destruction on the battlefield. A formation of 500 Vikia sharpshooters, lined up in a shooting array, would unleash a storm of arrows that would instill terror in any unarmored infantry. Kant, as a player, understood the potency of an all-archer strategy. Yet therein lay the issue. Not only did he lack 500 Vikia sharpshooters, but he did not even have a single Nord archer. All he had were 70 Swadian militia, armed with crossbows merely to feign the appearance of ranged troops. In reality, the power of those crossbows was hardly lethal against the resilient wolfmen. Lord Kant, we have no chance in a direct assault. Fathys summarized with a furrowed brow, his tone exceedingly grave. We must employ effective tactics to strike at the wolfmen's morale, plunging these primitive and ferocious beings into chaos, thereby robbing them of their will to fight. Please continue, Kant urged. While he understood some tactics, he acknowledged that he was no match for Fathys in terms of experience. The title of Wandering Knight was not merely a title. Fathys had roamed the land of Colradia for years, walking the path of self-redemption while accumulating substantial practical experience. Lord Kant, your humility is greatly appreciated. Fathys, sensing Kant's regard for him, slightly bowed and continued, as you previously mentioned, you once repelled an attack of 2,000 wolfmen with the aid of 50 heavy cavalry knights. The tactics are fundamentally similar. That was with allies supporting us, Kant mused. Had it not been for Sir Hobson and Scholar Hank, he might have perished in that brutal battle. Thus, he held a vivid memory of that encounter. Allies, Fathys said, looking down with an odd expression. Perhaps. Fathies. Do you harbor any doubts? Kant frowned, in response to Kant's inquiry. Fathies solemnly stated, Lord Kant, since your father has exiled you to this desolate desert, it is improbable that he would send someone to rescue you. To me, it seems more like arranging for your corpse to be collected. Though of a kind disposition, Fathies had wandered long enough in Coradia to grasp some of its darker aspects. Moreover, he hailed from a noble family. It was precisely due to this background that he had turned against his own brother over a socialite, ultimately leading to his brother's death at his hands, which compelled him to flee from home and embark on a journey of self-exile in Coradia, honing his true knightly spirit while seeking redemption. Perhaps that is the case. Kant neither confirmed nor denied Fathies' assertion. Raising his gaze to the endless desert, he simply stated, but at the very least, Sir Hobson, Scholar Hank, and those 50 knights aided me in repelling the wolf-men, did they not? At that moment, Fathies fell silent, his expression complex. Kant spoke the truth. Kant then exhaled deeply. They could not stand by and watch as the wolf-men breached the outpost Oasis and slaughtered everyone. They still risked their lives to assist me. After a pause, Kant added earnestly, perhaps they did not wish for my demise. With a light-hearted smile, Kant chose not to pursue the matter further. If he possessed a sturdy castle and a powerful army, he might not have needed anyone's assistance to effortlessly vanquish the wolfmen. Only strength matters. Then, do we have any hope against that wolfman tribe? Kant redirected the conversation, looking at Fathies. Can the 3 volleys from 500 Vikia sharpshooters inflict significant casualties on the wolfmen, thereby inciting chaos? Yes. Fathies pondered for a moment before affirmatively nodding. It can be done. Please share your plan, Kant urged. Fathies organized his thoughts and began. Lord Kant, remember you mentioned that when you first captured the outpost Oasis, you utilized the terrain and the sun, catching that smaller wolfman tribe off guard, leading to their defeat. Indeed. At that time, I had only 20 cavalry allies and 30 low-level troops. Kant's tone carried a hint of pride. The tactical arrangement of that battle was quite clever. It was precisely due to their leverage of the terrain and sunlight that they managed to vanquish the wolfmen occupying the outpost Oasis and secure ultimate victory. Even the battle-hardened Fathies expressed admiration for this. I intend to employ that very tactic. Wait. Kant's self-satisfied smile faded slightly. Observing Fathies' serious demeanor, he frowned and directly voiced his concern. But this time is different. The number of wolfmen is far too great. Indeed, they are numerous. Fathies agreed, yet his eyes sparkled with a hint of enthusiasm. But they are utterly useless. Kant furrowed his brow tightly, awaiting Fathies' forthcoming explanation. Fathies spoke without hesitation. These werewolf hordes are merely a defeated rabble. Although the terror of their rout has subsided during this period, should they suffer another defeat, they will utterly lose their capacity for organization. Are you suggesting, Kant intoned gravely, that they are like startled birds? This term, naturally, was translated from the local tongue, but its meaning was akin to that of an idiom. Fathies nodded once more, affirming, indeed, that is our strategy. Chapter 050. The preparations for the great battle. It is too perilous. Kant mused slightly. Choosing not to adopt this tactic as the supreme commander, he bore the weight of his decisions. His accountability did not lie with the outpost Oasis, nor with Hiram, and certainly not with the people of Swadia. It rested solely on him. Should he face defeat, he would lose everything. That was the source of his greatest anxiety and hesitation. War leads to death, yet there exists a threshold of endurance. Exceeding that threshold would render defeat inconsequential, and he would not allow such a fate to transpire. Thus, he spoke slowly. Is there a more advantageous tactical plan? This is the only tactical option with merit. Fathies shook his head, a hint of regret etched upon his brow. Our forces are simply too few. Is that so? Kant squinted, a shadow of gloom darkening his expression. This was indeed the case. They were woefully insufficient. 200 Swadian peasants could hardly be considered a fighting force. What they could rely upon were merely 25 Swadian light infantry and 70 Swadian militia. These constituted their main combat strength, capable of withstanding the onslaught of werewolves while countering their overwhelming aggression. If only Kant had 100 Swadian knights, none of this would be necessary. The mere contemplation of his meager forces sent tremors through his heart. It seems we can only continue to delay the main quest. Kant inhaled deeply, his countenance returning to a semblance of tranquility. The primary quest of establishing the village had been dragged out for 16 years before its completion. Now, facing a task of evidently heightened difficulty, the prospect of success with his current strength appeared nothing short of fanciful. Even summoning 3 volleys from 500 Vikian sharpshooters, this powerful card in his hand would likely yield little due to the inadequacy of his forces and their diminished combat efficacy. The principle of patience in times of weakness was a standard noble's rule. However, Kant's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the system's description, a sense of dissatisfaction brewing within him. He did not wish to surrender so easily. Fathes, Kant spoke with a grave tone, his gaze darkening. Yes, Fathes responded promptly. If our current forces were to launch a desperate assault, could we defeat the werewolves? Kant's tone was laden with gravity. Fathes paused momentarily, but then nodded firmly. Yes. The Swadian light infantry were already classified as regular soldiers, clad in iron gear, chainmail, iron helmets, and large kite shields. Wielding Germanic swords and heavy pikes, such equipment could be regarded as the hallmark of elite infantry even within the Lion Duchy, and paired with the not inconsiderable combat prowess of the Swadian light infantry, they would have no trouble engaging in combat with the primitive werewolves. With the light infantry at the forefront, militia forming the backbone, and peasants as support, they would abandon all hope of survival. Relying solely on inflicting damage that a reckless charge could certainly rout at least 500 werewolves without a doubt. That is satisfactory. Taking a deep breath, Kant's fists clenched slightly. Yet, turning to observe Fathes' serious countenance, he spoke softly. Only by completely annihilating that werewolf tribe can we attain true peace and development. Otherwise, what we possess is but a fleeting mirage. Eternal peace is but a false construct. Fathes nodded, his expression solemn. I understand, Lord Kant. I hope this does not conflict with your principles. Kant held Fathes in high regard, not wishing for war to drive away such a talented commander. It will not, Fathes replied, shaking his head. After a moment's pause, he continued, we strive for a peaceful future. Showing mercy to our enemies will not yield a better life, especially since they are the brutal werewolves, unworthy of a knight's compassion. That is reassuring. A smile finally graced Kant's lips. At the very least, this was encouraging news. Kant intended to cultivate Fathes as the chief commander of the Swadian forces in the future. Having made up his mind, Kant and Fathes returned to the governing hall to reassess their tactical plan. Even if they were to engage in a desperate struggle, Kant was determined to confront his first formidable adversary head-on and achieve a resounding victory. The entire outpost Oasis seemed to sense the impending atmosphere of war, growing increasingly solemn. From morning until night, apart from the workers hammering away at constructing buildings, the outpost Oasis was devoid of loud chatter, as everyone busily attended to their tasks or stood guard at various points. A new war was indeed about to commence as the sky darkened. The previously scorching heat began to wane. Within the governing hall, pristine white candles were lit, casting a soft glow upon the room. A parchment scroll lay on the table, marked with numerous hasty sketches, appearing almost like a child's scrawl. Yet, as Kant and Fathes regarded the chaotic lines, their expressions grew increasingly grave. This was a map. Recently, Kant had ventured to scout the werewolf tribe with desert bandits, and this map was drawn from memory. With a basic tactical plan in place, they needed to conduct a rehearsal with the map, an essential pre-battle task. Otherwise, unexpected circumstances or a prolonged siege without contingency plans could plunge their forces into disarray. A folly no commander, however inept, would allow. Time passed slowly. The moon ascended into the sky, and the brilliant expanse of stars twinkled above. After thorough discussion, their tactical plan was finally confirmed. This is it. Kant nodded slowly, expressing his agreement with their current tactical scheme. After all, it was the result of an entire day's deliberation. The attack will be timed for just before dawn. The period of lowest vigilance. Fathes nodded, summarizing the tactical plan. At this hour, even if the werewolf tribe has sentinels, they will undoubtedly be drowsy, making it the optimal moment for a surprise assault. Precisely, Kant affirmed. Fathes continued, I will lead 17 elite desert bandits to charge directly into the heart of the tribe, swiftly locating the tent of the werewolf shaman and eliminating him. Once the chieftain is lost, the werewolves will be deprived of leadership, and then it will be up to you, Lord Kant. Rest assured, I will lead our forces to disrupt the werewolves' resistance. With narrowed eyes, a glint of danger flickered in Kant's gaze. Even if they gather to resist, 3 volleys will shatter their resolve anew. Fathes nodded calmly. An enemy in disarray can no longer be considered a threat, with the loss of command, descending into chaos, and ultimately facing rout. These three states would befall the werewolf tribe, all but sealing Kant's victory. Though losses were inevitable, and casualties would undoubtedly be significant, there was no alternative. War claims lives, and battles are constructed upon the blood and lives of the fallen, whether foes or allies. A sea of corpses and rivers of blood awaited. For the future, even if it means the complete destruction of our forces, I am willing to obliterate this werewolf tribe, Kant silently vowed, exhaling deeply. He was no paragon of virtue. Despite his reputation for diligence within the Lion Duchy, as a noble by birth and a man who had lived two lives, how could Kant be anything but a self-serving pragmatist? In this battle, I will recruit some new soldiers. Kant looked up at Fathies and continued, at the very least, having more new recruits is better than relying on peasants. That is only fitting, Fathies concurred. The governing hall permitted weekly recruitment, transforming Swadian farmers into new soldiers, unlike the desert bandit stronghold, which allowed for the recruitment of only one individual per week. The governing hall's recruitment of Swadian new soldiers was unlimited, entirely at the mercy of the system's random allocation. Chapter 051. The triggering of new events. The predetermined tactical plan was now firmly in place. Continuing to delve into the details with Fathies, Kant felt a sense of relief wash over him. Everything was ready, save for the right moment. It is quite late, Kant remarked, turning his head to shake the stiffness from his neck that a glance out the window revealed the profound and pristine darkness of the night. He realized it was indeed well past midnight. Indeed, Fathies nodded with a soft sigh. We became engrossed in our discussion. The flame flickered upon the wick, molten wax dripping down, leaving the candles significantly diminished in height. It was clear that 3 hours had elapsed since they had first lit it at nightfall, and now it was close to extinguishing. Outside, silence reigned. Even the sounds of construction had ceased long ago, wrapping the evening in stillness. Only the sound of leather boots pressing upon the sandy ground could be heard, the soft sand yielding slightly underfoot, creating a faint rustling sound. A group of 5 Swadian militia, armed with heavy pikes, passed slowly in front of the governing hall, conducting their nocturnal patrols. 10 Swadian light infantry clad in infantry chainmail, armed with shields and spears, stood vigilant within the council hall. Fathies, you should rest now, Kant suggested, rubbing his temples, feeling the weight of fatigue. Yes, my lord, Fathies replied, weariness etched on his face. Rising gently, he respectfully bowed to Kant before turning to depart, adding, Lord Kant, I hope you two will take some rest for your health. Very well, Kant nodded, waving his hand in a gesture of farewell. Within the council hall, there was indeed a room designated for Fathies, conveniently adjacent to the storeroom. After all, he was the only commander in Kant's possession, naturally entitled to certain privileges. However, this arrangement also reflected Kant's strategic considerations. In the event of an unexpected situation, Fathies would be able to swiftly exit to maintain order, utilizing his exceptional command skills to contain any crises within minimal bounds. Stay alert, Kant admonished the rotating shift of light infantry. Do not let your guard down. Understood, Lord Kant, the infantry replied solemnly. Very well, Kant affirmed. Ascending the staircase back to his second-floor chamber, where he lay down and fell into slumber without shedding his garments, for an early rise awaited him the next day. The tactical plan had been established, and war was imminent, one that promised to be brutally fierce. Compared to the previous assault of 2,000 wolfmen, this time might prove equally daunting, if not more so, with a troop of nearly 300 low-tier soldiers confronting a minimum of 2,000 wolfmen from their tribes. Those seasoned nobles of the Lion Duchy would likely scoff at Kant's folly a decade prior. The conquering force of the Lion Duchy had numbered around 2,000 as well. Yet that contingent was composed solely of elite warriors, heavily armored cavalry drawn from the front line, who had drenched the Luncia desert in the blood of countless wolfmen tribes. Even the remnants of those tribes had been driven to migrate deeper into the desert. Stricken with terror, now, Kant, with his 300 lowly infantry, dared to assault a tribe of 2,000 wolfmen. Such ambition seemed utterly delusional. Yet Kant was indeed audacious, earnestly preparing for the endeavor. He was not foolish. Rather, he possessed his own convictions. As Fathies had articulated, the morale of the wolfmen, having endured several defeats, had plummeted to its nadir, especially after the tragic demise of their chieftain, rendering them akin to startled birds. An ancient Greek poet once proclaimed that a rabble could not be deemed an army. Kant perceived these wolfmen in the same light, regarding them as a disorganized mob, nothing more than worthless refuse. He harbored disdain for his adversaries tactically, yet strategically, he remained cognizant of their potential. At the entrance of the council hall, the red-tinged golden lion flag fluttered, its presence imposing despite the stillness of the air. Intimidating presence, an artifact born of both light and darkness. This was Kant's unique possession. The divine weapon upon the battlefield represented Kant's true trump card in this forthcoming campaign. It was precisely due to its capacity to diminish enemy morale and incite chaos that Kant resolved, gritting his teeth, to ensure that even in the face of complete annihilation, he would strive to dismantle the Wolfman tribe. He and Fathis had speculated. Slaying 300 wolfmen might shake their resolve. Eliminating 500 could severely undermine the tribe's will to resist, and the slaughter of 1,000 would obliterate their psychological defenses, plunging them into utter disarray. Furthermore, should the chieftain, that wolfman shaman, be slain, the tribe would descend into a state of total collapse, utterly devoid of the spirit to resist. Incapable of recovery, although achieving these objectives posed considerable challenges, continuity would yield victory. Drowsily, Kant eventually opened his eyes to the brightening dawn. Awakening in the same clothes he had worn to bed left him feeling stiff. As he twisted his neck and body, accompanied by audible cracks, he descended the stairs. Coincidentally, Fathis emerged from his room. "Good morning, Lord Kant," Fathis greeted, his expression slightly grave, bowing respectfully, a gesture of class etiquette. Kant, accustomed to such formalities, nodded in response. "Good morning, Fathis." In the adjoining kitchen, 10 farmers were already bustling about, preparing breakfast, but given the quantity required for over 300 people, it would likely take 2 hours to complete. "My lord, I have departed," Fathis remarked, glancing toward the kitchen as he reported, routine reconnaissance and patrol of the surrounding area. Do be cautious," Kant gestured, indicating his understanding, but he also reminded Fathis, "Keep an eye on the northeast, if all remains normal. We shall commence our operations in the afternoon." "Understood," Fathis nodded, quickly exiting the council hall. The plan was indeed to initiate action that very afternoon. Adjacent to the council hall, 17 elite desert raiders had already risen, grooming their steeds in the stables and feeding them pre-prepared fodder and fresh water. After a brief wait, the well-fed horses were soon galloping swiftly toward the northeast with their riders. "It is my turn." Kant's face remained calm. Yet internally, he felt a surge of solemnity. Connecting with the system in his mind, Kant spoke resolutely. "Recruit new Swadian soldiers." However, just as he selected the recruitment option, an unexpected dialog box appeared. Kant paused. This was not the recruitment option he anticipated. Ding! Event triggered. Villagers united against the common foe. Once tormented by hardship and displacement, the farmers were unwilling to relinquish their current village. They had come to cherish the hard-won peace and the happiness found in their toil. They were unwilling to abandon their hopes. Thus they were willing to take up arms and fight for the Lord who had brought them hope, even at the cost of their lives. Event reward: 200 new Swadian soldiers. Event requirement: additional payment of 200 dinars. Choose yes/no to accept. This was a system event, distinct from system tasks, a branching offshoot. Kant was familiar with such occurrences, having experienced them before. Previously, he had been tasked with accepting 50 refugees from the Coradia continent, ultimately rewarded with 50 Swadian farmers transformed from those refugees. That prior event had also unlocked the reputation and honor systems for him, a fact he keenly remembered. Now, with the new event triggered, Kant's heart raced with excitement. "Yes, accept," he declared without hesitation, proceeding with the selection. For him, this was the most rational arrangement, the most prudent choice, with 200 Swadian farmers requiring an additional 200 dinars for recruitment. Averaging merely 1 dinar per individual to upgrade them all to new Swadian soldiers, how could Kant possibly let this opportunity slip away? Originally, the upgrade cost had been 2,000 dinars, and with the additional payment, it amounted to a mere 2,200 dinars. Kant could afford it. Investing 2,200 dinars promised to secure victory in return. Although the newly minted Swadian soldiers, being a level 1 unit, still exhibited limited combat prowess. They had embarked on the path of soldiering, equipped with adequate weaponry and armor, fully capable of engaging in melee with the wolfmen. This was the system's greatest boon. Chapter 052. The review before departure confirmed. Kant selected. The balance of dinars in his mind diminished instantaneously. Meanwhile, in the Sentinel Oasis, the Swadian farmers, who had only recently awakened and emerged from their makeshift shelters, found themselves enveloped by a surge of data. This flow of data was ephemeral, vanishing swiftly. Yet, the figures that materialized within the Sentinel Oasis had transformed, their physiques becoming robust, muscles swelling. Their gazes sharpened as well. Clad in loose, worn linen robes, they now donned deep brown leather armor beneath. Their backs bore wooden shields fashioned from planks, while a short-handled axe secured with rope hung at their waists, and they gripped 2-meter-long spears. On their heads rested leather caps stitched from hide, and their legs were adorned with laced boots. These were the new Swadian soldiers, 200 individuals from the Swadian kingdom, the most basic level 1 unit, mere cannon fodder among cannon fodder. Yet, they constituted the backbone of Kant's forces, maintaining the line. Though they might seem like brittle eggs against the elite heavy infantry of human kingdoms, they were more than capable of confronting the primitive wolfmen with their rudimentary gear and basic military training. This was systematic warfare. The Swadian kingdom had no reason to fear. The war-torn Colradia continent, despite its ravaged state, had witnessed a resurgence in military prowess. Even the lowest-tier recruits possessed commendable military discipline. Forming ranks to face the foe, they could engage the wolfmen, who lacked tactical comprehension, in direct combat. This was Kant's confidence that as time passed, the aroma of food began to waft through the air. Enough provisions for 300 had been prepared in the kitchen of the council hall. 5 large wooden basins brimmed with food, toasted bread and dried meat warmed by the embers, hearty cabbage soup made from flour, and an ample supply of dates for each individual. Although simple fare, it provided a balanced diet, not only satiating hunger but also replenishing nutrients. All sat in silence, consuming their breakfast, as if anticipating the imminent battle. The atmosphere within the Sentinel Oasis was notably grave. Even the typically obsequious construction foreman sat quietly alongside his laborers, all of whom were ordinary individuals devoid of combat capabilities. Kant had no intention of conscripting them, although these laborers appeared to possess sturdy physiques. They were merely marginally better than farmers. To envision them engaging in battle like merchant guards or sentinels was undoubtedly a fanciful thought. While partaking in breakfast, a contingent of cavalry emerged from the northeastern sand dunes. Phaetus and the 17 elite desert raiders had returned. My lord Kant. No unusual occurrences were detected. Reining in his steed, Phaetus leaped onto the sand, his expression reflecting a degree of ease. It seems the initial phase proceeded smoothly. That is reassuring, Kant replied, nodding at him. Now, let us enjoy our breakfast. Thank you very much, Phaetus said, bowing respectfully that he made no objection, taking a seat opposite Kant and heartily consuming his share of food. Outside the council hall, breakfast was similarly underway. The 17 returning elite desert raiders had also settled their horses and joined the infantry for their meal. For the soldiers seated in clusters, eating their breakfast, appearances were of little concern, given the dire circumstances. Filling their bellies sufficed, with no need for lofty expectations. Moreover, war was imminent. Everyone felt the palpable atmosphere of impending conflict, a chilling aura infused with a sense of bloodlust. Although Kant had yet to announce the offensive against the Wolfmen tribe, all were mentally prepared. This sixth sense was born from years of warfare. After finishing breakfast and taking a brief respite, the soldiers, now devoid of farmers, readied themselves for action. The agricultural tasks at the Lookout Oasis had largely been completed. As for the daily maintenance of the irrigation channels and ensuring the 2 acres of date palm groves were adequately watered, these newly recruited Swadians were equally capable. The fresh recruits, having just shed their agricultural duties, retained their combat skills alongside their farming expertise. Soon, they gathered, forming an orderly line, an order issued by Kant for a final inspection and motivation before departure. Phaetus concurred, but in reality, this directive stemmed from a spontaneous system task. Ding! Temporary task issued. Temporary task. Pre-departure inspection. Task reward. 100 reputation. Description: let your soldiers understand the purpose of their fight. It will inspire their courage. It was indeed a temporary task, offering a modest reward of 100 reputation points. For Kant, even without this task, he would have commanded the inspection that he was determined to announce the commencement of this war. My lord Kant, everything is prepared. Phaetus softly reminded him. In the street before the council hall, all the troops had assembled, standing in disciplined formation, their gazes sharp and devoid of fear, awaiting Kant's address and inspection. Very well, Kant nodded, his tone slightly solemn, yet when he spoke, His voice resonated in the ears of all present. "We shall embark on a new campaign against the Wolfmen. This afternoon, we will conquer them, forcing these vile, inferior beings, still mired in their primitive existence, to kneel before us." Kant's voice was grave and imposing. The soldiers waiting in formation on the street likewise wore serious expressions, intently listening to Kant's address. Just as the oasis beneath our feet was seized from the clutches of those wolfmen, we will continue our pillaging. They do not deserve any chance at survival, while the Swadians and Salandans shall thrive in this desert, under my leadership, seizing dominion over the new world and achieving a lasting peace. Kant continued, his tone fervent and chilling. This was a pre-battle rallying cry, and he did not shy away from his role as the aggressor. Between races, there was no notion of benevolence. Peace was merely a product of mutual deterrence. A stalemate where neither side could overpower the other. Otherwise, they would have long engaged in a deadly struggle. Having lived in this world for 16 years, Kant was well acquainted with such realities. Taking a deep breath, he continued in a somber voice, "If you wish for a better life, for a brighter future, then fight with all your might. Annihilate those wolfmen, and seize everything they possess for ourselves. Long live," the soldiers roared in unison. "Eliminate those wolfmen." A smile crept onto Kant's lips. The speech had been a resounding success. Even Phaedus, standing nearby, displayed no change in his demeanor, showing no discomfort at the bloodthirsty rhetoric, for he cared little for the fate of the wolf-men. It was akin to players in a game ruthlessly slaying bandits and other monstrous foes. Proclaiming justice. Ding, your efforts have completed the task. Temporary task, pre-departure inspection completed. Task reward, 100 reputation. Description, this is conquest. This is slaughter. There is no peace between races to foster one's own growth. Eliminate any enemies that obstruct your path. This is the truth. The system notification appeared. Kant observed the addition of 100 reputation points with a smile. Even a small gain was still a gain. He then instructed Phaedus, "Prepare the supplies. We depart at 2 o'clock this afternoon." Understood. Phaedus nodded. Kant continued to bolster the morale of everyone present, and the inspection concluded after half an hour. The entire lookout oasis was now in a fervent state. A frenzy preceding battle. All were dismissed to resume their preparations for war. Phaedus was adept at this. Storable bread, dried meat, and date palm fruits were piled in the 3 wagons Kant had brought to the lookout oasis. The water bags were all filled with crystal-clear spring water, enough for each person for 3 days. After all, the journey from the lookout oasis to the wolfmen's tribe had already taken them a full day on horseback. Now, traveling on foot would at least double that time. Soon, everything was ready. Chapter 053. The assault before dawn at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The atmosphere had calmed slightly in the northeastern area of the lookout oasis. The assembled troops awaited further orders. Kant rode ahead with Phaedus, while the construction foreman from Sunno respectfully stood at the front of their horses. "Master Phaedus, you are a noble of Sunno. I dare not let my guard down." The construction foreman's plump face glistened with cold sweat. Particularly upon realizing that the commander standing alongside the Lord was none other than the eldest son of a high-ranking noble from Sunno, he felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Swallowing hard, appearing as meek as a plump quail. "That is best," Phaedus replied coolly. Observing the construction foreman's fearful demeanor, he furrowed his brow and asked, "Do you know me?" "Why, yes, Master Phaedus," the construction foreman stammered, his cold sweat increasing. "Who in Sunno does not know you? Although you and your brother," he quickly realized he had misspoken and hastily changed the subject. "Ah, nothing. It is well known that you are quite learned, Master Phaedus." Phaedus clearly caught wind of the foreman's slip. His expression darkened, despair flickering in his eyes. "I am not a noble of Sunno," he stated emphatically. This. The construction foreman's face turned pale, and he trembled in fear. Swallowing hard, he felt he might still salvage the situation. Blurting out, "Master Phaedus, if you return to Sunno, your father would be overjoyed." However, his words only complicated Phaedus's expression further. That moment, the construction foreman realized he had blundered yet again. "My Lord Kant, I shall proceed ahead to supervise the troops." Phaedus turned to Kant, saying, "I apologize for my rudeness." Before Kant could respond, he spurred his horse forward. The construction foreman's face was now ashen, his legs quaking. Clearly, he was extremely apprehensive of Phaedus's noble lineage, being an ordinary citizen of Sunno. It would be wise to refrain from mentioning such matters in the future, Kant remarked. His expression calm, though his gaze lingered on Phaedrus's retreating figure, tinged with a sense of melancholy. Phaedrus's wandering was a consequence of his rivalry with his brother, a tragic tale born from his impulsive act of killing his sibling over a wayward socialite. This was a narrative he would recount when players accompanied him near Sunno, leading to his moniker, the Wandering Knight. He preferred to roam the continent rather than return to his noble family. Kant furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at the sun in the sky. The time was nearly upon them. He turned to the construction foreman and instructed, "Take good care of my village." "Yes, my lord," the construction foreman replied eagerly, glancing at the 30 construction workers behind him, eagerly assuring, "Even if it costs us our last man, we will defend your village." Having offended Phaedrus, he sought to ingratiate himself with Kant. "Huh." Kant merely chuckled at his words. "If that is the case, then it would be splendid." Urging his steed forward, he raised his voice. "Let us depart." Onward. Phaedrus led the way. The troops, fully prepared, began their slow advance toward the northeast, heading for the Wolfmen's tribe. "My lord, we eagerly await your triumphant return," the construction foreman called out, waving and following closely, akin to a reluctant woman bidding farewell. Yet, his eagerness was in vain, for none of Kant's party turned back. Nevertheless, the construction foreman was unfazed. Receiving this additional task to strengthen his relationship with the Lord was, in his view, an invaluable reward. As for the prospect of an enemy incursion, that was a concern he deemed unnecessary. After all, the lookout oasis lay deep within the wind desert. In desolate regions, even the most wretched of fleeing serfs do not venture as for marauders, bandits, and horse thieves. The notion of their incursion and plunder is merely fanciful thinking. The sole adversaries are the warg tribes, who are currently being assailed by forces led by Kant. The laborers, engaged in construction, assist in the watch without any issues, granting Kant a sense of ease. 200 newly recruited Swadian soldiers march in an orderly formation behind the carts, while 70 Swadian militia take the lead. 25 Swadian light infantry advance parallel to Kant and the carts at the very front of the entire procession. 17 elite desert bandits, along with one newly recruited desert bandit from that week, have dispersed to scout the conditions and environment ahead as skirmishers. According to Kant's calculations, they have a 2-day journey ahead. Initially, they galloped swiftly, reaching the warg tribe in just a day. However, the present force is predominantly infantry, making it impossible to hasten their march. Moreover, Kant is not concerned about arriving at the warg tribe in the shortest time, but as long as they can deploy according to the tactical plan before dawn breaks. Launching a surprise attack will suffice. Advancing steadily, the marching speed of the entire unit is not slow. Indeed, it exceeds the pace of Kant and 30 Swadian peasants during their initial march significantly. They continue to press forward under the cover of night. At midnight, they rest, continuing their journey just before dawn when the light is still dim and the temperature has yet to rise fully. They only dig a sand pit to rest when the midday heat peaks. Repeating this cycle, they swiftly arrive at the desert where the warg tribe resides. By this time, the sky has dimmed. It is dusk and night approaches. Kant, having halted his horse atop a sand dune, gazes into the distance at the warg tribe, a hint of contemplation on his face. Turning to his companion, "Phaedrus," he remarks, "that is it." "Indeed. There are many." Phaedrus nods in agreement, having also observed the chaotic encampments being erected in the plain-like expanse of sand below, with numerous wargs bustling in and out of the tribe, seemingly preoccupied with their affairs. All of them are foes, targets for slaughter. The soldiers behind them wear grave expressions, their eyes weary yet their weapons tightly gripped. They are eager for combat. "Everyone, remain concealed." Kant's command resonates in their ears. "Rest for now." The tactical plan dictates that the assault is not scheduled for dusk, but rather for just before dawn, the darkest hour, when all creatures are at their most drowsy and least vigilant. Their alertness and reactions will be at their nadir. Soon, the soldiers set up their tents, positioned downwind and sheltered by the sand dunes. Even kindling a fire to cook is permissible. Moreover, they are at least a kilometer away from the warg tribe, with any unusual occurrences likely to be noticed first by the sentinels atop the dunes, allowing them to maintain the initiative, whether to engage or retreat. As night deepens, the vast sky reveals a brilliant expanse of stars. Each member of Kant's party eats to satiety, resting without shedding their garments. Weapons held close, they await the opportune moment. The sentinels change shifts hourly, ensuring that all get sufficient rest as the luminous moon gradually descends in the west. The river of stars fades into the profound darkness. The darkness before dawn inevitably arrives. Awake, everyone, awaken, gently urging his comrades. Thetis approaches, leading his warhorse. Behind him, 17 elite desert bandits and the one newly recruited desert bandit stand ready, holding their mounts with one hand and wielding flanged maces in the other. Their expressions grim as they await orders. Proceed according to the tactical plan. Kant nods. Alongside him, 295 Swadian soldiers also stand prepared. Understood, Thetis replies, subsequently inquiring, is everyone ready? The desert bandits nod, swiftly checking their weaponry, producing 2 tied water skins. They declare to Thetis and Kant, we are ready. Let us move, Kant affirms, issuing the command to commence the assault. We ride. Thetis and the desert bandits do not mount directly. Instead, they lead their horses. Gradually veering in different directions, their tactical objectives differ, as does their approach to the battlefield. Yet, just outside the dunes, beneath the dim starlight and moonlight, the vast and chaotic warg tribe remains oblivious to the impending peril. Chapter 054. Slaughter amidst fire and blood. The night is eerily calm and cool. Amidst the dunes of the lonesome desert, Thetis strides purposefully with his warhorse towards the western flank. Behind him, 17 elite desert bandits and the newly recruited bandit follow closely, their eyes burning with a fierce and frenzied desire for bloodshed, charging directly into the heart of the enemy with 19 riders. Aiming for swift decapitation is undeniably a reckless endeavor if fortune favors them. The mission will be accomplished, leading to widespread jubilation. However, if luck abandons them, not only will the task remain unfulfilled, but they may also find themselves ensnared. Yet they remain undeterred. Thetis gazes at the night sky, where the once resplendent stars begin to dim, and the bright moon gradually fades from view, leaving only a somber darkness enveloping the horizon, as if to forcibly obstruct the dawn's arrival. That ray of light will ultimately pierce through all darkness. He murmurs, recalling the verses sung by bards in Suno. His heart races, and he clenches his jaw tightly, nimbly mounting his horse. It is our turn, Thetis states solemnly, flicking the reins as he spurs his steed forward. Behind him, the 18 cavalrymen, seasoned in desert ambush tactics, swiftly follow suit, mounting their horses and brandishing their spears. Urging their mounts forward, the sound of hooves rises, yet upon the soft sand, it barely resonates, creating shallow impressions rather than echoing far. Their speed is not particularly swift. Camels are the more suitable mounts for the desert, while horses excel in more open plains. Nevertheless, during this surprise raid, these steeds can still achieve approximately 70% of their usual speed, as the sand can bear their weight, unlike treacherous quicksand, descending the dune. The sound of iron shoes striking the firm sand accelerates the horses. The sand here has been compacted by the warg's presence. It has begun. Kant exhales deeply, his fists clenched, standing atop the dune. He keenly observes the western dunes, and when he spots several dark figures advancing towards the warg tribe at a pace far exceeding that of foot travel, the calmness on his face is replaced by gravity. Everything is proceeding according to the predetermined tactical plan. Likewise, all is going smoothly. However, this is no time for complacency. Kant turns to his soldiers, who are already prepared, and solemnly commands, everyone, be alert and prepare for the assault. Understood, they respond in unison. Their expressions serious as they gaze fervently at Kant, standing atop the dune, as if facing not a brutal battle but a prestigious tournament. The arrow is on the string and must be released. Each one understands this simple truth, without a hint of hesitation, only the resolute willingness to face death. The Kingdom of Swadia has never lacked heroes. Meanwhile, to the west, Thetis and his 18 cavalrymen have surged into the warg tribe. Akin to a howling tempest, gripping the reins tightly, they gallop forth, hastily passing by shabby, filthy tents, uncaring of their surroundings. Instead, they draw 2 water skins from their gear, biting small openings in them to vigorously douse the tents on either side. Though the night is dim, illuminated by starlight and moonlight, it is discernible that the liquid is brown. As they charge forward, it appears as though the tents have been drenched in rain. However, the 2 elite desert bandits at the rear produce small barrel-like objects from their belongings, tearing open the linen that seals them, revealing a glimmer of vibrant red within. These are fire jars filled with charcoal. Unfazed, they discard the emptied water skins and toss the fire jars behind them. The charcoal spills forth, mingling with the brown liquid that had been splashed onto the tents, and the once dim red-hot embers suddenly ignite, expanding into a growing fireball as it contacts more of the brown liquid. The contents of the water skins are not mere spring water, but oil purchased by Kant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The brown oil ignites, mingling with the tattered linen tents, and within mere seconds, they erupt into a blazing fireball. The flames rapidly spread to the tents on either side, roaring ever more fiercely. The desert, already parched and devoid of moisture, sees these chaotic tents clustered together without any clear fire safety measures in place. As the flames follow the paths of the oil, they soar higher. Awoo! At this moment, groggy wargs finally poke their heads out, bewildered by the distant inferno and the sight of their scorched companions emerging from the tents. Their minds cannot comprehend the origin of the blaze. However, some wargs, having experienced previous nighttime assaults, scramble out of their tents, gripping their wolf-toothed clubs, their green eyes not glimmering with ferocity, but rather filled with sheer terror. As they beheld the onslaught of cavalry racing towards the heart of the tribe, it was Phaetus who led the charge. Accompanying him were 18 ruthless bandits from the Saran desert. The pace of their steeds quickened. Trampling over the tents without hesitation, crushing the slumbering wolves within mercilessly, Phaetus raised his gaze. The larger tent loomed before him, less than 100 meters away. Yet, standing in his path were nearly 40 wolfmen, brandishing their spiked clubs, determined to defend the sanctity of that grand tent. For Lord Kander, kill. Phaetus urged his horse forward with a fierce kick to its belly, his sword cleaving through the air without mercy. Blood sprayed forth as several wolfmen were violently hurled aside, 2 of their heads severed by the blade. Behind him, a phalanx of spears stood firm. The 18 desert marauders howled in pursuit, their sharp spearheads piercing the wolfmen's chests, as if stringing them together like beads that eye in their desperate charge. Oblivious to the clubs swinging toward them, they were willing to trade their injuries for the lives of their foes. In this fervent advance, they drew ever closer to the grand tent, catching sight of the panicked wolf shaman within, who emerged clutching a staff. Awoo! The elder wolf shaman, whose once gray fur had turned white with age, leaned heavily on his cane, gazing at the blazing tent that had engulfed the western side of the tribe in flames. Countless wolfmen were howling in terror and fleeing, and he roared in fury. Humans! He spoke in perfectly enunciated common tongue. Kill! Yet Phaetus and the desert bandits had no intention of parley. With swords swinging and bludgeons crashing down, they eliminated the wolfmen obstructing their path. Even as 3 of the desert marauders were brutally slain by the clubs, their relentless advance continued toward the wolf shaman, whose very existence was deemed a threat to be extinguished. I shall strip the bones from your bodies and adorn myself with them. The aged wolf shaman's eyes glinted with madness. His intellect far surpassed that of ordinary wolfmen, and he could not help but realize that his tribe was under siege by human forces. Let the bloodlust of our ancestors consume your souls. Slay these human cavalry. He scattered a vivid array of powders among the surrounding wolfmen, raising his staff and bellowing, "Bloodlust spell! Roar!" The wolfmen, now tainted by the powders, felt their eyes turn crimson in an instant. Yet before they could charge, the desert marauders, galloping with fervor, brandished their pre-prepared standard weapons, short javelins. Whoosh! Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The javelins, propelled with force, sliced through the air. The elder wolf shaman, sensing the impending doom, attempted to flee to the side, but it was too late. In a world where thrown weapons such as javelins and flying axes were scarce, the precision and lethality of the desert marauder's javelin throw was inescapable. Roar! No, my immense power! For javelins pierced deep into the wolf shaman's body. This ancient shaman howled, leaning on his staff, yet teetering as he fell. In his wisdom, he believed that as a formidable spellcaster, he could not so easily meet his end, especially with the frenzied wolf warriors around him, fueled by the bloodlust spell. We move. Phaetus observed the shaman's fall and immediately pulled on the reins. His sword cleaved through the skull of a wolfman whose eyes were aflame with fury, urging his steed onward, for according to their original plan, they were not to retreat westward, but rather to penetrate the heart of the wolfman tribe and advance eastward, towards the location where Kander led the assault. This very moment, Kander had commenced his attack. The torrential rain of arrows blanketed the eastern tents, and the disoriented wolfmen fleeing in panic. Chapter 055. The battlefield under arrow rain. Standing atop a sand dune, Kanda's expression was calm, though his eyes sparkled with a hidden intensity. In the distance, flames roared and ravaged. "Advance," Kanda commanded in a deep voice. The sound of footsteps resonated behind him as the Swadian soldiers, fully prepared, began their march. Shing! Kanda unsheathed the short sword at his waist, leading the charge. The infantry of 295 men formed 3 rows, all wielding their long spears, quickening their pace. 800 meters ahead lay the Wolfman tribe, where many gray-brown wolfmen had emerged from their tents, bewildered and staring blankly at the chaos unfolding in the west. The concept of extinguishing the flames was utterly foreign to them. In the desert, water was the most precious resource. These wolfmen barely had enough to drink daily, let alone store any for firefighting. Yet this very circumstance presented Kanda and his troops with an opportunity. Amidst the turmoil within the Wolfman tribe, no one noticed a human force of approximately 300 swiftly maneuvering atop the eastern dune. Imbued with lethal intent, edging closer to the tribe's periphery, Kanda activated the intimidating presence. The red banner adorned with a golden lion billowed in the wind, undeterred by any breeze, snapping audibly within a 500-meter radius. The banner cast its overwhelming presence. Those wolfmen, transfixed by the sight of the western inferno, were suddenly gripped by an inexplicable fear, their hearts racing as if confronted with an unknown terror. Soon, they would comprehend the nature of their predicament. Kanda and his forces advanced swiftly. The wolfmen failed to perceive the stealthy assault in the shadows. The faint smile of mockery graced Kanda's lips, yet his eyes radiated a chilling determination. "Arrow rain. Cover," Kanda commanded in a low, resonant tone. First wave. The mental communication system activated a golden card in his mind. That moment, the air above him erupted with the sound of arrows slicing through the void. In the deep of night, the noise intensified, drawing the attention of the wolfmen, their beastly faces reflecting confusion and uncertainty. Their intellect was no greater than that of an 8-year-old human child. However, as they gazed skyward, they beheld a multitude of dark silhouettes materializing against the backdrop of the starless sky, growing more pronounced and dense with each passing moment. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 500 feathered arrows whistled through the air, tracing graceful arcs as they descended. The sharp iron tips, conical in shape, possessed exceptional armor-piercing capabilities. This volley of arrows originated from the high-grade iron arrows of the Vikya kingdom, designed specifically for its elite archers. As the deluge of arrows descended, each conical arrow effortlessly pierced the wolfman's fur, striking down the unfortunate ones who failed to evade, leaving them twitching like hedgehogs before falling motionless to the ground. Nearly 200 wolfmen succumbed beneath the arrow storm. Yet as a multitude of wolfmen fell, the intimidating presence surged, releasing an invisible ripple of dread that spread through the hearts of the remaining wolfmen. Many among them had previously experienced extreme terror during a night raid, and now, catching sight of another human force organized in formation amidst the darkness, their hearts felt as if they were being gripped in a vice. The effects of intimidating presence diminished their morale significantly. This was precisely why Kanda dared to conduct a surprise attack on the Wolfman tribe with such minimal forces. This artifact, when wielded at the right moment, could plunge the enemy into irreversible despair, and now, Kanda had found his opportunity. Kill. The Swadian soldiers advanced shoulder to shoulder, their speed escalating. Their long spears were leveled horizontally, the menacing tips aimed forward as they charged toward the downed wolfmen. Plunging deep into the heart of the disordered tribe, should Fatus and the desert bandits' decapitation strategy falter, Kanda and these infantrymen would still be able to salvage the situation. Slaying the wolf shaman was the most crucial aspect of this tactical plan. Raising the intimidating presence, Kanda led his troops forward, observing the hundreds of wolf men who had finally reacted, his expression unwavering. Face them head-on. Kill. Kill. The Swadian infantrymen thrust their spears with ferocity. The 3 rows of soldiers formed a dense thicket of spears, although they could not achieve the continuous thrusting of a defensive formation. Their frontal assault resembled a simplified version of a knightly charge. Stab, 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 stab. The spear tips effortlessly pierced the wolfmen's bodies, directly impaling them with overwhelming force. Nearly 60 wolfmen fell before Kanda and his men. Yet, more wolfmen surged forward in a frenzied assault, as if sensing their imminent demise. Even as fear gripped their hearts, they fought back with their spiked clubs. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of heavy blows echoed as several inexperienced Swadian recruits were knocked to the ground. Yet more wolfmen, their eyes ablaze with fury, charged onward. Especially upon catching the scent of human blood, this pack of werewolves seized upon the still-living recruits of Swadia, with their beastly heads drawn near. Their razor-toothed maws sank into the exposed flesh of arms and thighs, tearing away great chunks of meat, their bloody jaws swallowing with a ferocity that amplified their savagery. These werewolves were, by nature, a primitive cannibalistic race. As the two forces clashed in close quarters, the Swadian infantry found themselves unable to draw their spears in time, abandoning their long weapons to engage in combat with one-handed arms instead. Even Kant, shielded by 25 light infantry wielding broad shields and Germanic swords, barely managed to maintain his footing against the relentless onslaught of the werewolves. He gripped the menacing presence in his left hand, striving to diminish the enemy's morale and uphold the advance of his own line. Yet, as time wore on, casualties continued to mount. For Swadia, the infantrymen from Swadia shouted, their bodies smeared with the miasma of filthy blood. Yet beneath their feet lay the carcasses of fallen werewolves, one after another. Despite their own losses, the werewolves suffered even more grievously. Over 100 Swadians had perished, but they had taken down at least 300 werewolves in return. As Kant and his men drew ever closer to the heart of the tribe, he could even discern, a few hundred meters away, several figures mounted on warhorses, charging towards the great tent at the same time. The number of soldiers by his side dwindled alongside the werewolves' counterattacks. Rain of arrows, Kant commanded, extending his hand as streams of data manifested in his eyes. From the sky, the sound of arrows slicing through the air returned. As 500 Vikia sharpshooters unleashed a volley, cleansing the area of the 200 werewolves before them. Wiping the blood from his face, Kant bore a fierce expression, his voice rising. Continue the slaughter. Kill. Yet. Simultaneously, those remaining Swadian warriors seemed to unleash a hidden strength. Wildly brandishing daggers, combat picks, and short axes, their advance quickening. But as the werewolves faltered, a palpable fear replaced their bloodlust, the crimson rage in their eyes swiftly fading, replaced instead by terror and dread. Buzz, Kant's menacing presence erupted forth like a tangible wave, enveloping the surroundings. The werewolf shaman has been slain, a keen-eyed light infantryman shouted with exhilaration, pointing ahead. General Fatus has succeeded. Kant fixed his gaze upon the scene before him. At the great tent, the werewolf shaman, who had been leaning on a staff, was now pierced by 4 or 5 javelins, stumbling as he swayed, before finally collapsing to the ground, his fate uncertain. Given the effect of the menacing presence, it was evident that the shaman had been decapitated, crossing into the realm of death. Awoo! The cacophony of werewolf howls grew increasingly desperate, yet more chose to abandon their wolf-toothed clubs and flee in terror. No one dared to resist any longer. They were in full retreat. We have won. A thought flickered through Kant's mind as he beheld the werewolves turning their backs to him in flight. Raising the menacing presence, he felt no trace of pity, instead commanding in a low voice, pursue and eliminate them. Seizing the moment, they aimed to annihilate the remaining werewolf forces. Kant had no need for captives at this juncture. The rationale was simple. The slain werewolves required no oversight, and Kant's forces had dwindled to fewer than 100. Chapter 056. Spoils of victory, puff. Blood splattered as Kant extracted his short sword from the eye socket of a werewolf. Swinging his arm, the bloody blade left a crimson streak upon the ground. He kicked aside the werewolf slumped at his feet, fatigue mingling with a sense of relief on his face. It is over. A thick, acrid scent filled the air, but an even more potent stench of blood clung to his nostrils. Surrounding him lay a multitude of corpses, the majority being werewolves, though some of the fallen brave Swadians could also be seen. This battle, marked by Kant's fearless and decisive assault, had reached its conclusion. The ownership of the Lunsha Desert was thus declared to have changed hands. The werewolf tribe was engulfed in flames, a relentless heat wave sweeping over, transforming the dry tents into a world of fire. Even those werewolves who failed to escape were consumed alive by the flames. This was the tribe where werewolves had thrived. Now it had become their grave. As for Kant, he reveled in standing at the edge of the inferno, watching the flames devour everything, feeling the heat dispel the chill of the desert night, all the while reflecting on the brutality of war. For he was the victor, the conqueror of the Lunsha Desert, The noble baron from the Lion Principality. That was enough. The soldiers of Swadia stood behind Kant, also gazing at the raging fire. The flames did not instill fear in them. Rather, they provided a sense of warmth. Recently emerged from battle, they were thoroughly exhausted, their faces and bodies smeared with blood, many limping and supporting one another. That a closer inspection revealed that nearly all bore wounds. A testament to the ferocity of the previous conflict. Though Kant's forces had initially held the advantage in this ambush, they still suffered significant losses in the face of the werewolves' counterattack. 2/3 of our number have perished. Kant turned, surveying the remaining men, sighing inwardly as he noted that fewer than 100 remained standing behind him, all wounded. He glanced towards the eastern horizon, where a shaft of dawn pierced the thick darkness. A faint light of daybreak beginning to emerge. Morning was fast approaching. Tat, 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 tat. The sound of galloping hooves echoed from within the inferno. Fatus led the charge, accompanied by 4 or 5 elite desert raiders. Bursting forth from the flames, he reined in his horse beside Kant, exhaling sharply to bring the steed to a halt. "You've returned," Kant acknowledged with a nod, a look of relief crossing his face. "It's good to see you again." Fatus, emerging from the firestorm, bore the marks of the blaze. Had he not worn a helmet, it seemed his very hair would have been singed away. The mane of his horse was singed, a good portion reduced to half its length, and his body was pockmarked, riddled with wounds from earlier assaults by wolf-toothed clubs, creating a fearsome sight. Fatus expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your concern, Lord Kant." Dismounting, Fatus retrieved a package from the saddlebag and handed it to Kant. "My lord, this is what was seized from the werewolf shaman." Kant accepted it, opening the wrapping to reveal a staff broken into several pieces and a rather ancient tome. His expression turned serious. The staff, crafted from a fine wood, had fractured upon impact, but Fatus had managed to collect it intact. The most striking feature was the dark gemstone, the size of an egg, embedded at the top of the staff. Kant had seen such things in the Lion Principality. These gems served as the source of power for the staff. The court mages of the Lion Castle wielded similar staffs to aid in their spellcasting. However, what captured Kant's attention most was the ancient book. "What is this?" Kant furrowed his brow as he picked up the tome, its soft leather cover suggesting a delicate she hide, although it was old and soiled with grime and dust. Kant felt a surge of excitement, as if he were grasping something of great significance. Meanwhile, the system dialogue box appeared before him. "Ding, through your blood-soaked struggle, you have achieved victory in this battle. Main quest, the first strong enemy, completed. Rewards, 10,000 dinars, 1,000 reputation, 10 honor points. Description: defeating a strong enemy is merely a stepping stone that a new journey awaits you. Continue to strive. Trust in your abilities. No one will be as terrifying as the first strong enemy, and no one can obstruct your path." The system dialogue confirmed the completion of the quest. Kant smiled lightly. This outcome was hardly unexpected. The werewolf tribe lay in ruins, engulfed in flames, even after the fire was extinguished. Only desolation would remain, and no werewolf would continue to inhabit this place. Even those fortunate enough to escape the tribe, surviving against the odds, would not endure long in the harsh conditions of the Lunsha Desert, where the merciless heat and biting cold were both grim reapers of life. As he pondered this, another dialogue box appeared in his vision. "Ding. Due to your victory against overwhelming odds, you have achieved remarkable results. Achievement rating: Epic victory. Gained reputation 100 points. Gained honor 1 point. This battle had been classified by the system as an epic victory." A smile crept onto Kant's lips. A mere 300 low-tier soldiers had vanquished a tribe of 2,000 werewolves. Such a feat of overcoming adversity warranted an epic classification, undoubtedly. However, as Kant turned, he noticed the soldiers behind him standing unevenly, their smiles fading. Even with the ambush, these valiant warriors had suffered grievous losses. The Swadian light infantry numbered merely 10. The Swadian militia had dwindled to 31. The Swadian recruits stood at 46. The elite desert raiders were reduced to a mere 5, that adding them all together, a total of just 92 soldiers remained, an utter depletion of forces, having consumed all the rewards from Kant's previous campaign. War, after all, was a ravenous beast. "Beep, some of your troops are ready for promotion." Kant felt a sense of relief, knowing that the remaining victorious units could at least be upgraded. The upgraded troops were predominantly elite. "Open the troop list." The cognitive communication system immediately displayed a dialog box on his retina. Upgradable units. Swadia recruits 46. Cost 10 dinars per unit. Can be upgraded to Swadia militia. Beep. Currently experience overflow. All can be upgraded continuously. Upgradable units. Swadia militia 31. Cost 20 dinars per unit. Can be upgraded to Swadia skirmishers, Swadia light infantry. Beep. Currently experience overflow. All can be upgraded continuously. Upgradable units. Swadia light infantry 10. Cost 50 dinars per unit. Can be upgraded to Swadia infantry, Swadia heavy cavalry. Beep. Currently experience overflow. All can be upgraded continuously. Upgradable units. Desert Bandit Elites 5. Cost 40 dinars per unit. Can be upgraded to Sarland Riders. Beep. Currently experience overflow. All can be upgraded continuously. The system dialog box clearly outlined the troop upgrade interface. Khan's heart raced with anticipation. The fruits of victory were indeed delectable. Upgrade all. Furthermore, additional upgrades were possible. Even if they could not be promoted to higher tier units, the quality of the troops under Khan's command would still improve. Once they overcame the post-war weakness and absorbed the rewards of this victory, Khan's forces would experience a second surge, just as they had after the previous night raid. However, before Khan could initiate the upgrades, another dialog box reappeared on his retina. Beep. Your meticulous inspection has revealed something unusual. Special task. Explore the mysterious has been completed. Reward. 5,000 dinars. Description. You have acquired spoils in the Werg tribe. Imbued with mysterious power. Kant was momentarily taken aback by this new system dialog box. Special task. He finally recalled that such a task had indeed been issued last week when he conducted reconnaissance here. In the midst of dealing with the Werg tribe, Khan had completely forgotten about this special task, only to be reminded by the system now, leading to a sudden realization. He glanced down at the broken staff and the ancient tome he held. Khan understood that these were the two items the system referred to. The system continued. Beep. Temporary task issued. Temporary task. Systems assistance. Reward. Village upgrade. Description. This is a world filled with mysterious powers, and these items possessing the force of laws are urgently needed by the system. Do you choose to allow the system to absorb the acquired mysterious objects? Note. The system will receive a boost upon absorption. Yes, no. Will you allow the system to absorb the items? Kant was even more astonished. This temporary task issued by the system left no room for choice, whether it was the reward of upgrading the village or the previously unseen note. It was evident that the system was indeed in dire need of these items. Kant nodded resolutely, without hesitation, and chose yes. The system was his sole source of support in this world, a true reliance. Their fates were intertwined. Kant was not foolish enough to hold back on the system. This was his golden finger. In fact, in Kant's heart, this golden finger was even more precious than the parents he had in this world. Chapter 057. Swadia Heavy Cavalry. Kant's choice was undoubtedly correct. As a transmigrator, the golden finger was the only power he could fully trust. Looking down at the items in his hands, fragmented streams of data spread across the broken staff, seemingly eroding its power, causing the dark gemstone embedded at its top to grow increasingly dim. This was the staff of the Werg shaman. Khan had some recollection of this spellcaster, having witnessed the moment when he was killed by a spear. Seeing Kant fixate on the staff, Fatus began to explain. Thanks to those Sarland lads. He referred to the desert bandits, but Fatus, who despised brigands, preferred not to use their unit name and instead turned to say, I must admit, the short spears of the Sarland people are the strongest weapons in the desert. Indeed. I share the same sentiment. Kant nodded in agreement. In terms of throwing weapons, the Sarland people were on par with the Nordics, who excelled in heavy throwing axes, primarily thanks to their proficiency with spears. Especially the elite desert bandits, who roamed the Sarland desert, could effortlessly dispatch targets within a 20-meter range by hurling short spears with the inertia gained from their galloping steeds, the so-called extraordinary mages. In reality, lacked the effective defense against cold weapons that heavily armored infantry possessed. Kant had deliberately studied this during his time at the academy. Many epic battlefield histories, while extolling the might of these wielders of extraordinary powers or items, also revealed their vulnerabilities. These beings were still corporeal. They feared swords and axes, feared the hooves of horses and the thrusts of spears, and similarly feared the arrows of bows and crossbows. Kant distilled this effective information. The best strategy was to assemble a squad of archers to rain arrows from afar, directly shattering their mysterious defenses and eliminating these extraordinary beings, who equally could not withstand the assault of cold weapons. From a distance of 100 meters, no extraordinary power could boast a range of 100 meters. No matter how powerful an extraordinary being, they could not withstand a cold weapon plunging deep into their flesh. This was why Kant had the confidence to deploy the elite desert bandits for decapitation tactics, relying on their fearless nature and the precision of their spear throws. The dark gemstone in his hand continued to dim. The data chains entwined around it multiplied. The system was absorbing. These mysterious powers must be what legends referred to as magical energy. Unfortunately, he did not comprehend the extraordinary powers of mages, but the system was certainly worth the investment. However, this book, Kant furrowed his brow slightly as the tattered brown tome captivated his attention. The book evoked a feeling reminiscent of the most ancient tomes in the Academy's library, precious volumes accessible only to seasoned scholars, each boasting a history of hundreds or even thousands of years. Seizing the opportunity before the system completed its absorption, Kant focused intently on the tome. The cover was exceedingly filthy, stained with dust and various filth, rendering it brown. Upon closer inspection, faint lines could be discerned, suggesting some form of writing. Discarding the dimming gemstone staff, Kant could not resist opening the ancient tome. His curiosity, left over from his time at the Academy, urged him on. The tome was not particularly thick, resembling a slender volume from his previous life. Yet upon opening it, he found it equally filthy, with barely discernible hieroglyphs obscured by the grime that coated the pages. Although the word shaman possessed the intelligence of an adult, their sanitation habits were evidently lacking. Turning the pages with some distaste, he found the second page to be just as grimy. Wasting natural resources, Kant could not help but scoff. However, as he continued to flip through, he discovered that the tome contained only 2 pages. After scanning the pages, which resembled papyrus, he noted that the leather cover comprised the majority of the tome's thickness, with the 2 pages carefully tucked within. What a pity! Kant shook his head. The fact that the system deemed this tome to possess mysterious power indicated its value was certainly greater than it appeared. At that moment, he thought of Scholar Hank. If only his former teacher from the Academy were present, he might have been able to discern what this tome truly was. However, he also realized that if Scholar Hank were here, Kant would undoubtedly refuse the system's absorption of the tome and would never reveal his ability to upgrade troops at will. This was his golden finger, his sole reliance. He understood the principle of having treasures brings trouble. Soon, the system's data chain coiled around the tome, rapidly absorbing it, while the gemstone on the ground had vanished, leaving only the empty staff socket, which had evidently been completely consumed. The dialog box appeared on Kant's retina from the system. Beep. Through your relentless efforts, the system has absorbed the mysterious power. Temporary task. System's assistance completed. Reward. Village upgrade. Description. You have aided the system in absorbing the mysterious power and received a mysterious reward. Your village is eligible for an upgrade. Please choose the upgrade path wisely. At the bottom of the dialog box, a golden card materialized. Kant instinctively understood that by using this card, his village could be upgraded immediately. However, that was a matter to be addressed upon his return. Currently, Kant was eager to deal with the troops that were already overflowing with experience and fully eligible for upgrades. Open the troop interface. With a thought, Kant confidently declared, "Upgrade all." Having just completed the main quest and received a total of 10,000 dinars, he had indeed struck it rich. Beep. System notification. Upgrades, including subsequent upgrades, will consume a total of 2,300 dinars. Yes, no. Would you like to proceed with the upgrades? Kant answered without hesitation. Yes, proceed with all upgrades. There was no reason to hesitate, especially now that Kant has completed the system task. With a balance exceeding 10,000 dinars, what difference does it make if everything is upgraded? A mere 2,300 dinars is but a drizzle. Ding. Please select the type of troop upgrade. Swadia Militia, 46 men. Can upgrade to Swadia Skirmisher, Swadia Light Infantry. This presents the upgrade options for the newly recruited Swadia soldiers. Kant, without hesitation, stated, Swadia Light Infantry. These heavily armored warriors are precisely what he needs. The system promptly displayed a new dialog box. Ding. Please select the type of troop upgrade. Currently, there are 41 Swadia Light Infantry. Can upgrade to Swadia Infantry, Swadia Heavy Cavalry. At this moment, Kant felt a surge of excitement within. Finally, the Swadia Heavy Cavalry has arrived. The most formidable level 4 troops, the only ones capable of being fully armored, including their steeds, at this level, undoubtedly the kings of the battlefield. Charging through with unrestrained power, they represent the most majestic unit within the Swadia forces, a transition to the Swadia Knights. Merely possessing these Swadia heavy cavalry would suffice to wreak havoc upon lower-tier units on the plains, effortlessly sweeping through vast swathes of enemy forces with their overwhelming might. Upgrade to Swadia heavy cavalry. Kant decisively resolved, nearly in a state of urgency, with these 41 light infantry transformed into Swadia heavy cavalry. The strength of his army would indeed be akin to exchanging a musket for a cannon. While Swadia infantry are also fully armored, the mobility and cost-effectiveness of the cavalry are incomparable. In other words, even dismounted, the heavy cavalry can function as heavy infantry, whereas Swadia infantry, lacking equestrian training, cannot serve as heavy cavalry. Hiss! As the dialogue box faded from Kant's vision, the sounds of snorting steeds filled the air. A smile graced his lips as he turned to behold 41 Swadia heavy cavalry, mounted on their armored horses, brandishing their lances while surveying their surroundings. Their visors only revealed cold, unflinching eyes amidst the raging flames before them. Behind them stood 46 Swadia light infantry, clad in chainmail, serving as the mainstay of the line, while the heavy cavalry functioned as the siege wedge to break the enemy's psychological defenses, even in the soft sands of the desert. They remained unstoppable in their full armor. Kant then turned his gaze toward 5 elite Sand Raider riders upgraded from the desert bandits, clad in iron armor and wielding exquisite Sarandian swords. Their unarmored desert steeds paled in comparison to the fully armored Swadia heavy cavalry of the same level. Nevertheless, Kant was aware that these 5 Sarandian riders would evolve into the strongest subsequent unit. The Mamluks, perfectly suited for desert warfare. Chapter 058. The well in the ruins as dawn gradually broke, the inferno before it consumed all flammable materials, turning the entire Wolfman tribe into ruins. A thick, acrid stench permeated the air, mingling with the rising black smoke. Charred corpses curled up, resembling unfortunate souls who met a tragic end. Yet to the Swadians setting up their tents outside, these creatures were deserving of their fate. For the safety of the Oasis outpost, the Wolfmen had to perish. This was a massacre between races, a necessary sacrifice for the survival of one's own kind. A simple truth. Khan awoke within the tent, still immensely fatigued from barely 2 hours of sleep, yet now was not the time for rest. Many subsequent matters awaited his attention. He lifted the tent flap and stepped outside. My lord. 2 Swadia heavy cavalry stationed at the tent entrance slightly bowed, respectfully greeting him. The sound of their chainmail jingled softly with their movements, while the spiked maces at their waists hung from leather belts, symbolizing their capacity to pierce through the armor and helmets of foes, a formidable weapon against armor. Kant nodded. The Swadia heavy cavalry were his most elite troops, though numbering only 41. With these armored warriors akin to tanks, they could easily rout even 500 wolfmen in a head-on clash. Moreover, he had 46 Swadia light infantry, also clad in chainmail, to assist in the battle. If he had 200 Swadia militia, Kant could once again assault the Wolfman tribe, employing the strategy from before dawn. The casualties would likely be minimal, and the time taken to shatter the enemy's psychological defenses would be significantly reduced. In the age of cold weapons, heavy cavalry reigned supreme on the battlefield. Where has Fardas gone? Kant frowned slightly as he patrolled around the camp. He inquired of a nearby light infantryman, who was brandishing a long spear. Have you seen Knight Faris? My lord Kant, Knight Faris is currently leading the Sarandian riders, surveying the surroundings. The leading light infantryman bowed respectfully before speaking. They previously spotted traces of wolfmen, seemingly those repugnant creatures who believed we had departed and returned to investigate. I see, Kant nodded, reminding them, stay alert and vigilant. Understood. The light infantrymen stood tall in salute. Kant gestured for them to continue their patrol. Yet he remained mindful of the earlier report. The dawn assault on the Wolfman tribe, though victorious and epic in nature, was not a complete annihilation, and Kant was aware that his victory was about defeating the enemy rather than killing them all. Of course, in warfare, the distinction between being routed and being killed is minimal. A group of defeated soldiers cannot be considered an army, much like livestock waiting for slaughter cannot be called livestock. They can only be referred to as food or military achievements. Soon, the sound of hooves echoed from the distant sand dunes, as Fardas returned swiftly with the last 5 Sarandian riders. Whoa! Fardas reined in his horse and bowed to Kant, saying, My lord, Good morning. Good. Kant nodded in response. Observing Fartiz and the 5 Sarandian riders, he furrowed his brow and asked, "You appear to have encountered those filthy primitive beings during your patrol?" The linen cloak over his chainmail was splattered with blood. Easily recognizable, Fartiz did not conceal the truth, stating, "Just as the sun rose, scattered wolfmen appeared on the surrounding dunes. We drove away a significant number during our patrol to prevent them from regrouping and harboring ill intentions toward our temporary camp." Well done. Kant smiled in agreement. Though the statement seemed simple, it undoubtedly involved a bloody affair. Fartiz and the Sarandian riders, born from desert banditry, would show no mercy to the scattered wolfmen. Rather, they would strike ruthlessly, ensuring they remained forever lost in the sands. "My Lord Kant," Fartiz turned to inquire, "what are our plans moving forward?" Next, Kant frowned. Realizing he needed to contemplate this carefully, he looked up at the expanse of ruins, dark and smoldering, still emitting a nauseating stench into the air, and finally said, "First, we will conduct a thorough search of the battlefield." Though they were mere mortals, they were steadfast warriors. The stench of war had become familiar to them on the continent of Coradia. Thus, they felt no trepidation about searching the ruins des for vomiting at the sight of charred corpses. Such reactions were reserved for the faint-hearted. To them, it was no different than burnt chicken. Kant's orders to search the battlefield were issued. The awaiting troops immediately dispatched personnel. 46 Swadia light infantry advanced, trampling over the still warm ruins, using their weapons to sift through the ashes in search of anything of value. Meanwhile, the 41 Swadia heavy cavalry gathered their steeds, ready to respond to any unusual occurrences. Drawing on their experience of warfare, the search proceeded swiftly. In the ruins of the Wolfman tribe, there was little of value left, other than some broken pottery found among the ashes or bones and stones that escaped the inferno. The search yielded no iron tools or anything of worth. "Oh, what is this?" However, a few Swadia light infantrymen soon discovered something. They stood before a higher mound of ashes, using their iron-tipped long spears to prod through the gray remnants, only to find something solid obstructing their efforts. Exchanging glances, they withdrew their spears and, disregarding the lingering warmth, reached in to clear away the blackened ashes. Instantly, the entire mound seemed to lose its support, collapsing into a pit 2 meters deep, and as the fallen ashes tumbled, the sound of water echoed clearly. There was water inside. The light infantrymen were instantly astonished, fully aware of their location. In the arid, desolate expanse of the Lune Desert, the sound of water emanating from this sunken pit was a remarkable discovery. Clearly, this pit was a desperately scarce water source in the desert, in other words, a well. Immediately, these Swadia light infantrymen relayed the news. Discovering a well was indeed significant intelligence. Even in comparison to the discovery of many silver coins, the more precious golden coins were found. Kant, however, remained calm. The news of the water well was anticipated. After all, during his initial exploration of this area, he had observed the wolf shaman directing the wolfmen to drink water, leading him to surmise that there must indeed be a well nearby. Although the desert is an environment where water is scarce, it does not imply its complete absence. Moreover, the lack of vegetation results in minimal surface moisture, which paradoxically creates a rich underground water supply beneath the sandy layers. This is the very reason for the existence of oases, where underground water surges to the surface, creating a peculiar environment. As Khan arrived beside the well, a dialogue box suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Ding! Temporary mission initiated. Mission: the mystery of the well. Mission reward: 1 rest station. Description: the water in the well glistens, yet your eagle-like gaze discerns that something lies at the bottom. Although it is not clearly visible, you can still sense the mysterious aura emanating from it and decide to retrieve it. The system had unexpectedly issued a temporary mission. Kant furrowed his brow slightly, feeling somewhat helpless regarding the description. He certainly did not possess eagle-like eyes. Nevertheless, he took a few steps forward to the edge of the well, peering inside. Indeed, the water shimmered, and from about 5 or 6 meters down, the reflection of water became faintly visible. However, as Kant focused intently, he truly discovered that something lay at the bottom of the well. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a golden disc, vaguely discernible. Chapter 059. The discovery of the golden disc. There was indeed something present in the well. Kant frowned slightly, as the golden disc was barely visible. Straightening his posture, he turned to the waiting Swadia light infantry beside him and instructed, Fetch some hemp rope. We will arrange for someone to descend shortly to investigate, if possible. Retrieve that object. Understood. The light infantry nodded immediately. Soon, they brought hemp rope from the cart, and the smallest of the Swadia light infantry removed his armor, securing the rope around his waist as he was gradually lowered down the well. Several men worked together to pull the rope, allowing the light infantryman to reach the water's surface at the well's bottom. Kant stood by the well, watching as his soldier carefully descended, frowning as he cautioned, "Be careful. Report any unusual occurrences immediately, and we will pull you up without delay. Rest assured, Lord Kant, there is nothing amiss below." The lowered light infantryman replied, his voice tinged with some contentment. "It is quite cool down here. Reminiscent of autumn in Coradia. I could easily take a delightful nap." As he spoke, he gently stirred the water's surface, the sound of splashing clear and melodious, like a harmonious melody. However, above the well, the light infantrymen gripping the rope were sweating profusely, grumbling. "Do not waste Lord Kant's time. Complete the task swiftly. Afterward, if you wish to sleep, we shall let go, allowing you to find eternal slumber down there. I believe you will thank us then." "Move quickly. Our time is limited," Kant urged. "Understood. My lord, I shall retrieve it now. The water does not appear deep." The light infantryman below hastily replied, extending his hand to stir the water, carefully observing the clear bottom of the well, where a golden disc approximately 1 meter in diameter caught his attention, causing him to swallow instinctively. Gradually, he extended his hand, his entire arm submerged in the cool well water. The water, although refreshing, lacked the chilling depth of the earth, piquing his curiosity. Yet, he did not dwell on it, instead shouting upwards, "Continue lowering, but slowly." The hemp rope was released further, submerging his thighs in the well water. His toes touched the stone walls of the well. With half his body already submerged, but he still could not reach the golden disc, he wiped his face, splattered with well water, savoring the rare coolness amidst the desert, and continued, "Lower another meter. I am almost at the golden disc. Be cautious." Another length of rope was lowered as Kant reiterated his warning. This was a potential upgrade for the Swadia heavy cavalry. Losing even one soldier in a non-combat scenario would be a significant loss, and he did not wish to sacrifice a future formidable heavy cavalryman due to an unforeseen mishap. "I feel fine," the light infantryman below responded. He was now standing on the golden disc at the bottom, rising slightly, only to realize that the water level barely reached his chest. The well water was not deep, approximately 1.6 meters. This reassured him. Shallow water meant that caution would prevent drowning. So he bent down, submerging himself, gripping one edge of the golden disc, while pulling himself back against the stone wall, exerting force, and astonishingly, he managed to lift the golden disc upright in the water. With a splash, he emerged from the well water, elatedly calling out, "I have grasped the golden disc. It is not too heavy. I can be pulled up." As he spoke, he pulled out a length of the rope that had been reserved for this purpose. Swiftly, he secured the golden disc, 1 meter in diameter, easily encircled by his arms, and began to be pulled upwards by the strength of the light infantryman above. He keenly noticed that bubbles were rising from the crevices at the bottom of the golden disc, evidently indicating that the well was connected to the underground water. Above the well, Kant furrowed his brow. Although the light infantryman below claimed it was manageable in weight, he observed the soldiers above, their faces glistening with sweat, gritting their teeth as they exerted themselves to pull upwards, clearly straining significantly. "Get some more people to assist," Kant commanded to the nearby light infantrymen still searching the tribe. "Help pull him up. Everyone lend a hand." A dozen light infantrymen rushed over, tightening their grips on the rope and pulling with all their might. Others reached out to grasp their comrade, who was already at the well's mouth, and together they swiftly hoisted the drenched light infantryman, cradling the golden disc, out of the well. "Lord Kant, it is this object," the exhausted light infantryman said, placing the golden disc on the ground, somewhat helplessly remarking, "Though it feels light, it is indeed quite heavy, akin to the weight of 4 or 5 steel shields combined." "Well done," Kant praised with a nod. Just then, a dialogue box appeared in his field of vision. "Ding! Through your tireless efforts, you have finally acquired this extraordinary object. Temporary mission. The mystery of the well completed. Mission reward. 1 rest station. Description: this extraordinary object found in the well seems to emit a faint special energy. This energy aids the system in deciphering the rules of this world. Do you choose to allow the system to absorb it? Note: the system will gain an enhancement upon absorption. Yes, no. Will you allow the system to absorb the item? This decision was no dilemma for Kant. However, he did not respond immediately. Instead, he crouched slightly beside the golden disc, a hint of puzzlement in his eyes. For some reason, this golden disc felt strikingly familiar. Indeed, Kant experienced a sense of recognition. Narrowing his eyes, he reached out to touch the golden disc. It felt cool and smooth to the touch, shimmering with a brilliant golden halo under the sunlight. Adorned with intricate patterns that exuded an air of mystery, resembling a finely crafted artifact. Even Kant could not help but marvel at its beauty. The moisture on the surface evaporated in the sunlight. And as noon approached, the sunlight grew increasingly intense, causing the golden halo on the disc to radiate a subtle golden light that spread outward. It was beautiful, alluring, and immensely captivating, a treasure of immeasurable worth. Moreover, the system had already confirmed that this was an extraordinary object imbued with mysterious powers. Yet, this sense of familiarity within Kant's mind grew ever stronger, fueling his curiosity. Kant's brow furrowed deeply as a fleeting spark flashed through his mind, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. "This!" Kant exclaimed in shock. Staring at the golden disc before him, he swallowed hard, slowly reaching out to trace the patterns upon it, comparing them with those etched in his memory. Whispering in disbelief, the Lost City, a legend known even to children in the Lionheart Kingdom. Kings throughout the ages had coveted it, yet ultimately found nothing, leaving them indifferent to its existence. According to the legend, long before the establishment of the Lionheart Kingdom, thousands of years ago in human history, a golden city stood amidst this desert, a city where only those of noble divine blood could dwell, the Lost City. Kant gazed down at the golden disc before him, finally comprehending why it seemed so familiar. For earlier, the scholar Hank had gifted him a lifetime's worth of research, which contained an important section that elaborately described such patterns. Exclusive to the Lost City, the sun's sacred pattern. Kant could still recall the name of this motif. This was a designation derived from Hank's synthesis of ancient experiences, combined with his own archaeological studies and research of ancient texts. Though not rigorously verified, it ultimately concluded that this was the emblem of the sun god, the most noble insignia of the Golden City, symbolizing the ever-rising suns. Kant gazed upon the golden disc adorned with the clearly discernible sun emblem. He could not suppress a gulp, murmuring to himself, "The Lost City truly exists, Professor Hank." This was irrefutable evidence that could overturn the mockery of the past and substantiate the existence of the Lost City. Professor Hank's research was indeed validated. The scholars of the Academy, along with the nobility and those mages who once derided Professor Hank, now found themselves the subjects of ridicule, akin to that of frogs at the bottom of a well. Yet, Kant's expression instantaneously calmed. Slightly turning his head, he observed the Swadian light infantry gathering around him. While not far off, the Swadian heavy cavalry continued to soothe their war horses, patiently awaiting orders. This was a secret that must not be divulged. Chapter 060. Preparing to evacuate the salt mine. This news must remain undisclosed. Only Kant was privy to this secret, and until he possessed sufficient power, it would rot within him. Although he understood that if this information were to leak, it would create tremendous waves within the Lion Duchy, and indeed across other human kingdoms, easily dispelling the derision directed at Professor Hank. Kant resolutely made this decision. He would divulge nothing to anyone, nor would he reveal that he had discovered evidence of the Lost City's existence. He would not allow the golden disc bearing the sun emblem to resurface before the eyes of the world. To possess such a treasure was to invite calamity. This was the simplest, most straightforward rationale. Even if Kant were to gain substantial notoriety from discovering the golden disc and evidence that the Lost City had once existed in this desert, potentially leading to a position at the Academy as a distinguished professor, equal in stature to the nobility, he would still remain silent. All of this hinged upon Kant's survival. He was acutely aware that certain nobles within the Lion Duchy harbored disdain, even loathing, towards him, particularly his elder brother, the firstborn son of Duke Cameron, the rightful heir to the duchy, who did not wish for Kant to live contentedly within the confines of the Lion Duchy. Being exiled to the desolate and perilous Nalan Desert was their acceptable limit. Thus, Kant recognized that with the discovery of the Lost City and evidence of the fabled Golden City, he might delve deeper and uncover the true Lost City. Constructed of gold, a place where only those of divine blood could inhabit, Undoubtedly, this would encroach upon the interests of all within the Lion Duchy. Those avaricious, cunning, and unscrupulous nobles would swiftly mobilize their forces to seize control of the outpost Oasis. Meanwhile, Kant, the Baron of the Nayland Desert, commanding a mere 41 Swadian heavy cavalry and 46 light infantry, would perish in obscurity. After a hypocritical and secretly jubilant morning, this place would revert to the control of those nobles. The lost city, with its immeasurable wealth of gold, was a temptation no one could resist, capable of transforming even the most composed individual into a raving lunatic. The heart of greed is the most terrifying of all. Would you like to absorb the item into the system? The dialogue box flickered anew in his retina. Realizing the situation, Kant nodded without a moment's hesitation. Yes, absorb it. Data streams manifested in his gaze. The entire golden disk was enveloped in these streams, and within minutes, it was entirely absorbed by the system, vanishing from this world, much like the previously absorbed gemstone and papyrus sheets. Only then could Kant feel at ease. The system had alleviated his pressing concern, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. My Lord Kant, you seem a bit pale. Fathes approached, noticing Kant's somewhat ashen and solemn countenance, and inquired with concern, Do you need a drink of water? I heard a well was discovered nearby. I am fine, Kant replied, his demeanor returning to calm. Fathes, seeing that Kant had no further comments or questions, gazed at the well, blackened by fire, and remarked in astonishment, Is this the well? It can supply the daily drinking needs of 2,000 gnolls. It must have a significant water reserve. Indeed, Lord Fathes. This well is 7 to 8 meters deep, but the water level is less than 2 meters. A light infantryman who had previously descended into the well reported while drying his damp clothing. When I went down, I noticed bubbles rising from the water source. There is definitely an underground river beneath. Fathes blinked in surprise. An underground river? Precisely, the light infantryman affirmed with a nod. Kant, lost in thought, glanced towards the south and speculated, It seems there is a sufficiently abundant underground river at the bottom of this Nayland Desert, and the outpost Oasis is likely situated above it. That would be the case, Fathes concurred with a nod. Oases and wells do not mysteriously appear in the desert. Their existence signifies the presence of underground rivers flowing beneath. After all, the sand layer rests atop a soil layer, which can store a considerable amount of water. By the way, Fathes suddenly recalled something and addressed Kant. My lord, do you remember mentioning a natural salt mine formed from a dried-up lake not far from the gnolls? Indeed, Kant nodded. Recalling the reconnaissance he had conducted previously, he squinted slightly and added, There are quite a few gnolls in that area as well. Fathes' expression turned solemn. I believe we shall soon have more work ahead of us. That is necessary, Kant replied with a light smile. His face remaining calm, though his eyes sparkled with fervor. Those glistening white salts are eagerly awaiting our arrival. Given the mention of this situation, he chose to resolve it promptly. Kant's personality was decisive. He disliked procrastination. The Gnoll tribe had been reduced to ashes and ruins, and even if they continued searching, they would hardly find anything of value. Even the coarse salt collected by the Gnolls had turned to charcoal. Entirely inedible. For Kant, the impending acquisition of the salt mine outweighed any losses of coarse salt. Ultimately, securing the source of salt was tantamount to obtaining an almost inexhaustible stream of wealth. The charcoal from the Sanwaya Mountains, the natural salt mine of the Nayland Desert, and the two water sources under Kant's control represented the fine white salt that would only grace the tables of nobility at banquets. Each bag commanded a price nearly equivalent to that of silver by weight. Even the inferior coarse salt could yield large silver coins from the pockets of nobles and gentlemen, a profit that rivaled that of plunder. Let us continue onward, Kant commanded. Mounted on his warhorse, gesturing forward, behind him, 41 fully armored Swadian light infantry marched in a neat formation, advancing like a serpent. The 46 Swadian heavy cavalry brought up the rear, moving at a slower pace. Encumbered by their armor, though their steeds were not yet wholly ensnared in the sand, their speed was still incomparable to that on flat plains. Kant and Fathes were acutely aware of this reality. 5 riders clad in chainmail and iron helmets from the Saran tribe acted as scouts, riding the Saran desert horses more suited for the arid environment. Without heavy armor, they remained remarkably agile in the desert. As the Saran people were a desert-dwelling nation, along the way, they encountered scattered gnolls. Upon sighting Kant's forces, they fled in terror as if encountering a demonic army. Clearly, these were remnants of the previously defeated group. Kant and Fathes paid them no mind. Though his army numbered less than 100, its actual combat effectiveness had increased exponentially compared to the previous 300, soaring to several times its former strength. Just by observing the equipment of these troops, the iron armor beneath their linen robes signified that they were elite warriors forged in countless battles in the Lion Duchy. They could be considered a small but elite force led by the nobility. Marching continued, the horses pulling the carts at a moderate pace. However, having discovered the well, Kant and the others did not overly conserve the water in their canteens, as the route from the Knoll tribe to the natural salt mine was well established, allowing for a round trip in just one day. When Kant had scouted the area, he had traversed it in less than half a day. The knolls had already trampled a path, and the hard-packed sand served as excellent traction for wheels and hooves. After a brief midday rest, having eaten lunch and drunk their fill, Kant and his company resumed their journey at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Time passed, the sun gradually dipped towards the west, and dusk approached. They were nearing the location of the natural salt mine, a prominent marker. The dried knoll corpses atop the sand dunes cast long, ominous shadows in the evening light. Yet this time, Kant was not merely accompanied by a few desert bandits, but rather a well-organized force of heavy cavalry and infantry with formidable combat prowess. They charged up the sand dune, kicking aside a knoll corpse tied to a wooden post that was in their way. At the foot of the dune, knolls, aware of their tribe's annihilation, were hastily packing their belongings, seemingly preparing to flee. Kant squinted slightly, his eyes alight with intrigue as he observed several fascinating figures. To his astonishment, he spotted over 30 knolls clad in chainmail, wielding double-handed axes, urging their smaller kin to hasten as they loaded bags of salt for departure. Chapter 061. The Curious Knolls. Kant narrowed his eyes, a glint of curiosity illuminating his gaze. The Wurgens belonged to a despicable and inferior race, an uncivilized tribe devoid of any semblance of civilization. How could there be over 30 of them, clad in iron armor and wielding double-handed battle axes, standing as standard combatants? Observing the layered chainmail and the glinting battle axes, it is evident that these are far from inferior quality. In fact, they surpass the chainmail and double-handed battle axes worn by the Wurgen chieftain that Kant and his companions had previously vanquished by several notches in terms of quality. Kant's bewilderment stems precisely from this. The salt mine has inexplicably given rise to 30 individuals who rival the Wurgen chieftain, which is indeed perplexing. They have discovered us. Mounted on a war horse, Fatus gazed down at the group of Wurgens, his right hand already gripping the hilt of his sword. Kant likewise regarded them with a cold stare. However, he refrained from issuing any commands, his eyes scanning the figures of the Wurgens, narrowing slightly as he furrowed his brow and remarked, "Do you notice that among these Wurgens, there seems to be a rather peculiar individual?" "A peculiar individual?" Fatus frowned. The Wurgens below appeared quite strange compared to those from the tribe they had previously eradicated. The ferocious and irrational Wurgens were inexplicably carrying large sacks like miners, their heads bowed, moving under the scolding of their armored companions wielding double-handed battle axes. The weapons in their hands were not the common spiked clubs, but rather elongated tools made from thick wooden rods, resembling rakes, clearly designed for collecting raw salt. Yet, Fatus squinted his eyes slightly. He had indeed spotted something odd among the Wurgens. "Indeed, it's that one." Kant spoke calmly. Fatus did not interject. He understood that his lord had yet to finish his thoughts. "Allow me to take a closer look." Clad in a linen robe. Kant continued, his tone still composed. "It appears to be made of fine linen. Judging by the color, it should be similar to the linen robe I used to shield myself from the sun in my chamber." "Yes, quite similar," Fatus nodded. Kant chuckled lightly, casually asking, "Fatus, do you not find this rather strange?" "Very strange," Fatus replied. "I too find it quite odd." Kant narrowed his eyes. A group of despicable and lowly Wurgens, donned in chainmail and wielding double-handed battle axes. This is not particularly surprising. Yet, why does one of them appear so well-dressed? "Much like us," Fatus interjected, hitting the nail on the head. "Indeed," Kant mused with a light chuckle. "Primarily, they are encroaching upon my salt mine." Raising his head, his gaze was now imbued with a chilling malice. "Fatus, lead the charge. Prepare the Swadia heavy cavalry." Though his voice was soft, it was a command from Kant. "Understood," Fatus replied in a deep tone. Behind him, the 46 Swadia heavy cavalrymen, already primed for action, formed two lines upon the sand dunes. The weight of the armored horses and their riders caused the hooves to sink into the sandy crest. Yet these soft sands could not hinder their charge nor provide protection to the virgins. Simultaneously, Khan extended his hand, passing the intimidating presents to Phaetus. "You will find this useful," Kant stated. "Thank you very much, Lord Kant," Phaetus nodded, accepting the red flag emblazoned with a golden lion, recognizing the wisdom of utilizing resources effectively. The 500-meter influence radius was not particularly vast. Kant stood atop the sand dune, awaiting Phaetus' charge with the Swadia heavy cavalry. As the influence radius approached its limits, to achieve victory, Phaetus would not hesitate. Meanwhile, a system dialog box appeared on Kant's retina. Ding! Temporary mission issued. Temporary mission: capture the salt mine. Mission reward: 10 one-humped camels. Description: this is a salt flat formed from a dried-up lake. A precious resource bestowed upon the desert, and now a valuable wealth bestowed upon you. It is time to reclaim it from the virgins. As expected, it was a temporary mission from the system. Kant had grown accustomed to such tasks, which felt like a series of interconnected challenges. There was a professional term for it, a loop. Shaking his head slightly, Kant could not help but chuckle. It mattered not. As long as rewards could be obtained, he still felt too weak. The sounds of battle resonated. Kant lowered his gaze to the edge of the salt mine. 30 armored virgins attempting to obstruct 46 fully armored heavy cavalrymen was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Easily pierced by 3-meter-long spears, falling lifelessly onto the salt flat. The standard equipment of the Swadia heavy cavalry included not only full chainmail, but also 3-meter-long sharp spears for their charge. After dispatching the armored virgins, those virgins wielding long wooden poles dared not resist any further. The intimidating presence radiated waves of fear, igniting cowardice within the hearts of these virgins, shattering their morale and prompting them to flee. Yet, they were quickly skewered by the charging heavy cavalry, meeting their end in the sands. "Let us proceed," Kant declared, guiding his horse slowly down the hill. The Swadia light infantrymen, wielding fan-shaped shields and Germanic swords, cautiously flanked him, marching swiftly at his side. Ding! Through your tireless efforts, the enemy has been defeated. Temporary mission: capture the salt mine completed. Reward: 10 one-humped camels. Description: salt is an indispensable seasoning in life. Yet it is also a luxury found only in noble banquets. This white substance represents wealth that brings forth the smoke of cooking. Now, it belongs to you. The system dialog box materialized. Kant glanced at the description on his retina, and a card representing 10 one-humped camels appeared in his mind. This reward was quite satisfactory. Kant felt a sense of joy. After all, in the desert, the most effective means of transportation, or the most trustworthy beast of burden, were these so-called ships of the desert, camels, especially the one-humped variety on Earth. These camels were utilized as freight animals, playing a crucial role for caravans traversing vast sandy seas. The desert was inhospitable to many livestock, but not to camels. Their endurance to thirst, heat, and cold, along with their ability to withstand sandstorms, were all advantages of camels. For Kant, having these 10 camels would greatly facilitate the transportation of goods across the desert, far superior to the horses and carts better suited for plains. Disembarking from the sand dune, Kant continued onward. The edge of the salt flat still bore a strong scent of blood. Even the heavy cavalrymen who had come galloping over were splattered with blood. They had charged from the dunes, decisively eliminating the 30 virgins who dared to resist. This blood was not a stain but a badge of honor. Yet, Kant remained silent. 5 Walking Swadia heavy cavalrymen approached, led by Phaetus. "Lord Kant, we have captured it alive," Phaetus reported. Kant tilted his head slightly. The peculiar wargen he had seen atop the dune was now walking with its head bowed behind Phaetus. Its demeanor was quite docile, unlike the previous virgins Kant had captured. Perhaps this was due to the 5 heavy cavalrymen following closely, who had removed their spiked maces from their waists, ready to strike the virgin's head at any moment. "Well done," Kant praised Phaetus. Then, turning his gaze to the wargen clad in a linen robe, whose behavior was equally peculiar, he inquired with mild interest. "Hey, do you understand the common tongue of humans?" "Of course," the wargen replied, lifting its head slightly before lowering it again. "I understand some." Chapter 62. The dilemma of Asiki. Asiki was feeling quite irate today. Anyone in his position would feel the same. Knowing that the desert trade route he had painstakingly reopened was on the brink of destruction, especially concerning this natural salt mine that it was currently Asiki's most profitable resource. Reflecting on the immense funds he had expended to establish this trade route, secure this salt mine, and address the living conditions of those inferior virgins, only fueled his frustration and sense of grievance. Traveling from the Mannheim coast, crossing the Lewin Desert to reach this place, even the strongest Wargen miners required 30 days to complete the journey. Although transporting the pristine white salt back to the Greyford Kingdom at the Mannheim coast would surely entice the noble Wargen aristocrats to purchase this delightful seasoning, the primary issue remained that he had yet to recoup his investments. It had only been a year since he had reopened this trade route and discovered this natural salt mine. To resolve the issue of the intellectually challenged inferior Wargens in the desert, he had spent 3 months persuading the only communicable Wargen shaman with gifts, hiring these inferior Wargens as miners, which also cost him a significant sum. Asiki felt a pang of anxiety, recalling how he had sold off all his possessions in the Greyford Kingdom for this trade route. 3,000 silver coins circulated within the Greyford Kingdom had bought him a military map from a decade ago. He had invested at least 500 silver coins each month to maintain the trade route in his caravan. Now, was he really expected to abandon it all? Asiki clenched his toothy jaws tightly, his anger causing his oil-green eyes to blaze with a crimson fury. Those damned, inferior Wargens should be eating sand in the desert. His furious howl erupted from his throat. He stomped his foot heavily, kicking away a Wargen who had been tying up a linen sack nearby, roaring, "If it weren't for you provoking those humans, I wouldn't be in this dire predicament now." The wretched warg was kicked aside, howling pitifully like a dog. Its eyes, filled with both fear and ferocity, glanced over at its companion, who was bound to a stick and left to die under the sun on the sand dune. The ferocity in its gaze was swiftly overshadowed by terror as it lowered its head, trembling in fear. This Aesir, resembling its fellow wargs, harbored not an ounce of compassion for them. "My lord Aesir, please calm your temper." A few armored wargs approached from behind, wielding massive battle axes in a tongue akin to the common language of humans. They implored Aesir, "There is no other course of action. We should hasten our return. After all, the army of the Grey Mane Kingdom has arrived, and this salt mine still belongs to you." Indeed, my lord Aesir. Acquiring maps from the king and successfully establishing a route to the human kingdom warrants significant rewards. These high-ranking armored wargs offered subtle consolation to Aesir, as they were, after all, their employer. They exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the unspoken thoughts swirling in their minds. That a robust high-ranking ward guard spoke up. "My lord Aesir, we should return swiftly and inform the Kingdom of Humanity's incursion into the Lunsha Desert. I believe His Majesty will summon many valiant warg warriors to vanquish those diminutive, cowardly humans and turn them into delectable jerky. Return? You cowardly creatures only know how to retreat." Asashi's head hung low, eyes brimming with rage, though the words remained unspoken. The only reason it had traversed the Lunsha Desert safely to this point was due to the protection of these ward guards. Losing these cunning and timid beings would make the journey back to the Grey Mane Kingdom exceedingly difficult. Licking its lips, Aesir declared, "Then let us return." "A wise decision, my lord Aesir." The ward guards nodded fervently, their faces adorned with relieved smiles. Yet Aesir observed them coldly, its heart simmering with anger. However, news from the lowly wargs extinguished that fury like a bucket of cold water. In its verdant eyes lay a hint of dread. The heavy cavalry of the human kingdom had returned to the Lunsha Desert, accompanied by a formidable contingent of heavy infantry, elite troops with exceptional combat prowess. They had even obliterated the largest warg tribe in the southern part of the Lunsha Desert, sending chills down Asashi's spine. Although these lowly wargs, lacking civilization and intelligence, could not be integrated into the Grey Mane Kingdom, their sheer numbers of at least 2,000 meant that even the regular forces of the Grey Mane Kingdom, fully armed high-ranking warg warriors, would struggle to dismantle them swiftly without incurring significant effort and losses. Yet these human forces had annihilated the warg tribe in no time. Could it be that these humans have discerned the Grey Mane Kingdom's intentions for invasion? Aesir gulped. This information was critical to the strategic deployment of the Grey Mane Kingdom. The lowly wargs that had migrated 10 years prior had alerted the high-ranking wargs of the human kingdom's existence across the desert, igniting this ambition. Yet how could these humans possibly know of the Grey Mane Kingdom's desire to invade and plunder? "We must return at once," Aesir resolved firmly. It turned to observe the lowly warg miners, burdened with sacks of coarse salt. If these pristine white treasures were transported back to the Greymane Kingdom, it would secure at least 1,000 silver coins in profit. Furthermore, relaying the news of humanity's encroachment into the desert would undoubtedly earn recognition. Although the high-ranking wargs who founded the Greymane Kingdom were ill-equipped for naval warfare to combat the human pirates that arrived by sea. In the interior and desert regions, the high-ranking warg warriors clad in iron armor and wielding battle axes would be the most formidable, easily capable of contending with 3 similarly equipped human warriors. As long as those armored cavalry remained concealed, Aesir reassured itself. Steeling its resolve, it turned to the departing wargs, seizing a whip and vociferously instructing the lowly wargs, who had lost their tribe, to shoulder the coarse salt they had mined. These readily available resources could not be squandered. After a flurry of activity, by the time dusk fell, they finally completed their preparations. Water skins, provisions, and coarse salt. They were fully equipped to leave this desert and venture towards the desolate Devil's Desert to the north. Devoid of any oasis or water, relying solely on their prior preparations to endure. Thanks to the high resilience of the wargs, they could withstand the harsh terrains of the Lunsha Desert, taking 30 days to traverse it. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the twilight cast a golden hue upon the salt flats. Aesir felt a pang of melancholy. I wonder when I will return again. It gently wiped away the tears at the corners of its eyes. With nearly 10,000 silver coins at stake, if not for the fame and some capital gained, Aesir believed it might as well leap off the cliffs of the Mannheim coast. My lord Aesir, let us depart. The 30 armored war guards behind it offered comfort. The king will surely reward you. Aesir sighed. Let us go. No matter how many rewards awaited, could they compare to 10,000 silver coins? It was hard to believe. Yet before Aesir could take more than a few steps, the lowly wargs laden with coarse salt suddenly erupted in panicked cries, their voices rife with fear and unease. What is the matter with these lowly wretches? Aesir turned in fury, holding no regard for these lowly wargs as kin. Yet as it spun around, its eyes widened in horror. Atop the dune, fully armored humans on horseback stood ready for battle, though their numbers appeared few. The sight of their finely crafted armor made it abundantly clear to Aesir that this was likely the elite vanguard of the human kingdom, the very force responsible for the obliteration of warg tribes. It's over, was the only thought that crossed its mind. On the dune, the armored human heavy cavalry raised their 3-meter-long spears, descending upon them with lethal intent. Chapter 063. The Kingdom of Wargs. After dispatching the 30 armored warg warriors, the next steps were straightforward. The lowly wargs, carrying wooden poles and sacks of coarse salt, exhibited no inclination to resist. They discarded their burdens and fled into the depths of the desert. Thetis did not order his troops to pursue too far. Without fresh water or provisions, even if they escaped, they would ultimately meet a grim fate. Who? Tightening the reins, Thetis commanded his steed to halt. Not far ahead, 10 Swadian heavy cavalry, armed with mace-like hammers, had encircled a lone warg. Garbed in fine linen robes, who sat with its head bowed on the ground, appearing to have surrendered. My lord Thetis, this creature speaks our tongue. One of the Swadian heavy cavalrymen lifted his helmet. Somewhat astonished, and quite eloquently, I might add. Is that so? Thetis nodded. He was not surprised that this warg understood the common tongue of humans. Previously, when he led the desert bandits in executing a warg shaman, the vile old warg had spoken fluent human language, indicating that some wargs possessed this capability. This particular warg, clad in fine linen, was none other than Aesir. Before the Swadian heavy cavalry charged, it had sought refuge in a relatively safe hovel. Watching its 30 guards fall like pathetic chicks, easily pierced by 3-meter-long spears, now mere statues in the sand, Aesir had lost the courage to face death with composure, compared to being captured by humans. It found death far more terrifying. Moreover, this salt mine was the result of a 10,000 silver coin investment. To die here was a travesty. Yet Aesir spoke, using fluent human common tongue. I am not a mere creature. Please do not insult me with such terms. I am not one of these lowly wargs, but a civilized high warg. Oh, is that so? Thetis replied, gesturing to the Swadian heavy cavalry. No matter, take him to Lord Kander. Understood. The burly Swadian heavy cavalrymen grinned wickedly, their mace-like hammers clanging against their armored gloves as they rudely inquired, will you stand and walk on your own, or shall we carry you? No need for your trouble. I will walk myself, Aesir replied. glancing apprehensively at the imposing maces, instinctively swallowing hard. Rising, it obediently walked ahead. Just moments before, Aesir had clearly witnessed how effortlessly these seemingly ordinary maces could crush a warg's skull, akin to smashing fruit. A wise choice, Thetis remarked with a smile. However, the 10 Swadian heavy cavalrymen dismounted cautiously, following closely beside Aesir, their maces firmly gripped. Should any unusual occurrence arise, their skills would allow them to subdue this seemingly rational warg capable of communication in the shortest time possible. In truth, Aesir made no attempt to resist, not out of calmness, but out of genuine fear of the menacing heavy cavalry surrounding it. Thus, it proceeded towards Kander. The Swadian light infantry, armed with their fan-shaped shields, stood vigilant with their Germanic swords raised. Each of them bore a menacing countenance, their eyes glinting with lethal intent, which made Asaki's legs tremble with trepidation as he could not help but lower his head and follow. Too afraid to raise it. "My lord, we have captured it alive," Thetis reported to Kander, who was leading the way, the peculiar wolfman we encountered earlier. "Well done," Kander nodded, assessing Asaki with a calm demeanor as he inquired, "Do you understand the common tongue of humanity?" Of course, Asaki mustered the courage to reply, "I understand a little." Yet, internally, he was engulfed in fear, his heart pounding as if it were a drum, his legs threatening to collapse beneath him. Kander chuckled lightly. "Relax, this is nothing to fret over." Asaki swallowed hard, his peripheral vision catching glimpses of the scattered wolfman corpses around them, intensifying his anxiety. After all, he had just witnessed a massacre and doubted anyone could remain at ease afterward. "It seems you are different from your fellow wolfmen," Kander remarked with a smile. Continuing in a neutral tone, "You give off the impression," pausing briefly, he added, "that you possess your own civilization, unlike them, who are akin to beasts." "No, there should be a distinction," Asaki, feeling a surge of indignation, boldly retorted, "I am a superior wolfman. And that is why I differ from these inferior desert wolfmen. They are still beasts, while I belong to a civilized race." Kander furrowed his brow in mild astonishment, asking, "Superior and inferior?" He had not anticipated such a hierarchical classification among wolfmen. Indeed, Asaki swallowed again, noting that the human noble before him showed no anger, and thus ventured to explain in a hushed tone, "I hail from the northern reaches of the Narain Desert, from the Mannheim coast. A superior wolfman, a merchant of the Grey Mane Kingdom, fundamentally different from these inferior tribal wolfmen of the desert. But you all appear rather similar," Thetis interjected, echoing Kander's confusion. After all, the so-called superior wolfman appeared only marginally taller, stronger, and better dressed than the inferior ones, sharing the same sharp teeth, beastly heads, and grayish-brown fur. Yet, this sparked a sense of pride within Asaki, and he mustered his courage to declare, "We established our own Grey Mane Kingdom along the Mannheim coast, which sets us apart from these dim-witted inferior wolfmen." Mannheim coast, Grey Mane Kingdom. Kander's brow tightened further. These names had never graced the shelves of the Lion's Duchy Academy library. Hearing the wolfman mention them prompted him to inquire, "You say you come from the north of the Narain Desert? Yet, as far as I know, the Narain Desert is vast, impassable even for birds. You refer to the Devil's Zone, correct? Indeed, we wolfmen can traverse it." Asaki regained some of his confidence. "I come from the northern expanse of the Narain Desert. The Mannheim coast, a lush coastal area that takes 30 days of travel through the desert to reach." Kander's brow furrowed into a deep furrow, his expression serious as he regarded the wolfman. "You are suggesting that a kingdom exists to the north of the Narain Desert?" "Certainly." Asaki bared his teeth, a hint of bravado in his tone. "That is the Grey Mane Kingdom that I mentioned before. It is a realm established by superior wolfmen, and our army is formidable enough to traverse the Devil's Zone. A feat beyond your human capabilities that if you do not release me, the forces of the Grey Mane Kingdom will breach the Devil's Zone and raid your human kingdom." "Oh, is that so?" Kander nodded. Exchanging glances with Thetis, Asaki observed Kander's calm demeanor. A sense of panic surged within him. He realized he had laid all his cards on the table, yet the other party remained unfazed and did not release him. Fear gripped him further, and he blurted out, "You had best release me quickly, or in 6 months, the forces of the Grey Mane Kingdom shall arrive to attack your human kingdoms, and you shall be utterly unable to defend yourselves. Our superior wolfmen are the strongest warriors." "Well then, that sounds delightful, does it not?" Kander replied with a light chuckle, while Thetis joined in the mirth. Both smiled, which only intensified Asaki's terror. "Take him back and let us deliberate further," Kander commanded. Gesturing to the Swadian heavy cavalry, "Bind him securely. He is, after all, our guest." "Understood." The heavy cavalry responded with nods. Asaki, in a state of panic, watched as they approached with ropes in hand, unable to suppress his cries. "I will pay 1,000 silver coins for my freedom. I beg you. Do not kill me. No, please." The only response he received was the heavy thud of armored boots as he was kicked to the ground. Despair etched across his face as visions of being captured and turned into food by humans at the Mannheim coast plagued his mind. "I hope they do not stew me," Asaki silently prayed, gazing up at the sky in hopelessness. Chapter 064. Kanda's new threat. Asaki was bound with rope around his upper body, leaving his legs free to walk. Meanwhile, 41 light infantry clad in chainmail approached, each resting a hand on the hilt of their Germanic swords, their expressions grim as they regarded the wolfman, embodying the ferocity of beasts ready to draw their blades at any moment. This compelled Asaki to comply, keeping his head down as he accepted his fate as a captive, though he cast a resentful glance towards the distance. The salt flats, formed from the desiccation of a saline lake, no longer belonged to him. Filled with profound sorrow and despair, tears welled in Asaki's wolf-like eyes, for he now comprehended that even he, a superior wolfman deserving of dignified treatment, had been reduced to a prisoner. Stripped of his freedom, opportunities for quiet reflection were dwindling. With Kanda's orders issued, the temporarily occupied salt mine fell back into a state of abandonment. The Swadian heavy cavalry and light infantry, under the guidance of Fatus and Kanda, had gathered their weapons and gear, marching back in the direction from whence they came. The pristine white salt crystals remained unharvested, and even the coarse salt Asaki had in linen sacks was carelessly piled at the edge of the salt flats, as if there were no intention to take it away. Such inedible commodities would not be pilfered. The inferior wolfmen had been thoroughly vanquished, and aside from Kanda, who would likely send someone to mine the salt in 2 days' time, no one else would appear here, let alone come specifically to steal salt. Kanda felt assured, and his spirits were relatively buoyant. This high-quality natural salt mine had been seized and occupied by him. As long as arrangements were made for the lumber yards in the Sanwaya Mountains, a steady supply of timber could be transported to the Oasis outpost, coupled with the abundant white crude salt from here. Lightly boiled and filtered, it would become the refined white salt gracing noble tables that it could be deemed a lucrative venture, second only to the spice trade. However, Kanda's expression darkened. His mood did not lift with this good news. Instead, a sense of gravity and unease resurfaced in the depths of his seemingly calm gaze. The reason was simple. The recently captured so-called superior wolfman had brought unsettling news from the north of the Narain Desert, which was not particularly friendly to him, for the kingdom on the other side of the desert was established by superior wolfmen. He did not care whether the wolfmen were deemed superior or inferior. It sufficed to know that it was a kingdom forged by wolfmen, not humans. "This is quite troublesome." Kanda's expression darkened as he rode forward, feeling a throbbing pressure in his temples. The emergence of the Grey Mane Kingdom and the Mannheim coast across the desert threatened to disrupt his strategic plans. He had intended to utilize the Narain Desert as a rear base to gradually plot against the Lion's Duchy, never anticipating that the very rear he had envisioned would become a focal point at the border between two nations, and possibly a battleground. According to the captive's account, the Grey Mane Kingdom to the north of the desert held hostility toward the Lion's Duchy. A moment's reflection made it clear. Kingdoms of differing races could hardly coexist amicably. Fatus, Kanda spoke, prompting Fatus, who had been riding parallel to him, to respond. "I am here, Lord Kanda. Do you believe what it said is true?" Kanda inquired. Fatus pondered for a moment before nodding. "In light of our scant intelligence, I would rather believe it to be true, for it possesses its own intellect, distinctly different from the inferior wolfmen of the desert." Kanda sighed softly. Indeed. The two instinctively turned their heads to glance back. The wolfman before them, clad in a fine linen robe, was no less dignified than they. Upon closer inspection, one could observe that this wolfman's fur was thick, glossy, and even somewhat groomed, a stark contrast to the disheveled, filthy wolfmen they were accustomed to. Most importantly, it exhibited intelligence, an understanding of fear and rules. Even as a captive, it followed along with its head lowered rather than resisting. The previous wolfmen Kanda had captured, once their fear subsided, had behaved like enraged hounds, thrashing about wildly until they were beaten into submission, only to become docile after enduring days of hunger. Or rather, it was only after being starved of strength that one learns to quiet down. We can assume that what it says is true, Thetis remarked, his tone grave, but this signifies that we have encountered a new enemy. Indeed, Kant exhaled in resignation. This is precisely what troubles me, caught between the Lion Principality and the unknown Grey Mane Kingdom. Kant felt considerable discomfort. The mere thought of it constricted his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe normally. No one would willingly share a room with greedy lions and vicious wolves. And Kant found himself precisely in that predicament, awkwardly positioned between the two. Although no significant issues had erupted yet, any abnormality from either side in the future would spell disaster for Kant, who was ensnared in this precarious situation that if the Grey Mane Kingdom truly intended to traverse the desert and launch an offensive against the Lion Principality, their first target would undoubtedly be the outpost Oasis, serving as a forward base to secure the most precious water source in the desert, thereby gaining a strategic advantage. This would allow the Grey Mane forces to maneuver with ease, whether attacking the Lion Principality or retreating. For the Lion Principality, defense or counterattack would similarly hinge upon the outpost Oasis acting as a stronghold. Should they repel the advancing Grey Mane forces, the waterless wolves would meet their own demise. Thus, whoever secured this location would have claimed half the victory. This is not favorable for me. Kant shook his head, his brow furrowed with concern. As the Baron of the Luncer Desert, he held dominion over this territory. It was utterly inconceivable for him to relinquish the outpost Oasis, which he had painstakingly established, thereby handing over Dehiram, without a fight. Such a concession represented Kant's bottom line, his sole means of survival in this world. As he rode forward, Kant's expression returned to calm, though the anticipation remained solemn. Thetis, I believe once we return, the development of the outpost Oasis should accelerate. Of course, my Lord Kant. Thetis nodded, closely following behind him. The infantry and cavalry hastened their steps. For now, the outpost Oasis and the Luncer Desert were entirely under Kant's control. He aimed to expedite development, utilizing his advantageous position to cultivate his power into a formidable force, one that even the Grey Mane Kingdom's troops and the nobility of the Lion Principality would dare not confront. At that point, Kant would not react to the actions of others. Rather, his commands would instill fear and trepidation in anyone who crossed his path. There is still time, Kant contemplated, recognizing this as his only advantage. His mind raced through possibilities. The Grey Mane Kingdom cannot dispatch troops in the short term, and the Lion Principality will remain oblivious to my rapid developments at the outpost Oasis. After a moment of reflection, Kant formulated a plan. Let us proceed according to the original strategy, albeit with increased urgency, as long as there was salt. Kant could amass considerable wealth. The Lion Principality would not refuse the influx of inexpensive white salt into the market and would not hesitate to spend their silver coins on the trading caravan he intended to establish. With 46 Swadian heavy cavalry, 41 Swadian light infantry, and additional Swadian forces, as long as there were dinars, they would soon manifest in this world, even if the nobles of the Lion Principality coveted the salt mine Kant had acquired. After enduring a few hard-fought battles, he would sever their greedy claws, ensuring a temporary peace. Crucially, Kant and Duke Cameron of the Lion Principality had yet to sever their ties completely. Chapter 65. The returning troops under the night sky. The stars twinkled brilliantly. Guided by the moonlight, Kant led his troops back to the ruins of the Wolfman tribe. The temporary camp remained intact, as Kant had initially planned to exterminate the Wolfmen at the salt mine before returning with his forces to rest and replenish their freshwater supplies before embarking on their journey home. After arranging the sentries and personnel replacements, everyone drifted into slumber. Despite having engaged in battle, they had not enjoyed much rest. At dawn, the Swadian soldiers awoke of their own accord, groggily greeting one another. Stretching as they gazed at the pale light on the horizon, their awareness gradually sharpening. Last night, they had slept in their armor, and upon waking, their muscles ached. Yet no one cared, in the perilous depths of the desert. Removing their armor to sleep would be tantamount to seeking death. In the event of a surprise attack, hastily donning armor would not be an easy task, for the sake of their lives. Sleeping in armor was a prudent choice. Of course, the chainmail draped over their steeds would be removed. These delicate creatures could not bear the weight of such encumbrance through the night, and by the next day, they would likely lack the strength to extricate their host from the sandy depths. Get busy, "We are preparing to depart," someone shouted, relaying Kant's orders loudly to rouse everyone. There was much to accomplish. The temporary camp was swiftly dismantled and loaded onto the 3 carts they had brought. Seizing the opportunity before dawn fully broke, they aimed to set off quickly. This was the wisdom of the desert and an essential survival principle. To move by night and rest by day was often the key to survival. The water skins filled easily from the underground well, and drawing water from the well did not significantly lower the water level, as it was quickly replenished by underground sources. This was why over 2,000 wolfmen could survive relying on this well. However, Kant had different ideas that to him. This well had temporarily lost its value, and would likely have little future utility, as the outpost Oasis had more water. This well was merely superfluous, and could even aid the enemy by supplying them with fresh water. "Fatus," Kant called out, turning towards his knight not far away. "My lord Kant, do you have any plans?" Fatus approached briskly. "Yes," Kant nodded, not concealing his thoughts as he spoke. "Is there a way to block this well? I would prefer that once we depart, the wolfmen do not utilize this well to become a threat to us again." "Ah, I see." Fatus paused, momentarily taken aback. "But my lord Kant, we need the well water for our men mining the salt." The journey from the salt mine to the outpost Oasis took 2 days. To mine the salt, they would need to station personnel at the salt mine, delivering food and water daily or rotating exhausted miners. However, the 2-day journey posed considerable challenges for resupply. Food was manageable in the dry desert, as it stored well. The critical concern was fresh water. Mining was inherently laborious, especially at the naturally saline salt mine. Coupled with the desert's heat, the daily freshwater requirements for the miners escalated. Relying solely on the outpost Oasis for supplies was impractical. Thus, burying the well would mean Kant would have to limit the number of miners in the future, or else the freshwater supply would become a burden. Fatus had been trying to dissuade him for this reason. "Very well," Kant sighed, turning to gaze at the ashes of the Wolfman tribe. "Few wolfmen will dare return here. Even if they do, we can still eliminate them." "You are correct, my lord Kant," Fatus nodded. "Even without the heavy cavalry, the 41 Swadian light infantry would suffice to deal with 500 wolfmen. The fully armored infantry were seasoned veterans of the battlefield, easily handling a horde of primitive, disorganized wolfmen with no tactical acumen. Most crucially, those wolfmen had likely lost their courage upon seeing Kant's forces and would probably flee in terror. "Prepare to depart," Kant signaled, mounting his horse and leading the troops on their journey home. Fatus followed closely on horseback. This was their first proactive strike against another enemy, leaving behind the outpost Oasis unguarded, with only over 30 construction workers to safeguard it. According to Kant's calculations, they would return to the outpost Oasis by the weekend, just in time for the completion of the Swadian standard housing, allowing the system workers from Suno to finish their tasks and return to the Coradia continent. This had all been meticulously planned. The return journey was uneventful. They encountered no wolfmen or dangers along the way, and their speed increased significantly. Traveling day and night, by the afternoon of the 2nd day, they finally glimpsed the verdant expanse of the outpost Oasis. Hundreds of date palms swayed on 2 acres, their vibrant green foliage seemingly bringing a refreshing coolness to the sweltering desert, enhancing the atmosphere of comfort and relaxation. They had finally returned. Each person appeared weary from the journey, having pushed themselves to the limits in the desert without respite, striving to return in the shortest time possible. Standing atop a dune, Kant gazed at the date palms flanking the spring and the neatly arranged houses below, a sense of satisfaction and pride washing over him. This was his village. "Let us continue onward. Once we return, everyone can rest well," Fatus encouraged, moistening his cracked lips as he rallied the soldiers' spirits. "We are home. Long live." The soldiers were all cheering, their faces marked with fatigue, yet their eyes sparkled with exhilaration. The relentless fighting and prolonged marches had drained their physical strength. Even Kant sighed inwardly. He understood that his capabilities were still far from sufficient. Just look at the recent raid on the wolf tribe. Had it not been for the system's assistance, the outcome would not have been as effortlessly grim as it was now. They set out with 300 men, but upon their return, fewer than 100 remained. Kant could not help but lament the cruelty of war. However, the gains from this endeavor are ample enough to offset the losses, Kant mused calmly. They had 41 Swadian light infantry, 46 Swadian heavy cavalry, and 5 Sarland riders remaining, although these were merely Tier 3 and Tier 4 units. Each was a seasoned warrior, incomparable to the previous recruits and militias. Currently, Kant possessed 92 soldiers, capable of easily overwhelming the earlier force of 300. This was merely one of the bountiful fruits of victory. Additionally, there were 15,000 dinars, 1,000 prestige points, and 11 points of honor. Although upgrading had cost over 2,000 dinars, a balance of over 13,000 dinars remained, sufficient for Kant's current expenses. Yet, what truly captivated him was those 11 points of honor, signifying that Kant could randomly draw 11 grand gift packages from the system's marketplace. Products from the system were assuredly of the highest quality. Provided Kant's luck held, any item drawn would yield substantial rewards. The outpost Oasis now resembled a child in dire need of nourishment, welcoming all who approached. Chapter 066. The joy of the construction leader. Kant led his troops toward the outpost Oasis. Upon the watchtower, a construction worker armed with a wooden staff soon spotted them. The corpulent construction leader hastily exited the administration hall, summoning all workers to gather at the edge of the oasis. Respectfully awaiting Kant's arrival, observing the weary yet determined troops, the construction leader stepped forward, bowing deeply in a gesture of utmost humility. My Lord Kant, seeing your safe return surely indicates a glorious victory. Please allow me to extend the most sincere blessings on behalf of the Suno construction team. Thank you very much, Kant acknowledged, raising a hand with a calm expression. As he surveyed the humble yet respectful construction workers and the newly erected buildings. A smile crept onto his lips as he nodded in gratitude. I appreciate your assistance in watching over things while we were away. It is our duty, truly, the construction leader replied, bowing profusely, yet within his heart, he felt a sense of pride. Helping the Lord alleviate troubles and leaving a favorable impression would undoubtedly benefit him, a mere leader of a small construction team. Even the most miserly of lords would show favor to him and his crew. Henceforth, a slight emphasis on construction tasks would ensure a steady stream of work. Kant had similarly resolved this. Moistening his cracked lips, he addressed the construction leader. In the future, for any construction work, I shall arrange for someone to notify you. As long as your team is not occupied, I will employ you. Your kindness makes me feel as though I am basking in holy light. The construction leader exclaimed joyously. However, such flattery had little impact. Kant waved his hand, signaling the troops to settle in the village of Dehiram. After enduring days and nights of relentless toil, they deserved a proper rest. Although these were all personnel recruited and upgraded by the system, they were still living beings, susceptible to fatigue and weariness. Kant himself could feel his state approaching its limits. By the way, I have a task for you, Kant stated, glancing at the exhausted soldiers behind him. Prepare all the houses for my soldiers to rest properly. Rest assured, my Lord Kant, the construction leader asserted resolutely. This is a task I excel at. With that, he hurried away to organize the rooms, ensuring that those soldiers who were barely able to stand yet could fall asleep at any moment were allocated to suitable quarters. Each Swadian standard house was designed to accommodate a complete family, featuring a master bedroom, secondary bedroom, kitchen, living room, and all necessary amenities, including a restroom, basement, and storage room. Suitable for a family of 5. With 11 houses available, it was quite easy to arrange for the 92 soldiers to sleep comfortably. Naturally, should farmers return to Dehiram, Kant would need to construct more houses, as it was unfeasible to have some personnel sleeping in tents and sandpits indefinitely. Fortunately, everything was currently manageable. The construction leader meticulously arranged accommodations for everyone, including the warhorses, which were led to the date palm grove for shade and rest. Now, Kant's forces comprised 46 armored warhorses, 5 Sarland steeds, 6 civilian draft horses, and 2 military horses belonging to Kant and Fetus, totaling an impressive 64 horses. Clearly, the stables at the Desert Bandit stronghold could not accommodate them all. Thus, the construction workers hastily erected temporary stables within the date palm grove to allow the warhorses to recuperate. After they regained their strength, Kant would decide whether to construct dedicated stables or pursue alternative plans. Before long, the construction leader completed arrangements for everyone's resting quarters and quickly returned to the administration hall. Bowing respectfully to Kant and Fetus, who were seated and engaged in conversation, he reported, "My lord, everything is arranged. The brave warriors are now resting. You have done well." Kant smiled at him gratefully. "Thank you." Fetus also nodded slightly, praising, "You have alleviated our troubles." Having just returned, they were exceedingly fatigued and most desired to rest rather than deal with trivial matters, especially after the arduous journey back. Fadus had been busily assisting Kant, and his face now bore clear signs of exhaustion and darkened circles under his eyes, indicating a lack of proper rest. "My Lord Kant, please take your rest first." The construction leader, beaming with delight, patted his chest and vowed, "We shall keep watch over your troops during the night. Should any unusual occurrences arise, my workers will sound the alarm at the earliest opportunity. By afternoon, my troops should be well rested," Kant replied, still uneasy about entrusting the village's defense to a leader primarily focused on construction. However, he was not one to discard those who had helped him, so he said lightly, "I will give you 100 dinars as compensation for your assistance in guarding the village. As a token of my gratitude." This was the method of a ruler's benevolence and authority. The look of surprise spread across the construction leader's plump face, and he bowed again, showering Kant with praise. "Thank you, noble lord. Your kindness and generosity illuminate our hearts." "Very well, you may leave now," Kant waved dismissively. The construction leader offered a few more compliments before gently retreating. He had already noticed the fatigue etched on Kant and Fadus's faces. Wisely, he chose to remain silent and focus on his work, such as continuing to serve as a sentry and watch over the desert. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of relief, as few dared to approach this desolate place, let alone enemies. This was also why Kant felt somewhat at ease allowing the construction workers to assist in the defense. Should actual foes approach and an attack became imminent, Kant would not hesitate to arrange for replacements to maintain vigilance. For the safety of life was his bottom line. After exchanging a few more words, Kant and Fadus, both utterly exhausted, parted ways to return to their respective rooms for rest. Upon reaching the second floor, Kant entered his chamber, casually discarding the linen robe laden with fine sand. He slightly removed his undergarments and collapsed onto his bed, drifting off into a deep slumber, eager to replenish his energy. Yet in his dreams, he found himself amidst a bewildering scene. The dream was chaotic, blurring the lines of reality. There were nobles from the Lion Duchy, his father Cameron, and his elder brother, alongside the faint memories of his mother, whose image was nearly lost. Just a golden-haired, blue-eyed woman sitting at the edge of his childhood bed, gazing sorrowfully at his young self. But upon focusing on her face, Kant awoke groggily. The dream lingered in his mind as he blinked in confusion, staring at the rough wooden ceiling above, only to realize he was lying in his own bed. His mouth felt parched, as though it were on fire. He needed water. Throwing off the linen blanket, Kant approached the table where a silver water jug contained cooled spring water. He opened the lid and gulped down the refreshing liquid, finally extinguishing the fire within his chest. Turning to look out the window, he noted the sun was not harsh. Kant blinked in surprise before it dawned on him. It is already afternoon. Time has flown by. He had slept until now. Approaching the window, he observed the Swadian light infantry, clad in chainmail, had already formed into groups of 5, standing sentinel with long pikes and fan-shaped shields, patrolling the entire perimeter of the outpost Oasis and the streets of Dehiram. Not far off, the Swadian heavy cavalry, mounted on their war horses, also roamed in small clusters. "All appears normal," Kant nodded in satisfaction. This was the atmosphere befitting his village. That, of course, he did not forget his own matters. Open the system marketplace. Connecting with the system. A dialogue box for the lottery appeared on his retina. A chest glimmering with vibrant colors emerged in the center of the dialogue box. Consuming 1 point of honor would unlock this chest, revealing any grand gift package within. Chapter 067. At the rewards of 10 consecutive draws. Kander was no stranger to the lottery of the system's shop. Before his eyes, a dialogue box materialized, showcasing a vibrant treasure chest that seemed to contain boundless wonders. He instinctively swallowed hard. Should he choose to draw and expend his accumulated honor points, the treasure chest within this dialogue box would burst open, releasing an array of grand rewards from the system, accompanied by a dazzling display of colors, truly marvelous. Presently, Kander possessed 11 honor points, which indicated that he could partake in 11 draws. Reflecting on the bountiful rewards he had previously received, a glimmer of excitement danced in his eyes. It was worth noting that his past draws had never yielded anything subpar. The system's offerings were undoubtedly exquisite, a statement that Kander had come to understand profoundly. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Commence the lottery." He connected his thoughts to the system, just as he was about to select the draw. However, a sudden prompt appeared on the dialogue box. Ding, system notification. According to system rules, performing 10 consecutive draws grants an additional random gift pack. Would you like to choose 10 consecutive draws? Yes, no, this selection box emerged unexpectedly, causing Kander to momentarily freeze. 10 consecutive draws, with an extra random gift pack? Still dazed from awakening, he felt slightly bewildered. This consecutive draw reminded him of a wildly popular online game from his past life. This event seems rather appealing. Rubbing his temples, Kander's expression regained its composure, yet he couldn't help but mentally scoff. But it certainly feels like a clever ploy to entice spending. Moreover, the inducement was perfectly timed, stirring an urge within him that led him to nod without hesitation. Yes. I choose the 10 consecutive draws. After all, honor points were meant for the lottery. Kander needed to convert all available resources into his strength. The prospect of an additional random gift pack from 10 consecutive draws felt like pure profit to him. There was no way he would decline such an offer. This level of value was not something he could overlook. Ding, the system lottery begins. The dialogue box appeared. The treasure chest creaked open slightly, its radiant colors becoming even more blinding that moment. A flurry of prompts began to cascade across his retinal display. Ding, you have received an item gift pack. You opened the item gift pack and discovered Page of Fertile Soil, rare item. You opened the item gift pack and discovered Page of Spring Water, rare item. You opened the item gift pack and discovered Solar Disc, rare item. The first to emerge was the item gift pack. Kander furrowed his brow slightly. The names of the 3 items seemed somewhat familiar. However, before he could ponder further, more prompts continued to materialize on his retinal display. Ding. You have received a building gift pack. You opened the building gift pack and discovered Desert Raider Camp. You opened the building gift pack and discovered Training Grounds. You opened the building gift pack and discovered Stonewall. You opened the building gift pack and discovered Sugar Workshop. 4 new building gift packs appeared in the dialogue box. With even more prompts continuing to unfold on his retinal display, the consecutive draws persisted. Ding. You have received a hero gift pack. You opened the hero gift pack and found the exquisite merchant, Man-Eyed, from the Nord merchant family. This time, however, only one prompt appeared, a golden card representing a hero. Upon glimpsing the name, Kander felt a rush of excitement. This lottery seemed remarkably worthwhile. Ding. You have received a military supplies gift pack. You opened the military supplies gift pack and discovered new recruit rations, crossbow. You opened the military supplies gift pack and discovered military food rations, bread. After 10 consecutive draws, the prompts finally slowed. With no more new dialogue boxes appearing, the list of gift packs was already quite extensive. Yet, Kander remained expectant. He knew there was still one additional gift pack to be revealed. Sure enough, the system presented yet another prompt. Ding, you have received a unit gift pack. You opened the unit gift pack and discovered 20 Rangers from the Rivenston Kingdom. All 11 gift packs had been opened, and Kander's mind was now devoid of the 10 honor points he had initially possessed. However, this did not equate to despair. There remained 1 honor point, and an abundance of rewards. This is indeed a turning point, Kander exclaimed, his heart racing with fervor. The results of these 10 consecutive draws had far exceeded his expectations, invigorating him to a state of clarity, banishing the lethargy that had previously clouded his mind, leaving him in a state of exhilarating excitement. The thrill reached an apex, as if his thoughts were exploding within his mind. Kander never anticipated that the bounty would be so generous. The losses from this battle had been replenished 10-fold, 100-fold, all within this series of draws. 3 rare items, 4 buildings, 1 hero, 2 military supplies, and 1 unit. Kander swallowed hard, inhaling deeply, yet his face bore the unmistakable mark of exhilaration, even with his temperament. He found it impossible to maintain a facade of indifference in such a moment. I truly did not expect this, Kander shook his head. A wry smile gracing his lips, he chuckled at his own enthusiasm. But gazing at the densely packed list of items on his retinal display, his hands instinctively clenched. This time I have truly struck it rich. He reviewed the 3 rare items. Confirming his recollections, these were indeed the 3 enigmatic artifacts he had seized from the Wolfman tribe. Page of Fertile Soil, fragmented. This page, adorned with mysterious symbols, appears to be a torn fragment from some ancient tome. Yet, it retains its mysterious power, capable of communicating with the elemental plane of Earth, summoning small groups, 5 to 10, of Earth elementals every 7 days. Note: due to the page's fragmentation, the summoned entities are uncontrollable and highly likely to be hostile. Page of Spring Water, fragmented. This page, adorned with mysterious symbols, appears to be a torn fragment from some ancient tome. Yet, it retains its mysterious power, capable of communicating with the elemental plane of water. Summoning small groups, 5 to 10, of water elementals every 7 days. Note: due to the page's fragmentation, the summoned entities are uncontrollable and highly likely to be hostile. Solar Disk damaged. This golden disk, intricately engraved with arcane patterns, faintly emanates the power of the sun. Yet, it seems that the passage of time has rendered the intricate designs blurred, unable to channel more power, though it can still absorb sunlight from a high vantage point. Special effect: temperature control. Absorbs sunlight during the day, lowering the temperature within a 500 square meter radius. Releases sunlight at night, raising the temperature within a 500 square meter radius. Maintains a high temperature of 30 degrees and a low temperature of -5 degrees. Kander focused intently. This was indeed a manifestation of mysterious power. The system's earlier absorption had indicated as much, and now it was proven true. Yet, he had not anticipated that these magical artifacts would reappear before him following their absorption by the system. There's still one item yet to reveal. Kander recalled the gem atop the staff. Noting the distinction, he paid it no mind. Perhaps the system had absorbed the gem as energy directly, and the return of the other 3 rare items was already a cause for joy. Communicating with the system in his mind, the cards that had been floating in his thoughts suddenly shattered, dissolving into golden light. Kander looked down to find 2 papyrus-like pages in his hands, while simultaneously, a golden disc about 1 meter in diameter reappeared at his feet. That it was devoid of the previous grime and filth, appearing as pristine as new, adorned with various mysterious symbols and engravings, still discernible despite the significant wear. These are indeed artifacts from the Lost City. Kander's tongue brushed against his lips. Although he couldn't decipher the symbols on the 2 pages, they resembled pictograms akin to those of ancient Egypt and ancient China, exhibiting vivid graphical qualities that allowed for some speculation regarding their meanings, especially when gazing at the golden disc. The detailed introduction regarding it on his retinal display was quite enlightening. Swallowing hard, Kander murmured, "Temperature control. This is clearly the manipulation of solar power." The fragmented records of the Lost City were intimately tied to the sun. Even in the text provided by Scholar Hank, it was explicitly noted that this city, constructed of gold, was once inhabited by beings of divine bloodline, blessed with the powers of the sun god. Now, Kander finally comprehended why the Lost City could thrive amidst the scorching, desolate sands of the Wan Desert. Chapter 068 That the arrival of man-eyed, the harsh environment of the desert, is inhospitable to habitation and reproduction, largely due to the intense sunlight and extreme temperatures. Observing the temperature control effect of the solar disk, Kander finally grasped why the Lost City could persist within the sweltering, barren expanse of the Wan Desert, becoming the fabled Golden Holy City. Yet, the effect's coverage is limited to 500 square meters. Kander's brow furrowed slightly as he scrutinized the description on his retinal display. The current village of Dehiram encompassed a total building area of 1,000 square meters, not accounting for the spring and the 7.5 acres of cultivated wheat fields, as well as the 2 acres of date palm groves. This meant that the solar disk's effect could only maintain a suitable environment around the governing hall. The range is too small. Kander's brow knit tightly. This was not in line with his expectations. If the solar disk's effect could envelop the entire outpost Oasis, effectively covering the village of Dehiram, the moderated sunlight and temperature would undoubtedly bring about tremendous changes to the Oasis. There is no longer a need to constantly worry about the possibility of the sprouting wheat seedlings being scorched. Ding! System notification. The currently possessed artifacts are displayed as incomplete and in a damaged state, all of which can be repaired. Once the artifacts are restored to their entirety, they will exhibit enhanced effects and functionalities. Note: please explore the methods of repair independently. As if sensing Kant's frustration, the system provided this hint. However, this information was essentially useless. It merely indicated the need for a solution without explicitly stating what that solution might be, leaving Kant completely in the dark with the phrase, "Please explore the methods of repair independently." What a headache. Kant couldn't help but smile wryly, shaking his head in resignation. Yet, it was better than nothing. Observing the golden light shimmering at his feet, the solar disk was absorbing the sunlight streaming in through the window, and the oppressive heat that had once filled the room was gradually becoming much more bearable. Although it remained warm, it was no longer the stifling sauna it had felt like before. This was still the afternoon, and the peak temperature of the Lawn Desert occurs at noon. The The scorching heat of up to 70 C lasts for less than half an hour. But without protective measures, an ordinary person could easily suffer from heat stroke and dehydration, collapsing in the desert, quickly becoming a desiccated corpse. The title of the civilization desert is not without reason. Kant was acutely aware of this. At least I can finally get a good night's sleep. With a resigned smile, Kant reassured himself, at the very least, he wouldn't be awakened from his afternoon nap due to the heat, nor would he be roused at night from the cold. Rubbing his temples, he poured himself another glass of water to soothe his mouth and throat. While a drop-down list of data appeared in his vision, revealing a new package list: Desert Bandit Camp. Military building, an upgraded version of the outpost made of earth and stone, every 7 days. It can recruit 10 desert bandits. Note: requires ownership of a desert bandit outpost. Training ground. Military building, a square with compacted earth and laid stones. Allows high-level troops to train low-level troops, providing a slight increase in experience points for the latter. Stone wall. Military building, a wall constructed entirely of stone, standing 5 meters high and 2 meters wide, accompanied by a sturdy wooden gate, currently capable of encompassing the entire village. Any additional construction will cost 10 dinars per meter. Sugar workshop. Civilian building, a small wooden structure equipped with necessary tools. Farmers can be stationed here to produce various types of sugar from raw materials, currently able to produce date sugar. These were all buildings. Kant examined the 4 building packages he had drawn, consisting of 3 military structures and 1 civilian structure. After reviewing the descriptions, he nodded to himself. This aligns well with the current situation. The Desert Bandit Camp was an upgraded version of the outpost, with the most notable feature being the increase in recruitment numbers from 1 per week to 10, significantly shortening the time required to form a substantial force of these light cavalry desert bandits. Furthermore, with the establishment of a training ground, high-level troops could train lower-level ones, thereby improving the overall quality of the army. As for the stone wall, at last, we have a means of defense. A smile crept onto Kant's face. Although it was merely a small stone wall, 5 meters high and 2 meters wide, it was still a wall, once constructed around the entirety of Dehiram, and without siege weaponry, Kant's forces could hold the outpost Oasis, ensuring an invulnerable position. It is worth noting that there were no water sources in the vicinity of the outpost Oasis. The nearest water source was a well located 2 days' journey away in the Warg tribe's territory. If the enemy could not swiftly and decisively capture Kant's village, they would be sorely mistaken if they thought they could engage in a prolonged siege, ultimately facing the grim fate of dying from thirst or sun exposure. However, the wall is not an immediate concern. Kant contemplated carefully and formulated his plans. His enemies extended beyond just the Greymane Kingdom. There were also the nobles within the Lionheart Duchy. Once his trade caravans appeared in the Lionheart Duchy, news of the outpost Oasis's abundant salt would spread throughout the human nations, attracting countless merchants, speculators, and various bandits. Kant was not naive enough to think that such a valuable salt trade would go unnoticed. This was a world where might dictated right. Thus, he needed to construct the wall judiciously, ensuring that the village of Dehiram remained protected while also facilitating its development without being hindered or constrained by the wall's construction. After all, while the wall provided security, it also divided territories. Moreover, since the enemy had yet to arrive, Kant was in no rush to complete the wall. Development was the paramount principle, but on his retina, Kant's gaze fell upon the final building. Sugar workshop. He softly uttered the name, his eyes reflecting contemplation. In this world, luxury items were not limited to spices and refined salt. High-quality sugar was similarly coveted and sought after by nobles and wealthy merchants, who would spend silver coins to procure it. White sugar, as pure as snow, could sometimes rival spices in value, even surpassing white salt in worth. Most of the sugar in the Lionheart Duchy was procured from the elves at exorbitant prices, unattainable for ordinary people. Minor nobles, or low-ranking knights, the only sources of sugar were the apples that grew in the woods or the berries from the bushes. These items still fell under the category of food and did not constitute true sugar in the conventional sense. Date sugar seems intriguing. Kant licked his lips. Dates are rich in sugar content, making them an excellent choice for sugar production. That he was well aware that by drying dates and grinding them into powder, one could create the most basic form of date sugar. If honey was added and simmered, it could even yield delightful, sweet blocks of sugar, quite delectable. Thinking of the many dried dates stored in the warehouse, a smile spread across Kant's face. He suddenly realized that aside from the salt trade, He could also venture into the sugar trade. The Lionheart Duchy was a prime market for high-quality products, as Kant knew that it was predominantly a land of plains and hills, lacking in both salt and sugar. Most importantly, this world had no concept of dumping. The cheaper a product was, the more popular it became, and the better it sold. It was a simple principle for the leader of the trade caravan. Kant had already identified a candidate. Phaetus was an exceptional commander of the Swadian troops, but when it came to commercial activities, he paled in comparison to a professional merchant named Manid from the Nord Kingdom, who hailed from a traditional business family. The card in his mind shattered into golden fragments. Just beyond the outpost Oasis, a figure riding a heavy warhorse and carrying a pack appeared over the sand dunes. Soon, the lookout tower noticed him. 5 Sarandian riders galloped over, exchanged brief words, and returned with him. Watching Manid approach alongside the 5 Sarandian riders, Kant took his cup of water to the window, a smile gracing his lips. His trade caravan leader was finally here. Everyone, perk up. Phaedus's voice echoed as he continued to organize the patrol duties below. Kant called out to him. Phaedus, greet Manid. I trust you know him. Manid? Oh, that handsome merchant. Phaedus paused, looking up at Kant, and nodded. Of course. I know him. I once teamed up with him in Kaleo to deal with a few unruly drunks. It sounds like you two had quite the adventure. Kant took a sip of water. Nodding with a smile, he will be our trade caravan leader from now on. In the land of Colradia, Phaedus and Manid shared a good relationship, both being heroes who rejected robbing civilians and plundering caravans. Moreover, one hailed from a noble family while the other was from a merchant lineage, allowing them to find common ground in their interactions. Chapter 069. New lottery results. Have a good chat with him. I'll head down shortly. Observing Manid ride towards him, Kant finished the spring water in his cup and instructed Phaedus. Discuss the salt mine situation. I hope to hear his thoughts when I meet him. Understood, Lord Kant, Phaedus replied. That's settled. Kant nodded reassuringly at the night. Leaving the window, he returned to the table in his room, poured another glass of water, and sipped it gently, trying to adequately replenish his body's fluids. On his retina, the dialogue box displayed a myriad of lists, leaving not much remaining. There were still 2 military supply packages. New recruit supply crossbow allows Swadian new recruits to be equipped with crossbows as standard equipment. Military ration supply bread. Currently, all units will receive 1 portion of bread as rations. Kant remained calm regarding this. Previously, he had also received weapon supplies. For instance, the Swadian militia now had a crossbow and 30 bolts as part of their standard equipment. The supplies Kant had drawn now reflected a similar pattern, with the troop type changing from Swadian militia to Swadian new recruits. An increase in ranged output is acceptable, Kant nodded. The effectiveness of the crossbow had already been demonstrated in battles against the wargs, though it did not showcase any clear advantage, leaving Kant rather bemused by its mediocre performance. This hunting bow, while capable of inflicting harm, had a range of less than 50 meters. This meant that beyond 50 meters, it could not even pierce the hide of a warg. Furthermore, even within 30 meters, the bolts fired from the crossbow would fail to inflict significant damage unless they struck vital areas such as the eyes, throat, groin, or chest of the warg. Observing the crossbow bolts flying like porcupine quills, they merely inflict superficial wounds on the resilient wolfmen of Shinmi. Thus, Kant could only conclude with a lukewarm assessment of not bad, when confronted with a fully equipped battalion clad in armor and bearing shields. The efficacy of these hunting crossbows would likely plummet to negligible levels, rendering them utterly ineffectual. The elite Swadian marksmen wield heavy crossbows capable of piercing through shields, while the most formidable archers of the Rhodoc Kingdom are armed with terrifying siege crossbows. When paired with steel-tipped bolts, these siege crossbows can penetrate even the most robust steel shields from a distance of 50 meters, rendering ordinary armor and helmets powerless against their assault. This is precisely why the Rhodoc Kingdom's fortifications instill such dread. The hunting crossbows, in stark contrast, fall short of Kant's psychological appraisal, merely managing a tepid not bad at best, better than nothing. Certainly that in comparison to Kant's assessment of the hunting crossbows as somewhat superfluous, the second substantial military supply package, which affords each soldier a ration of bread, proves particularly practical to him. That a single loaf of bread constitutes a day's sustenance. When supplemented with other provisions, it can be sliced to provide each soldier with sustenance for 3 days. Nothing is more satisfying than filling one's belly, especially for those soldiers whose heads barely reach their belts. Meeting their fundamental needs is one of the Lord's responsibilities. However, The thought of these matters caused Kant to furrow his brow slightly. Currently, the food reserves at the outpost Oasis pose no problem, as fewer than 100 men can be easily sustained. His concerns centered on the fodder for the warhorses. Previously, the number of horses at the outpost Oasis was limited, and thus, mixing bread and dates with the scant hay stored within the buildings posed no issues. But the situation has changed dramatically. The 46 armored warhorses, being superior Swadian military steeds, cannot be treated with such negligence. They require meticulous fodder, enriched with dates, fresh alfalfa, and finely chopped meat. Far from the care afforded to ordinary draft horses, inadequate feeding could severely impact the performance of the heavy cavalry in battle. We'll wait for Givaudan's caravan to return and, if absolutely necessary, resort to feeding them bread and dates in the interim. Kant mused, pinching the bridge of his nose, his expression grave. Bread and dates are not suitable feed for warhorses, and their substantial consumption directly encroaches on the soldiers' rations. The dietary needs of a single warhorse can equate to that of 3 soldiers, and the armored steeds require even more energy and strength. Should he later recruit desert marauders, the number of warhorses will only increase. While the fodder requirements for desert horses may not compare to those of Swadian military horses, they too require ample sustenance for combat. A predicament indeed, Kant sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Yet, this challenge cannot be resolved at present and must be set aside for now. On his retina, the dialogue box displayed only the final unit package. Kant focused intently, his expression shifting slightly, for it was precisely this unit package that had allowed him to extricate himself from the dilemma of warhorse fodder. After 10 consecutive draws, he had received an additional reward package. 20 Rivensington Rangers to in the classic mod of Mount Blade. Prophecy of Pindar. This 5th-tier ranged unit from the Blue Nation of Rivensington boasts advantages of affordability, effectiveness, rapid development, and formidable combat prowess as 5th-tier soldiers. The Rivensington Rangers rank alongside the Vikia marksmen, both being elite archers. If the Vikia marksmen are synonymous with speed, precision, and lethality, then the Rivensington Rangers epitomize stability, accuracy, and deadliness. Although the distinction between their names is slight, their operational concepts diverge significantly. The Vikia marksmen serve as pure firepower providers, akin to machine guns on the battlefield. Once these top-tier archers establish their positions, they unleash a relentless barrage of arrows that can shatter enemy lines. Conversely, the Rivensington Rangers emerge from the dense forests of Rivensington as masters of archery, having ascended from rangers to rangers. In the complex woodland environment, they prioritize shooting stability, akin to semi-automatic rifles, with each shot delivering a fatal blow, seeking to eliminate one enemy per arrow rather than saturating the area with a deluge of arrows. Evaluating the merits of the 2 units entirely depends on their deployment. Kant, of course, would not refuse them. These 20 Rivensington Rangers represent his sole 5th-tier unit. He would be remiss to squander this opportunity, let alone reject such masterful archers. However, it would have been even better if they were Dragon Knights or Swan Knights. Kant lamented slightly in Rivensington. The captains of the Dragon Knights and Swan Knights are elite cavalry, rivaling the Swadian Knights in prowess, and even surpassing them in terms of equipment. After all, Swadian Knights are outfitted with half-plate armor and heavy chainmail. A touch of greed. Kant chuckled softly, shaking his head in self-deprecation. Having acquired 20 Rivensington Rangers is already a significant boon. One must learn to be content with these rangers stationed atop the city walls, alongside those new recruits and militia armed with hunting crossbows. They would sufficiently handle a portion of the enemy forces. Moreover, should the enemy underestimate them, the rangers' stable and precise archery skills could allow them to eliminate the enemy leaders, throwing the opposition into disarray, thus enabling Kant's heavy cavalry to charge and secure victory in battle. After all, 5th-tier units possess capabilities that cannot be compared to 1st or 2nd-tier soldiers. Yet, Kant was momentarily taken aback, in his mind's eye. He envisioned the dialogue box displaying a solitary digit of honor, representing a remaining point of honor. This was the reward bestowed upon him following an epic victory. System, proceed with the draw. Kant swallowed hard, resolutely making his decision. Although he desired to accumulate 10 points of honor for a consecutive draw, he was uncertain when he might achieve that. The current Heir remains relatively weak. He must convert all available resources into his own strength, even if that means utilizing this single point of honor. Should he draw something useful, it would be an immense gain on the dialogue box. A treasure chest materialized. Multicolored light gradually radiated from it until it finally opened. Ding! You have received an item package. Upon opening the item package, you discover it harbors a mysterious power at your disposal. Acquired. Terrain modification, lake. As the treasure chest settled, the outcome of this draw appeared on his retina. Kant was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening slightly as he murmured, Terrain modification? What is this? Chapter 070, Construction and Terrain Modification. In Kant's mind, a golden card materialized. However, it bore no illustrations. Instead, it featured a luminous sphere, which, upon closer inspection, seemed to be composed of countless intricate symbols. Breathing slightly hastily, Kant was not unfamiliar with these esoteric symbols. He had encountered them during his internship at the academy, where the system had even assigned him temporary tasks related to the magical runes of mages. The 2 pages he possessed, along with the arcane symbols on the solar disk, bore some connection. It is said that contemporary magic is derived from the remnants of magnificent civilizations once unearthed by certain mages, and the sorcerers of the Lionheart Principality undoubtedly possess some magical heritage. Yet, Kant had never anticipated such a phenomenon would manifest within his own system. He felt a parched sensation in his mouth, perhaps linked to his prior absorption of the shaman staff from the Wolfman. He promptly opened the system dialog box to investigate. Terrain modification. Small lake contains the mysterious power of rules, capable of transforming any terrain into a small lake measuring 80 meters in length, 30 meters in width, and 2 meters in depth. The lake is devoid of life, and its bottom connects to an underground water source. This was the description regarding terrain modification. Stunned momentarily, Kant found himself momentarily dazed by the system's communication in his mind. Terrain modification? A small lake? This was akin to a map editor within a magic sphere. It allowed one to alter the entire map according to their desires, adding or removing environmental features solely through thought. Much like the card he now possessed, everything was at his command. Indeed, everything was at his command. As long as he adhered to the inherent limitations of terrain modification, such as the specified area and depth of the small lake, he could reshape the terrain as he wished without issue. A small lake measuring 80 meters in length, 30 meters in width, and 2 meters in depth presented Kant with numerous possibilities. For instance, connecting it to the spring that originally existed at the outpost Oasis would yield a T-shaped freshwater lake, effectively increasing the area of the oasis several-fold. As long as there is water, the oasis shall not perish. With an increase in water sources, the oasis will expand. It is an immutable truth. Utilize terrain modification, Kant resolved firmly. Connecting his thoughts to the card in his mind, golden light flickered as he found himself suddenly hovering 20 meters above the outpost oasis, akin to having opened the eyes of a deity. In the distance, the vast sea of sand stretched endlessly, with only the southern direction revealing the undulating silhouette of mountains. These were the Sandvia Mountains, separating the Nalan Desert from the Lionheart Principality, a precious region abundant in timber and wildlife. Yet, Kant paid little heed to the view. He gazed down at the oasis below. His village, a narrow spring, divided the residential area from the agricultural zone. To the south lay the residential district, with the governing hall, lookout tower, desert marauder stronghold, and Swadian homes all neatly arranged into a tidy street, appearing remarkably organized. Conversely, the agricultural area to the north was equally well cultivated and orderly. At the edge of a spring lies a 7.5-acre wheat field, meticulously cultivated, with neatly divided irrigation channels weaving through it, extending into a 2-acre date palm grove, bestowing precious moisture upon these arid sands. A contingent of Swadia light infantry, armed with long spears, patrols the area in groups of 5, arranged in disciplined ranks. Although Dehirim is a village, its defenses are not neglected. Every individual remains vigilant. Kant's thoughts flicker. Suddenly, he contemplates the possibility of continuing to construct buildings here. In his mind, 5 construction cards line up in succession. The previously acquired relay station, alongside the randomly drawn desert bandit camp, training ground, sugar workshop, and stone wall. Construct. Kant's thoughts activate those cards, and indeed, construction is permitted. The desert bandit camp can be upgraded through its outpost. The card transforms into shimmering golden fragments. The outpost adjacent to the governing hall is enveloped in a stream of data and, moments later, emerges anew. From a rudimentary structure of approximately 200 square meters, it expands to 500 square meters. Its overall area surpasses that of the governing hall, and atop it, a watchtower rises to a height of 6 meters. Seemingly designed for the swift detection of caravans or the regular troops of Sarand. Continue construction. Kant's thoughts persist, directly engaging the sugar workshop. This 100-square-meter establishment is situated on the western side, close to the spring. Adjacent to it lies a grocery store, and Kant plans to create a small lake from south to north on the west side, which will assist the sugar workshop's future water supply. In fact, in Kant's initial vision, the western area was designated as a handicraft zone. The sugar workshop finds its place there. Build the training ground. Kant's voice continues, this time directing the construction to the eastern side. The flat sandy terrain appears as if pressed down, laid with numerous stones and bricks, presenting an orderly appearance, encompassing a total of 2,000 square meters, nearly comparable to a sports field. The training ground is intended to accommodate troops for their drills. The construction proceeds steadily. The Desert Bandit Camp, Sugar Workshop, and Training Ground are the three structures that require immediate construction. The relay station and stone walls, however, do not necessitate urgent attention. Kant has his own plans. The walls would segment the area, impacting development. He needs to bide his time. The relay station is intended to be established between the Sentinel Oasis and the Swadia Mountains. After all, the journey between the two locations takes a full 7 days. Without a relay station as a transit point, traversing the arduous sands of the Nalan Desert would be a tormenting ordeal. Kant has first-hand experience of this from his journey through the rocky pass of the Swadia Mountains to the Nalan Desert. Having a relay station would significantly alleviate the burdens of travel. A golden light manifests. Kant's thoughts tap into a mysterious rule of power. Terrain modification, small lake, is activated. Data streams begin to spread. To the west of the Sentinel Oasis, the data flows outward, and the once soft sandy layer visibly transforms. Depressions form, soil expands, stones emerge, and clear spring water bubbles to the surface. The groundwater is connected, akin to the existing spring nearby, clear and transparent. This marks the advent of a new lake, indeed a small lake, measuring 80 meters in length, 30 meters in width, and 2 meters in depth. The crystalline waters reflect sunlight, shimmering beautifully to the water's edge. Lush vegetation thrives, and beneath the lake's surface, strands of aquatic plants sway gently. The few small fish that previously inhabited the spring seem to have discovered a new realm, joyfully swimming into the small lake through the connected waterways. Flicking their tails in exuberance. A vast small lake, 2 meters deep, presents a brand new world. The development of a fishery is certainly not out of reach. Truly beautiful. These words spontaneously arise in Kant's heart. Yet, before he could continue to observe his creation from an omniscient perspective, his thoughts plummet. When Kant regains his senses, he realizes he is still seated at the table in the second-floor room of the governing hall. Holding a cup of water as if intending to sip it gently. Splendid. He finishes the water in one gulp and stands. The power of the system has indeed broadened his horizons. However, the most pressing matter now is the new changes within his territory. Kant feels invigorated. Although his expression remains calm, the weariness in his eyes has vanished. He eagerly anticipates inspecting the Sentinel Oasis. Moreover, his caravan leader, man-eyed, awaits below. Chapter 071. Thoughts on salt. Trade. The lake water is crystal clear, glistening beneath the gradually slanting sunlight, casting gentle ripples. The temperature is no longer as sweltering as it was at noon. With this small lake in place, it seems the entire Sentinel Oasis is infused with a refreshing coolness, perhaps aided by the solar disk installed atop the watchtower. Although they have stepped beyond the 500-square-meter sheltered area, that mysterious force absorbing sunlight still subtly influences the surrounding environment, bringing a slight chill. Strolling along the lakeside, Kant leads the way, followed closely by Fadus and Man-eyed. The three engage in light-hearted conversation, the atmosphere harmonious. Man-eyed, hailing from a merchant family in the Nord Kingdom, is particularly loquacious, seamlessly complimenting and steering the dialogue, rendering this meeting quite delightful. My lord, this truly is a miracle in the desert. Man-eyed remarks gently, it reminds me of the Sherais Oasis in the Sarand Desert. Sherais. Kant chuckles softly, shaking his head. That is a bustling place. Sherais is the capital of the Sarand Sultanate, a prosperous city adjacent to the great Oasis, renowned for its economic and military prowess, a desert pearl that Kant knows is far beyond what the Sentinel Oasis can compare to. Yet here, there are already hints of Sherais. Man-eyed smiles in flattery. Let us hope. Kant nods lightly, feeling buoyant. Everything will turn out well. Surely it will, Man-eyed replies. The best way to flatter someone is to highlight their accomplishments, making them feel increasingly proud. To hit the sweet spot of their pride. That is the essence of perfect flattery. Kant's pride, of course, lies in establishing Hiram, securing a foothold in the harsh Nalan desert, expanding the Sentinel Oasis, and fully developing his strength. Man-eye's compliments are perfectly timed. Man-eyed. Kant glances at the handsome Nord merchant. At your service, my lord. Man-eyed bows slightly. You shall henceforth be my caravan leader, overseeing all commercial affairs. Kant appoints him. I believe you can handle this role with great professionalism, and it will be quite manageable for you. I will follow your arrangements and do my utmost. Man-eyed nods in gratitude. Kant smiles and nods. Indeed, the trio continues their cheerful conversation as they stroll along the lakeside. As dusk approaches, they exit the governing hall, where the kitchen has already begun its preparations. The aroma wafts toward them. The food will soon be ready. It's the usual fare, and too much of it can become tiresome. Kant shakes his head, touching his nose, resigned to the enticing scent. To be frank, dinner isn't lavish. Tea will be in the future. Man-eyed shrugs, smiling, and I do not mind the quality of the food. I assume Sir Fatus feels the same. After a pause, Man-eyed continues, to pursue the ideals in our hearts, even amidst adversity. Indeed, the desires stirred by words are but illusions. Fatus nods. He is a knight who upholds his principles, rescuing suffering commoners during his wanderings across the continent, striving for justice, refusing even the rewards of gratitude from the people. This is why, when Fatus meets Man-eyed in taverns across the continent, they can share a few drinks together. Both have their own principles and steadfastness. Indeed, Kant smiles and nods, his gaze becoming somewhat profound. He believes Man-eyed and Fatus are correct. Yet, gazing into the distance of the desert, Kant's heart quietly whispers, it is simply too idealistic, without sufficient strength. All is mere illusion. At this moment, Man-eyed interrupts Kant's contemplation. My lord Kant, there is no need for concern if our salt trade reaches the Lion Duchy. I believe we can exchange it for a substantial amount of goods and food to fill our bellies. What are your thoughts on this salt trade? Kant inquires. High risk, high reward. Man-eyed replies that I understand this point. But could you elaborate? Kant nods. Man-eyed ponders, then raises his head. We need not delve deeply into the Lion Duchy. Instead, we should seek an agent. As long as this agent remains standing, we are temporarily safe. An agent? Kant muses thoughtfully. Precisely. Man-eyed nods. Continuing, we lack a professional caravan, and we do not have the resources to ensure the safety of our caravan. If we recklessly venture into the Lion Duchy for trade, the outcome will not be favorable. Therefore, we should seek an agent who is sufficiently powerful and willing to cooperate, ceding a portion of the profits to allow them to establish the salt trade in the Lion Duchy and potentially other human kingdoms. Do you mean to attract initial attention for us? Kant furrows his brow, somewhat skeptical. I doubt we can hide from those truly intent on investigating. No. Why should we hide? Man-eyed shrugs, chuckling lightly. They can know that we possess a natural salt mine in this desert. Please, go on. Kant frowns. Man-eyed remarked. I find it hard to believe that anyone would truly muster an elite force to address this matter as one would in a conflict between lords, especially by directly penetrating the Lund Desert and embarking on a 7-day journey to assault the oasis of the outpost. The cost would far outweigh any potential gains. The trio continued their walk, following the lakeside to the northern agricultural region, where the lush date palm groves flourished abundantly. My lord, a group of Swadian light infantry, bearing heavy pikes and shields, saluted. Yes, remain vigilant, Kant nodded, signaling them to resume their patrol. However, a furrow formed on his brow as he inquired of Man-eyed, yet, these nobles may not take to the field themselves. But we might encounter certain well-equipped and highly trained brigands. What concern is that to us? Man-eyed countered with a smile. Kant appeared momentarily taken aback, as if a thought had crossed his mind. Man-eyed then boldly stated, the merchant caravans of the Lion Duchy do not belong to us but to that agent. How the profits are divided is his prerogative, not ours. It is also his responsibility to deal with those nobles. This is. Kant raised an eyebrow, pondering. Indeed, Man-eyed affirmed with a nod. The profits we allocate to this agent are not given freely. Kant couldn't help but chuckle. Turning to gaze at Man-eyed's handsome visage, he shook his head and sighed, at times. I genuinely question whether you are truly a Nord. In my impression, they are all brawny, fervent warriors who leap from ships wielding axes and large shields. Nordic commerce is equally advanced, Man-eyed shrugged, adding playfully. The spoils of plunder must be sold. Thus merchants are equally vital. Ha ha. Instantly, the three erupted in laughter, the atmosphere becoming congenial. Kant felt a sense of gratitude for having Man-eyed, this astute merchant, by his side. Though Fathys had little to contribute to matters of trade, he was well acquainted with Man-eyed. Considering him an old friend, they retraced their steps along the eastern side of the spring that on the flat training grounds, Swadian heavy cavalry were already cantering upon their steeds, or engaging in practice with long lances and morning stars, honing their skills and imparting knowledge to the light infantry, a SA level 4 unit. The Swadian heavy cavalry certainly had the right to share their expertise with the level 3 light infantry. Kant was also aware of the training ground rules. If a level 5 unit were to train a level 1 unit, the results would be even more pronounced. Nevertheless, Kant was content with the current arrangement. Why had their previous conversation not addressed the potential arrival of brigands in the desert and the prospect of an assault on the oasis of the outpost? The reason lay here. Upon entering the Lund Desert, it became Kant's domain that by firmly controlling this vital water source, he essentially held the fate of all in his hands. Wishing to launch an attack, 46 Swadian heavy cavalry and 41 light infantry were already on standby. 20 Rivincent Rangers were also poised and ready. Although the total troop count was around 100, they were all elite fighters. Did a mere band of brigands dare to cause trouble? They would meet their demise. Even if by some stroke of luck they managed to escape. The journey back to the Sanvaya Mountains was a treacherous one, spanning 7 days. A path fraught with peril, devoid of water, they would inevitably become pitiful corpses. The resilience of human life pales in comparison to that of the wargs. Chapter 072. The sealed Golden Light dinner was held as a grand banquet in celebration of their resounding victory in the recent campaign. Bread, cured meats, cabbage, flour, and dates had been transformed by the chefs into delightful dishes that filled everyone's bellies, imparting a sense of comfort after a satisfying meal. This was the bliss of having one's hunger sated. The only lament perhaps was the absence of alcoholic beverages to heighten the revelry. Yet, as they raised their wooden bowls, everyone treated the refreshing spring water as if it were beer, sharing hearty laughter as they recounted their valiant deeds on the battlefield. While jesting about the near mishaps of their comrades, naturally, this elicited rebuttals, with claims of ambition being met with accusations of slander. Those who had remained behind, the laborers, listened with envy, their faces reflecting admiration and trepidation. The battlefield was indeed the crucible for proving true masculinity. The clash of steel against steel, the splatter of blood, life withering away amidst the persistence of death. Only the bravest warriors, those who had long forsaken the fear of death, dared tread upon such grounds. Ordinary civilians would never dare to appear on the battlefield that it was the realm where the living met the dead. Yet ultimately, they all laughed heartily, clinking their wooden bowls together and downing their contents as if they were drinking ale. Even without alcoholic beverages, the ambience of the banquet was intoxicating in its own right. Even the laborers raised their spring water in a toast, treating it as if it were beer. "Drink to your fill. Tonight's dinner is boundless," Kant declared, lifting his cup filled with spring water. His face bore a slight flush as he surveyed the soldiers seated at tables lining the street, proclaiming loudly, "To victory and to the future, let us drink this toast." "Long live," the soldiers cheered, simultaneously gulping down their spring water. "Ah." Kant emptied his cup. Exhaling contentedly, he gestured for everyone to continue, shrugging helplessly as he turned to Fathys and Man-eyed, saying, "We should procure some malt liquor in the future. The light beer from the Lion Duchy is quite delightful, refreshing indeed. Moderate alcohol can enhance the festivities, but overindulgence often leads to folly." Fathys smiled slightly, cautioning Kant, "Though I ought not to speak this at our banquet, abstaining from alcohol would be a wise choice for us." "Of course," Kant replied, not in the least bit offended, but rather smilingly acknowledged. "We must remain vigilant. I understand." They had successfully dismantled that warg tribe in this campaign that it was indeed a cause for celebration. Yet, they could not afford to let their guard down, the isolated oasis of the outpost. Even a single misstep could lead to an abyss from which there was no return, resulting in utter ruin. Kant was well prepared. The 20 Rivincent Rangers were currently on watch. They were master archers, their keen eyes undeterred even by the dense forests of Misty Mountain. Both the watchtower and the makeshift lookout atop the desert brigands camp were manned by rangers, coordinating with their comrades stationed on rooftops, armed with heavy bows and surveying the surrounding desert. This arrangement was practically foolproof in the expansive desert terrain. Spotting distant foes was a relatively simple task, and no complications were anticipated. These soldiers, having consumed only water and meat, stood ready to seize their weapons at a moment's notice, alertly forming ranks to tackle any trouble or anomalies. Though it was termed a banquet, it could also be summarized as a communal meal. What kind of feast could one have without ample provisions to alleviate fatigue and lift spirits? It was a most unfortunate situation. Nevertheless, treating water as if it were wine, engaging in lively conversation and jovial banter, the banquet was nonetheless a resounding success. After enduring the brutalities of battle, such gatherings could address many psychological grievances, with uproarious laughter, song, and boastful exchanges serving to release the pent-up tension and anxiety within. The festivities continued well into the night. Barrel after barrel of spring water was consumed, leading to an overwhelming odor of urine permeating the barley fields and date palms. The oasis of the outpost was devoid of designated restrooms. Wooden buckets served as makeshift containers. Their contents ultimately poured into the barley fields and date palms as a form of fertilizer, a clever repurposing of waste. The stars sparkled in the celestial river, and the moon shone brightly. As the banquet concluded, the still sober soldiers lent a hand in clearing away the remnants of the feast. Wasting food was a disgrace. The rotating sentinels began their replacements. The Rivincent Rangers descended from the watchtower and rooftops, while spirited Swadian light infantry took their places. Having feasted and refreshed, their spirits were high. The hour had grown late, a time when rest was due. Tomorrow heralded a new week, the last of the month. The council chamber, Manide quarters, had been tidied. Seeing no issues, Kant nodded to Fathes and Manide before ascending to the second-floor room, drifting off into slumber. Atop the watchtower, the solar disk lay horizontally installed, its arcane runes shimmering with a golden light. It mirrored the moon high above. The golden light flowed, the severely worn runes coalescing into this radiant glow, resembling golden symbols, within a 500-meter radius. A warmth belonging to the day slowly emerged, dispelling the chill. This was the special effect of the solar disk, regulating temperature. Absorbing the sun's warmth during the day and releasing it at night, it ensured a comfortable balance, not too hot, nor too cold. At the very least, Kant and his companions within the council chamber were enjoying a restful sleep. Even the two Swadian heavy cavalrymen stationed before the council chamber, armed with morning stars, felt slightly uncomfortable, questioning if they had donned too many layers beneath their chainmail, as a mild warmth began to envelop them. Yet, none noticed the intensifying golden light emanating from the solar disk atop the watchtower, as if it were about to burst forth and ascend to the heavens. If this golden solar disk could be raised, its brilliance might serve as a beacon. However, none of this transpired. Every time the golden light from the solar disk coalesced, vast streams of data emerged upon its surface. With the eruption of golden light, the data streams began to converge, effectively blocking the golden light's ascent, like a dam thwarting a flood. This dam resisted fiercely. The data streams grew increasingly potent, ultimately forcing the golden light back into the confines of the golden symbols, simultaneously infusing the data streams within, thoroughly sealing the golden light. The moonlight remained pure, the starlight dazzling. Everything seemed as usual, save for the depths of the Lund Desert, a harsh environment where no vegetation could thrive, devoid of any life or creatures capable of enduring its cruelty. Even the most resilient of jackal werewolves, when traversing this treacherous expanse, find themselves utterly exhausted, often losing nearly half their lives to cross the devil's territory at the heart of this desert. The sun here is particularly merciless. From noon until dusk, the scorching rays are akin to the midday sun at any other hour. As one ventures deeper towards the center, the intensity of the sun's heat escalates, according to the jackal werewolf's classification. The core of this devil's territory is precisely the center of the Lewin Desert. They prefer to navigate the edges, steering clear of the most searing zones, taking a full 20 days to make their passage. In truth, it requires less than 10 days to reach the perimeter of the devil's territory from the Grey Main Kingdom. The extended time is merely a consequence of avoiding this brutal region, rendering the Lewin Desert a formidable challenge to traverse. At this moment, right in the heart of the devil's territory, fine grains of sand form a heavy layer, concealing all that once was, leaving only an endless sea of dunes. Yet, a faint glimmer of golden light pierces through the sand, seemingly yearning to connect with something celestial above, only to ultimately retreat in futility. Chapter 073. The migrating desert antelope, Kander was roused from slumber by a voice calling out to him. In a haze of sleep, his mind still foggy, he heard the urgent knocking on the wooden door, accompanied by a gruff voice echoing in the corridor. "My lord, awaken quickly." "Stop knocking," he groaned, still suffering from morning fatigue, and begrudgingly added, "If the door is damaged, you shall compensate me with dinars." Throwing off the woolen blanket, he hastily donned his attire and opened the door, only to find a light infantryman with a mixture of embarrassment and exhilaration on his face. Kander couldn't help but shake his head, inquiring, "What has transpired? Is there an enemy approaching?" "No, we have spotted a substantial number of desert antelope," the Swadian light infantryman replied, swallowing hard as he reported. "They are migrating near our vicinity." "What?" Kander's expression morphed into one of disbelief. His mind, still foggy from the previous night's sleep, struggled to comprehend. He blurted out, "You mean to say there are desert antelope migrating nearby?" "Indeed, my lord," the light infantryman affirmed with conviction. Kander rubbed his face. Bemused, "Is it April Fool's Day? I do not recall such a holiday in Colradia." Nevertheless, he made his way down the stairs, for seeing is believing. He intended to ascertain whether desert antelope were truly migrating near the outpost Oasis. "Good morning, my lord." "Good day, Lord Kander." Within the governance hall, robust Swadian heavy cavalry clad in chainmail stood watch. Kander nodded in acknowledgement and stepped outside, only to find the streets devoid of bustling crowds. Instead, at the street corner to the west, near the sugar workshop, a considerable gathering had formed. Swadian heavy cavalry, light infantry, Sarandian riders, and Ravensbourg rangers, all congesting the thoroughfare. "What is happening?" Kander furrowed his brow, noticing that Fadis and Manid were also present, their eyes fixed intently outside. "Is it true that desert antelope are migrating? How could such creatures possibly traverse this desolate place?" Kander felt a mix of exasperation and curiosity, hastening towards the crowd. The Lewin Desert lacks the lush vegetation of the Swadia Mountains, and there are no streams or ponds commonly found in the mountains, rendering it an inhospitable habitat for desert antelope. Despite having desert in their name, it does not imply they can thrive in actual deserts. They merely exhibit a slight adaptation to such an environment. In essence, they have evolved survival strategies suited to the arid expanse. "My lord Kander, you have arrived," Manid greeted, turning to see Kander striding towards them with surprise and a smile. "I never anticipated that the outpost Oasis would be along the migration route of desert antelope. We could hunt these antelope for sustenance and for crafting leather goods." "Are there really desert antelope?" Kander asked, momentarily taken aback. Fadis nodded emphatically, gesturing towards the outside. "My lord, there are many." The other soldiers noticed Kander's approach and promptly bowed in respect, clearing a path for him to advance. "Very well," Kander acknowledged, moving forward. The newly appeared small lake shimmered, and his gaze shifted to the western shore, where he gasped in astonishment. "So many." He could scarcely contain his surprise. The multitude of desert antelope they spoke of was not merely a few, but an overwhelming throng. Thousands of desert antelope congregated, each taking turns to sip from the water's edge, demonstrating an orderly demeanor. Yet each one was remarkably vigilant. Many of them peered cautiously in the direction of Dehiram, their obsidian-like eyes conveying a clear message of caution to intruders. Their petite forms were agile and graceful. Clusters of black fur adorned their heads, flowing down their necks and along their backs to their tails, forming a striking black line against their light yellow coats, enhancing their innate charm. The two spiraled horns atop their heads resembled swords piercing the sky. How did they come to be here? Kander swallowed, regaining his composure from the initial shock. Behind him, Fadis spoke up. "We discovered them during our morning patrol, migrating from the Swadia Mountains. Moreover, this is not the only group. Many more have passed before, but none have matched this one's numbers." "I am well aware they hail from the Swadia Mountains," Kander replied, nodding. This was knowledge he had acquired since childhood, as the desert antelope from the Swadia Mountains were a delicacy on noble tables. Yet, gazing at the multitude of desert antelope before him, he couldn't help but inquire, "I wonder why they venture deep into the desert. Is there something within that draws them in?" A gathering of such charming creatures risking their lives to enter the desert is indeed an unusual occurrence. The surrounding soldiers furrowed their brows, equally perplexed. "Perhaps I have a theory," Manid interjected, his tone slightly hesitant, but after a moment's thought, he posed the question to Kander. "Do you recall discussing the desert antelope from the Swadia Mountains? During the last week of the month, even the most skilled hunters of the Lion Kingdom find it challenging to capture one." "Indeed," Any citizen of the Lion Kingdom would know that, Kander confirmed. This peculiar detail had been recorded in certain texts, yet it was rarely taken seriously, as missing a few days of desert antelope meat each month did not seem significant. Who would have thought that these antelope would appear here? This sparked Kander's curiosity. Manid continued. Moreover, we previously unearthed charred jerky from the ruins of the jackal werewolf tribe, all made from these desert antelope. Additionally, do you remember that your first battle upon arriving at the Lune Desert involved vanquishing the hunting party of the jackal werewolf tribe that originally occupied the outpost Oasis? Yes. Indeed, Kander acknowledged, his brow furrowed as memories surfaced. It seemed he had arrived at the outpost Oasis during the last days of the month. Connecting the dots, Kander deduced. Are you suggesting that during the last week of the month, desert antelope migrate through the outpost Oasis? Precisely. Manid nodded affirmatively. Thus, it becomes evident that something within the Lune Desert is enticing these desert antelope, compelling them to enter even at great peril. Kander's brow furrowed slightly. The surrounding Fatus and other soldiers stared blankly, clearly struggling to grasp the situation. Observing their puzzled expressions, Manid confidently declared, "It is salt." Salt. The soldiers remained bewildered. They were seasoned warriors, adept at formulating numerous strategies for swiftly eliminating foes. Yet this query left them at a loss. Kander spoke, his previously furrowed brow beginning to relax. Are you suggesting natural salt deposits? If that is the case, it may indeed hold some truth. Precisely. This hypothesis is the most rational explanation, Manid affirmed. Elaborating for Fatus and the surrounding soldiers, desert antelope likely share similarities with the creatures of the Sarandian desert, possessing high activity levels and substantial salt requirements. Hence, they must migrate to the salt deposits deep within the desert. Utilizing the water source at the outpost Oasis as a transit point, Manid explained. This also clarifies the presence of desert antelope jerky among the jackal werewolf tribe's remnants, as well as the remains of desert antelope found near the salt deposits. And why the outpost Oasis was occupied by the jackal werewolf tribe. Now it makes sense, the surrounding soldiers exclaimed in realization. Manid chuckled softly. Lord Kander, perhaps this presents a splendid opportunity for food accumulation. Indeed, Kander replied. Smiling in agreement, he gestured towards the Ravensburg Rangers behind him, pointing at the desert antelope. Could you assist me in securing a few of these antelope? Fresh antelope meat is far more delectable than the dry jerky. Chapter 074. The acquired reeds of the marsh with so many desert antelope present. It would be a pity not to retain a few as fresh meat. Fortunately, Kander had the skilled archers of the Ravensburg Rangers at his disposal. As a level 5 unit, hunting these delightful creatures would be a breeze. This will be simple, the 20 Ravensburg Rangers nodded. Their expressions unwavering. The small lake, scarcely measuring 30 meters in width, would be more accurately described as a pond, offering little resistance to the heavy bows in their hands. Moreover, with the dense herd of antelopes congregating, there was no need for the meticulous aiming required in the hunting of dense forests. The heavy bows were drawn back. The bowstrings and limbs formed graceful arcs. Premium, specialized arrowheads rested on the bowstrings. As the archers calmly took aim, the arrowheads pointing towards their targets, the Rangers of Rivington released their fingers gently, the stored energy in the bow limbs instantaneously transforming into kinetic force. The sound of vibrating bowstrings echoing continuously as the sharp arrows were loosed. Whoosh. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The arrows sliced through the air, darting like fleeting lightning. Not far from the edge of the pond, blood-splattered .20 desert antelopes, still drinking at the water's edge, collapsed in an instant, their once vibrant, pearl-like eyes losing all trace of life. The arrows had pierced their eyes, brutally destroying them, the hardened tips embedding deeply into their skulls, shattering their brains, and protruding grotesquely through the angled cranium, leaving a trail of white matter and crimson blood. The fallen antelope stained the shoreline with a vivid hue of red. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The remaining antelopes had yet to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Ba-ba-ba. 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 A few nearby antelopes, perplexed, glanced at their fallen companions by the lakeside, and upon sensing the scent of blood, instinctively understood the peril, bleating loudly as they dashed chaotically into the depths of the desert. These nimble creatures were incredibly vigilant. Fleeing was their innate response. My lord, it is done, announced a Rivington Ranger, stowing away his heavy bow with an unperturbed expression for them. This was indeed an ordinary affair. Merely hunting, nothing to take pride in. Yet, Kander smiled and nodded. Well done. He then turned to the soldiers behind him, instructing, quickly gather the desert antelopes. I wish to savor roasted lamb by noon. Understood, my lord. A dozen Swadian light infantry promptly raced towards the opposite shore of the lake. There was nothing that barbecue could not resolve. If there was, a bit more seasoning would suffice. And if seasoning was lacking, a sprinkle of salt would do. This was a delicacy from a time before modern civilization. Crispy on the outside, tender within, dripping with juices, roasted lamb could serve as the centerpiece of a national banquet. Even without spices, a touch of white salt could whet one's appetite. Having feasted on dried meat, Kander found it impossible to resist the allure of fresh red meat. The soldiers shared his enthusiasm, eager for the prospect of not just roasted lamb, but even the delightful taste of simply stewed lamb, especially the fresh broth, combined with chopped cabbage and dates. Simmered for a while before incorporating flour to create a rich soup, was far more enjoyable than the broth made from dried meat. Yet again, a dialogue box appeared in his retina. Ding! Temporary task issued. Temporary task. Hunt 50 desert antelopes. Task reward. 5 acres of reed marsh. Description. How could you, lacking red meat, refuse such a delectable offering? This is an opportune moment for hunting. If you manage to secure 50 desert antelopes, a generous reward awaits you. Staring at the temporary task on the retinal display, Kander was taken aback. Hunt 50 desert antelopes, he repeated, contemplating the task and reward. 5 acres of reed marsh. His astonished gaze instinctively shifted towards the fleeing antelopes in the distance, and he realized those little creatures had already quenched their thirst. Making their way deeper into the desert, within moments, the vast herd of desert antelopes vanished among the undulating dunes of sand. This, Kander felt a tinge of helplessness. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, a sentry from the watchtower called out, waving downwards, "Attention! A new batch of desert antelopes is coming." Kander raised his brow, but without hesitation, he gestured decisively. "I need 50 antelopes left behind." "Understood, my lord." Behind him, 20 Rivington Rangers remained calm. Drawing arrows from their quivers, they gently knocked the pointed arrows against the bows, their eyes devoid of compassion as they turned to the southern dunes from whence a large group of desert antelopes appeared. Ba 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 ba. The weary antelopes, having trekked from the Swadia Mountains, approached the lake to drink, unaware of the transformation that had befallen the once modest oasis. Yet they cared little that in the past, these desert antelopes had faced hunters, and the weak or elderly among them would often perish during their monthly migrations. However, for the countless antelopes inhabiting the vast expanse of the Swadia Mountains, even the loss of thousands each month was manageable. It could be said that this was a form of natural selection. Desert antelopes required salt. Once a month, the herds from the Swadia Mountains would arrive at the outpost Oasis, heading towards the natural salt mines. In truth, these desert antelopes did not come every month. Instead, different herds from various mountain ranges migrated in a staggered fashion throughout the year, as if prearranged, embarking on this perilous yet necessary journey for salt. Kander, of course, was unaware of this. As the 20 Rivington Rangers drew their arrows and released them, 50 desert antelopes fell to the ground, all struck in the eyes, their pelts remaining unscathed that, if possible, the skins of these antelopes, once processed, could be fashioned into leather goods. Skilled artisans could even create warm, waterproof fur coats from the supple antelope hides, coveted garments among the nobility. Ding! Your diligent efforts have fulfilled the hunting quota. Temporary task. Hunt desert antelopes completed. Reward. 5 acres of reed marsh. Description. Fresh red meat is the best choice for rewarding soldiers. Once you acquire these marshes, remember they are also prime fodder for livestock. Don't forget to treat your warhorses. Perhaps you could even raise other livestock. The system dialog box provided its prompt in Kander's mind. A card representing the reed marsh appeared. Lush vegetation thrived in the sandy soil. This reed, being one of the most resilient herbaceous plants in arid land, served as a mid-quality forage. As long as water was available, it could quickly take root and sprout, providing sustenance for livestock year-round. Ding! System notification. Reed. This plant, when young in early spring, is excellent fodder for livestock. Its stalks and leaves are tough, long, and smooth, making it a valuable fiber plant for paper, artificial silk, and weaving baskets. Mats and brooms. The leaves, when soaked, possess great pliability, suitable for making grass ropes. They can also improve alkaline soil, protect channels, and conserve water in soil. The system elucidated the utility of this herbaceous plant. Yet, The most crucial aspect was that it addressed a significant issue facing Kander: the feed for his horses. If warhorses can consume this, it truly maximizes resources. A smile crept upon Kander's lips, as the lingering concerns in his mind were resolved. Although this forage lacked high nutritional value, when paired with a bit of breadcrumbs, dates, and minced desert antelope meat, it would sufficiently nourish the tall, robust warhorses of the Swadian army, providing ample energy and vitality. If enriched with nutritious alfalfa, the outcome would likely be even better. This is quite satisfactory. Kander felt content, his gaze drifting towards the lake. As thoughts whirled in his mind, particularly regarding the vast flat sandy expanse to the west of the lake, he began to formulate plans for arranging the 5 acres of reed marsh. Utilize. Connecting with the system. The card in Kander's mind burst open, a stream of data flowing forth, spanning from south to north. Along the western side of the 80-meter-long and 30-meter-wide lake, patches of greenery began to emerge. The sandy layer transformed into arable soil. Though still barren, it was now capable of supporting vegetation. Lush reeds sprouted vigorously, quickly filling the lakeshore, the scale of the 5 acres expanding tremendously. Awash in greenery and adorned with delicate blooms, these reeds became ready for immediate harvesting or grazing. As the reed marshes materialized, small birds that had previously inhabited the outpost Oasis fluttered over from the date palm groves, their curious eyes surveying the dense patches of greenery. Chapter 075. The requirements encountered in upgrading the reed marsh flourished. The entire western side of the lake was now dominated by these resilient plants thriving in the sandy soil, even solitary desert antelopes. Upon catching sight of these grasses from afar among the dunes, dashed in as if discovering a new world, disappearing into the expanse of the 5 acres of reed marsh. Clearly, these panicked antelopes viewed the reeds as a sanctuary from hunters. Delightfully foolish. Kant shook his head, a resigned smile playing on his lips as he regarded these adorable creatures. If they truly treated this 5-acre patch of bulrushes as their sanctuary, it would be akin to lambs entering the jaws of a tiger, leading to their inevitable demise. Yet, as this thought crossed Kant's mind, a spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts. Turning to Man-Eyed, he inquired, "Is it possible for us to domesticate these little beings? Desert antelopes?" Man-Eye's tone was somewhat peculiar. "Indeed. They appear to be domesticate-able," Kant affirmed with a nod. Man-Eyed hesitated before shrugging and stating, "My lord, while these desert antelopes can indeed be tamed, their value in domestication is rather limited. It would be far more beneficial to simply purchase sheep or goats for grazing. The wool, hides, meat, and milk they produce far surpass the mere sustenance these antelopes could provide." "Is that so?" Kant paused, a smile of regret emerging that Man-Eye's assessment was accurate. Desert antelopes, being wild creatures, not only posed a challenge in terms of domestication, but also offered little value once tamed. These antelopes, which dwelled on the fringes of the desert, were not nearly as valuable as goats or sheep. Their sparse wool could not be harvested, and their milk yield was insufficient for cheese production. Apart from the option of slaughter for meat, perhaps the hides could yield some value. In summary, they were decent game, but there was no necessity for domestication. "Let us commence a new week of labor," Kant declared, clapping his hands to signal the soldiers lingering at the street corner to disperse. However, upon observing the desert antelopes that had been brought over and piled beside the spice workshop, he instructed, "Strip the hides. We shall feast on the fresh meat today, and if there is any surplus, we shall dry it to make jerky." "Understood, my lord." The soldiers behind him nodded in agreement. The soldiers gathered at the street corner went about their business, allowing Hiram to return to its bustling state. On the dunes, another herd of desert antelopes arrived. However, this group was notably smaller, comprising only around 500 individuals, qualifying as a small herd. Kant did not issue a hunting order. Currently, Hiram was not in dire need of food. The population was merely over 100, and even with unlimited provisions, the existing stock of bread, jerky, and flour could sustain them for a month. Moreover, fresh desert antelopes would arrive at the end of each month. Kant contemplated. In that case, the establishment of a trade caravan must be prioritized. The trade caravan was one of Kant's strategic objectives. Spending precious dinars to rely on system merchants for certain supplies was evidently an imprudent course of action. After all, given the resource-rich nature of the Lion's Kingdom, items that were costly from system merchants could be acquired at a fraction of the price in local markets. A prime example was the tools sold by system merchants, such as axes and hoes, which cost a staggering 100 dinars. This expenditure rivaled the upgrade cost of a Swadian knight at 120 dinars. Illustrating the lack of cost-effectiveness, it would be far more sensible to spend a few silver coins to purchase tools in bulk. As Kant pondered, a system dialog box appeared on his retina. Ding! With the rising sun, a new week has commenced. Income. You have collected 0 dinars in taxes from Dahiram, village. Expenditure. You have disbursed 2,186 dinars in wages to the entire troop. Financial summary. Currently, there are no farmers, merchants, or factories contributing taxes in Dahiram, resulting in no income. Major expenditures include 369 dinars for Swadian light infantry, 1472 dinars for Swadian heavy cavalry, 145 dinars for Sarland riders, 100 dinars for Fadi, and 100 dinars for Manide. This financial report appeared on Monday morning. Kant scanned the figures with a calm expression. He had long been prepared for this. Presently, Dahiram relied entirely on the system's assistance to sustain itself. With the entire population converted into combat personnel, the overall development model prioritized military strength to establish factories and engage in commercial activities. Dahiram needed to advance further as it stood. Dahiram was ready for another upgrade. I recall I possess an upgrade card. Kant mused internally. This was a reward from a previous task that aided the system in absorbing peculiar artifacts. Gazing at the golden card floating in his mind, Kant focused on the system, silently affirming, use. Ding. System notification, village upgrade is not possible. Please ensure all village-level buildings are constructed. Upgrades can only proceed once construction is complete. Note. Please carefully consider the number of houses to be built based on subsequent upgrade types. Yet the system presented a dialog box. The golden card in Kant's mind remained suspended, refusing to dissipate. Pondering the information, Kant furrowed his brow. Construct all village-level buildings. As his thoughts expanded, a new dialog box appeared on his retina, detailing the existing and yet-to-be-constructed buildings in Dahiram, along with construction packages. Buildings, governing hall, houses 6, watchtower, desert bandit camp, general store, sugar workshop, training ground, available constructs, houses, walls, mill, well. Construction package, relay station, stone walls. Kant realized, I still need to build walls, a mill, and a well. He spoke softly, his brow slightly furrowing. The reason he had not constructed these 3 buildings was that they currently held little utility in Dahiram. Even if built, they would merely waste time and dinars. The description of the buildings flashed on his retina. Mill, an agricultural building, available in wind and water types that it can grind barley and other grains to produce flour. Construction cost, 200 dinars, time required, 14 days. Wall, a military building, constructed of stone blocks. Half a meter high, encircling the village. Its purpose is to prevent livestock from straying, rather than defending against enemies. Construction cost, 100 dinars, time required, 7 days. Well, a civilian building, excavated from the ground. Requires an underground water vein. Otherwise, the well will not yield water. Construction cost, 100 dinars, time required, 7 days. Kant remained exasperated. His wheat fields had yet to be harvested. Building a mill at this early stage was utterly pointless. A half-meter-high wall would merely serve to keep livestock from wandering off for the well. Kant currently had access to spring and lake water. It would be absurd to establish a well when there was already ample water supply. If he were to utilize the ruins of the Wolfman tribe as a village, perhaps constructing a well would be justifiable, but in the oasis of the outpost, where there was sufficient water, building a well seemed naively impractical. Wait a moment, Kant paused, his thoughts racing. His gaze lingered on the construction package for the relay station, and a bold idea struck him. The relay station would serve as a transit point between the outpost Oasis and the Sandvar Mountains. Should the salt trade commence, Kant intended to establish a relay station midway, deploying some soldiers and farmers to provide services, including fresh water and lodging for the caravans traveling between the 2 locations. Initially, he had considered using water bags for transport, but now it seemed unnecessarily complicated. System, can I construct a relay station and simultaneously build a well nearby? Kant inquired through his thoughts. Affirmative, the system replied succinctly. As long as there is a water vein underground, a well can be constructed. Excellent. Nodding gently, Kant's eyes sparkled. Viewed from this perspective, the well was not entirely useless. If paired effectively with the relay station, it could potentially become a focal point for the next village, and in a certain sense, serve as Kant's foothold in the Lion's Kingdom. functioning as an observation outpost.